NFL has plenty of rules. One of them, the depth chart has to be released at a certain time.
Yep.
Would you like to see the NFL get rid of it?
No. Come on. No. We just released the depth chart yesterday. All good. I just didn't spend a lot of time on it.
But what's the purpose of doing it?
Ask them. I mean, I think for every game, I think it's important there's a depth chart. It's a starting point. I just didn't want to make a big deal over the rookies all being at the end of the line. And you guys went into a tizzy. So, all right, they're all at the end of the line, and obviously that'll change.
All right. Let me say two things about this. I'm kind of with Sean Payton here. I am. It's like we said on the air yesterday. Nelly, you were here for the whole show yesterday. You listened to us. We all knew that that is not what the actual depth chart is. Like, it's pretty obvious. Audric Estime is not the fifth-string running back, and Troy Franklin is not the 12th-string wide receiver, and Bo Nix is not the third-string quarterback. But he just did that because they have to put out a depth chart, and you're going to give the veterans, at least on this initial one, Sean Payton is, more of a leeway than you are going to with rookies. But if you're going to walk up to Sean Payton afterwards and be like, is Audric Estime really fifth on the depth chart? Well, of course he's not. Is Troy Franklin really the last running back on the depth chart? Or I'm sorry, wide receiver on the depth chart? No. Like, I think for Payton, and look, there are times where Peyton's getting a little bit salty and prickly at a press conference.
No. Come on. No.
And I've been like, all right, dude, just calm down a little bit. It's a fair question. On this one, I'm kind of with him. Like, would you guys do some of your own, like, thinking, please? Can we come up with an original thought instead of, well, this is what the paper says, so this is what it has to be? Like, you can read between the lines on some things. I'm kind of with him. I think I would be annoyed by that, too. Just like, are you really asking me if all of these rookies are last on the depth chart? Yes.
No.
We're going to admit to you guys right now, we failed on every pick that we made so badly, they're dead last. And the only reason we can't cut them is I don't want to find 6 new players to bring into training camp. I agree with him. And this is why when this first happened, I think one of the first words out of my mouth yesterday when we were talking about this was, there is zero reason to overreact to this. None. This is what coaches do, okay? You don't want to hand rookies anything. And this is where I came around the idea where, we were asking at the beginning of camp, are they just going to name Bo Nix the starter and get it over with? And I've come around on this idea that, well, maybe it's not a great thing if you do that. Unless it is the most obvious of obvious. Like if you have a number 1 overall pick and it's like Peyton Manning, then yeah, you probably do that right away with no viable backup, by the way. I don't know who his backup was in Indianapolis back in 98, 99, whenever he was drafted. I don't know who it was. But in that scenario, you could probably come out and just say, yep, he's a starter. I thought about this last year with Prime when he was having his introductory press conference. And he said, all the coachy things, but also all the primey things. And then he goes,
you don't believe.
And that's your quarterback right there. You remember that? At that introductory press conference, he pointed at Shedeur, and he said, and that's your starting quarterback. I was like, okay, fairly obvious. He's going to bring his kid over, and his kid's got a lot of talent that he's going to start here. But I just wonder how everybody, if you're a quarterback on the team right now, how does that feel? Like, you haven't even watched me throw a single ball before, and you're already anointing a starter. And when was that? Like January? Early February? Whenever that was? And I think they want to avoid that kind of situation here. And by the way, I don't know what the depth chart looks like for these guys, but they're all buried at the ass end of it. You can read between the lines. So again, I'm kind of with Sean Payton on that one.
No.
I love that, too. Because what was the initial question? Was it that he should? Are you annoyed you have to release the depth chart? Is that what the question was?
Yesterday, I guess now it's 2 days ago, when he had to release the depth chart, he was asked about it, and in his presser, he just said, "Oh, yeah, I put the rookies at the back. I spent 5 minutes on it with Patrick Smythe," and he was just very aloof about the fact that he even had to make a depth chart. So yesterday, somebody asked him, all right, well, would you prefer that the NFL changes the rules so then you don't have to make these depth charts these early into camp? And that was when he gave us that.
No.
Well, we're going to have to keep that one now.
Come on. No.
We could use that for a whole lot of things. When Mosier starts to tell a story that's lasting way too long, or he says, "Do you want to hear about my trip to Italy again?" No.
By the way, did you hear the interaction yesterday that D-Mac had with Sean Payton? Did you hear their exchange at the press conference?
No, I did not. Remind me.
Yes!
No.
Yes!
Come on. No.
Are they having a yes and no off? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
Who's going to win? How many lattes did they have before that?
So there's a lot that needs to be discussed today. I always give the Olympic medal count as every morning to start the show. So the U.S. is leading in total medals by a lot, 95. Second place is China with 67. Still have a 1 gold medal lead at 27-26 on China as well. And you know what? Let's give ourselves some credit here. Because we got a population, I forget what it is. It's hovering around 400 million in U.S. population, right? Maybe less than that. Yeah, 340-ish. China has 1.4 billion people. And the fact that we're still leading in all these categories, you know what? Pat on the back to us.
Take that L on the way out.
We're some athletic sons of guns in this country. You know
I'm
that?
going to put that in a pipe and smoke it.
As you should.
And also, Brett, you'll have to refresh my memory. I don't know where Olympic skateboarding landed on the Mark Mosier list of acceptable and unacceptable.
It was unacceptable.
Okay, well then, Moj, we got some beef because yesterday I watched the gold medal round for some Olympic skateboarding.
Watch some guys shred.
Oh my goodness gracious! They were those dudes were shredding some gnar, dude.
Yes, they were.
Oh, and it's crazy. You watch them pick up speed and then how high they get. Excuse me. Maybe I'm just blown away because the only skateboarding prowess I had was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 on the GameCube. I'll still smoke some fools to this day, but
it's a great game.
Put me on an actual skateboard, I'm worthless. I was very impressed with the Olympic skateboarding. I've made a complete 180 or a 540 or a 900 on it. I mean, I'm a big fan now.
Yeah. By the way, can you grab one of the answers from the press conference yesterday was Bo Nix being asked about being third on the depth chart. And I think that everybody needs to hear this and take the exact same approach that he has been taking towards it, because he doesn't care, and you shouldn't either. And there's a way that people should carry themselves, especially if they're at that position. And I think if nothing else, if you've been watching him during camp and maybe you've some people have been really impressed by him in camp, he's looked okay to me. Again, nothing fantastic or great, but I think he's looked better than what I thought still. Now, where I'm really impressed with him is the way that he carries himself as a leader, as somebody behind a microphone. And so when he was asked yesterday about being third on the depth chart, we get this ready, Nelly? Here's what he said.
Sean said he put the rookies all at the back of the depth chart, but before it came out, there was hubbub on social media, all that, and you listed at number 3. Did you kind of notice that commotion or anything like that?
Couldn't care less.
Okay. So is that generally on the depth chart? You don't care how you're listed at this point, I guess.
Couldn't care less.
The only time you should be caring about the depth chart is at the very end of the season. Or the very end of training camp. Like, the end of training camp is the only thing that should matter to you. Because once you get to this point, this is still the feeling out process. Like, there are a whole bunch of teams across the league that are not going to play anybody as far as starters in these first preseason games. You know, what's really interesting about this is Andy Reid's gonna play Patrick Mahomes I think the answer was at least a quarter in that first preseason game. So this is from Ari Merov. Chiefs head coach Andy Reid said Patrick Mahomes and the rest of their available offensive starters will play roughly a quarter in Saturday's preseason opener against the Jags. Reid has been a believer in playing starters in the preseason. And you know what? I kind of am too. I know there's a risk that comes with it, but I don't want your first time, especially for some of these guys who may be new to the roster and stuff like that, your first time stepping on the field to be when things matter. Like, I don't want the ramping up process to happen in the middle of the season. I want that to happen before the season starts, at least as well as you can get prepared while being smart. And this is why if you're going to be playing guys like Bo Nix, or if you think Jarrett Stidham's a starter, Jarrett Stidham, I think you have to play your offensive linemen too. You want them to have the most protection that they can. And so I don't know how this rotation is going to go. I think one thing is pretty sure, though. If you base who's going to play when off the depth chart, you're probably fooling yourself. Like, listed on the depth chart, you would be, the assumption would be that guys like Audric Estime and Troy Franklin and Deshaun Vele and Bo Nix and all them, they'd be playing like the fourth quarter of that game against the scrubbiest of the scrubs. I don't think that's going to happen. They're going to be mixed in with some of the earlier groups, maybe not first team, but let's call it second team. They'll be mixed into that. And so I'm going to start this morning by saying I agree with Sean Payton. How about you guys just calm down a little bit? And it's like, should the NFL do away with doing the unofficial depth chart before the first preseason game? No, because why does it matter? Like, it isn't there for accuracy, okay? There's a time where that needs to be accurate. Like, obviously, when the regular season comes around, you have to have guys listed on the injury report that are actually injured. No, you've seen teams get beaten up for that one before by listing somebody as healthy and then they just all of a sudden sit out of a game. That is, that's a way that teams can get fined. It can be the opposite, too. You list somebody as doubtful or out and then they magically play in the game that weekend. That can get you a fine. Depth chart means nothing. 0. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. So there was something that happened yesterday. And this is, I watched an interview with the guy from Athlon Sports who wrote the article about CU in their violent locker room or whatever the headline was of that story. And I was hearing him explain how we got through the vetting process, and it still was incredibly fishy. He goes, well, I talked to like a couple former players, and then I put the dots together. I'm like, that's guessing. That's not reporting. But there was something else with CU yesterday where they were getting trolled by a ton of teams in college football. And it turns out the teams doing the trolling were absolutely wrong with their troll. So we'll get to all that in just a couple of minutes. We're broadcasting out here from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Nelly is back in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice, and the text line's open for you. 303-504-0925. I want to get to that story next because people, it's just like if you have, it feels like CU is in an old school pillory. You know what those are, Nelly?
A pillory?
A pillory. So those were the things back in the day that had 3 holes in this block of wood, okay? 1 for your head, 2 for your hands, and people would throw tomatoes at you.
Yeah, the stocks.
I thought they were called pillories. Were they not?
They could have multiple names, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, when you throw tomatoes at these people and they're stuck in place.
So hang on. A pillory, yes, a wooden framework with holes for head and hands in which an offender was imprisoned and exposed to public abuse. It feels like they're in that with whatever move that they make. And I think it reeks of jealousy around college football, but we'll get to it next.
Deion Sanders has dismissed the report. He is quoted as saying, "That's when you know you are doing well, when they start lying." Can you take me through the vetting of this? Have you noticed that the story hasn't gained traction, and that if you were working someplace other than Athlon Sports, you would assume that this story would get traction? And I don't say that as an indictment of Athlon Sports. There are like 5 entities in America that can report something like this and have it get traction.
I am somewhat surprised, but again, the amount of fanfare and attention that Deion gets, anything that is controversial, gets talked about, gets put out there. As far as vetting, like I said, I just started talking to players that have transferred and checking things out. I would talk to another player, and as things lined up, as things made sense, like I started putting, blocks on top of another, and, it finally worked itself out.
So, again, I don't know who this guy is of Athlon Sports. I forget his name. Did you catch that, Nelly?
Steve. Wow. This Steve is having problems with his voice today. Steve Quarter.
Steve Quarter. He was on the Dan Levitard show. And that is not what vetting is. I'm not – look, I have a degree in broadcast journalism. I have never utilized it. I never was interested in that side of the business. I was more interested in the fart joke, make fun of Mosier, and go on with your day. I haven't done reporting before, but I don't think that sounds like reporting. Talking to a couple of ex-players who, by the way, very easily you can assume have some sort of axe to grind. It's not always the case. The guys who leave a school that they were previously at and go somewhere else hate what they had over in that direction. Not always the case, but a lot of times it is. And for this guy to say, I talked to a couple of former players and just started connecting the dots, well, why don't you just let the dots connect themselves? Why are you making assumptions at all in this reporting, especially if it's something as sort of salacious as he has proposed? This is what's easy about the stuff going on in Boulder, is that there's such a lightning rod of attention that no matter what you do, you get to, by osmosis, pick up a whole bunch of attention if you associate yourself in any way with them, but especially negatively. The positive stuff, last year when the Buffs started off 3-0, and they had, College Game Day, and they had First Take, and they had all those different TV shows like the Big Noon Fox Off going over there and broadcasting their pregame shows in front of Folsom. That's positive attention on your program. And at the same time, what was happening is there's a whole bunch of people around the country that were getting annoyed by it. Like, the polarization of Deion and the CU Buffs right now, nationally, is really hard to find. Because there's some schools like Alabama that you hate because of their success, and the only people that seem to like Alabama are Alabama fans. The thing about CU, they got a whole bunch of fans that aren't CU fans. Dude, I'm watching these last year during the regular season of the NFL. These players have these in-season podcasts. Micah Parsons and the St. Brown brothers and a whole bunch of these different guys. And I've heard multiple ones that have no association with CU talking about how much they're rooting for the Buffs to do well. So it's not just like if you're not a CU fan, then you hate them. It's not the case at all. But one thing is a certainty. If you write an article or you tweet about or you make an allegation or something like that about the Buffs, it's going to pick up steam and you're going to get some sort of attention off it. And I'll give you a perfect example.
And actually, Brett, quickly before we pivot off Steve Corder here, the House of Cards is starting to teeter a little bit and maybe a lot because one of the things he brought up in the Le Batard interview is he said that there was a video where the players were going around practice asking who had the most guns on them, right? Remember he said he brought that up in the article. So Le Batard grabbed that clip and he tweeted it out saying, who has the most guns?
Yep.
Okay, Ryan Koenigsberg dug up the video that he's referring to. It's a player on the defense. I'm not sure who. He's being asked in practice which offensive player got strapped for catches the most. So they're asking him, they're saying, which player was most strapped? And then he said, this guy, go ask him. I think he had 2 catches all practice long. That's the one talking about who has the most guns. Le Batard actually deleted the tweet from that part of the interview. You can't find anything on his social media about the interview anymore. So that's the thing of I just don't know how much digging this guy did.
It's not enough. That's the answer. It's not enough, Nelly, because I've said this before. This is no disrespect to Athlon Sports. That story, if it were true, and we've seen examples of this in the past, when Deadspin was breaking articles, there was this hesitancy to buy in and say, is this stuff real? Turns out that it was. I'll give you another example. Do you remember when Deadspin, I actually remember where I was when I saw this, when they broke the story that Manti Te'o had a fake girlfriend. Remember that? And it took a minute because the bigger publications, the places like ESPN's and Fox Sports and USA Today's and if you want to do air quote, the more trustworthy publications that would break stories like that, when they didn't have it and it was just Deadspin, you had to be like, all right, how much of this is true? And he started going through the article, and if you read that article, they did their homework. It didn't sound like something that was, hey, I heard a rumor, I'm just going to throw this out there. They did some digging. And then it became a massive story for every national publication in the country shortly afterwards. If this story at CU were true, and it was started with an article from Athlon Sports, why don't you think that ESPN and everybody else is running with it? Because it's not sussed out enough. That's why.
And one of the most compelling arguments against the article I've heard was Tyler Columbus was talking about this the other day. I think it was the day that the article was starting to blow up. How do you think Cormani McLean feels about CU and how and Deion and how things fell apart? He probably is not a big fan of CU with how things fell apart for Cormani after all the fanfare. And he said,
for sure.
He said, I'm a DB and I want to go play for the greatest defensive back ever. That guy went on social media and I think it was on Instagram, he found a post about the article and he commented with that's all cap.
Yeah.
That guy has no vested interest in proving that article wrong. And even he said, you're capping. I didn't get slapped 10 times and run off crying or whatever that thing was.
Well, and that's the thing, dude, is when you write a story like this, it's going to get traction because of the subject that you're talking about. If I were to write a story, Nelly, and I say, you know what, I'm gonna do a guest article for the Gazette or the Denver Post or whatever, and here's my headline: Nikola Jokic is actually not a good person, and I just listed a whole bunch. You know what? Jokic goes home and he beats kittens. I don't know if you guys knew that, but I have insider info, and I was in Ball Arena and I watched it happen. There was a box of kittens actually, and he kicked them all the way down the hallway.
I'm confused.
Initially, that story would go crazy, wouldn't it? And then you would have some people trying to fact check that, and they would realize there is no evidence that supports this claim. And I'd be like Steve Corder, jumping on a show and being like, well, I heard from a guy who he was there for a second, and then he wasn't, and then I connected my own dots. And it turns out not only kittens, but puppies, too. Both of them.
I heard from somebody named Shmuel Shmembid.
Yes.
That Jokic likes to abuse little puppies.
Yes. I talked to a man who's he's a current NBA player. And he lived in Cameroon before this. He went to college in the Midwest. and he's won one MVP. And he told me that, and I'm just like,
I talked to a guy who may or may not be the son of Michael Jordan, who brought his ass to my interview.
Yeah.
And he had some things to say about Jokic.
Like, listen, the initial dopamine hit of you getting a whole bunch of traction, I'm sure is cool, but why not report something accurately? Because let me tell you something. Anything that's written about Dion right now, for the most part, is going to get attention. Even the non-sensationalized stories. And I'll give you another example, and this is where I can kind of feel for these guys over at CU, that anything that they do, you know, it's one thing if your rivals do this to you. It's another thing when just random teams around college football do. So CU tweeted out this this video. In fact, Nelly, can you pull it up for me? Where they said darts only. It's a highlight of Shedeur throwing a pass. I don't know who the receiver is in this video, but it's a touchdown. So it starts at one angle and then it pops to another. And I will say initially it did look like it was deceptively edited because it looked like he was throwing the ball to nowhere. But you can see, who is this, number 10? He's running an out and up. So he cuts to the outside, and then he's like hiding behind offensive linemen when he's cutting back up the field. And it is a dime. It's a dart. They are accurate in this. But everybody around college football started doing their own videos, making fun of them, making these all like deceptively edited stuff. When I saw Arkansas football did this video, where it was a very obviously edited video, and their caption is darts only. And somebody goes, what an amazing Colorado troll. It's not a troll because the video that CU put out was real. It wasn't edited. And there were so many teams that did that yesterday. And I'm like, imagine for all the people who say, I'm not worried about Colorado, they're going to stink. Why would I worry about them? How are they on your mind this often? Yeah, here's Nelly's got pulled up a reverse angle of the exact same play with no cuts in it, where it was exactly what they tweeted out. But I'm blown away at how much other teams seem to care so badly about what CU does. And you know what? I've been critical of CU because I think they've been barking a lot without a lot of results to back them up. I know it's just kind of what the personality of the team is. But at the same time, something's working. I don't know how many other teams in the country have their social media coordinator basically keeping tabs on what you do. And then trying to get attention off of your original posts. It's super weird and bizarre. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. There's a lot I want to talk about with the game today, which is the U.S. and Serbia. U.S. 16-point favorites against Nikola Jokic in his home country. And this is, so the loser of this game plays a consolation game for a bronze. The winner of this game goes to the gold medal match. So the loser of the U.S. and Serbia is going to play the loser of France and Germany for a bronze medal. First of all, if Jokic can get his country a medal at all in the Olympics, he's going to be seen as a hero. Secondly, if Jokic finds a way to make this a game, and that's the standard I'm putting it at, if he can make it a game, then it is going to be such a boost and such a feather in the cap of, we already know he's the greatest player on the planet. I think most people have come around to that idea as well. But it's just going to be an even more bigger hammer into that discussion as to more and more evidence supporting that. Like, think about it this way. All the people that you would consider in the conversation for with Jokic for greatest player on the planet are basically playing for Team USA. It's Embiid, it's Steph, it's LeBron. Anthony Edwards is now climbing up the ranks. Jason Tatum's on that team. You know, the only ones that are exceptions are maybe you look around, you see Shea in Canada, you see the Greek Freak in Greece, obviously. But if he can, and this is what it's going to be, almost single-handedly give the U.S. probably the only real competition that they're going to have all Olympics, it's just going to be more of an emphasis on that discussion saying, look at the guys on the other side of the floor of him and look at the teammates that Nikola Jokic has. The guys who are in the argument for best player in the country teamed up together to eke out a victory over him. I think it'd be massive. Like, if he upsets him, Peter Schaefer was talking about this yesterday, it's going to feel a lot like the Miracle on Ice because it's not the gold medal game, but it might as well will be. And for the record, I really don't think Serbia's got a shot to beat the U.S. If you want to go back to those early games, yes, the score was tied when Jokic was on the floor, but Jokic is going to have to play like every minute, and I don't know how sustainable that's going to be over the course of an entire game. But all I'm saying is I wouldn't count this thing out for it being close, sort of nail-biter stuff when it gets to the very end.
Brett, I don't know what movie it's from, but there's that GIF you see around the internet a lot where it's Wesley Snipes, and he's dressed head to toe in black, and he's slowly holding up a pistol while he's crying. That's how I feel anytime I have to root against Nikola Jokic. No, I don't know. It may be the first Blade, but the point is, that's how I feel, man, where I'm like, I got to root for USA, man. I got to do it. I'm sorry, Jokic. It's not personal. It's just business, man.
303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in. So I want to talk more about that game and some more Broncos stuff as well, as the audio to open up the show was funny, and I actually agree with Sean Payton. We'll get to all that in a couple minutes. Stick around. Let's get one final check here, shall we, as we're out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. 303-504-0925. Let's do a little straw poll, because I want to see where the people are.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Serbia or U.S.? Write one in. What you want? What you want? Because I think this is going to be a lot closer than originally expected. You know, I wonder, you know, and it's, you can say that it's part of like, oh, I don't like the people on the U.S. team and blah, 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 but it's also a lot of you just love Jokic. And can you imagine if Serbia does find a way to win, the sense of pride that that country would feel about this? Because here's what's weird. Us in the U.S., this is an expected thing for us. And if they win, we kind of shrug our shoulders. We're like, oh, good, you should have. If Serbia would win, it would be like the biggest thing ever in that country. And it would make Jokic in a stratosphere of, you know, we talked about this yesterday, but Novak Djokovic is the number one dude in Serbia. And I think if he brought home a gold to that country, he might be on top. Very well could be. Especially with how international basketball has gotten lately. So here's the text coming through here. Good Lord. Serbia, screw American egos. Serbia, 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 no shame. Serbia, Serbia all the way. I took Serbia plus 16, the game total over, and Jokic plus 20. Serbia.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
If Joker does make it a game, or even better, lead Serbia to a win, I will love seeing the look of dismay on the faces of Kerr, Curry, James, Davis, KD, and Edwards. Finally, USA. The red, white, and blue gun pointed at my head says, I must USA. I'm sorry, Joker. That's where I'm at. I like that one. Serbia. I hate this U.S. team, but I will hold my nose and hope they win. Serbia, a Serbian flag has been tweeted at us. I despise the NBA because of the players on Team USA. Serbia.
Hey,
goodness gracious.
Brett, yesterday I exercised, but I didn't do any cardio. You know why?
What's that?
Because these colors don't run, baby. I don't care who's on the team. Let's go USA.
I'm with you, dude. It's like, again, I want this to be, can I get the best of both of these things? Can I have like a 6-point game where it feels like Serbia's got a shot, USA gets pushed, they win, but Serbia has a good showing? Can I just have that? And I will say this too. If the U.S. were to whatever reason lose today, which they almost assuredly won't, but if they were, it's one of those like, well, at least it's them. You know, if they lost to South Sudan, I'd be throwing things, okay? If it's Serbia, I'm feeling a little bit okay about that. Good point from a texter, by the way. Nelly, this might poke a little hole in your statement you just made. Serbia is also red, white, and blue.
Well, much like me, Jokic has bad cardio, right? We're both blobby and out of shape. We can't jump off the curb.
Course.
Isn't that right? Isn't that what Stephen A. Smith said? None of us run.
I want to get to USA, but in a close one, another texture. Okay, so we got it. We're going to have to run one of these straw polls again probably in a couple hours. Get a little repeat. I want to see where people are at again. But there's some audio here from Michael Lombardi. He's regular on this show. We love Michael around here. Michael's a very fun and informative guy. So if you guys, if you're relatively new to this show, Michael joins us during football season on Fridays. And he always gives us some insight that we hadn't thought of before and blah, blah, blah. But what he also does is he's a big-time Philly fan, 76ers fan, and he hates Joel Embiid. And almost every time we ask him about Joel Embiid, he goes off on a 2-minute rant each time about what he despises about him. So he's a fun guy. But he was on Pat McAfee's show He was talking about the Broncos and their quarterback situation. The depth chart released. He's third on the list, as is every rookie. Every rookie's at the end of the depth chart just because that's the protocol for Sean Payton going into week 1 of the preseason. Doesn't mean that it's true. It's just what it is on paper. And here's what Michael Lombardi said about Bo Nix.
I think the most influential person in Sean Payton's coaching career is Bill Parcells. I think that relationship that started when neither one knew each other, when Parcells was observing Sean as the quarterback, offensive coordinator of the Giants, and then he hired him in Dallas, really unknown, didn't know him. And that relationship has blossomed to really a lot of the philosophy that Sean coaches with comes from Bill. And Bill would never just give a rookie a starting quarterback job. He'd make him earn it. Now, I think Bo Nix is going to earn it. So I think putting him third is very Parcellian, if you will. Put him there, make him earn it, show people. But I think Sean's completely vested in this young player. And I think he wants him to show that he can win the job. He's not going to give it to him, but he wants him to show he can win the job. And I think Sean's going to choreograph this so that he does win the job. Look, Nix is very good. He was the second best quarterback in this draft in terms of when the play broke down, he made plays. I think to me, Sean will do a really good job of making sure he's successful, making sure his feet are in the right place to throw the football. And then I think what Sean was saying this summer, just listening to it, is Williams, their star running back from North Carolina, who was 2 years ago with the ACL, is back to being the same guy he was before the injury. And that is going to help Bo Nix a lot.
I agree with everything he just said. Like, everything. And it's what me and Mose were saying yesterday and Peter Schaefer was saying yesterday is Sean Payton's the kind of guy, he doesn't hand things to you, okay? That much has become pretty obvious. Now, every coach has that sense, I always talk about with Michael Malone. Michael Malone he's a tough cookie to earn the trust of. It's going to take repeated, consistent performances until you get in that trust circle that he has.
Next question, man.
But once you're in it, you're in it. And Sean Payton feels a lot like the same type of dude. You don't get to walk in here, and just because I feel like you got a lot of potential, and I do have a vested interest in your success, you don't get to walk in and just claim this job because you're a first-round pick.
Stupid-ass questions.
You don't get to claim the job because you're 12th overall. You don't get to claim the job just because there's other quarterbacks here that are decent to subpar. You get to claim the job when you earn it. And as of right now, Bo Nix has not earned it yet. And maybe that'll change in a month when the season rolls around. But as of right now, I don't think there's anybody here that would tell you with an honest face that he has been the best quarterback in camp. He's been fine. He's looked exactly like a rookie should. Some good plays, some mistakes. He's had some really impressive moments. But as far as overall running the offense, the smoothness, the fluidity, the rhythm, Stidham has been the best so far. Now, I think that he's been better than Zach Wilson. But again, this is part of just earning your stripes before we just anoint you something just because you walked in here. It's really rare that that happens. Occasionally it will. You get a generational prospect, your number 1 overall draft pick. If you're in the situation the Bears were in, where they had a quarterback and they traded him before the draft started and then they took Caleb Williams, then the writing's pretty much on the wall for everybody there. Like, they all understand what the deal is. But outside of those ones, you're going to have to earn your spot. And he's going to have a spot on the roster, but you're going to have to earn your play time. Because that applies to everybody else at every other position. Like, if you got a first-round corner, there is no guarantee that guy starts unless he earns it and looks the part in camp. Now, I've always said on-the-job training is the best type of training you can get. I don't think there's any better way to learn than just to go out there and do it. And if you make mistakes, you just kind of got to live with it. And he's going to get that opportunity. But it's not going to be, 2 weeks into training camp, they anoint him the starter unless he was blowing people away, which hasn't happened yet. So you can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Got a lot to get to here this morning. We got U.S. and Serbia happening at 1 o'clock today. We got a lot from Broncos camp to get to. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
NFL has plenty of rules. One of them, the depth chart has to be released at a certain time.
Yep.
Would you like to see the NFL get rid of it?
No. Come on. No. We just released the depth chart yesterday. All good. I just didn't spend a lot of time on it.
But what's the purpose of doing it?
Ask them. I mean, I think for every game, I think it's important there's a depth chart. It's a starting point. I just didn't want to make a big deal over the rookies all being at the end of the line. And you guys went into a tizzy. So, all right, they're all at the end of the line, and obviously that'll change.
I love it. I really do. And you know what, Moj? We have on multiple occasions been like, why is Sean Payton a little prickly right now? Why is he being a little saucy when it feels unnecessary?
No.
In this case,
no.
I'm with him.
Me too.
I agree with him. And
Me too.
we got Super Agent Peter Schaefer with us again today. Pete, good to see you again.
Good morning, guys.
Good to have you
Another
again.
day here at camp. I'm with him. It's very obvious. You look at that unofficial depth chart, every single rookie is at the ass end of that depth chart, and it's like, put two and two together here.
No.
It's not a big deal. It's very obvious what was going on, that he was putting the rookies at the end saying, hey, these guys have to earn playing time. It's not the real way you do the depth chart. Like, yes, Troy Franklin is actually the 12th best receiver on this roster. That's what he thinks. I'm just like, guys, read between the lines. He's allowed to be annoyed with that because it's like, come on, do some critical thinking here.
No.
Doesn't it remind you when Bill Belichick put 25 guys on the injury report?
Oh, of course. Yeah, everybody's questionable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you going to roll through all 25 guys? Does he actually have a hammy? Is this guy's toe actually hurt?
I did like the response. Well, what purpose is he? Yes, them. I don't know. It's mandatory from the league. What do you mean to do? I didn't spend a whole lot of time on it. And that's what you do. At this point, you're just like, all right, put them 1, 2, 3, put the rookies last, and let's, it's not that big of a deal.
No.
To be honest with you. But he is being his Sean Payton self there, doing his prickly thing, and that's fine too, man. It's all good.
I think every NFL head coach, when they go on their press conference, they're not talking to you. They're not talking to the fans. They're talking to 53 guys.
Oh, of course they are. Yeah.
And everything is designed. What's the message that I want to send those 53 guys?
Yep. 100%. And his message has always been that these guys have to earn it. I was saying this earlier, Moj, that Michael Malone is he has this sense that it takes a lot to earn his trust as a player.
Oh, sure.
Like, it takes a long time for him to be like, I trust you in critical moments, in critical situations.
So a lot of balls on the table.
Once you're in the club, you're in the club. And you get to make mistakes. You'll get to play through them. But it takes a lot to earn that.
Just ask Will Barton.
Exactly right. How many mistakes did Will Barton make? But he had the trust of Michael Malone, so he let him play through the mistakes, as opposed to, let's look at a guy like MPJ his first couple of years. He makes a couple of mistakes. He's yanked off the floor. Peyton Watson the same way. But I think Sean Payton's a lot of the same. It's like, you got to earn this, okay? We aren't 2 weeks into camp, and my rookies are now like star players on this team.
But a basketball coach is all psychology.
Yeah.
Mike Malone, it's not X's and O's. It's like who needs a pat in the butt, who needs a kick in the butt, who needs an arm around them, or who gets their shots. Okay, you can take your shot, but in the fourth quarter, it goes to 15.
The problem with football is you've got 53 mouths to feed, and in training camp, you got more than 53
90.
mouths. You're the mother bird coming home, right? And you're like, hey, I got this worm. Now, how am I going to divvy this worm up? And I don't have time to worry about this little guy over here who doesn't get as big a piece of worm because I got all these mouths to feed. And that's why there's a billion coaches out here, and that's why the head coach delegates, and that's why each position coach goes and talks to their guys, and that's their go-between and all that kind of thing. But it really is the case. And I know the NBA, they have a lot of assistant coaches, but the head coach is much more one-on-one. Same with the NHL. Much more. They're able to be much more one-on-one with every single guy. So it's just the way it goes. In the National Football League, hey, this machine's rolling, all right? You're either a part of the machine or you're kicked out of the machine and you're sitting on the sideline. That's the way it is.
Hockey, though, Bedard, it's the expressions. It's his facial expression. When he stares, I mean, he's got 100,000 different stares, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you know him probably better than anybody because you're watching him every time. You're like, he gives one of the, I'm in trouble.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, Coach Benner's he's a very he doesn't get too high or too low, but you can tell
He's
by
as
the
stoic. He's as stoic as you can get.
by the subtleties of as Pete's talking about here, the subtleties of his stares. You'll get the message. There's no doubt about
my
it.
favorite Bednar stare is the one where he disagrees with the call.
And then he crosses his arms.
It's
Yeah.
it's just a very subtle, like furrowed eyebrow, but
But that's a full press conference for him.
exactly right. Well, the other thing is like, especially with Peyton, and if you're one of these coaches that Peyton's got no problem letting it fly every once in a while. Like he's not very confusing about what he's feeling in the moment. You're going to know pretty immediately he's going to wear the heart on the sleeve sort of thing. If he's annoyed, he's going to seem very annoyed with you.
But it's for a purpose.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Every word he chooses.
No.
Yeah, he knew 6 no's. He was trying to.
No. That's 7 no's.
Right, and all the other.
No.
I love that, man.
He's saying, I'm annoyed. Why did you ask the question?
Absolutely.
It's a stupid question. You knew the answer. You're just trying to bother me, and no.
Yeah, but he knows that they know that he knows. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I want to get to a lot of things today, though, and I'm glad Peter's back here. We're going to get Nelly the opportunity to get all of the quarterbacks' cuts lined up and ready to go. 2 quarterbacks yesterday were pretty happy-go-lucky and had, pretty enthusiastic demeanor, including one who apparently has been ostracized to the gates of hell because he doesn't run with the ones at all. Zach Wilson was remarkably chipper yesterday.
he's always chipper, though.
Maybe that's
Find
just
a
who
picture,
he is, right?
Find a picture of Zach Wilson not smiling. I dare you.
Okay.
Go put a green and white jersey on him.
Okay, at times that's fair.
So, wait, somebody in the back of the media scrum just hold up a green and white jersey, watch him go. Have these flashbacks, and your current number 1 was pretty chipper, but your current number 3 was a little bit short ski yesterday. And in many ways I'm okay with that. In some ways I'm like, here's the way I look at it. I think everybody should be a little bit chippy from time to time. Everybody should be a little bit. They can be a little snippy. Let your real feelings come out. Now, part of me also says, hey, look, you're still. I don't care if you're mid-20s or almost mid-20s. You're still a rookie. And you haven't earned any right to be snippy about any question
Correct.
at this point in the National Football League.
You got the impression that Nix was snippy? I thought that he was apathetic about these questions.
Okay, I just thought he was very short with his answers, which is fine. That's not what I've seen out of him before. Let's hear, as Nelly will play this. Well, let's hear from the rookie quarterback.
Sean said he put the rookies all at the back of the depth chart, but before it came out, there was hubbub on social media, all that, and you listed at number 3. Did you kind of notice that commotion or anything like that?
Couldn't care less.
Okay. So is that generally on the depth chart? You don't care how you're listed at this point, I guess.
Couldn't care less.
Yeah, I don't know if that's snippy as much as just like he literally is like, you guys think I care about being 3rd on the depth chart heading into preseason game 1?
I think Mo's is saying because he said it twice.
Right.
The first one was fine, but then he said it again. And I think you're saying a rookie shouldn't have that ability to be able to say it twice and treat you, the reporters, that way.
Sure. This has got to make you crazy because we're going to sit here and we're going to psychoanalyze every silly response that anybody gives throughout the training camp and throughout the course of the season. What did he really mean by this one? Pretty much, let's take people for their face value sometime and stop overthinking everything. He's a little pissy right now. He's just a little. Hey, look, it was not a great day of practice.
No.
For the offense, and it hasn't been very good overall. I mean, I'm trying to think of a day where the offense has won the practice. You know what I mean? I can't think of a day where the offense actually overall, ones, twos, or threes, or whatever, actually won the day. So I think there's probably some frustration building up a little bit. That he wants to do well. He knows he can do well. He's got to meet. And by the way, here's the thing too. How many times have we heard from the quarterbacks this training camp?
A lot. We've heard from quite a bit.
A lot?
Quite a bit.
It ain't
it's not every day. It's not every day.
It ain't like it used to be. Okay?
Right.
It ain't like it used to be.
Maybe I'm judging off the Sean Payton way of how people are allowed to communicate with the media now, which is it feels like it's actually a decent amount.
Yeah.
Given what I saw last year.
So my takeaway is if you're the quarterback, you have to be under control every play. Tom Brady, hair never out of place. Everything that's coming down, he's seen it. It's because what's happening is if Bo Nix can get snippy, and it's third and whatever. We were talking yesterday about fourth quarter comebacks. Is he going to be snippy in the fourth quarter, or is he going to be as cool as the other side of the pillow?
Mm-hmm.
And so, Mose, you're saying that's what's concerning you.
Yeah, and it doesn't even really concern me. If this was an elongated thing, if this was a day-to-day, week-to-week type of thing, then I would be a little bit concerned. But this is a one-off. I like the kid an awful lot. Don't get me wrong. I like him, and part of me likes that right little grumpage, little grumpage come out. But I'm sure in the past there have been media members who have gotten on your clients, right?
Oh yeah.
And you're like, hey man, I know what you're trying to do, and you know the real story. But what they're trying to do is psychoanalyze everything that come out of your guy's mouth.
Or they're trying to get them to get a reaction so they can get their soundbite.
Right.
Yeah.
They can get their story.
And they're the ones that ask the question that, boom.
And then they're the ones that send it out that, look at the way he's behaving or what he's saying, when really they were kind of provoked by that guy.
Right. You can never let him see you sweat.
Copy.
And so you're saying he sweated and he should have been able to be more poker face.
Well, because you have an idiot like me here this morning going, hey, two quarterbacks were going, whoo-hoo, baby, what's up? And the other third quarterback's going, couldn't care less.
Okay.
Couldn't care less.
Moj, can you do me a favor? Can you ask Bo Nix about that Atlanta Falcons owner if he knows the Atlanta Hawks owner if he knows what movie she was in? Can you ask him quickly here?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Bo, what's her face from that movie? She owns the Atlanta Hawks. So what was she in?
Couldn't care less.
Here's what
Jamie Gertz.
If I had to, and kind of read between the lines of what I think all of that is yesterday, he knew he was going to get asked about being third on the depth chart, and he also knows that he's not third on the depth chart,
right?
Because Sean Payton is talking to him constantly,
of course.
And he's, for whatever you think about Bo Nix at camp this year, I don't think anybody would say he's been phenomenal or fantastic. Like, he's looked like a rookie, like you'd expect. He hasn't been bad though, Moj. Like, there's no reason for
he has not.
Nothing has given you the feeling, wow, they really messed up already, and I can tell right now that this was a bad pick. Like, I think there's a lot of, he knows the posturing of what yesterday was with that unofficial depth chart.
Or so you're saying he should be like a hockey player and say, oh, I lower body injury. It's like, I'm fine with it. I'm just here to play. I'm just here. That's what you want. Or what, Daryl Sutter, right?
Right.
How was your second line last night? Who's on the second line?
Yeah, he's just great. He was great about that. Oh,
My
so
favorite
good.
quote from Sutter.
You could play. You could do the whole 3 hours on Sutter quotes.
Oh my God! But he said it. What was it, Moj? Like
It
3 years ago.
This is about whoever the Avalanche will play in the first round. He said.
And he said something like, all I know is it's going to be a really quick 6 days.
No, he goes, it's going to be a waste of 8 days.
A waste of 8 days.
whoever the Avs are playing for them, it's going to be a waste of 8 days. And he was right because they powered their way to the Stanley Cup with a 16-4 postseason record.
My favorite Sutter is when in the playoffs they got beat. He goes, what do you say to your team after the game? He goes, bus leaves for the airport in 15 minutes.
So good. So listen. You know me. I like some of that stuff. I do, and I'm not concerned at all about it. I'm sure Nix is not concerned at all about it or anything else. We'll just get down the line. Like, can Nathan McKinnon be a little bit prickly sometimes?
You remember the last question that was asked to him?
Witness. It's a yes or no answer.
Yeah. I was just saying. Remember the last question that was asked to him as they lost in the second round. This is the year before the Cup, where he said, "I haven't won bleep."
Yeah.
And do you ever think too much? Should you just not think that question? Remember that? Is that pretty snippy from him?
A little bit, but
he's a superstar, 8 years in the league, MVP,
correct.
He's earned his stripes.
He's absolutely earned every right to do that. I'm not saying that Nix was like that. Okay, I'm just pointing it out that, and again, I don't want to, Peter Schaefer, I don't want to go to one of your clients and just pick apart every little thing he says and what did he mean by that and what was the tone of his voice on that? That's because that's stupid. This is a good quarterback. This is a good dude. It's been, again, the offense has not been anybody's All-Americans. And, Peter, it's a lot like what you said, and we're going to have Leggy on the show today, too. If this team is going to win this year, it's going to be probably a pretty boring football team. It's probably if they're going to win
offense and defense.
Yeah, that's they're just going to go on out there and make plays. Consider it like the
It's
NHL.
their best way to succeed is to be
Correct.
boring.
Consider it
That's
like
right.
consider it like an under-talented team coached by Jacques Lemaire, the old Minnesota Wild, or the New Jersey Devils, or whatever, and you're playing a neutral zone trap, right? I mean,
All day.
But it's going to win, and it's going to work, and you're going to be okay, and that's what this is going to be. So I don't expect the offense to be lighting anything up right now, and they're still playing against themselves. Let's get to Sunday. Let's get some work going,
can't wait.
and let's start feeling ourselves. And that, I mean, again, the games are what matter.
It's going to be a lot of 2-1 hockey games.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly
a season
right.
of 2-1 hockey games.
That's what it feels like to me.
303-504-0925. So a lot to get to today. 1 o'clock this afternoon, Moj.
Oh, yeah.
U.S. and Serbia. I want to talk about that game, what this is going to mean. If let's just say that Serbia, even if they don't win, they keep it close with the U.S., what does that mean for Jokic and how good that guy is? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, and by the way, Steve Kerr and Joel Embiid basically must have been listening to the show from Paris because they ripped off Peter Schaefer.
Did they?
I'll explain as we roll on.
Get to it next.
Yes! Yes!
No.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Come on. No.
Circus Sports available in Colorado right now. That brand new Circus Sports app. The Olympics today. 2 men's basketball games, Germany and France, tipping off at 9:30. Germany 6-point favorites in that one to get to the gold medal match. And in the later game, 1 o'clock, Serbia and the U.S. 15-point favorites over the Fightin' Jokers. You can check that out on the Circus Sportsbook. Can also look at NFL futures odds, Offensive Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year. All of that available for you right now on the Circus Sportsbook. Tight money line splits, low holds, excellent customer service. And always remember, any gambling problems, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Samba shuffle, baby!
You might see one of those at 1 o'clock today, U.S. and Serbia. I just looked it up, the Circa Sportsbook, Moj. 15-point favorites, the U.S. today.
I thought it was 16, so you're telling me that...
Dropped one from yesterday.
So actually people are putting their hard-earned or stolen money on Serbia to get that line down from 16 to 15.
Correct.
That's very interesting.
I'm with you, Moj. I don't think that Serbia, it's just, I think the U.S. they got too many waves they can throw at you. But if they can keep the game close.
No, they can't.
Why?
Let me
I think they could win.
You are out of your dang mind. Let me explain. Serbia is going to have to shoot better than they have this entire tournament.
Yep.
Hell, maybe some of these guys better than they have their entire lives. They're going to have to shoot lights out. They're going to have to be makers, not missers, Brett. Their field goal and three-point percentage is going to have to be somewhere where you go, oh, my God, I can't believe that performance by Serbia, because they are going to – they know. I mean, they're not dumb. They know that Joker's the only guy that can really hurt them if they let him go. And he's still going to hurt them even if they don't let him go, but he's the only guy who can really, really hurt them. Bogdanovic can shoot the ball a little bit, but you got a bunch of dudes out there for Serbia. Just a bunch of dudes.
But Jokic is that good, and his vision is that good, and he's that big, and if you don't double him, he will hurt you. And when you do that, if those guys can knock down those shots, they can play.
So what do you make of the first time they played, it being an even game then, Moj, when Jokic was on the floor? 81-81.
This is where we get into Steve Kerr and Joel Embiid ripping off Peter Schaefer.
Okay.
Because the article I read yesterday afternoon after their media session is they think the Joker's going to play 40 minutes.
That's right.
He's done that in the NBA where it's a 48-minute game.
Yeah.
He's played 40 minutes in the postseason.
Yep.
They think that he is playing the entire game. That he's not coming off the floor. He's only coming off the floor at timeouts and halftime.
Well, think about it, Moj. You sell out for one game because if you win it, you're guaranteed a medal.
For God and country.
For God and country.
That's right. For God and country.
And make no mistake about this. There might not be anybody who loves their country more than Nikola Jokic.
Well, yeah.
I'm sitting right here.
He may love his country as much as we love ours, but he don't love it more.
Fair. Okay, fine. That's fair.
He
does.
really loves Serbia.
A lot of the pros won't play for, they're playing or whatever, and they're putting. But this means something. Wearing that whatever on the front of us, whatever that means.
Yeah,
it means something.
Is it more accurate for me to say this? A lot of the guys in the U.S., yes, they're playing for their country, but it's also like selfish motivation. Get a medal.
Sure.
Call yourself a champion.
Well, Joel
sort of
Embiid.
thing.
I mean, he can play for 3 different countries, and he chose the U.S.,
which is still bizarre to me.
Yeah. Well, whatever.
But Jokic, he's like, this is all about, I need something for Serbia.
That's right.
That's all he cares about. I need something for my country.
I think for Serbia,
he's playing the big boy. He's playing the 1,000-pound gorilla.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I think for Serbia, just to medal, like even if they lose today by 20, to get into the bronze medal game against France or Germany,
yeah,
I think that just to medal for Serbia in basketball against some pretty dang good teams. I mean, France is pretty damn good. So I think that is one of those. Okay, yeah, he did right by his country just to medal. And they're not silly in Serbia. They like their guys. They know they've got some good, a couple good players, but they know that it's all on the back of Nikola Jokic. Everybody there knows that. So his hero status is cemented no matter what happens.
Yeah, but he's going all out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is Omaha Beach, D-Day, June 6, 1944.
Yeah.
He's going all out.
Uh-huh.
And if he get the other guys to hit the beach with him, they got a chance.
We'll see. I just think that the U.S. is just too deep and too powerful. That's what I think. And listen, they've already beaten them twice.
But
the U.S. has already beaten Serbia twice.
Meaningless games.
They blew their doors off, though. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I don't think they have a chance to win. Why am I'm not openly rooting against my country.
Dog.
But dog, having that guy, as our guy here in Denver, that creates a heartstring pull. It really does.
I asked people earlier. I'm gonna do this again later in the show.
All right.
Look at the text line right here. What he got pulled up. I said, straw poll. You want Serbia or the U.S. to win? Serbia, 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 Serbia. One USA. Serbia.
Serbia.
That's like a new rap song you guys just did. If you put a little beat to it.
Serbia with the
I was, but I'm telling you, Pete. Like,
wait. So does that make us un-American?
I don't know, man.
I am truly rooting for, and I'm a huge underdog guy. I root for the underdog all the time.
Yeah.
I'm truly rooting for Jokic today.
So the beef that people have with this U.S. team that we've come to learn after we've asked this question multiple times when the Olympics started is a lot of people don't like the personalities on the U.S. roster. And so some of that has to do with teams that you played in the postseason that maybe beat you up. They're a little cocky about it. Like, that's why Anthony Edwards is not liked by people around here. It's why Anthony Davis and LeBron and Steph and all these different guys. It's more of like you don't like the individuals on the team.
No, I have no problem with the team. I root for the American fencer. You put the rock
you and me
climbing on,
both.
and I'm rooting for him.
Yep.
I couldn't tell you the sport, the legends of miniature golf. I'm rooting for the American. But in this game today, I'm truly A, rooting for a close game, B, believe it can be close, and C, I'm rooting for Jokic to win.
If he did, though, like you brought up yesterday.
Greatest story ever.
If he did, it would be an unbelievable story. See, part of me goes back to this, too. I'm trained, we're all trained as Nuggets guys to dislike some of these guys just through osmosis in the postseason, regular season, whatever, LeBron and Steph. I don't mind KD. I like Kevin. No sweat there. I love Derek White, obviously.
He's had a great tournament.
He's had a great tournament. So there are guys on the team that I do like, but there are a lot of guys that I'm not a big fan of. But I still go back to when LeBron leaves Joker twisting in the wind at that all-star draft stuff, right? And Joker to not be last, and he's the MVP, he's got to take himself and put himself on the team. And I'm like, it's pretty – I think the whole thing is dumb because these guys are all superstar players, and to make guys feel little because they're the last picked, right? The last kid.
There's always the last pick.
I know, but the last kid picked at the playground sucked. The last guy picked at the NBA All-Star.
I wrote the book.
The last guy picked at the NBA All-Star game for these teams is a world-class player. But I'm telling you, part of me still believes that LeBron did it on purpose. Now, he's picking his guys and his friends. Okay, fine. Part of me thinks that these guys did it on purpose to kind of say, you're not one of us. You're not part of the cool club in the NBA. And they left him twisting in the wind. And I think that upset him. And obviously it's been a motivating factor. We're right back at it here today in the Olympic Games. Right back at it.
But I'll tell you something. Jokic, his attitude is so great all the time. He shows respect to everybody in the league. Does not come off as a prima donna or entitled. And I think that's why people root for him. He's a truly humble superstar.
Look at all these commies on our text line.
We need that. We do. Make it into a rap song.
I'm telling you, man. Serbia all day. I hate 80% of the U.S.
No,
team.
I like this one. It's more American to root for Jokic, somebody writes.
I mean, listen.
Look, when here's what's difficult, and especially take our sample size of the people we're asking. He's the most adored athlete in this town.
Yeah.
He's the most adored athlete in this town. And it's not even close. One of the things we talked about a lot over the past couple of years,
but hold on a second, Brett. We're not asking to choose between Joker and LeBron. We're asking to choose between
but you kind of
are. Foreign country and your country.
No, because it's the sport.
I'm moving to Canada if they lose.
But here's what's different about basketball. It is an individual sport. We do make it one-on-one. We do when the Sixers play the Nuggets. That's not how it's billed. It's billed as Embiid versus Jokic, right? That's what it always is.
What I love about
but
this,
that's like Brady and Manning or whatever. It's the same.
Football still feels a little bit more different than that. There's no sport more individualized than the NBA.
We love David versus Goliath.
Yeah.
That's what this is. The problem is that we normally are rooting for David. 80 Olympics hockey was America.
Correct.
The problem is David's Serbian.
Well,
that is correct.
So it would be David.
I mean, we go
It
back.
would be
yeah,
David.
we
So
go back all the way to
Goliath
the
is our kid.
We go back to the Revolutionary War anyway. I mean, we were just a little tiny startup that blasted one of the superpowers of the world. That's how we got to be where
Goliath is our kid, and we're like, I think I want to see our kid get humbled once. Let's just do that.
Did the Americans give up when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
That was so good.
No, they did not.
Oh, Animal House is great.
According to Animal House, that is incorrect.
So let's do this. I gotta see it now, Brett. I just called people communists, and I feel bad about that because I feel like I've got to. I don't have how can I say it?
Who do you call communist?
I'm people are picking Serbia. I was teasing. I'm a USA guy all the way. We know that. But you think I'm pulling for Joker today? You're damn right I am. I mean, I want to see him absolutely kick butt. I want to see my country win, but it's a slim margin. But it's interesting. Give the number out, please, because I need to see it right now.
303-504-0925. That's the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour.
All right, so here we go. There's the 6529. Y'all are dead-ass wrong for disrespect against the U.S. Root for Joker, but hope the U.S. to win. Super disrespectful.
I said this. I said I want a close game in which the U.S. wins. That's what I want.
How do I get the text line?
We'll have Dixon. Can you pull it up for him? You can get it.
But I will not swear even if someone writes a swear word, though.
Yeah, right.
So does it make us un-American if we're rooting against the USA because we're rooting for
Nikola Jokic, yeah.
Kinda. I think kind of.
And does that make me a bad person?
No, Peter, I understand what you're saying. It feels like rooting for the USA feels like rooting for Cobra Kai, and you want to root for Ralph Macchio. You want to root for the underdog.
Yeah.
I had more fun watching Jokic rip out Australia's heart in that 24-point comeback, than I've had watching any USA game. That was the most entertaining game I've watched so far. We want to root for the little guy, and USA feels like the big bad juggernaut. I totally get it.
Yeah, right. but when they were first the big bad juggernaut, let's go back to the Dream Team 32 years ago. We're like, yeah, go big bad juggernaut. I mean, take back our respect in basketball and beat everybody. But they smoked everybody.
But 32 years ago, it was the NBA players playing against a bunch of college kids.
Yeah.
Now at least we do have great players. Heck, the NBA draft was an all-European lottery pick this year.
Well,
so it is a little different than 32 years ago.
It is.
Because 32 years ago there wasn't a Jokic, there wasn't a Wembanyama.
There was it's true, Sabonis. Now there was
Sabonis is no joker.
Well, this is the thing.
Come on,
Nick Young, Swaggy P. He actually tweeted this after the first U.S. and Serbian game. He goes, the best player the U.S. faced in '92 was a young Tony Kukoc. The U.S. just faced a 3-time MVP this year. And it's like, man, times have changed, at least from that perspective.
But this is much more like USA-Russia 1980 than...
And the opposite, correct. Although pretend like the USA had a 3-time National Hockey League Hart Trophy winner on their squad.
Globo Jim versus Average Joe's?
It's Globo Jim versus Average Joe's, right, exactly. Yeah, that's the Purple Cobra, was it?
Yes, the Purple Cobras.
Right. Anytime that you could just keep going these movie references, it makes for a great show. We need more movie references on the text hotline.
303-504-0925.
See how I teed that up for you to say that?
Oh, thank you very
All right,
much.
So today there's no golfing, there's no hair cutting, although I need a haircut bad. There's none of that. This is glued to your television at 1 p.m. to watch this thing go down.
Wouldn't it be great if Al Michael called the game?
Oh, yeah, he's all AI generated now, though. Al Michaels is just they're kind of using and abusing the old man over at NBC right now.
But it would be great if he was called. You remember where you were.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Yep.
But I mean, think about this, man. It's like if the Vegas Golden Knights, right? You had to pick one team from the NHL, right, in the Olympic Games, and the Vegas Golden Knights were playing whomever, right? And you're like, do I have to root for the Vegas Golden Knights?
Or how about they chose the Olympic roster for the U.S. and they just said it's going to be the Vegas Golden Knights team.
Yeah.
Like they are going to be your representatives.
He'd be like, I don't know. I mean, Vic would have a heart attack. Yeah, Vic would see Stone's face wearing red, white, and blue, and he'd have a heart attack.
Stone?
But you know what I mean, right? So it's, I don't know. I'm really certainly torn. I love my country. I dislike several guys on that roster. I love our guy Nikola Jokic, obviously, but they're going to get smoked, Peter. I'm sorry. I mean, it's 15 points for a reason. If this thing is within 20, I'll be shocked.
Well,
I'll be shocked.
The
personally.
spread's 15.
Yeah, I know. I think the U.S. is going to come out with a purpose, dude.
So if you were to gamble, you had no problem throwing the house on the.
No, I would have a problem, but I would just stay away from this game. I mean, if I ever gambled, I would just stay away from this game because if Serbia does do something they haven't done all tournament long and shoot lights out, yeah, then it can be a close basketball game. But because of Nikola Jokic, but beyond that, no, I don't believe so.
I'm rooting for it to be a close game.
Me too.
And again, what happens if they do win? They still have to win again on Saturday, and that's how would that go down if you all of a sudden you beat Goliath, greatest upset in sports history, and then lose the gold?
There's no matchup for Joker on France. If France is the winner,
Wembanyama. Yeah.
He's still a youngster though, and his length is
Here's
great.
Here's your buddy.
Oh yeah, here comes our.
Oh,
boy.
he's a good boy.
I love that dog.
That little canine dog.
Yeah.
Coming around, getting your morning rolls in.
Yep, absolutely.
They needed him.
Most
over
popular dog in Dove Valley.
Yeah.
They needed him over at the Taylor Swift concerts. Boom.
Yeah, they did.
303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line.
All right, so here's Johnny. Mosier's a fake Denver fan. No belief in the big guy. Well, it's not.
How do you draw that?
Hey, Johnny, it's not that I don't believe in the big guy, you moron. It's that I don't believe in anybody else on his roster, right? I mean, everybody's one of the random itches is what they are, right?
Yes, all
the
the
meat
itches.
itch and the itch this itch and all that kind of thing. And
Bogdanovich.
and he's a player, but overall they don't have a high-end roster. I mean, Serbia doesn't. It's getting better, and Serbia's definitely a force in the international basketball world overall. But they're not nearly the caliber of Team USA and all the stars in that roster. They're just not.
Serbia, as a team in the NBA, goes what? Playoff team?
They got Joker.
Right,
They'll at least be in a play-in game.
Right.
But so yes, they are. Because of Nikola Jokic, he gets any team into the postseason, whether it's a play-in or you secure a 6 seed or whatever the case may be. But they ain't winning no title.
Right. But Australia's not winning a game in the NBA. But
right.
These guys, they would win games in the NBA.
I would agree with that.
Like you say, a 9-10 playing team.
Right. 303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line. So a lot to get to still. One thing I want to focus on, Moj, is the guy who wrote that article for Athlon Sports about CU. He was on the Dan Le Batard show yesterday, and I don't think he did himself any favors in trying to verify his story. So we'll play a little audio of that, and everybody, whenever they get the opportunity, taking a shot at the Buffs, even when it's not accurate. We'll get to it next.
from what you said, it sounds like you have more information now than you did. It sounds like better information is now available to you since you've done your reporting than there was while you were doing your reporting.
Yeah, a lot more people have come out between people sending me messages on Twitter or Instagram or whatever, just saying, hey, have you seen this? Hey, have you heard about this? And it's kind of opened a floodgate. But there is, it's not a belief. There's a lot more going on than just what I've reported.
Out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Another day, by the way, with super agent Peter Schaefer. That was, I'm sorry, Nelly, help me out. What's the guy's name from Athlon
Steve
Sports?
Quarter.
Steve Quarter on with Dan Lebitard, talking about the article from Athlon Sports alleging some pretty wild stuff that's happening, according to him, inside the CU locker room. And it has been refuted by a whole bunch of people, including, there's one guy who was on the roster last year, Peter.
So what are some of the allegations?
That there's violence in the locker room, that there's a whole bunch of guns, that there's stuff like that. In a very Cliff Notes version, that's what he's alleging.
But if people have permits, is that against the law?
Good question. What he's saying is there is an atmosphere within the locker room or a hierarchy, I guess. One thing that was said from the anonymous former player, because there's no actual names in here with the quotes anyway, but former player says, "Oh, Shiloh Sanders slapped Cormani McClain in the face 8 times in the locker room after a loss to Oregon State," and Cormani McClain saw that, put it out on his social media, and said, "Yeah, that's not true." And so the whole thing's about what's the vetting process in this story, and what I thought from the very beginning was maybe a former player told him something, and it just became sensationalized since then, because if you write anything about Deion or CU right now, you're going to get some sort of traction with it and attention.
Right, but you're talking about hierarchies in the locker room, and that's what a locker room is.
Yes.
There are alpha males in the locker room, and they're not. And there are people that think they are, and it's no different in society. It's just this microcosm of male testosterone in a confined area.
What we said the other day was, this sounds a lot to me like somebody who doesn't know what the locker room vibe is. And that's not to say like, oh, you never played the sport, so you don't understand anything about this. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, people like to take things that happen in the locker room or on the football field and like, well, you can't do that at a workplace anywhere else. So I was like, yeah, well, it's not your workplace. It's actually a very different environment than anything you've probably ever been in. So if 2 guys get into a fight in the locker room, that is, look, it's not okay, but nobody's really going to get punished for it. Usually, fights happen all the time within football teams. If you do that, if me and Mo start hooking in the break room at our office, then yeah, we're probably going to get reprimanded for what we just did.
There are certain environments where it's not acceptable. I'm sure there are some where it is. Let's say you're a lumberjack, right? You got your lumberjack gear on, you got your chainsaw, right, and you're out there cutting trees, and this other lumberjack 2 trees over is getting a little bit lippy, right? You know what I mean?
Oh, sure.
And so a couple lumberjacks have it out in the woods. Okay, well, that's lumberjack stuff, right? And there's football stuff. This isn't insurance company stuff or doctor's office stuff.
At the water cooler.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, there's different environments, and professional sports locker rooms. That's a pretty different environment overall. As Peter said, you've got a bunch of alpha males in there, and sometimes they square off. Teammates go at it. It happens. I've seen it happen in the NHL. It's happened a billion times in the NFL, the NBA. I mean, it's happened all over the place.
And there's something to be said. The head coach has to make sure that the rules are defined. That, yeah, okay, this is not the 1970s, and this is not North Dallas 40, and you just can't go smack your teammate because he said something.
Yeah. By the way, you don't know that movie, do you?
I do not.
I recommend you watch that movie.
Mac Davis.
Mac Davis was the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
Danny Dunn. He was Don Meredith.
Yeah, Danny Dunn. He was Danny Dunn. Nick Nolte was the tight end. It was a great movie.
Nick Nolte.
Yes.
Nick Nolte.
He looks like a tight end.
Yeah,
actually.
young Nick
I'd buy
Nolte.
that.
He was great.
And John Matuzak was in it. and they had the guy playing Tex Schramm, the guy playing
So
Tom.
it's like late 70s football is what it is. Late 70s NFL. It's pretty good.
So middle bar down the face mask for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
100%.
yeah. Parties afterwards.
Yeah, they're drinking beers inside the cold tub, with their ice and all that, drinking beers and all. I mean, which I think still actually still goes on, to be honest.
No, they're washing down their Percocets with
correct
with warm beer.
That's exactly right. Yeah. But anyway, so there's still a form of it, around the professional football ranks and around the college football ranks. It's just the way it is.
Nelly, you said there was something about the guns thing. You told me earlier where they actually deleted the tweet about this.
Oh, yeah. So in the interview, Steve Corder mentioned that there was a video, and somebody mentioned that there were players going around the locker room asking who was the most strapped, who had the most guns on them, and that it was almost like a point of pride. Well, Dan Le Batard cut that clip from the interview, and he shared it on his social media. Ryan Koenigsberg of DNVR dug up the video that the reporter was referring to. They're talking about who was the most strapped in practice, as in strapped down, as in which offensive player didn't get many catches. And so they asked one of the defensive player who was most strapped, and he said, this guy, I saw him get 2 catches all practice long. They weren't even talking about guns in any form at all. So now Le Batard has deleted that video from his social media.
It's like strapped as in the DB strapped you down to where you couldn't make a play.
Exactly.
And so there's just a lot of that from this story. But the whole point to this is, like, you talk about CU, you talk about Deion, you get traction nationally. Like, I said this earlier, about a couple of months ago, where the CU Buffs are in such a weird place, and especially last year, maybe not this year still, but last year, Peter. If you have a local team that's got a lot of attention, the national sort of attention is never going to supersede that. And I think that CU might have been superseded with the national attention as opposed to local last year.
There's no doubt about it. Prime brought something. He brought the media. He brought the P.T. Barnum to Boulder.
Yes.
The question is, at some point when you bring it, you have to deliver.
Correct.
And did they deliver last year? No. Will they deliver this year? At some point, they have to match up.
So we were kind of talking about this yesterday. We went through the schedule and stuff like that, but just, I mean, your job is tasked with looking at college players and seeing what sort of prospects their NFL futures could be. I mean, what do you see with the CU football team? Like, what do you think is just as far as raw NFL talent and how that can translate to wins and losses this year?
Well, I'll have to pull up the national scouting report here in a second. We do have that, but
yeah,
I think they have a great quarterback. He could be a first-round pick. Hunter's a generational talent.
But you weren't talking about with Shedeur, like, a lot of people are saying he's like a guaranteed top 5, top 10 guy. You don't see that?
There's a lot that goes into that.
Okay.
There really is. And
perhaps the kind of season he has this year, right?
Correct.
I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of scouts who are enthralled with his overall ability, but how does he handle different situations? And again, last year was his first year in a Power 5 conference. Mm-hmm. How does he mature and grow in year 2 in a Power 5 conference? All these things, I'm sure, have to figure into it, right? So many different things go into that decision.
What happens if they're 2-6? Does he shut it down?
Yeah.
What happens if 2-6? He's getting sacked 6 times a game. Does his father, not his coach, sit there and say, this is just not smart? You're a first-round pick, and you're getting ear-holed every play.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's something. I mean, how many times a game can you get ear-holed, get killed, and sit there and keep going on?
Well, that number was about 10 games last year. That's about how long he lasted. And then it was what? He played the first half of the 11th game of the year and then sat out against Utah the last one.
But they do have to protect him, and that's still that's an uncertainty right now. Last year they didn't protect him. They certainly brought in the talent. Now they have to gel it, put it together, and that's a tough schedule.
Yeah,
it is a tough schedule. I was listening to Greg McElroy from ESPN yesterday,
the former Texas quarterback.
Yep, and he was talking about the tiers in the Big 12 and you know where teams stack up. You tier 1, tier 2, tier. He has the Colorado Buffaloes right now as a tier 4 team. Okay,
ooh,
but a tier 4 team that's a bowl eligible team. The tier ones are the ones that could go and play, that will get into the playoffs and could actually compete for a national title. Then your tier 2, you get the idea, right? Tier 3s are 8-win teams that can pull some big upsets but have no shot at getting into the playoff. And then he has the Buffaloes right there as a tier 4 team, which I think at this point, sight unseen for year number 2 with so much roster turnover, that's probably an accurate place to put them.
Yeah.
I also was looking, I don't know who these two guys are. Yeah.
Real quick, just a reminder to the audience, we got Agent Peter Schaefer with us. So he is the reason I'm asking his opinion on this thing is he's got an expertise because this is his job, is to evaluate which guys are NFL caliber and which ones aren't.
So look at the schedule. To get bowl eligible, you have to win 6 games.
Correct.
Do you see 6 guaranteed victories?
I do not, but I was watching. I don't know these two guys. This one guy with a mustache and this one big, tall, bald guy. I've seen them on the 4-letter a lot, right? I know I've seen them. I just don't know their names.
Stanford Steve. That's the guy who's with SVP all the time.
Okay, and this guy is the guy with the
I
porn
don't know
star
who that is. Yeah.
stash. Okay,
it's a good stash though.
Okay, but I've seen that guy. The point is this: I was watching them break down the Colorado Buffaloes. 5.5 wins. Would you go over or under? Where would you be? Well, your boy Stanford Steve says, yeah, they're absolutely going over. He thought that was the case, that they're going to go over 5.5 wins. So that means they're bowl eligible. What they said, the other dude said, I see 4 wins on the schedule for sure. In my opinion, 4. Mm-hmm. And then I see a bunch of could go either ways. And then I see definite losses. So there you go.
I see definite losses. I see a lot of toss-ups.
Which are the definite losses for you then?
Utah, Oklahoma State.
They played Utah close with a backup quarterback last year.
They did. It was close, but Utah was a little bit down year.
Yeah.
Then the Kansases and Arizona. Arizona's got a good roster.
Arizona is good,
but Kansas State, good roster. Kansas is sort of in the same boat as Colorado.
See, I've always wondered, like the Big 12. Here's what's funny about them, and it's always interesting to see how a new conference sort of gels and comes together, and there's always an identity for one, right?
By the way, McElroy played at Bama. Yeah,
it's Bama QB.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to get called out on that later.
Oh yeah, you are.
But the Big 12 was seen as, that Patrick Mahomes, Texas Tech air raid type offense. It's no defense. The games are 45-42, and I think the Big 12 changed a bit. Like a lot of these teams, Iowa State, Kansas State, big physical guys up front that can control the line of scrimmage, and that's something that CU didn't have last year.
I know we got a roll here at the top, but in the Big 12 now, the games, a lot of games are won up front. I mean, the offensive line and defensive line, that's where a lot of these games, it's not the Pac-12. I mean, it is flipping not the Pac-12. So how the Buffs adjust to that, can they stop the run at all? I mean, Air Force torched them. So I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, I agree, but of course, Big 12 doesn't have Texas A&M, and Oklahoma anymore. But they still, I'm telling you, Arizona's got a really nice roster.
Yeah.
Utah is a legitimately top 10 team.
Yep.
Kansas State, they've got players. They got, like you say, they've got a bunch of corn-fed kids up front.
And they got that Sunshine kid at quarterback, Ronnie Bass.
That kid.
What's
his
name?
Going to be. I always forget his name, but he is going to be good.
They got the pretty boy quarterback.
Cincinnati's got a legitimate roster.
Yeah, they do.
And so UCF has
Avery Johnson.
Avery Johnson.
Yeah.
That's the
UCF's
guy.
got a bunch of Florida kids.
Yep.
So there's 2 games you can sit there and say, okay, North Dakota State, Colorado State are your guaranteed victories. I don't even know if those are guaranteed victories.
I don't know.
Peter Schaefer with a super agent. We're out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Back after this.
NFL has plenty of rules. One of them, the depth chart has to be released at a certain time.
Yep.
Would you like to see the NFL get rid of it?
No. Come on. No. We just released the depth chart yesterday. All good. I just didn't spend a lot of time on it.
But what's the purpose of doing it?
Ask them. I mean, I think for every game, I think it's important there's a depth chart. It's a starting point. I just didn't want to make a big deal over the rookies all being at the end of the line. And you guys went into a tizzy. So, all right, they're all at the end of the line, and obviously that'll change.
You know what that reminds me of? Woohoo! You know what that reminds me of? I had a buddy, so he's got, a job, one of those office jobs.
Job.
Yeah. And they have to have these meetings every day with his little inner circle of people that do all this work. And they have like 3 video meetings per day. And one time he was telling me the story, he gets so mad at one of his coworkers because he's like, why do we have to have these meetings? And he goes, the boss says that we have to have them. He goes, but why do we have them? He goes, I'd ask him. Yeah. Like, it's the same thing. It's like, they tell me I have to do this, so that's why we're doing this. And that's the only reason why. Sean Payton wouldn't put out a depth chart the entire season, I don't think, if he didn't have to.
I already have some favorite Sean Payton sound bites. This is the second time we've played this one this morning, and it's growing on me in a big-time way.
Yeah.
Well, I think, and I need a rim shot ready, but I think the reason it's growing on Moj is because the no reminds him of college.
Yeah, pretty much. hey, run on, baby. That's the God's honest truth. No, I mean,
Super Agent Peter Schaefer with us again today, by the way.
I love. He's like, put it out. It throws you guys into a tizzy. Like he's just being Sean Payton yesterday.
Yeah, he's working the room.
He was half parrot, half just real dude. Can we? How about one more time? All right, let's glean it. Last time, glean everything we can from that soundbite, Nelly. If you would play that, please.
NFL has plenty of rules. One of them, the depth chart has to be released at a certain time.
Yep.
Would you like to see the NFL get rid of it?
No. Come on. No. We just released the depth chart yesterday. All good. I just didn't spend a lot of time on it.
But what's the purpose of doing it?
Ask them. I mean, I think for every game, I think it's important there's a depth chart. It's a starting point. I just didn't want to make a big deal over the rookies all being at the end of the line. And you guys went into a tizzy. So, all right, they're all at the end of the line, and obviously that'll change.
If I was in Sean Payton's shoes, I can see myself saying the exact same thing.
Yep.
I mean, word for word, the exact same thing. No. Come on. And he's totally right. He's like, look, man, they say we have to do it. Ask them. I put the rookies at the ass end, all right, just because I have to. You guys are in a tizzy. You know, for the games, it does matter. Yeah, who's going to get worked with the ones and twos and so on. He goes, but right now, it's a piece of paper. Ain't nobody believing it anyway.
And I like it. I
love that attitude from him.
And I
love it.
And I really like Sean because he's not afraid to take on City Hall. He's not afraid to call the NFL. And he loves it. It's his thing, and I think it's wonderful. Most all the coaches are afraid of, Roger, and afraid of Park Avenue, as we call it, 345 Park. We call it 345 Park. He's not. And he calls it out, and we should encourage that.
Well, he thinks it's hurt him in the past, doesn't he? He has.
He lost a year of income.
Well, exactly. But he thinks, like, look, I don't think he maybe said this out loud, but it was inferred, or at least rumored, that he thought that maybe his going against 345 Park Avenue.
No, we just say 345 Park.
345 Park. Sorry.
You don't throw the avenue.
All right, sorry. I just want to be in. I want to be in the club here.
The cool guys say 345 Park.
So 345 Park.
The NHL.
No.
The NHL is 395 ninth.
Okay, hang on a second.
Right.
So he thinks going against 345 Park contributed to maybe a non-pass interference call that hurt them in an NFC Championship game before.
Correct.
Now, maybe he didn't say that totally explicitly, but certainly hinted at it.
But as a person that's fought 345 Park many times, I love it.
What's the worst example you got fighting 345 Park?
Well, I mean,
I'm going to keep saying it like I'm in the club. So.
Well, you're talking about whether it's a drug case, they're trying to suspend someone for steroids, or I had a deal 2 years ago in the off season where they wanted to suspend a player because he missed a steroid test. And so what happens is, not to bore the pants off anybody more than I normally do, is you get a call at 6 o'clock in the morning. You need to go. You have 4 hours to pee. This guy was fishing. Didn't have a cell phone. He's on a boat in Texas fishing. All right. Then 3 weeks later, they call him, and he had gone He was at his girlfriend's house,
Okay.
hotel room.
Okay.
Right. They had been up till, talking politics.
Right. till 3 in the morning. Right.
He doesn't wake up he doesn't wake up till 11 o'clock, and the window closed, and they wanted to suspend him because he missed 2 tests in a month.
Gotcha.
In the off season. Oh, and the third one was they wanted to test him on Memorial Day Monday.
Oh, come on, man.
Yep. So those are the types of things, or you're talking about a suspension of a player for on the field stuff. We deal with it. They didn't let Joe Mixon into the combine, if you remember.
That's right.
Yeah,
from
that,
the
yeah.
video that
Right.
emerged. Right.
Right. So so we're battling 345 Park all the time. So when I see someone who's in the machine willing to stand up against 345 Park, I respect that.
Take a couple swings.
Yeah, I respect that.
Let me get your thoughts on this then, because the Broncos just had somebody reinstated from a year-long suspension for the gambling thing. And I don't know if you've had any clients that have had the gambling suspensions at all.
I had some that were possible, but we got them out of it.
Okay. So explain those, and also the rules on those were a little bit screwy, and I think the NFL pretty much admitted as much, because I know there's at least 2 examples of guys. They got popped for, I think it was 6 games, that they were reduced to 4 for gambling not on football, but they gambled at the team facility, which some players were not aware. If you're on the team hotel on the road,
correct,
that is a team facility.
Or a team bus, a team plane.
Right.
And and I don't know because I'm not a gambler, but the gambling apps have GPS.
Yes.
Right.
They see exactly where because some states are not allowed, and so
Right.
they have to have those.
Or if you
geofencing is what they call it.
Yeah, if you go to a state that does not allow gambling and you try to throw down a bet, you can't do it.
Correct.
So the GPS actually can pinpoint where they were. So even if a guy is going to the bathroom and says, "I want to throw down a $20 whatever parlay bet on the Nuggets," they were in the facility here or at the hotel on a Saturday night.
Okay, so let's say a random team is in Denver to play the Broncos, and they're downtown at the Westin or the Ritz or wherever they stay, right? And gambling is legal here, right? And so they get on their phone and they're like, "Hey, the Nuggets are playing tonight. Yeah, I'm going to watch a game on TV in my hotel room with a big fat steak, and I'm going to throw down $20 on a parlay or whatever."
Well, that's, of course, after they went to the dispensary, because that's legal here, too.
Right, correct, yeah, correct.
Because that's legal in Colorado, too.
Correct.
So they go to the dispensary, then they come back.
Correct.
And
have a meal.
But had they placed the bet at the dispensary, they're fine.
But they do it at the team hotel. That's not okay anymore.
It just doesn't. I mean, look, I know why the league wants. Does not. They want the integrity. Once you hurt the integrity of the game, honestly, you lose a lot of stuff. So it's got to be on the up and up. But it seemed to me the rules were so vague and so silly.
So the rules stem from Alex Karras, Paul Hornung.
Right.
And that's when gambling wasn't legal, and you would bet with your bookie.
Right. You had a dude.
Mr. Blue.
Right.
Or whoever it is,
Sure.
right? And the problem was, even if you bet basketball with Mr. Blue, and you were into him for $500,000, the leagues were worried that Mr. Blue and his buddy, Vito and
they say, "Hey,
Giovanna,
we'll get the money back," which is what happened to Michael Porter's brother.
Yes.
Or if you were either going to break your kneecaps or you're going to throw the game for us.
Right. So to make up your debt.
Right. We'll wipe the debt off, but we will have influence on you, and you might. That's you were talking yesterday about the Blackstock scandal.
Yep.
And you actually said Shoeless Joe Jackson, but he actually was one that didn't participate. He was on the team. And then remember, but the point is they got into some of those players and they scared them, and they were able to, throw the World Series.
Things, yeah.
And so that's why betting on other sports was an issue. But now, ESPN Bet or whatever, MGM Bet, they're not breaking your kneecap because you got to put the money in.
Yep.
Right.
But do you think that they did a good enough job explaining the rules initially? I think
No.
it's pretty clear. I think it's pretty clear, though, and I think this was the case with Owazarike, who just got reinstated. So he got the year-long one, which I think means that you're gambling on your own team or on yourself.
No, on football.
It was just football?
If you're gambling on your own team or yourself, it's lifetime.
That's right. So it was on football. But
right.
I thought about that. Like, there were so many guys who got popped. I'm like, some of it's pretty obvious. Like, don't bet on your team. Don't bet on yourself.
So here's what happens, though. So the NFL will come give seminars about a bunch of different stuff. And they do a lot during the offseason with the rookies, stay away from this person or, here's how you nutrition, finances. That's fine. But during the season, they'll come and sit there and say mandatory NFL meeting about gambling. And so you're on a Wednesday, and you just got to practice. You got this. Now they draw them into this meeting for an hour. These guys don't care.
Yeah.
That's a nap for them. They're saying we have now an hour that we can take a nap. And they throw all this stuff at them, and they're like, you ask your player, remember the gambling meeting? Not really. Was it during the season? No, because their focus is not on that during the season.
Yeah.
And you can't just – first of all, you can't have stupid rules. You can't have rules that don't make sense, but you do need to find time to explain it to them.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't just PR by saying, well, we had a meeting, so we're good.
Yeah.
Well, in terms of Owazurike, I think they still like him. They like him as a player big time. So I think that
if they didn't, he would not still be on the roster.
Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
he's just a huge dude. He's got a great motor. And I think that they see a lot of promise in him, so that's why he's still here.
And when you say he's a huge dude,
he's a huge dude.
Big.
Yeah, he's gigantic.
Big.
We say he's long. He's long.
Yeah.
He's long and he's big.
It's like 6'6", 320, something like
Yeah,
that.
he's
Just
huge.
a big guy.
Really big.
Yeah,
And they
6'6", 320 guys getting more passes on gambling suspensions than 5'11", 190-pound.
But I can see when we first went over this, I can see. Look, I just say don't do it. Period. You don't even approach any gray area. You know what I mean? If it was me, I would just stay away entirely because I don't want to deal with the headache and the brain damage from 345 Park. Okay?
Right, but why are NFL players or professional athletes treated different? If you can go gamble, or even the whole marijuana deal, right?
Yeah, but because they're in the league and the integrity of the league has to be there. You can't for even a split second think that the outcome of a game is compromised.
Well, Rick Neuheisel got in hot water because he was in a March Madness pool.
Right?
Are we kidding? Who
That's dumb.
Yeah,
that kind of thing is dumb.
But if everybody's throwing down money and gambling on basketball or hockey, why can't these players be human beings? I'm coming from the agent's perspective, or the whole marijuana thing. It's legal here in Colorado, but someone gets fined $500,000 because they're positive for weed.
Yeah.
So on the text line, someone says it's really hard to determine what CU is going to be because of the roster turnover. And that is a huge thing. We were talking yesterday about the Broncos' continuity being strong.
Sure.
I don't think you just pull in all these players from all this, especially in college, and expect them to gel right away.
So that's, you know what, it's an interesting
You're
question.
a continuity guy. I
Yes.
can tell that you are a total continuity guy.
But this is
But I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's
you're
football. So that was Dick LeBeau. Dick LeBeau is you're the left defensive end, and I'm the left outside linebacker. You're supposed to what's called cross the face, means you take the tackle into the guard, and now I speed right to your left. If I don't know you, and I think, well, is Mose really going to do that, or is he going to go here? Is he going to half step? Then I half step. But if I know this is your job, you're going boom boom, and I go 100%, then I make the play. That's continuity. Or a quarterback, you go play for Aaron Rodgers, and he says do a 15-yard out. You better. That's not 14.
Yeah.
That's not 16. That's 15, and he's throwing it before you make the cut because he knows you're doing it at 15.
Right.
That's football continuity, and no other sport has that.
Well, and what's interesting is college football. CU is one of the places, but just in general, it's starting to get to where it's brand new rosters every year, and I want to talk about this in just a second. 303-504-0925, back after this.
Do you grill in the wintertime? Well, I do. I'm telling you right now, even when it's snowing outside, that barbecue and that smoker is going to get a workout. But if you're just one of these seasonal type of people, do yourself a favor. Before the summer is done and into the fall, get to CentennialCuts.com. And I'm telling you, it's the best beef you've ever tasted. If you go to the store, you don't even know where that beef comes from. Where's that from? You have no idea. But Centennial Cuts is all Colorado. It has been for generations. They've got unbelievable selections of beef, jerky, summer sausage, and more. And you can take a look at the individual cuts of beef. You can get the bundles. And the best part about it all, it's delivered right to your front door. You don't have to go anywhere. You go online to CentennialCuts.com. You look at everything that they have. And if you haven't been there before, why don't you just sample it? Get a little sample going. Get it right to your front door. Give it a taste, and you will be unbelievably blown away by how good it is. You will love it, especially that jerky, too. They have so many different flavors, and it's melt-in-your-mouth delicious. So you'll never go back once you try it. Get the individual cuts, order a bundle, just get to CentennialCuts.com, and make the rest of this summer into the fall the best barbecue season ever.
All right, out here, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Another day for Broncos camp this year. We are leading into the first preseason game this weekend. Super agent Peter Schaefer is with us.
Thank God.
And by the way, in the middle of all the football fun that we got going on, and we got the 1 o'clock U.S. and Serbia game in the Olympics today, the Rapids are having a hell of a year. They're playing great this season.
They're playing very well.
And following that thrilling penalty shootout win on Monday night against Club Lyon, the Rapids have advanced to the round of 32 of the League's Cup, okay? And this Friday, they take on FC Juarez at Dick's Sporting Goods Park at 7:30. So don't miss out on the action. Tickets are on sale now. We have a pair of tickets that we're going to give away to that game on Friday. And the key word for you to text in, 303-504-0925, and your first and last name is Juarez. Spell it. I'm not going to help you. Do it right. Text in Juarez and your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Well, as a guy who's been to Mexico.
Not to Juarez.
I've not been to Juarez.
Juarez
no.
is it's not my vacation destination in Mexico.
Correct.
More of a Cancun-y, Puerto Vallarta feel for me.
But for me, as a guy who's been to Mexico, no problem spelling Juarez. None whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
I'm totally all over it.
Good for you, bud.
Yeah.
So 303-504-0925.
Pete, have you been to Mexico?
No. But my son had a Russian hockey coach, and he goes, we have a game this weekend in Whale, up in the mountains. We're going to play Whale. We're going to Whale. Said, you mean Vale, right?
Vale.
Yeah.
No, Whale.
Whale.
We play Whale this weekend.
That's awesome.
So you brought up something, Peter Schaefer, with us again today about continuity and what's going on at CU. And I think it's a bigger thing than just CU. College football in general is a lack of continuity everywhere, especially with the transfer portal.
Correct.
I don't know how this gets fixed. What's going on? No, that's not the way you spell it, Texture. Not like that.
Joe Rez?
No, not that either. But there's a continuity problem in all of, I would say, college athletics really now, where basketball teams are brand new every single year. You can't keep track of who's on, North Carolina or Duke's roster, let alone schools like CU and CSU.
Right.
But I think this is just how you do business now. Like, I don't think you can have continuity in college football.
Well,
you're going to have a roster every year that's got 50 to 60 brand new guys on it.
Well, I don't think you have 50 or 60, but CU does, and you do have – that's coaching.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be able to, Dick LeBeau, teach these guys, and then how much – so you got to, shorten the playbook, make it easier, and work on that stuff. That's why I think the Broncos, because they're playing against teams like the Chargers that had a huge roster turnover, will be better. Andy Reid does a really nice job. We were talking in the break about, Peyton Manning and what's not in the playbook, all the codes. And if you're just a rookie – it's tough enough to learn the playbook. Now, what does Omaha mean? What does Razor mean? What is that? And all these different things that Peyton Manning had. But when Peyton would bring his receivers, he's bringing the whole band, and then, it's like a jam session.
Right.
Yeah.
You put four great musicians together, they know how to play music.
Dion made it clear, though, when he got here, Moj, like, this is the way they're going to do business. We're going to go in the transfer portal. We're going to grab guys who are 4 or 5-star recruits who are a little bit maybe disgruntled with their positioning or whatever at other schools. And we're going to take them and bring them over.
But let me say, if Coach Prime was in year number 5 and he's flipping half that roster over every single year, to me that's an issue. Okay?
It's not sustainable.
It's not. But when you come to a 1-11 program, Peter, that was one of the worst college football teams in the country, period, end of story. Like 124, whatever the heck they were, in so many different categories. You have to do it. You have to do it this way if you want to get better quicker. You have to do it this way.
But can you get better quicker?
Well, I don't know, but here's what I do know. You had a roster full of players who were 1-11 players, and you ain't doing that. And so by the time, let's say you just recruit, you sign kids, you bring them up and so on. They play. If that's 4 years down the road, man, and you don't have, if you're Coach Prime, you don't have time to wait 4 years down the road. Now, if you're in Georgia, if you're Kirby or you're whomever,
With DeBoer now over at Bama,
right? I mean, I think they have a lot less turnover because they're so dang good, and that continuity is there.
And they're bringing the great free agents in.
That's correct.
We need a quarterback. We'll get a quarterback.
Yeah.
But can you see? You did it 2 years in a row, though.
Yeah, but if you're Dabo Swinney, you don't have a ton of turnover because these are your guys. They're Clemson, and you didn't stink. If Clemson was terrible for years and was 1-11, I guarantee you that new coach would be in the portal, grabbing as many dudes as he possibly can, figuring out. And here's part of the process. Who can I win with and who can't I win with? Okay, I can't win with you guys. You might as well jump back in the portal, and I'm going to go get me some other guys. I mean, that's just the way business is done now.
Well, that's like the NFL. Every time there's a new GM, right, invariably they call me up and we'll talk. Well, how's the roster? He goes, the roster stinks. I said, well, imagine why you got the job.
Right.
Exactly.
If the roster was good, the other GM's not fired.
Right.
Yeah, you don't get to step in as a new coach or a new GM almost. There's few exceptions, but almost ever where you're like, oh, this roster rules.
Right. Alabama this year.
Yeah.
He walked into a great roster.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, I get it. But in the NFL, you can't change rosters overnight either. And it does affect it. Continuity does matter in sports. Now, basketball, you could bring 2 horses in to a college basketball team and you could succeed. Because it's a lot easier to integrate 2 players than 22 players.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you got a situation where in football, it's offense and defense.
Would you agree with this, that in college football, and this is why I don't think Deion's ever going to go to the pros, and maybe you disagree with this, but Deion feels a lot more like a team builder than he does X's and O's, take care of a roster guy. Because in college football, as we just noted, you can flip 50 players over in the course of an offseason. In football, you can sign a few free agents, make a few draft picks, but your team's pretty much the same year over year.
There's a lot of roster turnover in football.
Not like college football, though. You couldn't do what he did from year one to his first year at CU.
Well, the salary cap and dead money and accelerate, you can't do that. You're right, I get that. But I'm just saying that if you are going to turn it over, you better have great coaches, and they better start putting them all together.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll find out. But to do it 2 years in a row, too.
Yeah.
And so I think the text line was right, is how can we really judge that? Because we don't know what it looks like, and there's no preseason games in football.
See, so again,
the first time we'll see the CU Buffs is when in live action.
Correct.
That is correct.
That's what was so shocking last year about the TCU game is we were like, okay, well, TCU was just in the national title, and this team's got a full roster turnover, and then they won, and their offense was on fire. We're like, what in the world are we watching?
Crap.
Correct.
But that's why I explained to you yesterday why I think there are so many variables in terms of what their final win total could be. But let me throw a hypothetical at you, Mr. Debbie Dowder.
Did you say Downer or
no,
Dowder?
Dowder.
I like Debbie Dowder.
But he called me Mr. Debbie.
Yeah,
Mr. Debbie Dowder.
Let's say the whole out of the 10 offensive linemen last year, all 10, only 2 are back.
Correct.
All the rest are new. What if they come in there? They're awesome.
Then they have a chance.
What if Pat Shurmur gets the most out of Shedeur and absolutely kills it?
They got a chance.
What if the defense can actually stop the run?
He said one hypothetical, right?
No, these. I'm saying
a series, one series.
So this is where let's say Coach Prime, and I have no dog in the fight. I want every team in Colorado to succeed and be good. Jay, I want the academy. I want Troy. Everybody to be great. But let's say that it's pretty dang good. I mean, all of a sudden you can say, "Well, this could be an 8-win team."
Yeah.
But if you're correct and the continuity isn't there at all and they have no chemistry, it could easily be a 4-win team again.
Right. I'm not a downer. I'm just a realistic that I really believe in continuity. That's something that I really believe in football, and so that's what causes me consternation, because I would love for CU to be great, because then I could just go 30 miles up the road and get players.
Yeah.
And it's been a long time since I can get a player without having to get on a plane.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Well, and on top of that, they have talented guys in that roster. It's kind of hard to parse through, though. You remember the beginning of the year, that offense was putting up 40-some points a game. They had like a different wideout every single week that was putting up 150 yards and a couple of touchdowns. And then when the offensive line started to dip, Shedeur got hit more. The competition got a little bit stiffer. That stuff kind of fell by the wayside. The bizarre thing, though, is I can't get over this, Moj. I mean, Pat Shurmur was on this field just a couple years ago, coaching the Broncos offense, OC for the Broncos, and now he's the OC for the Buffs. Vance Joseph was on this field a few years ago as the head coach, and now he's turned into the defensive coordinator.
This is a national football. This is a scouting report on the Colorado players. So you have a bunch of players. Mm-hmm. But how many players, and really what you're looking for is someone rated 5'8" or higher.
5'8" or higher. Okay.
They've got just a few. They've got I see 2 that
That's
are
right.
5'8", and the 2 that you're thinking of.
That's right.
Shedeur and Travis Hunter. But they've got some. I mean, Jimmy Horn is a pretty good little wideout. They've got some dudes up there.
Jimmy Horn has a free agent grade.
Okay, I think he's pretty good, to be honest with you. I'd drive up there and snag him. I like that guy's compete, to be honest with you.
I'm going to go with the NFL scouts that have been doing this for 20 years that watch tape.
You don't want the Moj opinion on this thing?
Yeah.
I
would put you over Mel Kiper.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. No, but so when you talk about, again, the roster turnover, jumping into a new conference, there are so many unknowns about what possibly could be for the CU Buffaloes this year that I'm telling you, anybody who thinks they know is absolutely talking out of the other side of their mouth. Now, they may say, I see all this talent out there, but then it gets back to that continuity. You can have 22 studs, but if they don't play well together or don't know what the other guy is doing, it can be an absolute mess. So all these things factor into it, and that's why I think that they could be honestly pretty dang good if Prime hit on a lot of these players, or it could all blow up and be an awful season.
And it also, about coaching, is the first couple games might not be perfect. All right? So how do you adjust your playbook to, okay, we're not going to be perfect, let's play it smart, and then use those games to grow. And how do you keep everybody on the boat?
Yeah.
Because if people start jumping off the boat because we're 1-3, or, hey, no, we're learning, it's coming together. That's the thing about football, NFL and college football. In basketball, the great teams in October are going to be there in June. Baseball. I mean, who's surprised about the Rockies' success this year? That's what
or
the
lack
team
of.
And it doesn't matter. They're the same team in April as they will be in August.
Right.
In football, continuity, you grow during the season.
Yep.
And you get better. And it's a team that hits it like when Green Bay won the Super Bowl as a wild card. They were dog poop in September. They grew. The coach kept them together. They learned what they have, and they win a Super
Bowl. Just out of curiosity, do you got one of those lists for CSU? Because I think they have at least one in Torrey Horton.
Torrey Horton's a stud.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Let's see here.
You like these lists, don't you?
I do.
This is so when you have Super Agent Peter Schaefer here, you know what you get? You get a little inside dope.
Yeah.
That's what you get. Brett Kane loves the inside dope. Look at him.
I love the inside dope.
Let me look at him. He's like smiley.
Cal Ross School of Mines has 2 guys on the list.
Really?
You're kidding.
Free agents. But they're there.
Okay, but they're there. Okay.
So Colorado State has Horton with a nice grade, and the rest are all free agents.
Gotcha. Yeah,
okay.
Horton's a hell of a player.
Great kid.
Yeah, really good kid too. That's right.
Yep.
I'm so excited for that game coming up at Fort Collins. I mean,
we're going, right?
Like a little over a month away.
Yeah, we're going, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
now, Vic,
the last time I make plans with you guys have something that pops up last second.
The only time you've ever been there is when I took you.
What time's the game?
I'll take you.
Is it a night game?
No,
no.
Actually, I think it might be.
It is a
5:30
game. 5:30 game,
which is better than
on CBS, by the way.
Right, because if it's a 7:30 game, you're not home till whatever. But 5:30,
I can. Well, I probably just. You're driving.
Huh?
You're driving.
No.
Well, then we're staying in Windsor or something.
Jesse will drive us. We'll get Jesse to go.
All right, Jesse will go. By the way,
you're going to get media so you can get the buffet, right?
Yeah, your boy Vic Lombardi. No, Vic Lombardi won't go unless he's got prime seats.
Yeah.
Did you know that? Unless he's got the goods.
He's bougie.
I mean, can you see?
He's a seat bouge?
Oh, yes, he's a seat bouge.
Yes.
1,000% seat bouge.
If I want to scream, I'll scream.
He's not going to a Rockies game unless he's like 2 rows behind home plate and he can drink wine during the game. I mean, that's
the Coors Clubhouse.
That's what we're talking about.
No, he wants right down low. He's got a big glass of red. I'm not kidding you. That's the way this guy operates. He's amazing. And what's interesting about that game, incidentally, so right now as I'm looking at the ticket prices of these games, right, for the Nebraska game on the road at the Corn, tickets as low as $182. That's a hot commodity there in Corntown. Get this, though. At Fort Collins, to get in the building, $161. To get in the building for the Rams and the Buffs.
I was talking to a player's father.
You want to go see him in Arizona? $38.
Right.
You want to go see him at Fort Collins? $161 just to get in.
I was talking to a player's father who's playing CU this year, and I said, "Do you got your tickets?" He goes, "Yeah, we got tickets because the players get 4 tickets free." He goes, "But we got a lot of people going to the CU game, and if you look at it, every game was $38. CU's $270."
Goodness gracious!
To buy CU tickets right now on they're off the market.
I've
It was
got a
an
problem. I've
insane
got a
game
problem.
last
I've
year,
got a
too.
problem.
What?
So my kid's going to Cincinnati. Okay.
That's where I was talking to the player.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yes.
Tell him to stay away from my kid. Stay away from my daughter.
Well, there's a difference between a kid and daughter.
Okay,
I mean, you say
stay away from my daughter, okay? just put the note out. Any Mosier daughter at Cincinnati's off limits.
But this guy could be very successful. He's a
What if
great
he's a
student.
pro?
All right, I'll give him her number. All right.
Wasn't our hump.
So yeah, I'm looking at this right now. That Cincinnati game. You ready for this, Brett? The get in the building price right now that I have
$252.
$252 to get in
Crazy.
Folsom. Why is that?
But look at the other prices for Cincinnati around the country. 32.
Yeah, 32. 30, yeah.
$9 for the Towson game, but $252 to come to Boulder.
Wow.
That is incredible, man. Why Cincinnati? Why not Okie State? Tickets as low as $1.03.
Hey, by the way,
What?
Jesse Trujillo, who's not here, but he is listening, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll drive, but it'll be early. I'm working CSU radio.
Oh, well.
So he's going anyway. So he's really
he's going anyway.
What is he giving up, right?
And he doesn't really drink at all. So Brett, you can have your IPAs all day if you want.
Tell him you're going to be a little bit late. I don't want to go that early.
All right, sounds good. I mean, this is it's still a hot ticket, Peter. I'm telling you right now, and I don't know why why wouldn't Kansas State be that expensive? Why wouldn't Utah be that expensive? Why is it the Cincinnati Bearcats where you can't get in the building for less than $250? Why?
I'm saying I'll be watching on TV. I'm not going to spend $250.
If my kid thinks she's flying back here to see her old man and go to that game, she is out of her mind. Absolutely out of her mind.
Well, the good thing is
Texas
you know
says
she's
Cincinnati's family weekend. That could be it.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Well, the good thing she's not listening to the radio to hear you say that.
That's correct.
Yes.
But if she, I'm telling you right now, if she thinks I'm plane ticketing it, and thinks I'm giving her tickets to the
because she'll want 4.
Not in a million years.
You're not going for a rack for
not in a million years. Nope.
303-504-0925. Still a lot to get to this morning. Stick around. Out here is Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit for another day of Broncos camp. Got the 1 o'clock game today. The U.S. and Serbia, the game to get into the gold medal matchup. Not to mention, it's not the only thing we got going on. We have two NFL preseason games today. Carolina at New England, Detroit at New York. I think Carolina, New England is at least on NFL Network. So a lot of different things happening. Now, what I wanted to bring up, and I wanted to get the curiosity level of people as we wait for Moj and Peter Schaefer to get back from the bathroom. So I'm just here alone by myself on a brisk day. It feels kind of football-y today. I got a sweatshirt on. It's a little chilly. Now, everybody here wears sweatshirts every day in like 100-degree heat. I don't know how they do that, but it's – thank you, Nelly. Yes, I like the music. But I don't know how they do that every day. Remember when Vic Fangio was wearing like sweatshirts when it was 105? I'm just like, what's going on here? How do these people handle this? Well, Peter, you were just in New York, and you said it was hot as hell over there.
And they were all wearing long sleeves and sweatshirts.
How do they do that?
I don't know. I was sweating in a T-shirt and shorts.
Yeah.
And the humidity. This is great, though, today.
Oh, yeah. It's like it feels like football. I like it. Here's what I wanted to get to, though. So there's a website called FantasyLife.com, as we were talking about fantasy football the other day, and I'm sure that Moj would have an aneurysm if he heard this, but I think this is interesting. They have
FantasyLife.com?
FantasyLife.com, that's correct. So they have compiled the against the spread, so for gambling purposes, against the spread values on quarterbacks when you put them up against their backups. Okay?
All right.
So, if I were to ask you the question of, give me the top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL that if they were to be ruled out of a game and the backup had to play, who has the number 1 in points value against the spread in Vegas?
So that means that you take the one quarterback out and the other one's going to be the worst.
So let's say that
so it's not like Bryce Young.
Bo Nix is the starter and Stidham's the backup. Bo Nix can't go. Stidham's in, so they take it down, a half a point or something like that.
Okay, so you're talking about the ratio would be the highest. So Patrick Mahomes got to be number 1.
He actually is not number 1. He is number 4 on this list. So Mahomes, don't cheat, Moj.
Oh, sorry.
Mahomes to Carson Wentz, because Carson Wentz is now the backup of Kansas City, is a 4.9 difference in the spread, is what they're saying.
Okay,
so
that's a lot, though. That's a lot.
It's a lot. Yes,
it's got to be star quarterbacks who have a crappy backup.
Correct.
So let me try to think about it. Not Purdy.
What is Purdy on this list? So Purdy's 16th. If they went from Purdy to Josh Dobbs, it's a 3.1 shift.
Let me take a stab. Dak.
Aaron Rodgers.
Dak is 3rd.
Okay. Aaron.
Because Dak going to Cooper Rush is a 5.9 point difference.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is actually 11th because they have Tyrod Taylor now.
Okay.
So that's 3.8 points.
Lamar's got to be in there for sure.
Lamar is number 1. Going from Lamar
Who's
to
his backup? Who's his backup?
Lamar to Josh Johnson is 6.1 points is what they said.
Josh Johnson?
Correct.
I like that. Okay.
Everybody's Josh
I'm
Johnson.
going to throw it out there.
Actually, everybody's dude. He's been everywhere.
I'm going to throw it out Caleb Williams.
Interesting.
Who's the backup? Who's the backup in Chicago?
Tyson Bagent from Shepherd.
Oh, that's right.
As of right now, it's a 2.4 point difference. It's 21st in the league.
Oh, I disagree.
Who's the backup in Miami?
Mike White, and that's a big one. That's number 8, 4.2 point difference. Number 2 on this list, by the way, believe it or not, is Jordan Love to Sean Clifford. Is a full 6 point difference is what they have.
Who the hell is Sean Clifford?
Used to be at Penn State, I think.
Well, that goes to show you the roster composition.
No offense. You don't have Sean Clifford, do you? Okay, good.
But
who the hell is Sean Clifford?
I've always wondered that. If we talked about players that you're representing, I'm like, that guy's garbage.
but that goes to show you, though. But that's only relevant if the starting quarterback doesn't start or play.
Right.
When Peyton Manning played every year, but the one year, who cared who his backup was?
Right.
It's not like in baseball where you need 5 starting pitchers.
Right.
Spawn and Sane and pray for rain.
Here's a couple of differences, by the way.
But hold on a second. Every quarterback.
I brought you meat on a stick, too.
Oh, I appreciate that. And it's many. That's a many.
It's true.
Thank you very much. No, the thing, every quarterback is going to get hurt. Every quarterback gets banged up, Peter, at one point or another. I mean, rarely do guys, even Mahomes and company, do you go through a season unscathed. You remember against the Broncos, he stayed in, but his kneecap went around the other side?
He left that game.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess you're right. He did leave that game, but he
played.
back,
He played the next week.
The following week, he came back.
But
right.
so last year, more starting quarterbacks got hurt than in recent history. But if your starting quarterback doesn't get hurt, shoot, it doesn't matter who your backup is.
No, it doesn't. But I always pretend that a starting quarterback is going to miss at least half a game or a couple of games during the course of a season. That's what I feel like.
So here's a couple
and
more I
could be
want to
wrong,
bring
but
to
that's
you.
what it feels like.
So 5th on this list is Jalen Hurts. Do you remember who his backup is?
Pitt quarterback.
Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett.
Oh, that's
Kenny Pickett's
right.
the backup.
Kenny Pickett's now an
That's a
Eagle.
4.6 point difference from Jalen Hurts to
The
Kenny
Panthers
Pickett.
have to be 32nd.
The Panthers.
Bryce Young to Air.
This
No.
is what's interesting.
Andy Dalton.
The Panthers are 32nd for this reason.
Andy Dalton's good.
Andy Dalton, if he were to start over Bryce Young, according to Vegas, according to this, it would be 3.1 points better if they started Andy Dalton over Bryce Young.
Andy Dalton's a good
So
player.
they're negative 3.1 by starting Bryce Young, is what they're saying.
Yep.
Then don't start Bryce Young. Well,
The other ones that have that same
do
thing.
you want to win or do you not want to win, Peter? Everybody thinks they can win, right?
That's right.
Everybody thinks.
The other ones that are upside down on their point value.
Well,
who else?
wait. Who else would be upside down? Minnesota?
No.
And who are they calling the starter in Minnesota?
Or actually,
Minnesota
Minnesota
has
is.
to be upside
Yeah,
down.
Minnesota's upside down.
But they have Darnold listed over
not looking.
McCarthy as the starter.
Okay, that's
right
now that's where it's at.
minus half a point.
What about New England with Brissett and Drake May?
They have Brissett as the starter over May, and that's a 2 point difference.
Tennessee.
Tennessee is one of them.
Upside down?
Upside down. Will Levis to Mason Rudolph, they have negative 1.8.
Ooh, baby. That's just. Well, you know what? No offense to Will Levis or Mason Rudolph. That's just 2 deck chairs.
There's one more. Can you name
Washington.
the other one? Not Washington. Washington, between Jaden Daniels and Mariota, is 0.7 better with Daniels, they said.
Tomato.
Yeah. Bo Nix and Stidham, by the way, if you're curious, 0.1 point difference.
Who are they saying the starter?
Bo Nix. They're saying he's 0.1
Wait.
points better.
So Vegas
I
has
know.
a different depth chart than Sean Payton? No.
Here's an interesting one, by the way. Daniel Jones and Drew Lock, only 0.2 points difference between Daniel Jones and Drew Lock.
No.
The last upside down team, though, can you name it? Last one.
The last upside down team. What conference?
AFC.
It's not New England. It's not. I'm trying to go down the. Just trying to go down the
Cleveland.
coast. No.
Not Cleveland.
Who are they saying? Deshaun Watson?
Cleveland is between him and Jameis Winston. It's 1 point better with Watson.
All right, I'm going to get this. It's got to be.
It's an interesting one. It's one I probably wouldn't have guessed.
Pittsburgh Steelers.
No, not
Are
Pitt.
you sure?
Russell Wilson is 0.9 points better than Fields is what they have.
The Colts?
No.
The Colts. Anthony Richardson to Joe Flacco is minus 1.1 points.
I was about to say if Joe Flacco was still in Cleveland, it might be different.
Yeah, but
Joe,
Flacco's now in Indy. They're saying that he's about a point better against the spread than Anthony Richardson.
That's pretty
but not
interesting.
for 17 games.
Right. Well, and here's the thing with Richardson. I'm curious on this. If you had a client, I'm assuming he's not your client,
No.
Anthony Richardson. He is a big, burly guy who's got a lot of arm talent, a lot of talent overall. He's athletic as hell, but he's kind of like Cam Newton-ish, where he's going to try and run people over, and he got hurt pretty quick 2 different times early last year that eventually kept him out for the year. What's the advice for a guy like that? Like, this is your game. This is an aspect that you can take advantage of, but it's a huge
You're talking about
risk.
agent to player.
Agent to player. What would you tell him about
business decisions.
Okay.
Like Teddy Bridgewater business decisions where you just let a guy run by you, or what are you talking about?
But how many times
you
have we seen?
You can't have that. You can't have those discussions. One of the most fascinating things about my job is that you get wallflower. And we were at the Hall of Fame, and again, like I said yesterday, Paul Newman told me it's not polite to drop names.
Of course.
But we're up there, and Jerome Bettis and Barry Sanders and a couple other running backs were talking about running back strategy and how you got to know, okay, it's 3rd and 10. I'm going to get 4 yards or 4.5, go down.
Yeah.
Run out of bounds. Even how to fall on the football. So that when you're being tackled, where to have the ball.
Right.
These little things, I mean, that's definitely the conversations they had. And so if you are Anthony Richardson, you do have to sit there and say, okay, go for it. If it's 3rd and 1, you got to put your head down. We need that first down.
Right.
But what's the big deal? If it's 3rd and 12 and you're going to get 4 yards or 5 yards, you got to slide.
You know who I thought was it still is
But that's
excellent at that?
That's not being a candy ass.
Yeah.
That's just being smart because you got to play 17 games.
Somebody I think is a genius at that and has made a really good career for himself out of doing it. Very small wide receiver in Seattle, Tyler Lockett. He will never take a hit, ever. Tyler Lockett, like he's this tall, and if he's got 2 guys in front of him, he falls. And he's like, go ahead, touch me. I'm not taking the hit.
But that's also something else that I don't think that people give quarterbacks enough value to. Aaron Rodgers. If Aaron Rodgers throws you the ball on a slant, you're not getting killed.
Mm-hmm.
If some other, and I don't want to throw out names, but there are some other quarterbacks, the receiver's like, I'm not touching that ball.
Right.
Because I can't trust that the ball's going to be in the right place and then I'm not going to get lit up.
Well, if you watched the show on Netflix called Receivers.
Oh, yeah, great show.
Devontae Adams took some brutal hits over the middle, and he actually went to the sideline and he said, quote, I got to get the bleep out of here. They're going to get me killed.
That's right.
That's what he said.
Peyton Manning wouldn't get you killed. Tom Brady. If Tom Brady threw you the ball, you're fine.
I loved what Tom Brady said when he was talking about protecting, quarterbacks and defensive receivers. He's like, at some point the onus has to be on the QB not to get your guy killed.
That's right.
And they're taking that out of the game by the defenseless receiver calls.
Well, right, but it's questions you throw it here, on the out. Where do you put it on the left hip?
Right.
To protect your guy. Or if you see that, Steve Atwater was here yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he's in the middle of the field and the guy's doing a slant, don't throw the ball.
Right.
Because you're putting a kid in the hospital.
Yep.
Because this 27's coming this way, and he's going to hit you, and he's going to knock you into next week.
Mm-hmm.
But if you see a little safety, and the great quarterbacks know how to do that, and that's a talent and a skill that's not given enough credit to.
It's Peter Schaefer, super agent. We're going to have a wealth of knowledge here in a minute, Moshe, because we're going to have not just Peter Schaefer on, Jeff Legwold.
I saw Leggy. He took a peek around the corner.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, is going to join us as well. Talk more Broncos next. All right, out here for another day of Broncos camp, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, and we're doing the double dip of NFL knowledge. We got Super Agent Peter Schaefer on with us today, and now Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, who joins us every Thursday. Hello, Leggy.
Good morning, fellas.
It's a crowded table today.
It is. It's full of stuff going on here.
Perfect. This is the first day though that we've had. I'm guessing the players love a day like this. I mean, it's overcast.
Yeah, they don't
You're not
mind this.
Sweating your face off.
They don't mind this at all.
Yeah. Feels pretty good out here.
Feels great.
It is. Ready to go.
You know, we had.
Let's kick it off.
In fact, let's run this audio back, Nelly. Can you give us again Sean Payton talking about the unofficial depth chart yesterday with the media, and hear his response to that again?
Oh, the
NFL has plenty of rules. One of them, the depth chart has to be released at a certain time.
Yep.
Would you like to see the NFL get rid of it?
No. Come on. No. We just released the depth chart yesterday. All good. I just didn't spend a lot of time on it.
But what's the purpose of doing it?
Ask them. I mean, I think for every game, I think it's important there's a depth chart. It's a starting point. I just didn't want to make a big deal over the rookies all being at the end of the line. And you guys went into a tizzy. So, they're all at the end of the line, and obviously that'll change.
I'm with him on that, though, Leggy. It's like you can read between the lines. I don't think Troy Franklin's the 12th man on the depth chart.
Well,
I don't think Audric Estime's 5th on the running back chart. I mean,
come on. No.
Yeah, come on. I think get too excited about it. It's just something. It dates back to the Rozelle days when Rozelle was very intent on making pro football accessible to fans.
Right.
So he made teams say what your lineup's going to be because coaches, Peter knows, he deals with them all the time. I mean, coaches will. You give a coach a choice between not saying something and saying something, they're always going to choose not saying something.
But, Jeff, don't you like the fact that Sean's not afraid to take on 345 Park?
He always takes on 345 Park. I think the
look at both
suspension.
these guys are in the club.
The suspension still rings true. I mean, I
he
don't
didn't say Park Avenue.
No, he
said
did
Park.
not.
Jeff said 345 Park.
No, everybody knows that. Sometimes they don't look beyond Park Avenue.
But don't you? But as a reporter covering a team, that's refreshing, right?
Yeah, I mean, you probably remember Mike Shanahan did it alphabetically one year. He did the depth chart alphabetically.
Right.
And the league was like, hey,
take it a little bit more seriously than you are.
And then
please.
one time they got on Mike for the injury report.
Oh, yeah.
So the next week he listed like 45 guys on the injury report.
Your best guess for this weekend, though, what do you think it's actually going to look like as far as snaps divvied out to? First of all, do you think starters play?
Yeah, he will play starters. If you're healthy, you'll play probably 15 to 18 snaps if you're a healthy starter.
Does that mean Stidham is 15 to 18?
When you hear him say phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, he's talking health levels of players. You're phase 1 if you're completely healthy and you have no issues. Phase 2 if you're coming back from something. Phase 3 if you've been hurt in camp so far.
Does that mean that Stidham's 15 to 18 snaps, or do you think
Probably,
they do that differently with the quarterbacks?
Nah, I mean, he said yesterday probably closer to what it looked like last year, and last year it was like 15, 18 snaps.
Gotcha.
So then
I'm guessing Stidham will get the start this time.
So then Bo goes with the twos.
I would think so. But I think Bo will have I started the game series of plays.
With the one line.
Yeah. Or with a one script, I guess I should say.
Okay. Oh, so one script.
I think he will get a very comfortable script to look good.
I completely agree with that. I don't put too much into it because it's early on. We don't hear from the quarterbacks a ton like we did
and
yesterday.
And you're super bored. You're super bored. Anyway.
I'm not going to sit here and break down guys' demeanor. If it's a continuing thing, then that's one thing. But Bo Nix was a little bit, I want to say snippy yesterday, but he's a little bit short at times, a little bit this.
Oh, welcome to the league.
I know.
He's tired of being asked about what he's being asked about. Well,
do you think
I get tired of bad answers too, but I don't show it.
I love that.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. He's got to learn not to show it.
Yeah, no, you got to just be better at and look, being the quarterback here is not being the quarterback in like 20 other places in the league either.
Yeah.
This is a different, when Peyton Manning asks me, is it like this all the time? That tells you what kind of place this is.
Oh, no doubt about it. But do you think that
it would be different if he was playing for the Jets this year?
Yeah.
Or New York,
Atlanta, wherever. I mean, there's a million places you could play. It wouldn't be.
But do you think it's a product of him being tired of tired of being asked the same question, or is there a little frustration coming out because have you seen the offense win a day yet here in training camp?
Not fully.
Okay.
And the last 2 days have been really
defense heavy. Exactly.
They added pressure packages yesterday, and it was like offensively they had never seen anything before.
So could that figure in perhaps to his demeanor?
And I don't think meetings in training camp are not fun when they go over everything you did in practice, play by play, and I've got I've got two 20-somethings who roll their eyes at me all the time when I give awesome directions in coaching.
Well, that's because you're taking your kids and using the film.
I'm breaking it down.
When you took out the trash, why did you?
Scrape it up.
Let's look at this lid opening technique.
When they see the telestrator come out, they get a little better.
You know what, Leggy? One thing that we were talking about earlier, I was asking Peter about, the guys who've been suspended for gambling stuff, and you got one back in Awazarike. And obviously, if you're suspended for a year and they kept you on the roster, they seem to like you. They that's
like
the translation.
Him as a player, certainly.
And the defensive front, I will say, they got a lot of depth. They're solid.
They do like him, and because of that depth, he may end up a practice squad guy this year. And, best thing, maybe the only good thing that came out of COVID in the league is the practice squad now is what
16
is finally what it should resemble. Well, also remember when it was 3? It was like the dumbest thing ever.
Well, also you have practice squad elevation too. That came out of COVID too, and that's fantastic.
And you can be a veteran. There's a veteran minimum on the and you can make a pretty good living.
Well, it's only $14,000 a week.
Yeah,
a pretty good living to some of us, not to someone like yourself.
No, as my wardrobe would attest, I really need to be awash in the cash.
How about the divot fillers here?
That's what I do. I do that on a lot of days.
Yeah, I like these
it's because
guys.
they only want to use next week. They'll finally use both fields, but this week they want to be by the fans, so they've used the one field.
Stidham was a little bit chatty yesterday.
Well, he's far more comfortable in what's going on than the other two guys.
But Zach Wilson,
that dude played for Belichick, man. The rest of it is like whatever. He was in the room with Belichick and Brady. This is like a walk in the morning park.
For being third on the depth chart, I know he's got some guaranteed money and all this kind of thing, but Zach Wilson seems to be a pretty happy-go-lucky son of a gun too. He could be pouting about his situation, and maybe he did or did not get a real shot.
You want to talk about not showing when you're removed from the rotation that quickly, that's not.
But I like his demeanor.
They like him here. I think they will try very hard to figure out a way to keep him around. They think, I know they think there's a lot there, and that with some work that they could have a player
and deprogramming and
it's
like a battered child syndrome.
When you throw those guys in the deep end of the pool and you don't have the infrastructure around them, you're going to end up. People wonder why the burnout rate's so high at quarterback. It's because people don't take care of the developmental part.
But he has some natural talent.
Oh, he has the best arm of the bunch, and it's not really close.
As far as everything, we've talked to you a little bit about positions that might be log jammed at the end of training camp, and I'm really curious when this all starts to kind of sort itself out, which positions are the really cutting that guy, the surprise cuts, I guess. Where do you think that comes from? Is that the wide receiver group? Is that the running backs?
Definitely. Running back, I think the decision really is, are you keeping 4 or 3? Last year they kept 3, but he has said, Sean has said he's not married to a certain number at certain positions.
Yeah.
And I've told people he's also the only coach I can remember to have kept 4 quarterbacks on the cut to 53.
Well, I think it all depends on how much they're going to use Pirine, and is he a bell cow or is he going to be third down?
Or, do they think one of those other guys can be as reliable as Pirine on third down? Will they pick up the blitz pickup is a big concern right now, and Pirine has the trump card on the other guys in that role.
You and I were talking about Estime the other day, and I thought it was interesting because I don't know if you asked the question, somebody else did about him. This is a handful of days ago. And he went out of his way to bring up Samaje Perine. and what he is able to do. I think it was in picking up. Yeah, it was in blocking.
It was in blocking. He has that over the other guys right now.
But Sean Payton went out of his way to say this is why it makes him so valuable, because he can do this. I mean, and plus he can catch the football. And I know that they're trying other guys in that regard, but it seems to me that when a coach comes out and he's not asked about a certain player, but he lauds a certain player. That's pretty good, right? I mean, it should make you feel pretty good about where he's at in camp right now.
But again, 53 is an unforgiving number, and all of the assistants and all of the guys, everybody's got their wants and needs, and it's it's that fine line between luxury and gotta have. But I will say, third down or longer down passing situations. Those are the big hit potential on quarterbacks, and if you are a running back who is reliable in that, they're going to keep you around, or someone's going to have to show they're as good as you doing that. And also, I think over the years, Sean Payton has shown, if given a choice between youth and the consistency and reliability of a veteran, he's going to go with the consistency and the reliability of a veteran.
Especially a guy like Perine. I mean, he's been there before, and the blitz pickup is not as easy as it looks. It's you got to know who to block, and
it's a fast choice,
and you got to be willing to block. And that's a tough position. And you're not putting a rookie there first, especially with a young quarterback.
Yeah,
put him in the hospital.
Don't want to get him smoked.
And I think that's part of the decision. I think he's framed a lot of things as if Bo Nix will be the starter, whether or not, whenever he will say that, or if and when. But a lot of the things he talks about are framed in such a way that it's almost like the plan is the young quarterbacks in the lineup.
Where are we at offensive line-wise? I know they're carrying over 4 guys from last year. They were remarkably healthy last season. Got a new center.
Well, Bailey's injury has really put things – they're searching now for a backup tackle, swing tackle, and I would guess, folks like Peter are going to be busy with them and tackles after the cut to 53. I think they will.
But there are no tackles at the cut
aren't
to 53.
Any. There aren't any. There aren't any now. There are hardly.
This is why we talk about even swing tackles, but left tackles, whatever.
But his injury, we don't talk. It's Quinn Bailey, and people are like, oh, whatever. But no, that was a signinicant injury.
Because when you're a swing tackle, then you're basically the 6th offensive lineman,
right? And he's a swing guard too.
Well,
and he plays,
right.
in
so
the heavy.
He plays offensive lineman. Right.
He plays in the heavy offense, in the formation, the other tight end, the whole bit.
If they stay healthy, though, do you think this offensive line is all right, or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they got to stay healthy. I mean, Garrett Bowles was not in practice the other day, and it was pretty evident he was not in practice.
Is the center a concern at all?
They like what they see in both guys. I thought Forsythe was in the league, but Wattenberg lately has been the guy getting the real reps.
Center's the easiest position on the line to replace. I mean, talent-wise.
Let me. You two guys are football geeks, okay? Which is good. That's not pejorative. That's an admirable thing.
Is it Big Word Day?
It is. But
did you get that? Do you have like a word of the day app?
No,
that was it?
It came up on my phone this morning at about 5:30.
For the record, in my family, they would never use the word football. They would just say geek.
I'm with you.
So I'm taking that as a huge compliment.
Yeah, no,
I'm a limited geek.
I like to be categorized.
But I need a game, man. I get to the point where I need a game. You guys,
dude, I don't even want to tell you. You stood next to me the first day. You just said, I'm bored already.
You could be here all day you could be here all day and all night watching film too. You should be you should be in that room with those guys.
Meanwhile, if you want breakdowns on the shifts at morning skate, in the middle of December with the Avs, then he's got about 8,000 things that he noticed during that.
Captain Boredom, though. It's unbelievable.
But there's been nothing to watch since the Masters, basically.
Kinda. Because
especially the Nuggets and the Avalanche, when they went out early,
well, dude, do you get excited about watching your clients play? I mean,
absolutely.
Okay, so you do. So I mean, I get that. But do you get antsy? Do you get antsy getting ready for their preseason and ramping up for the regular season?
I don't get antsy. I get excited. But
okay.
It's something to do. And then we watch the tape, and then we get the tape the next day, and we watch that. And you're trying to look in. Okay, where's he playing? Who's he playing? How's he playing against?
What's the situation?
Right. Is he the 5th corner, the 4th corner? Does he have a chance? What you're looking at?
Where could he go?
Right.
Also, before we let you go, Leggy, earlier this week, I was surprised by this. I know he had injuries the last couple of years, but Stearns was a talented player.
Mm-hmm.
The safety room got a lot thinner without Kareem Jackson and Justin Simmons this year. I know that they like J.L. Skinner and what he's brought to the table this offseason.
He's big.
Now you
But
know how
do you-
much.
He's big.
Do you think that they're bringing in anybody else? Or is that just we're so comfortable with guys like Skinner that we'll be okay?
Sean Payton will bring in anybody at any time. He is not. He tells them in meetings often that, look, it isn't just here. Don't look around your room and think those are the only guys you have to beat. He tells them
But
it's
as
a global.
as an agent perspective, you don't want a guy like Stern getting cut this early.
No.
Something happened, and that's not a good sign to the rest of the league.
Were you surprised?
No, I
No.
was not. I
Okay.
mean, you look at the rotations. I'm assuming he was not happy with the rotations, and that's probably part of it.
Gotcha.
And I don't think he got claimed, did he?
Not that I know of.
I just got the wire.
I checked earlier, and I didn't see anything.
So
but
basically, this is maybe he made his feelings known. And they said,
I don't,
well,
I can't say that.
Yeah,
I don't want to sit here and
but,
tell
but,
people I know for a
but
fact.
he's got ability. So because
I've
he
seen
has
this
ability,
movie, and he's coming off an injury, so
Right.
he was already sort of limited.
double whammy
in his participation. But no, I mean this is a quote unquote new staff that isn't married to the players it didn't bring in. So if you were here when they got here, you're going to have to show them why they should keep you around.
Yeah.
And they had, I tell people all the time, they can release all the depth charts they want. They show you the depth chart every day out here. If you just pay attention and use your little pen and write things down.
And remember what was happening yesterday.
It's right here,
Right.
and he had been pushed back in the rotation. So
303-504-0925. That's Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. Do you want to do the double dip again today, or
if
you
want
to walk
want,
around?
that's up to you guys.
Wait. You said earlier you're going to let him go or not, so you control it. He has no say.
He's going to stay. He's going to stay.
You got the grip on this.
He's not
This
letting
is you.
He's not letting you go.
Got more questions for Leggy,
Would you
Super
like to see
Agent
the
Peter
NFL
Schaefer
get
with
rid
us.
of it?
No. He said like 8 no's.
I love that. I said to the boys earlier this morning, Jeff, I said, if I was standing in his spot and I was asked that question, I could see myself word for word saying exactly what he said.
No.
Get back to this
Come
in just
on.
a second.
No.
Get back to this in just a second. Stick
I would
around.
say only one of us was in a tizzy, and it wasn't us.
Back after this.
Sean said he put the rookies all at the back of the depth chart, but before it came out, there was hubbub on social media, all that, and you listed at number 3. Did you kind of notice that commotion or anything like that?
Couldn't care less.
Okay. So is that generally on the depth chart? You don't care how you're listed at this point, I guess.
Couldn't care less.
Bo Nix, after practice yesterday, as we're out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. And a reminder, one more time to you guys, following that thrilling penalty shootout win on Monday night against Club Lyon, the Rapids advance to the round of 32 in the League's Cup. And this Friday they take on FC Juarez at Dick's Sporting Goods Park at 7:30. Don't miss out on the action. Tickets on sale now.
You never spelled Juarez.
Oh, they got to figure that out themselves. And you got a few more minutes. You want a pair of tickets to go to that game on Friday. Just text Juarez and your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you got a shot.
Some smart Alex also texted in the first word starting with a W.
Yep.
And don't do that. If you want the tickets, get the tickets. Hey, real quick on that Bo Nix stuff here, Jeff. I don't mind it at all because, again, the two other guys were seemingly happy.
Fine-tuning here?
Yeah, I am. The other two guys were seemingly happy-go-lucky. I mean, Zach Wilson, you could run over his foot with a car, and I think he'd have a smile on his face, right? But so Nix is there, and I'm
because
sure
he's done this for 3 years before he got here.
But it was not a great day for the offense. Again, blah blah blah. But I don't mind that as one-offs or whatever. I want rookies to earn the right to be snippy.
I don't know. I don't buy all
I
that.
do.
I don't buy all
I want them to earn the right to be snotty.
I'm not bothered by, I guess, that.
I'm not really bothered by it. If that was habitual, I guess I'd be bothered by it. And I don't think it is.
I will say I talked to him at the Senior Bowl, and he didn't like the question very much, and that was how he responded.
Really?
So, some guys are more intense than others. I think this is like you would expect in any job. This is all very new to him, and
I don't
know.
He played 8 years of college football.
He did play about 405 years of college football.
He's got a kid in high school.
I just, we all live here. People don't know what this is until they're in it, and I see it over and over, season after season. Coaches, players, they don't understand what it's like here because in their heads they often think, okay, it's not New York, it's not Dallas, I'll be good. And they get here and they're like, holy crap, what is all this intensity about the team that's constant? And I think he's in that right now.
But that's part of what our job is as agents, is to prepare players for different situations, practice, go through and not let them see you sweat.
Let's be honest,
and it's okay. I think it's okay that we see him sweat once in a while, but that it's in the discourse. I think that it's okay. But he probably got dinged a couple times in practice because they're riding him pretty good, and maybe it wasn't a great day. None of us like to be yelled at by our boss.
Something else, too, it's not like this is New York or this isn't Toronto and you're a Maple Leafs reporter. You know what I mean, Moj? Like, it's not that intense,
I think
but it's just a fishbowl.
You're undervaluing it. The late Mike Heimerdinger, God love him, Dinger always said, and he had called plays for the Jets, so it wasn't like he didn't know, and he had been on all Shanny staffs here, but Dinger said this was worse than New York because here there's no place to take a break from it.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Like, if you're the New York Giants quarterback, you can go eat dinner in Soho, and there's 10,000 people don't give a crap that you're the quarterback of the Giants.
Yeah,
that's pretty interesting. Hey, how do you manage locations for your clients? I mean, where they go. Being in Carolina right now, it's probably pretty damn easy to hide when you're a 2-15 football team. Here, you can't hide as a 2-15 football team.
Well, right, but that's all about preparing them, understanding their strengths and weaknesses, having a relationship with the reporter, saying this guy you could trust, this guy, if he asks you a question, you got to be careful, or this guy or girl. I mean, I'm trying to be.
Watch out for this guy over here, like Jeff.
But no, there's certain people that are that build a relationship that they're not going to try to. They're not trying to get you.
Right.
There's some reporters that want to get the gotcha moment.
Right.
And so you prepare them for that, but you do say don't let them see you sweat. I mean, most of the times we have issues is because a guy loses his cool, and he can't. And if they can lose his cool on a reporter, what are they going to do on the field?
What is, in your mind, Leggy, what's the goal that Sean Payton has for Sunday? What's the one thing that you think like he wants to earmark and say, I need to see this?
I think he's from the old school perspective. He wants to see it clean.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. If it's a basic running play, he wants to see it look how it's supposed to look.
He also wants to see 90 go on and 90 come off.
Yeah,
upright.
Exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
Upright.
Nobody getting extra time with the trainer on the flight home.
Right.
But see, I also like that attitude from Peyton that, yeah, if you're healthy enough, you are going to play football.
Now, he tears them again, but if
Yeah.
you are healthy, you're. I've had that conversation with him. He has said, I don't believe in just telling guys they're getting the preseason opener off. Now, that third preseason game, you may not see a whole lot of.
That's totally fine. That's
But this,
completely
like,
understandable.
he would never in a million years do what the Bears did with Caleb Williams in the Hall of Fame game. He would never tell the guy immediately he's the starter, and he would never tell him you're getting the wave off out of the preseason opener. He just wouldn't do it, whether right or wrong or whatever you think of it.
But, Jeff, the way practices are now, these games mean more because that's really the only time you're seeing guys playing tackle football.
Playing really, really
especially
good football.
at quarterback. I mean, I think that is one thing I've noticed with Bo Nix is anytime the pressure level in the pass rush gets dialed up, there's some discomfort there, and it's still not dialed up to what Peter's saying, what it would be in a game.
Because you're not getting hit.
Yeah, but when his struggles really amped up when they went with the pads, the first 2 days the pads were on, and the rushers could at least buzz the tower, as it were. They could at least go by him close.
So
Von Miller used to tell guys, I got you, as he went by. But
so you're saying in his head he has to think that I would have gotten a hit. I would have gotten a hit right
you
there.
Gotta
I would have got smoked right there.
And people cheer and clap and everything, but he was sacked 2 times before the completion.
I like to analogize playing quarterback to Lamaze class. Your wife's pregnant, you go to this class. Well, this is what it's going to feel like when you're pregnant. Well, yeah, sure. If you take a baseball bat and hit her, that's the only way to truly replicate pregnancy.
Yeah.
The same thing with quarterback. Guy can go back. He's playing 7-on-7. He's got a red jersey on. It's not the same as when a guy named Deacon or Bubba comes and knocks you in the dirt.
I've always been curious about this, too, especially like you bring up the Hall of Fame game. So the NFL used to have 4 preseason games where it'd be like, okay, the starters.
When I first started covering the league.
Starters play a little bit in game 1. Then they play a little bit more in game 2. And then it's like a dress rehearsal in game 3. And then they don't play in game 4. But now it's been cut down to 3 games. And it feels like they're playing them less and less still. And I'm just waiting, like, when they move to 18 games and they cut the preseason down to 2, how the hell are they going to handle that?
Some coaches will just defer.
Well, but there are position battles that are going to be won and lost on Sunday and on next Sunday. Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
And like always,
but I'm like, why?
It's going to vary by coaching staff. There's many coaches who feel the way Sean does, which is you have to play football to be good at football.
Andy Reid's one of them. He's playing Mahomes this
Reid
weekend.
plays them, and I mean they don't play him a lot, but they just want them to have the mindset you don't get the night off. And
it's funny because the day that Estime smoked that safety, right, the crowd goes, ooh, all that kind of thing. And I came in the next day and I said to Brett, I said, can you imagine that? People jacked up because a football player hit another football player practicing the game of football, and we're all like, oh, my God, I can't believe it. It was a couple of years ago when Campbell first got there, and we're watching Hard Knocks, right? And this is Hackett's year. Start of Hackett's year. And the first 4 minutes of Hard Knocks, episode 1, these guys are putting their dudes in the dirt. And I'm like, oh, my God. Does that?
It was so shockingly different.
Yeah, because out here nobody even breathed on anybody. But I saw more tackling or more hitting in the first 4 minutes of that first episode than I saw all training camp for the Denver Broncos. And I don't know which philosophy is the best philosophy, Peter. I don't know what your players like, but I would imagine some guys, they want to get the feel of bashing another guy's face.
You got to do it because then you can't go from 0 to 100 on the first Sunday. I remember last year when Joe Burrows pulled his calf muscle, and the Bengals were like, oh, I'm like, good. Now that he got hurt, he can't get injured.
Right. Yeah. No, good point.
That's the issue. We would love to, you know, or there's a certain segment of folks that just want them to crash into each other all the time. You'd make it to the season with like 10 guys.
Yeah, I said I don't want that, but there's got to be a ramp up.
When I covered the Chuck Knowles last year in Pittsburgh, they did the Oklahoma drill on the first day of training camp, which I can't even imagine.
And they used to do the goal line drill at the end of each practice in Pittsburgh. I mean, and they were live hitting. Marty Schottenheimer, his September record is probably better than anybody in the league because they hit in practice. And
December was probably not good.
And they limped home, right? and they lose to the Broncos every year, whatever.
Yeah, you just couldn't live that way now. I mean, I think he tries very hard to have as much of a mix as like he takes it right to the edge and then he brings them back. And Mike was the same way when he was here. They would always have a live goal line period the second week in camp. And sometimes it would be 12 plays long. Sometimes he'd see 3 plays and say that's enough. But it's
the great coaches have that
you got to
the thermometer or whatever, the pulse, and to know how hard to push them. Hockey's the same way. I mean, in the exhibition games, how often do you play the guys to get them?
Just a couple. Usually the last exhibition game, most everybody plays.
Right.
Again, you don't want to get the week one with having a couple of guys out of the lineup, and I dig that. But, I mean, football is a violent game.
It's hard. What Peter's saying is hard, though. It's hard to go from Shell's regular season week one, especially a quarterback if you're I think that's why in some way Bo Nix may end up with more preseason snaps than he would in another preseason because I think they've seen what, I know I'm little Timmy the sports writer, but I can see the discomfort when anytime they install anything new. Yesterday was an install day for the pass rush, and the discomfort was plainly evident. The discomfort was evident the first day of pads, but so I think they got to get that out of them in some way.
Peter go ahead.
I remember maybe 8-9 years ago, the Broncos' first game was in Miami, a Sunday 1:00 game, and they went from no humidity, 80 degrees.
They melted.
And those guys melted. I mean, they were getting IVs at halftime, and they were done because they were not used to playing 75 plays. 1:00 Miami in September?
Yeah.
95 day?
They melted.
Here's the other thing. Peter, you were talking about this yesterday. You said every year people talk about quarterback battles. How many true battles are there? And there's only a couple. Pittsburgh's got one right now with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. How much do you think these preseason games matter for Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham on who's going to be the starter week one? Do you think there's a pretty good idea of who's starting, but can it change?
I think he would like Bo Nix to be the starter because the developmental curve fits better. But, I mean, I think, interceptions are going to matter. Sacks are going to matter.
Can't you make the argument the developmental curve would be better if he doesn't have to start the first 4 games?
I would say that. My personal opinion is very few of them are ever ready right away.
But see, what would happen, though, is if he doesn't start the first 4 games and they go 1-3, then Sean is screwed.
Yeah.
He's got to make sure Stidham can get him at least 2-2, 3-1.
Part of the decision even Sean's not talking about is they've spent an awful lot of this offseason trying to figure out how not to start like last year. And he's even changed the structure of some practices to that end. They changed some of their OTA stuff, but they've made changes because it was on their mind. 2 things Peyton reviewed the most in the offseason were their red zone, particularly inside the 10, where they were like 30th in the league, and their first month and a half of the season.
Looking at the schedule, can they be 3-1, Jeff?
That's a tough first 4.
Run.
Right.
And we have to remember they're staying on the road between Tampa and New York.
Oh, they are.
They're staying on the road.
I knew they would. I told you I knew they would.
Because he did not want to go back and forth for too early. In fact, they asked
Both
the
1 o'clock games.
They asked the league, give us back-to-back Eastern time zone games whenever we play New York. And that's what they did.
But Jeff, what's the percentage of teams going west to east playing that early game? Even if you're a good team, what's the percentage that team loses? Is it like 74%?
I think it really depends how good your quarterback is.
Did you just make that number up?
No, I swear to God.
You just made it up.
It's like my wife.
Peter's right. You
70,
just made that up.
73.8.
And you were so definitive. That's the thing. You've done that to me before.
He sold it hard.
Speaks confidently.
You did. Say it loud with a clipboard. You're the man.
As he looks looks it up, just to remind people, this is the
If
first.
it's at 74, I'm done.
This is the
I'm
first.
leaving. I'm leaving if it's 74.
This is the first 4 weeks of their schedule. It's at Seattle, which on the opener is going to be tough as hell. That place is loud to start
And please tell me the last time they played good there.
Oh, exactly.
I'll wait here.
Brian Bosworth was.
The second game is Pittsburgh at home, which is going to be the Russell Wilson homecoming. If
and
he's
Mike
the starter.
Tomlin falls out of bed and wins 10.
Exactly.
That's how it works. It doesn't matter what
No,
the
he
roster is.
He doesn't fall out of bed. He's a great coach.
He's an awesome coach, and I
Next
don't
one.
mean to cheapen it, but he's never had a losing record. I mean,
Okay.
just come on.
Hey, here's the spread. This is the best I got. Pacific
The
Coast
best I
teams
got.
or
They're not a Pacific Coast team.
I know.
Mose.
I know. Mountain team.
How long you
traveling-
lived here?
Hold on. a
You
second.
just made up the mountain part. It's Pacific.
Let me say this then. You take it with what you will. Traveling to the Mountain Time Zone, they have a 42.9 against the spread win rate. Traveling to the Central Time Zone, a 38.1, and traveling to the Eastern Time Zone, a 29.6% against the spread win rate.
Let me ask you, what was it when Manning was the quarterback?
100%. Actually, it was probably about 84%, yeah.
When Manning was thrown to DT, what was the percentage?
Yeah, it was pretty damn good. Pretty damn good.
The last two here, just real
But
quick.
that's against the spread, not winning and losing.
That's correct.
Because you're a money guy.
I'll find it, you
You're a
guys.
money
You
guy.
guys are all knuckleheads.
Just bring some stats.
I will. I'll get it.
Week 3 is at Tampa, which is going to be hot as hell. And Tampa, by the way, divisional playoff team last year, made it.
And again, what Peter's talking about, September in Florida. And,
Yep.
and the last time
1
they
o'clock.
went there, it was like the end of the world thunderstorm came, the lightning
Yeah.
delay. It was pitch black in the middle of the day.
And then week 4 is at the Jets
And
with
they're staying
assumingly a
out.
healthy Aaron Rodgers.
They're staying out for that. And
Like-
those kinds of trips either go great or they don't.
That 4-week stretch is brutal.
Can they be 2-2 then?
I think if they're fortunate, they're 2-2.
Right, but that's the question. So if you start Stidham and you go 1-3, it's different. If Bo Nix, you talk about.
And coaches always talk about the big problem is, okay, if you start Nix right away and it doesn't go well, you can't pull him out and put him
Right.
back in. Now you've set back the developmental clock even more. But just the vibe in my gut here, being around here, is that they'd really like him to start week 1.
So earn it, kid. Earn it. Give us a
but
reason
they
to
gotta
put you
see.
in
They
there.
gotta. That's why these games.
What we should do is take a break so he can figure out if the
Yeah,
74%.
I'll find it right now.
Leggy, thanks for the time, buddy.
Thanks, fellas. You guys are great.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com, Super Agent Peter Schaefer with us all day today. Back after this.
All
right, back here, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. One more time today with Super Agent Peter Schaefer. Thanks again, Pete, for sitting in with us today.
This has been a blast. I've learned a lot about radio and a lot of other stuff.
Hey, I
Yeah.
Mostly off the air.
Exactly.
Do
By the way,
you want to give that away real quick?
Yeah, just quickly, a reminder to you guys that after their thrilling penalty shootout win Monday night, the Rapids advance to the round of 32, and they'll take on FC Juarez at Dick's Sporting Goods Park at 7:30 on Friday, and you can grab tickets right now. And we're giving away a pair of tickets today, and the winner is Eric Gutierrez. So
Right on,
congratulations, Eric. On those tickets. Have fun on Friday.
The guy with the last letter Z knew that Juarez with the last letter Z.
Exactly
That's, that's cheating.
Nailed it.
Well, Jesse Trujillo's Hispanic. He would not know how to spell Juarez if it paid him.
By the way, an update here. We were talking about Caden Stearns earlier. This from Mike Kliss of 9 News. Caden Stearns passed his Broncos physical exam, but not the Panthers physical. So there can be subjectivity to these medical exams. So it looks like their waiver wire claim might not go through.
If he doesn't pass physical, then the waiver gets rescinded.
So each team has their own standard for the physical?
Yes.
That's interesting.
And it's a lot easier to pass a physical when the team, if you had surgery and the team doctor that did the surgery
right.
pass you in a physical, then you go to another team and they look at the knee and they say, no, I don't know if it's a knee, shoulder, whatever it is. And they're like, the risk's not too much because if he gets hurt, then you're on the hook for the money.
Yeah.
By the way, I went back yesterday and I watched it probably 5 times. That Femke Bol, the Netherlands gal who won the mixed relay, what an incredible finish that was.
Peter, did you see yesterday in the men's 4x400?
Hall.
Yeah, we got the
Quincy
audio
Hall.
of this. I think I sent it to you,
What a
Nelly.
stud. Dude, I thought he was dead, and he was – did you see him dig down the stretch? Dude,
Yes.
he was digging. That was so good.
So Quincy Hall, he came all the way back. Did you see this yesterday, Peter?
Love
No, I
this
didn't see
guy.
that.
Love him.
Okay, you got to watch this one because it's as impressive as the other. If you got it, Nelly, let's go ahead and run it.
But the thing about the Netherlands, the look on her face when she won.
Jereme Richards on the outside, Matthew Hudson-Smith, Karani James, Quincy Hall is coming back, Quincy Hall is digging deep, Quincy Hall is running past all of them, can he get there? He does! It's gone for the USA, Quincy Hall with the most epic comeback!
So that's NBC on the call there. How's that for a finishing kick, huh?
Dude, he was on the backstretch and he was behind, man, and I'm like, oh, no. And they're making the turn, and I'm like, he's behind. And he was just, I don't know how these awesome athletes, they find something inside themselves, and he outruns all those dudes down the stretch. It was crazy good.
But
So
when you're
look where
watching
he's
that,
at. He's deep in 4th place on
Deep.
that final turn.
But
Deep.
anybody who's running 400 meters, right? No matter what you say, by the time you get to 300 and whatever, your legs are tired, and you could sit there and say, I want to find this inner strength. It's physically impossible, and that guy, it's unbelievable.
That's
It was awesome.
crazy.
Also yesterday, I was scamming through, and I don't feel the need anymore, Brent, to bash on different sports. I don't feel the need.
But
First of all, I watched that with the USA women's wrestler that won the freestyle.
Impressive.
She was awesome. She was so.
If I get into a bar fight, I want her with me.
Absolutely. But I saw the pool dancing.
I watched that too.
The team pool dancing where they all jumped in together?
Hey, listen, is it pretty? Yeah, it's pretty. Is it an Olympic sport? No. Not any reason on God's green earth should that be an Olympic sport. It's dance. It's dancing is all it is. It's dancing.
Well, listen.
In the water.
As of this morning,
it's just silly.
The U.S., they have their commanding lead in total medals, right? They're at 95.
Yep.
China was at 68, I believe, this morning. Well, after a few events, I don't know which ones they are, the U.S. was leading 27-26 in gold medals. Now China's taking the lead again. They're 28 to 27. I don't know. I don't know what they won this morning, but they got 2 more golds this morning, so they're now 1 up on the U.S.
Great.
Do we care about total medals or gold?
We talked
we
about
talked
this.
about that.
It's individually, if you medal, it's amazing.
I agree.
As a country, I want the golds, though. That's my standard.
You have the gold standard?
Yeah. That guy's got a gold jacket.
Hall of Famer in the house.
Steve Atwater's in the house.
Hall of Famer in the house.
You can't see me. I'm camouflaged.
By the way, 1 o'clock today. Obviously, a big game. Got
like that, huh?
Serbia and the U.S. as Joker is.
Can we ask Steve Atwater who's going to win, Serbia or USA today? Basketball.
Come on, bro, is what he said.
But a bunch of communists over here. They all no. The Joker factor is big because he's our guy, right? But it's going to be hard to not want USA to pull out a close victory, and hopefully
I want a
Joker
close
and company
win.
they
I
go
want
and
a
they
close
win,
US
they win
win.
the bronze. Okay.
I don't think
about
that's
that?
too much to ask
See,
for.
this is typical Steve Atwater. He gave it all sincere, no answer.
Yes.
But it's still not an answer, though.
Yes. Yeah. It's not going to be. He said it's not going to be
USA.
close. Yeah.
He's 100% correct. Yeah, I think this is a 20-point win for Team USA.
15-point spread.
And you know what else? I think in the second half, if they have them down by 17, the USA's are going to try to push it as hard as they can. I really do.
I'm telling you, Jokic is carrying them.
You actually think they might win today, don't you?
I think they're winning.
I swear to God, if they win tomorrow on this program, I will give you so much more credit you won't even understand how much I'll praise you tomorrow.
I think Jokic is going to win. I'm not saying Serbia. I'm saying Jokic is going to win.
Shades or not, we can see the look of disappointment in
Look at
Steve's
him.
eyes.
He's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Oh, now Dempsey's
Okay.
jumping in. He's like, no, they don't got a chance either.
Yeah,
He's
Chris
triple
knows more than all of
doubling.
us
He's
combined.
triple double in the first half.
Yeah, Chris knows more than all of us combined. Hey, real quick, before we're out of here today, gentlemen.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, we got a better thing before we're out of here. Today in sports history, 1889, Pebbly Jack Glasscock is 5 for 6, hits for the cycle against Mickey Welch as Indianapolis drubs New York 14-1. How about our boy Pebbly Jack today in
Glasscock.
1889, huh?
Way to go, Jack Glasscock. Here's Ryan. Mark, let's see you do some pool dancing and tell me how easy it is. And I'm like, no. I'm like, dude, there's.
Hold on, Pete. You're rubbing the microphone there.
Oh, yeah.
No, you're okay.
Listen,
You're okay.
I'm not saying I can
water
do Brett, I can't do the pool dancing. It doesn't mean it should be an Olympic sport.
No, I got you.
Okay? It's pretty. I admire their ability. But it's dancing in the pool, doing twirls and swirls and stuff. Synchronized, don't get me wrong, but you know what I'm talking about.
I watched it yesterday, too. I didn't get it either. I totally understand where you're coming from.
You're not incorrect. I couldn't do it. It doesn't mean I'd want to watch it.
Before we get out of here, let's get a quick fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Give this to Steve.
In honor of my predecessor on the show, I wanted to wish you guys a happy 20th anniversary of the Dave Matthews Band Chicago River incident. Do you guys know what that was?
I have no idea.
On August 8th, 2004, the Dave Matthews Band's tour bus was driving over the Kinsey Street Bridge in Chicago, and they decided to empty out their septic tank on the bus. They dropped 800 pounds of human waste through the bridge and onto a boat passing below that was full of tourists on the river.
No.
That was August
Really?
8th, 2004, yes.
So what happened after that?
Well,
I'm suing them.
Yes, exactly is what happened. They did get sued. They had to pay a decent chunk of money in a settlement.
They just turned it into the Seine River.
Yes, exactly.
Basically, yes.
Those Chicago
Basically.
tourists had to do the triathlon in Paris.
The
is what
Chicago
happened.
River is about as clean as the Seine.
After that
Trust me on
incident.
that,
Yeah. All right, guys, you can find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo Lombardi and Kane, as got Dempsey and Company coming up. They will be broadcasting during practice here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Just a couple of days away until the preseason opener. We get a lot more answers to a lot of the stuff that we've seen throughout camp. But again, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo Lombardi and Kane's where you can find the podcast. Peter, thank you again for
Appreciate
sitting in
it.
with us today.
Good to see
You
you,
are
baby.
the man. We will be back tomorrow, not from Broncos Park. We're going to be in the studio tomorrow. They're shutting things down.
Right.
But we'll be back here next week. But we'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful Thursday. Love you all very much. Goodbye.
Dempsey.
Get loose, get loose, get loose, get loose.
This is Dempsey and Company, live at Broncos training camp.
Bring it up, let's go.
Brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org. Let's get out to Broncos Park on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hell yeah, football.
Here's Christopher Dempsey and Alex Ryan-Emmy.
Who peed in your Cheerios?
Well, the NFL has plenty of rules. One of them, the depth chart has to be released at a certain time.
Yep.
Would you like to see the NFL get rid of it?
No. Come on. No. We just released the depth chart yesterday. All good. I just didn't spend a lot of time on it.
But what's the purpose of doing it?
Ask them. I mean, I think for every game, I think it's important there's a depth chart. It's a starting point. I just didn't want to make a big deal over the rookies all being at the end of the line. And you guys went into a tizzy. So, they're all at the end of the line, and obviously that'll change.
Who peed in your Cheerios?
Sean said he put the rookies all at the back of the depth chart, but before it came out, there was hubbub on social media, all that, and you listed at number 3. Did you kind of notice that commotion or anything like that?
Couldn't care less.
Okay. So is that generally on the depth chart? You don't care how you're listed at this point, I guess.
Couldn't care less.
There's one thing I've got to know. Who peed in your Cheerios? Only heaven knows. We could be peas in a pod, but baby, who's got your panties in such a wad?
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
Oh, like father, like son. Bo Nix and Sean Payton getting testy with the reporters yesterday at Broncos camp as the first depth chart of the season was released, and all the rookies at the back of it, and all of us kind of get up and in our fields, and Sean was like, listen, I have to do this because I'm going to get fined. It was the his no was Sean Payton's version of Marshawn's I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, it's and look, I understand. You haven't even played a game yet, right? So there's reps that you have that you're undergoing out here at Broncos training camp. Well, much cooler day, by the way, out here at Broncos Park. No. Well, what's funny about that too, Raj, is that that was the quick. Don't make it seem like I'm going against the NFL here. Like, no. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I wouldn't do a depth chart right now if it was up to me, but it's the rules, so I will do it.
No.
Yeah, right. That was the do not make a big deal out of this. But look, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, and I think if you're watching what's happening out here, and there's so much media, and we'll have Coach Mike Sanford on here. He's seen us all. We know what the depth chart is because we see it every single day in terms of who's out here for what reps with what teams. We see the player movement, who's getting more reps today as opposed to yesterday, and all that kind of stuff. But when you're forced to put it on paper, it might just look like that.
Right, and yesterday is the first day with the first depth chart, and who ran with the ones?
Yeah, Bo Nix.
Bo ran
exactly
with the ones yesterday,
right.
So the depth chart does not matter.
And even
the
Sean
points
said
are made up.
It'll change.
Yeah. He said obviously it's going to change. Obviously it will not stay the same.
Right.
He's got a running back. He's got a running back who's going to make the team right now, in Audric Estime, who, if you just look at the depth chart, is off the team at this point. Audric will be on the 53.
Right.
Come week 1 this year, he's going to be
there.
No. It's simply going to happen. I'm excited to hear from Coach Sanford today, see what he sees. It's been 2 days of mediocre play from the offense at best, right? A couple of days ago, Scotty looked at DMAC on our Broncos training camp recap podcast and went, we don't have a quarterback here in Denver. And then yesterday, when I was watching with Tyler Polumbus, he goes, that was the trifecta of bad football, is what he said yesterday. And it got a little bit better when they went into their it was Tyler called it go zone yesterday, not exactly red zone because you started on the 37 down 6 with a timeout. This was the last period of practice yesterday, just after you and I got off the air.
Right.
you had to march down the field, and all three quarterbacks were unsuccessful in producing the points needed to tie the football game. Bo marched down. He was pretty good. Nearly threw an interception in his final throw. His time expired, but he gave his team a shot, right?
Yep.
So, like, it looked good, but he wasn't a world beater yesterday. Stidham ran in with the twos. And Stidham marched him down, looked really on time, in command, and then he tried to and this was not, like, as time expired. There were 18, 19, 20 seconds left.
He had time.
And still had a timeout in his pocket, tried to force a pass. It gets tipped up, gets intercepted, game over. And then Wilson walks in, and Wilson makes two beautiful passes to gain a first down. And then, unfortunately, what we've seen out of Zach Wilson is back foot hits the back of his drop, and he doesn't see read 1. He doesn't see read 2. And then he starts to panic. Sack. And that's the big no-no, under 20 seconds to go. When you're in the red zone, have to have points with one timeout. So instead of utilizing that time, did not have the timeout in his pocket because they had utilized it already in the drive, has to run up, clock the ball, and then he made the best throw out of the group yesterday, Wilson. It was a back corner throw. I believe it was Troy Franklin, who's in the back of the end zone. Fans thought it was a touchdown, clearly out of bounds. Defense wins all three. And it was just a cap on 2 straight days, Chris, of like, yeah, they look better. Like, they look fine. But I think if you had a truly dominant team in here, or a team that was like at least competing for a playoff position this season, you'd look at the offense and go, well, yeah, they look okay, but they don't look like they're a playoff team whatsoever.
Yeah, it's and I think that's a perspective that we all have to continue to keep in the back of our minds, right? If this is not a playoff team, that if they do make the playoffs, it's going to be because there's probably big injuries somewhere else in the AFC, and then they have overachieved during this football season to be able to get there. And because we know that is the case, and we're watching them go through the new kickoff rule. Thank you. The new kickoff rule drills here right in front of us, but because we know that this is not a playoff team, I think that for me, I'll just speak for myself because I think for me, that just gives me the patience to sit back and watch this. So we had Andy on yesterday, and Andy was very, very adamant about he has seen this movie before. Like the way this offense looks, the way the quarterbacks have been super up and down, the way that he has not been very impressed with Bo Nix at all. This rings very familiar to him as the precursor to a football team that's going to score 16 points per game, and it's going to be very terrible over the course of a season. And I think where I come in on this situation is I just want to sit back and see. Because we already know it's not going to the playoffs. So why would we expect this team to look like a playoff team 2 weeks into training camp? We can't expect that. We have to expect that these young players are going to go through so many ups and downs. They might have 3, 4, 5 bad practices in a row. But what we can't do is come to final analysis before they have even played one preseason game yet. And that is, I think, my overarching point here within all of the other stuff that we're talking about is, well, let's just watch this unfold over the course of an entire preseason and then, quite honestly, over the entire regular season. Because what this team looks like right now is it looks like a developmental football team. It should. But what it looks like in November might be something very, very different.
And listen, I'm comfortable with doing that, and I can tell and sense Andy's frustration. Right? He's like, I can't believe we're going to be doing this again. But it's a vastly different situation than Broncos fans have been in over the course of these 9 seasons. Vastly different. In 2016, you were coming off of a Super Bowl, and you went, well, Peyton's not here, but could this team still compete for a playoff spot? I think the answer would have been yes, and they end up going 9-7 that year. They miss out, but they were right on the doorstep. And then I think the first, for me, like the only true year of the team doesn't quite have it this season was 2017, when you went into it a second year with Trevor Siemian, and you had moved on from the vast majority of guys who were on the team in Super Bowl 50, and you went, all right, new head coach, you've got Vance Joseph here, first gig, it might not end up happening for you. But then you get 2018, and you sign Case Keenum, who had just come off of a miracle season with the Minnesota Vikings.
Right.
You go, okay, well, now we have a quarterback, so we can get back to expecting to compete for a playoff position. Then you realize that goes by the wayside. Who's the quarterback the next year? It's Joe Flacco. I don't think anyone sitting on the hill out there was like, yeah, Joe Flacco is going to lead us to the promised land.
Right.
It just simply wasn't going to happen. Your best opportunity after that was Drew Lock. You have to mix in, obviously, the first-round draft pick on Paxton Lynch. There was excitement there, but it was very clear early on in the Paxton Lynch experiment that it just wasn't the proper fit. This is the first year that I think the organization is truly reset since 2017. Their expectations of, we're not a playoff team. And honestly, for a year, if you just reset the clock right now, you can't look back on 9 years of this. You have to reset the clock at the start of the Sean Payton experience, right?
Yes.
And go, now he's got his guys in. He has a young quarterback, and you have to be okay with missing out again this year. Have to be okay with seeing the growing pains that we're seeing right now for the long-term success. It might not happen this year, but next year, if it's still crappy, then you can start to panic. Then you can go, oh, no, what's truly wrong with this? I just don't think that's where we're at.
I don't either. And it doesn't mean that Sean Payton doesn't want to win football games, because of course he does. And he and the coaching staff will push these players as hard as they need to push them to be able to be competitive and win as many games as they possibly can this season. But they have to do that within context. And we have to do that within context. And it's just, I know it's very difficult given what you said, and I thought that was really well said. You know, it's the difference is in some of those previous years, you looked at this football team and you thought, okay, this player here plays well, this player over here plays well, and boom, this is a playoff team, and we can start to get back to some of the longer playoff runs, if not at some point get back to a Super Bowl. That is not the context of this football team. There's a lot of young players on this team. Your quarterback is super young. Raj, here's the one thing I never understood from draft, and that was there were so many people who looked at those three quarterbacks and said, well, one of these guys has to be your franchise quarterback. And the answer is not one of those guys has to be your franchise quarterback. The answer is Bo Nix has to be your franchise quarterback because he's the guy that was drafted 12th in the draft. And Zach Wilson being here is all well and good. I have seen so many if I had $1 for every quarterback with arm talent that I have seen in my lifetime that was just actually not that great a quarterback, but just the arm was a rocket arm.
Feels like Drew Lock.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you can go back to like Jeff George. And there's just so many quarterbacks that have had great arms and just were not able to be.
Who's the kid out of Arkansas? Was it Jake Locker? Was he Arkansas? Jake Locker? I thought he was an SEC quarterback.
Ryan Mallett was one of them.
Ryan Mallett. Mallett's
yes.
the guy I was thinking about, not
right.
Locker. Mallett was the one that was like, holy crap, that guy's got a cannon,
yeah.
and just simply couldn't process the NFL level. And it's the way that Drew Lock has gone. It's the way that Zach Wilson has gone. And I was holding out hope that, if it was clear that they couldn't get a quarterback in the draft, that you could rehab a guy like Zach Wilson. But that experiment, it's over.
But to your point, though, Raj, if they wouldn't have drafted Bo Nix, then yeah, I think you would see them pour so much more into Zach Wilson.
You'd be in the same situation, though, I think.
Of course you would.
Because I think that Zach is so far away from understanding Sean's offense and running it on the tempo that Sean wants it ran on. And again, I will point back to that near red zone drill at the end of practice yesterday, is that, you can't take a sack then.
Right.
You cannot do that.
Right.
It is unacceptable. It will lose you football games to take a sack in that situation. Throw that ball away, check it down, run for a couple of yards, and then try and go clock the ball. But if you take a sack, that's an extra 7, 8, 9 seconds off the clock that you do not have in that situation, and that will drive Sean up a freaking wall.
Yep.
So if Bo wasn't here, I don't even think we'd be looking at the situation of oh yeah, they're going to take their time. They're actually going to try and develop Zach Wilson, have him be the starter at some point this season. I think Sean would look at Zach and go, yeah, I can win 7 games or 6 games with Jarrett Stidham. I don't know if I can do it with you this year on the off chance that you put it together within the next 3 seasons.
Yeah. And so here we are, right? With the quarterback situation being it is what it is, and look, I've obviously been a proponent for putting Bo Nix on the field sooner than later, game 1, if all possible. But look, the process, his play and his development will dictate how that goes. And I just think that there's an element for us who are talking on these airwaves or writing about it, if you're a beat writer or whatever, there's a modicum of patience that which you have to it has to be in your vernacular as well, because if we thought that we were going to walk out here and watch the 6th quarterback picked out of in the first round, if we're going to watch number 6 come out here and put together great practice after great practice after great practice, then I just don't that's not realistic life in any way, shape, or form. You knew you were going to come out here and watch some bad stuff, and so we just have to. The analysis has to be over time. At the beginning of training camp, he started here. At the end of training camp, is he better than that? Because if he's not, now let's start talking about that. But I think we need to see the game, we need to see the practices, and we need just to kind of Russ, let's all exhale. Let's all exhale. It's going to be okay.
Our coverage of Broncos training camp is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live and love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. We're live out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirits. An overcast day, maybe a little bit of rain coming in. It's kind of nice. It feels like football weather today.
Feels like fall.
The team is going through their first walkthroughs of the day. I believe I see Jarrett Stidham, birthday boy Jarrett Stidham, turns 28 years old today.
Everybody's so young.
Happy birthday to Jarrett Stidham, who shares a birthday with all-time great tennis player Roger Federer and NHL Hall of Famer Ken Dryden. He's running with the ones, as it looks like, through the first couple of minutes of walkthroughs.
Oh, man, what a birthday gift.
I know. Hey, here you go. Here's a cookie. You think there's a card in his locker from Shante? Like, happy birthday. Here's your chance with the ones. Enjoy it while it lasts. Because when Green Bay comes to town, that's the last you'll be of my starting quarterback.
That's so true.
KJ Granderson back at the studio. Chris Dempsey, Alex Ryan, Emmy out here with our Dixon, second day out here at camp, engineer in the program. Jesse is out of town, so I got Dixon hanging out with us. We will have Coach Mike Sanford joining us throughout the program and tell us what he sees with his esteemed quarterback viewing eyes. We'll take a quick timeout, come back on the other side. We've got semifinal Olympic basketball. And my question to you, Chris Dempsey, should we be savoring this USA team way more than we are right now?
No.
Because it might be their last real chance at dominant gold. We'll talk about it next.
Jokić igra 1-1. Sombor shuffle, baby! Pogledak Nikola Jokića!
USA Serbia later today at 1 in the semifinals of the men's basketball tournament at the 2024 Paris Olympic Games, through one half so far. And if you are recording this and want to watch it later on tonight, if you happen to be a Germany or French supporter, turn down your radio for a second. At the half in the first of those two semifinals, tied at 33 are the French and the Germans. Dennis Schroeder, 7 points through his first half. He's got 3 assists. Victor Wembanyama has 7 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist so far in his first half of play. Also has a block to go along with that. 4 defensive rebounds for the former number 1 pick with the San Antonio Spurs. They've got a huge, obvious home crowd advantage there. But Germany, heavy favorites in that game, 6.5-point favorites, not nearly as heavy as the Americans are against Joker and the Serbians. We expect the Americans to beat Nikola and Serbia today. It's just a deeper team. It's better. I think that Nikola will do Nikola things, and he will either outscore the Americans when he's on the court, or it'll be damn near even like it always has been. And then later on the fourth, when Team USA's depth is just able to quite honestly pound the Serbian team into submission, they're going to run away with it. I think it's a 10 or 15-point victory. It brings me to my question. As we have now seen so far, the deepest, most competitive international basketball tournament ever contested. Ever contested. And it'll finish up coming up on Saturday. When we come back to the States in LA in 2028, where we assume that every American basketball superstar will want to play for that team, you will not get the guys who are going to be like, yeah, I'll sit this rotation out. All of the who's who are going to play on that team.
It'll be a different who's who.
It'll be a vastly different who's who.
Yeah.
And I wonder if you are seeing the final year of like true American dominance in the men's Olympic game.
Oh, boy. I do believe that they will not be as overwhelming a favorite in their games in the next Olympic Games 4 years from now. I know. It's one of my favorite calls. Sombor shuffle, baby! And just the reason, because, unless 4 years is a long time.
4 years is a long time. And here, let me give you, I can give you ages right now with these players. Oh, I had it in front of me, and now it's gone away.
So the question, why are you looking for?
I have it now. Steph will be 40.
He's not on that team.
LeBron will be 43.
Not on that team.
Kevin Durant, 39.
Will not be on that team.
Derek White, 34. Not going to be on that team, man. He's not going to be on that team.
Yeah, probably not.
Joel Embiid, 34.
He'll be on the team.
You sure?
Yep.
You sure?
100%. Unless he's injured.
Drew Holiday, 38. Not on the team. Anthony Davis, 35.
Yes, he'll be on the team.
I don't know if that's a guarantee either.
I'm with you, Raj.
Dude, a 35-year-old Anthony Davis and a 34-year-old Joel Embiid, two dudes who historically do not know how to stay healthy. It just does not happen. They cannot stay on the court. And those 35-year-olds, another 4 years of 82 games plus playoffs, are going to be okay to play on that team?
Yes. Well, look, yes, I mean, to your point, is this going to be health especially with those two individuals? But I still think they'll be playing at a level that, if they are playing, I still think they'll be playing at a level that will have them on the team. Now, look, will they be the starters? That is certainly debatable. I think Joel Embiid has a much better chance of still being a starting player 4 years from now. As he does right now. I mean, we're actively watching LeBron James at 39 play great. We're watching Kevin Durant at 30, 35, 36? So he's falling right in that category.
KD is 35. He turns 36 in September of this year.
Right. Steph Curry is himself, the 30.
Steph's 36.
So we're looking at 35 and 36-year-olds play to a pretty high level in this one. So I think that is a thing that certainly can happen for a couple of those individuals. So if Anthony Davis continues to be one of the best players in the league, and I actually actively expect Joel Embiid to, because I think he wants a legacy award, and he's going to do his best to get there. Yeah, he's on.
They're the oldest They're the oldest team in the tournament. They have an average age that's nearing 31, or the oldest team that is competing for a medal in the tournament. The players I did not mention, I mentioned all the guys who are going to be older at that time. Anthony Edwards will be the best player on the team at 26 years old at that Olympics. You'll have Tyrese Halliburton, who will be on the team at 28 years of old at that time. Jason Tatum will be on that team at 30. Bam Adebayo will be on that team at 31. Devin Booker will be on that team at 31 years of age. So they still have tons of star power and tons of firepower. But
and then, Raj, here's who you're also going to have. John Morant will be on that team.
If he wants to
Chet
be.
Holmgren will be on that team. Of course, John Morant's going to want to be there. There's no doubt about that. There will be, I expect Cooper Flagg to be on that team. Cooper Flagg will be in the NBA next season. And then that will give him 3-year runway to get to the Olympics there 4 years from now. I expect Cooper Flagg to be on that team. So I think that there are some super young players right now, and maybe even some that might be drafted next season that will play their way into that category.
Earlier candidates who did not make this team this year, who will be on the short list next season. Paolo Banchero?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. He'll be an all-NBA player.
Jaylen Brown?
Yeah, they're not. If he wants to go next time, they're not going to leave him off twice.
Jimmy Butler will be too old.
Yeah, gone.
De'Aaron Fox. Do you see his game excelling to that point?
Oh, man.
Because he's a guy that I've heard a lot of Nuggets fans be like, if there was a trade out there that moved Jamal Murray away from Denver, you know who I'd like? I'd like De'Aaron Fox. There's a lot of Nuggets fans out there who are like, well, if the Jamal Murray situation doesn't clear up anytime soon, that's kind of the guy I'd like here.
Yeah, De'Aaron Fox, I have a lot of respect for his game. He's such an explosive player. Better with the jump shooting. I mean, he would definitely be in the mix. You know, for him, he'll have to play his way into an all-NBA space. I think he can do that, but also that's going to mean getting the Sacramento Kings into, and not just into the playoffs, but a couple of rounds into the playoffs, multiple years for him to be thought of that way.
What do you think happens later on today? 1 p.m. is your tip-off between the U.S. and the Serbians. Do we see Joker basically stay on the floor the whole game?
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing the whole game pretty much the last 2 for Serbia.
That concerned us a lot when we talked about it. It was honestly a conversation that happened way more often last summer than it did this summer going in, because I think we had such a quick turnaround from the playoffs to the Olympics this year. Is that last year we had all this time in this honeymoon period after the NBA championship to be like, oh, well, next year at this time, what's going to be happening? You're thinking, well, the Nuggets will then have another deep playoff run. You're thinking either you get into the Western Conference Final and play a long series, or you get to the NBA Finals again. There's a long playoff run. You're going, oh, well, I don't know if I want Nikola Jokic to play that and then go into the Olympics. That was our big conversation last year.
Yep.
He's played a ton of minutes in this Olympic Games, and I don't feel concerned for some reason.
Yeah, because the Nuggets were done in the playoffs so early. You know, he had a lot of time to recover from the playoffs and then get into this space. Yeah, the concern last year when they won the title was you play into June, and then you got to turn around and play in like the World Championship, whether the FIBA whatever tournament they play in, to be able to qualify. And then you got to turn around, and then training camp is right after that. I mean, I think that tournament last year went into September. So, and then training camp started just a couple of weeks after that for the Nuggets. So he just never actively got time off in a real way. Whereas this year, you know, you lose in Game 7 to the Timberwolves. It's the end of April, the beginning of May. You don't even play until, July when you're ramping up for this tournament. Now it's August, and then it's going to be over this week, and you're going to have all this time to rest again prior to training camp. And that's the reason why we haven't heard that a lot, because he has been playing. It would be a super valid conversation, right? Dude played 37 out of 40 minutes last game, and then it was 35 out of the 40 the game prior, and he's probably going to play 40 out of 40, because the stat that you mentioned just a few minutes ago, which was and it got a lot of run, which was when Joker was on the court, he was a 0 plus minus, and when he was off the court for 9 minutes, it was a minus 26. Well, if you're Serbia, that just means one thing: Joker plays the entire game.
Don't take him
That
off
is
the
it.
court.
Right, yeah. And so if he plays the entire game, it might be a little bit closer, but also you're going to have a gassed Joker at the end of the game. If you're, I just, there's only one way I see Serbia winning this game, and that is Bogdanovic makes all the three-point shots all game
He goes
long.
9 of 15.
Right. And then you start to catch bad performances from some of the guys. I think if I'm Serbia, the first guy I want to take out is Kevin Durant, because I think Kevin Durant makes the U.S. He takes them from like great to unbeatable. And so if you can take him out and just make him inefficient, I should say, which is easy for me to say, but harder for them to do, then you can keep yourself into a space against this U.S. team, because a lot of those guys aren't shooting great. But there's just so many good players. It's such a tall task for Serbia. It's been a double-digit loss twice now already to the U.S., once in an exhibition and once in this actual tournament. So uphill battle. But you know what's funny about watching them too? Serbia looks a lot like the Nuggets. Like when you watch them play basketball and you watch Joker start on the block, run up, set the screen, then the ball handler, kind of plays off the screen. Maybe he resets the screen, flip back to Joker, get a dribble handoff, get down here. Like it's just like the Nuggets.
Well, right, but if you're Serbia, why would you try and play Nikola in any other fashion?
Way. Right.
It's exactly what Canada did, right? And Canada, granted, they had Serbia doesn't have another stud on their team like Canada does with Shea, and they've got with Jamal when he's playing properly and utilized properly. Canada could always just go like, all right, like Shea go score 30 or go score 25 and we'll stay in this game and we'll try and find a way to get to the medal rounds. Serbia doesn't have that opportunity, so what they do is they play exactly how Michael Malone plays Nikola Jokic and play him to his biggest strengths. I wonder.
And they've got good guards.
I wonder if Canada had done the same thing with Jamal Murray and let him be on ball and let Shea be off ball, if they would have been in a semifinal and not bounced in the quarters.
Yeah, maybe.
Because Shea's, you know what you got to admit, call a spade a spade. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a bona fide MVP candidate, and he will be for the next 5 to 7 years, and Jamal Murray simply is not. They are different players.
Correct.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander can do far more things in a basketball court than Jamal can. I'm not saying that Jamal is not a great ball player. He is wonderful. He's amazing, and he's one of the main reasons why you won a championship 2 seasons ago. But he's not Shai. So if you're the Canadian team, why not allow... You knew Shea that was probably going to be successful in any role that you put him in. So why not try and maximize Jamal Murray rather than just putting all your eggs into one basket? Serbia did it right. The Canadians screwed themselves.
Yeah,
And as a result, they're making us panic. They're making me panic about Jamal Murray. Listen, it is amazing how different this conversation is right now than what it was last summer. Because what we talked about last summer was like, I don't even want Jamal Murray to play in these damn Olympics because I'm nervous about his lower body. I don't want Nikola Jokic to play because I don't want him to get burnt out or, God forbid, turn an ankle and you lose him until January. That was my thought process last year. But now that we're watching this tournament, Joker's playing 40 minutes a night. I couldn't give 2 damns about that. And Jamal isn't playing, and it's causing me concern. I got what I asked for.
You did.
What is this?
You did. I think for Canada... I think they hoped that they could play one way. And look, if we're just going to bottom line this, you put the ball in the hands of your best player, period. And that is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Now, look, to your point, if you see multiple games on end that Jamal is kind of struggling off ball, can you now just put him on ball and say, okay, maybe you're more comfortable in this position with the ball in your hands.
Can we win like this?
Yeah, and with Shai, because Shai can probably just catch the ball anywhere, break down his defender, and do whatever he wants anyway. So, yeah, I mean, that's something that they probably didn't do enough. But at some point, Jamal was going to have to make shots, man, and he just never did. And theories on that, but I'm not going to dive too deep into the X's and O's of Olympic basketball, but it's. I think he'll be okay when it's actual NBA basketball and he's playing again off of Nikola Jokic, and then we'll go, oh yeah, that's the Jamal Murray that we remember. He'll play that way next season. I do want to address this really fast about your point 4 years from now. we are already in a situation where 51 players on other teams in this tournament were NBA players that were not on the U.S. team. 51 other players on international teams. 105 international players played on NBA teams last season. That number is only going up, which means that number is only going up from a Olympic standpoint when we get back around to this 4 years from now, which means it's going to be much more difficult for the U.S. team, which probably you're not going to look at that and go, look, there's like 10 Hall of Famers on that team. It's going to be harder for them to get through that than this team, which clearly has all-time greats on it, and Steph and KD, who is the all-time Olympic scoring leader for the United States on their squad.
That's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryan, Emmy, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Our coverage live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, rolls on next. Broncos are going through position group activities right now. Team period number 2 is coming up in just a few minutes. It may start right when we come back on the other side. We'll tell you what we see, give you the latest from out here at Dove Valley. Following a thrilling penalty shootout win on Monday night against Club Lyon, the Rapids have advanced to the round of 32 in the League's Cup 2024 this Friday. That is tomorrow evening. They'll take on FC Juarez at Dick's Sporting Goods Park at 7:30 p.m. Don't miss out on any of the Rapids action. Tickets are on sale right now, but because you're listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Denver's #1 for sports talk, all sports around the Denver area, all you have to do is text the word Mexico to 303-504-0925. That's Mexico to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. You'll have an opportunity to win a pair of tickets to the Rapids round of 32 Leagues Cup game against FC Juarez. What did you see Monday out of that team, Demps?
Yeah, I thought it was really well done by the Rapids. I mean, you know, they're in a group with Portland and Lyon, and look, their backs were up against it. Whichever team would have won that game obviously moves on. Lyon lost 2-1 to Portland, and then the Rapids took a 4-0 loss to Portland, and so you wondered just exactly what kind of squad was going to show up. A really, really good one showed up. Just good in a lot of areas. Having Jordi Mihailovic back, I mean, that was the good side effect to the U.S. men's team losing in the Olympics was they got Mihailovic back. He was able to kind of sub in and play a big role there in the second half. This is going to be a different kind of a test. I mean, these teams, these Mexican club teams are really, really good. You know, they're pretty clinical in front of net. I expect that to be the case, and sometimes these atmospheres are really split in terms of how the crowd is cheering. So, really well done by the Rapids. I thought it was a great bounce back from losing 4-0. And can they keep this going in the Leagues Cup?
Again, text the word "Whoa Mexico" like you're James Taylor to 303-504-0925. Dude, I grew up on James Taylor, man. That's my guy. I was out of town when he was in Red Rocks, and I was, like, devastated. My wife goes, "You listen to James Taylor?" I was like, "Sweet baby James? Baby girl, what are you talking about?" As I almost get stung by a wasp. I'm under attack right now. What is happening?
I don't know where it went.
It's cold. There aren't supposed to be wasps out anymore. If I was going to get stung, it was going to be over the last, 8 days. Come on.
So
we're watching the quarterbacks throw small routes, short routes right now to their wide receiver core. A guy who's standing right in front of us right now, number 19 in Marvin Mims Jr. This has been an interesting camp for a guy that is expecting to have a way larger role on this team, certainly with the new kickoff rules. But it seems like every time we talk about a quarterback to wide receiver connection, it is Josh Reynolds, it's Cortland Sutton, it's Devon Vele, it's my guy David Sills the fifth getting open. We haven't had many times where we've seen 19 flash and take the top off the defense, and I keep wondering, is this a Marvin Mims thing, or is this just simply they don't have the quarterback to utilize a guy who's going to be able to get open past the safeties, or is it Sean Payton not truly making the switch to game plan for him even more, even though we've gotten the promise that Marvin Mims is going to be utilized more this year? We haven't seen it through 10 practices. We just have not.
No, and you know, and he's been very frustrated, you know, during some of these practice sessions. And, you know, I think it's a combo. I think it's a combo plateau, man. I just do. I think the quarterback play has a lot to do with it. You have to have the ability to be able to get it to him, as well as he needs to be able to make the play. So I think that there is a lot of that, especially if you're talking about deep routes, and especially if you are concerned with the arm strength of any of these quarterbacks. I think that comes into play. I wonder if they are still, as an offensive staff, trying to figure out the best actual way to utilize Marvin Mims. Because I think that could be part of this as well. You know, there was a point at which Sean Payton basically just made it sound like now that there's no Jerry Jeudy, you just plug in Marvin Mims to that spot, and now it's up to him to be able to perform. And I think even Marvin Mims, it's the reason why he's probably frustrated a little bit on a couple of occasions. I believe he thinks that too. And if he's not getting targets, he's wondering why, you know, in the absence of the player that was in front of him getting the targets in lieu of him. So It'll be one of the interesting things, Raj, that we see unfold, I think, over the course of the preseason. And I think it's actually going to spill into the regular season. I just don't think that they're going to work this out in a way that's satisfactory to them in these next few weeks prior to a regular season.
Satisfactory is a good word. Give me a satisfactory. I just swatted the hell out of that B like I'm Dikembe Mutombo. Not today, B. Not today.
It's going to come back and stink.
just square in the neck like a trank dart. You're funny, man. You're funny. Let's keep it the wide receiver room. Satisfactory.
Yep.
What's a satisfactory amount of touches per game for Marvin Mims then?
Oof, boy.
Is it 6? Is it 8? 8 targets?
That seems a little high.
Seems
a little
high. Doesn't it seem high?
Yeah. I think his average
especially with how heavily they're going to have to rely on the run game this year. Is what we always think is that this is going to be a team that lives between 16 and 24 points, relies on the defense, relies on a deep pass rushing unit, and one elite shutdown corner, and possibly Levi Wallace coming back and getting into his Pittsburgh heydays there for the secondary. It's a younger and different safety group, obviously, with Justin Simmons, who, by the way, spent an entire day with the New Orleans Saints and still has not signed. And then they signed a linebacker to a big 3-year extension, which doesn't seem like it's boding well for Justin Simmons right now. They're going to have to rely on this defense a lot and rely on the run game to insulate the quarterback play of what we expect to be Bo Nix.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's just 6 touches a game, we talk about satisfaction. Is that enough to satisfy Marvin Mims?
No way. I think the answer is no. Because even if you're targeted that many times, it doesn't mean you're making the catch. And what if the ball's thrown behind you? What if it's there's a lot of things that can happen that just impact your ability to have a bunch of receptions over the course of a regular season. And not to mention Cortland Sutton's still on this football team. Like, he's going to get a healthy share. I think I would expect out of all the wide receivers, he'll be the most targeted one over the course of the regular season. That means everybody else has to slot in after that. And so Marvin Mims is fighting for targets with Troy Franklin, with Tim Patrick, whoever's left, whoever's on this roster during the regular season. And so I think if you're Marvin Mims, you have to be confident enough to think that, hey, look, I'm going to get a bunch of targets, but you can't get frustrated when you don't, because there is probably a really good chance that not a really good chance, but there's a good chance that you, at the end of the season, look back and go, man, I thought I was going to get these targets. I just am not getting these targets. And so then for the Broncos, it's going to be, they're going to try to get him as many targets in the kicking but touches in the kicking game as well. It's a lot to think about, but that is something that I am very interested to see unfold, and I think we're only going to know – it's only going to get clarified for us in actual games.
Do you think he's going to have the same frustration this year as Jerry Jeudy outwardly showed last season?
Yeah,
and
if he's already showing it.
That's my thing.
Yeah.
Does Mims, who doesn't have the same pedigree as Jerry Jeudy did coming out of the draft, although he's close, he's a second-rounder, he's not – Jerry Jeudy was widely touted in that draft as being the best route runner by far in that season, and it was a stacked wide receiver draft the year that the Broncos took Jerry Jeudy. Is he allowed to be that much of a diva? That's my question.
No.
Because Jeudy put up a stink, but you can also look at him and go, first-round pick, he has not a quarterback thrown into him. They haven't really game planned him, and granted, it was just as much on the quarterback play and on the system as it was on the player as well.
Yeah.
I worry that the fan base, if Mims decides to go that route because he's so frustrated, if this actually happens.
Right.
I worry that the fan base, having seen it from Jeudy last year, will not give him anywhere near as long a leash.
Yeah. Nor should we. Nor should we. He should not go that route. He just shouldn't. It's.
And when I talk about pedigree in that draft, Chris, it's CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Brandon Ayuk, were all taken. Michael Pittman was a second-round pick. T. Higgins was a second-round pick that season. Laviska Shenault, I know he hasn't really turned into anything, but he had like a good couple of years in his first couple of seasons with Jacksonville there. It was a stacked wideout draft.
Mm-hmm. It was. And yeah, I think if you're Marvin, you got to exercise a little bit of patience. You got to really work your tail off. Look, if you're Marvin, go to Bo Nix. Throw after practice. Try to get that rapport with him so that now in the game he's giving you the looks and maybe even targets that might have gone somewhere else. And so I think there's ways for Marvin Mims to be able to impact how many targets he gets, but obviously he's just going to have to play really well. But I don't think any of us should even stand for a little bit him coming out in any way, shape, or form and saying disparaging things about the quarterbacks if he doesn't get enough targets.
It's a great thing that you said is go establish a rapport with Bo Nix. And I heard Brett and Peter Schaefer talking after the show, and they were talking about Allen Lazard and him going to the Jets after being in Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers. He was a free agent, and he's one of Schaefer's players. And Peter was like, yeah, Denver wanted him too. Denver wanted Lazard, and they offered him more money than he got in New York. But what did Lazard want to do? I want to go where Aaron goes.
Yep.
And Brett goes, I don't know why, if you are a elite or bordering on elite wide receiver in this game, that you don't handcuff yourself to a quarterback. I'm not saying that Bo Nix is Aaron Rodgers, but the easiest way to make this team is to be as indispensable to the least cuttable player on the roster.
Right.
Like there's you could be a leech. Be a leech in that situation. I'm not saying that Mims has to be a leech to succeed or to survive in this league or on this roster. But if you can be the guy that Bo panics and he looks for 19, or Bo panics instead of looking for 14 or number 12 in Sutton and Patrick, he looks to you, Marvin Mims.
Yeah.
That's how your touches go up. That's how your targets go up. That's how Sean Payton looks at his rookie quarterback and goes, what makes him successful? What makes him comfortable? What keeps him healthy, upright, and on the field? Oh, when we game plan to get Marvin Mims the football, you can help yourself in this situation. It's not just up to Sean Payton.
Well, and how about and if you're Marvin Mims, here's how you go to Bo Nix. Hey man, let's I don't know what's in let's throw 50 footballs after practice. You want to prove that you can throw the 15-yard out, right? Deep out, whatever that is. I want to run routes. I want to get used to your ball, the ball that you throw. Like, there's such an easy way to get him back on this field that he wouldn't say no to. And it's kind of like networking, right? You just gotta. If you want something, man, go to the people who can get it for you.
Stick around, baby.
Have a good relationship with
stick
those
around.
people. Yeah, exactly right, man. And then the rest of this stuff will start to take care of itself. But that wide receiver room is going to be. If your name is not Cortland Sutton, then. It's going to be everybody's going to be fighting to eat, and we'll see who gets the lion's share of those targets.
Again, we can get you guys in to see the Rapids taking on FC Juarez at Dick's Sporting Goods Park at 7:30 p.m. tomorrow evening. Do not miss out on any of the Leagues Cup 2024 action. All you have to do is text the word Mexico with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line. We'll take a quick timeout. We've got NCAA Football Awards watch list. Shedeur Sanders showed up on a big one. We'll talk about that next. He's the first guy since Steven Montez to be looked at for a quarterback award. We'll see if he can rise to the occasion. Also, I've got an issue with college football awards. They need to change.
What's up, boss? You believe now? Do you believe? You don't believe.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Raj alongside Chris Dempsey, second full team period of the day, and this is the first time that we've actually seen the offense put in some plays that they were walking through at the beginning of the day. Jarrett Stidham on his birthday running with the ones, a little cookie, a little
Happy
present
birthday.
from his head coach. Who he and Bo Nix were testy with the media yesterday after the first unofficial depth chart of the season was released. All of the rookies going down as we see a handoff to Javonte Williams just off the right guard. Probably goes down a yard or two in front of the line of scrimmage. Again, text the word Mexico to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win tickets for the Rapids and FC Juarez tomorrow evening, 7:30 p.m. at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. We'll give away those tickets coming up at 11:40. KJ's NFL Notes coming up in about 15 minutes at 11:20. He'll bring us through the latest NFL news, and I'm assuming we're going to hit on a big signing out there in the Bay Area. They signed a wide receiver, and my Brian Windhorst alarms are going off in my head. Is
jazz fingers
why
or whatever.
would that be that, Shanahan and Lynch signed a wideout? Shedeur Sanders, a finalist for the Davey O'Brien Award, the national award for best college football quarterback.
Yep.
He's the first since Montez to be in the watch list for that award at the beginning of the season, and prior to that was all the way back when Joel Klatt was the Buffs QB.
So
not a lot of great quarterback play. No, I hate to inform you that Cody Hawkins did not show up on the Davey O'Brien list at any point.
So, I don't want to say it's as harshly as this, but it's the Big 12. But Cody Hawkins has so many passing stats, passing records, and he was such an average quarterback, man. I feel
like average is even
average
is overselling.
I know. It's just his dad. They threw the ball so much so he can get so many passes. Anyways, good for Shedeur. I mean, you made this point, what's the goal here for Shedeur Sanders this season? Is it? I know that they want to win games, but it's also just to stay upright, right? So they're going to run the football a little bit more. I wonder what his final passing numbers are going to be, because I don't think he needs to prove to anybody that he's capable. He's got the arm talent to be able to be an NFL quarterback. He processes things fairly well. He pretty much just needs to stay healthy, right? I mean, I don't think that there's much to prove. Yeah,
stay healthy, win more than 5 games, 6 games, and I think you're going to be not on the watch list, but a finalist for some of these awards, because he and Travis will very clearly be the main reason why those Buffs are going bowling if you win that 6th game. I looked at the award and I went, what the hell is the Davey O'Brien Award? And I feel like there's probably a lot of fans out there that feel the same way about the NHL awards. And I was always grumpy, get off my lawn, don't rename my awards guy. But as I say, who the hell is Davey O'Brien? I could also say, who the hell is Conn Smythe?
Right.
Or who is William M. Jennings? I know who George Vezina is, but who the hell is George Vezina?
Orphan dogs.
What was the Hart?
The Lou Groza Award?
Yeah. Lou Groza, kicker.
The Fred Biletnikoff Award?
Yep, tight end.
Who are these guys? It's because you're old.
That's true. I saw some of these players actually play.
It is time to rename these awards.
Man, I mean, I don't even know how you would update some of them. The quarterback would be easy. Well,
quarterback would be easy.
You could just update it to any great quarterback.
Quarterback. Yeah. You could name it the Tim Tebow Award, because I know he wasn't a good QB in the NFL, but damn was he good at Florida.
He was really, really good at Florida. Yeah, I mean, I think that I am totally in favor of a refresh, a rebranding of this stuff. There's so many college. They just hand out all the awards. They don't want to keep it so general that only 1 or 2 guys continue to win everything out there, because they would.
Give me new names.
But
change the Biletnikoff to the Larry Fitzgerald Trophy.
Yeah,
he was a stud at Pitt.
He was.
That guy was unstoppable at Pitt.
You know, the issue then is
hell, keep it with let's
how
just
do you
name them all after Pitt guys. Give it to name the Davey O'Brien the Dan Marino Award.
That would be
and then
actually
name
awesome.
the Defensive Lineman Award after Aaron Donald. We'll name them after all Pitt Panthers.
I want to see.
I could stay with one school.
I
could
wanna
stay
stay
with one
with
school
the
and fix the
University
naming
of
issues
Colorado.
today.
And name the running back award the Rashaan Salam Award.
That's not bad. It's a Heisman winner.
Yeah. The Butkus Award could be the Alfred Williams.
Alfred
Award.
Williams
Yeah.
would be Butkus.
Yeah. The John Mackey would be Christian Fourier Award. I think I would name that.
Charles Johnson probably gets the Biletnikoff.
Wait, that's wideout, right? Wait.
Who would you name the Biletnikoff after? It's best wide receiver.
I would name it after. Let's see. You got Fields of Voy. You got Michael Westbrook. You got. I might. Boy, a big part of me might name it the Michael Westbrook Award. Yeah, I think I would go with Westbrook. I'm trying to just scan my. See, J.J. Flanagan was a lot more of a wing back. Yeah, I think I would name it the Michael Westbrook Award. Yeah, I would do that. And then what we have? Tight end. I already did tight end. The quarterback actually might be. Well, you either do Salinesi or you do Darian Hagan, and that is it.
You don't give Joel some love?
Joel's my. And I.
You could
okay,
argue that
so
Joel,
I,
that Joel has the best career out of any CU football quarterback ever because of what he did when he wasn't playing, because of what he's doing now with Fox Sports.
Yeah, who's a baseball player. He's a baseball player, and he came to play football. So I mean, he was in the. I think he was in the San Diego Padres system, and then got past that because you couldn't do both. You couldn't be a professional and an amateur. So comes to CU as a kind of an older quarterback, as a basically I want to say he walked onto the team, and then he just lit it up. I was covering the team on a day. I was the beat writer at the time that he was the quarterback, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like, he just walked on, and it was just as if he was a highly recruited player, throws for a bunch of touchdowns in the first game against Colorado State, and now look at him. And I always thought that he was a great interview, Raj. He was a great interview. And so the fact that he has grown into what he is now is – I mean, maybe it's a little surprising that he's like $5 million person per year for $5. That's a little surprising, but he was always super well spoken. I couldn't be happier for him. But I would still give that to Salinesi.
That's a nice story and all. But what about Cordell Stewart?
Cordell Stewart.
Cordell Stewart's a good one. Cordell would probably be the one for quarterback for me. The Mackey Award you changed to Daniel Graham because he actually won that award.
He did win that award.
And I see from the 3-1-4 or 3-4-1 here, pretty sure you meant Calvin Johnson for wide receivers. Calvin Johnson would be a really good name to rename the Biletnikoff nationally because Calvin was unstoppable at Georgia Tech.
Yep.
I said Charles Johnson if we were utilizing CU players.
Yeah.
But you end up going with Westbrook as the best wide receiver.
Yeah.
Jeremy Bloom could have what you give Jeremy Bloom? You give Jeremy Bloom, you rename the Thorpe Award after Jeremy Bloom.
Just because all around.
Best overall
whatever.
athlete.
Raj, let me just tell you a story.
Dude, mogul racing is mesmerizing. Do you ever watch that? Have you ever watched that during the Olympics?
My knees instantly hurt when
my knees would disintegrate.
It's such a. I can't with that sport. Yeah, Jeremy Bloom. It's so funny. We have to. Can we get Jeremy Bloom on? We have to get him on. Because especially in this age of NIL. So I was covering the team when Under Armour signed him to a contract. And at the time, very few, if anybody, ever heard of Under Armour. And obviously he went through all the things. They did not let him have that endorsement deal, which he tried every avenue under the sun to be able to do that. Ended up having to choose skiing over football. The day that I knew, we knew he was a great athlete. The day that I knew he was elite level speed was the day that the Colorado Buffaloes went to Florida State to play against the Seminoles. And it was a super hot day. So hot that day in Tallahassee. Colorado loses this game. It really wasn't even close. But Jeremy Bloom catches a pass. I can't even remember who the quarterback was. And he is pulling away from Florida State cornerbacks. And if you know anything about Florida State, the athletes that they put on the field, especially back then, everybody elite everywhere. So all the fastest guys, that's what they were. And then Jeremy Bloom just pulled away, and I couldn't even believe it. I was like, oh my gosh, this guy is legit fast, like legit fast. He was a truly great athlete. Has done great things afterwards. His perspective on NIL right now would be so fascinating to get.
And arguably the least interesting of his sibling group. His sister Molly.
Yeah.
And how you ever see the movie or read the book Molly's Game?
No.
It's about Jeremy's sister and her running like high stakes poker games. In the shadows of Vegas and Atlantic City, and like
that's crazy.
She was this kingpin of millions and millions of dollars in poker games where the most important people in the world and huge celebrities would sit down, and she's the one that like you have to get in with Molly to get into these games. If you have it's a great film. If you have time, you got to watch Molly's Game, and it's all about Jeremy's sister, and you'll go, Jeremy Bloom isn't the most intriguing Bloom out there.
Funny,
like not even close.
Right. As great of like a celebrity of person he is. Yeah, that's cool.
That's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryan. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Broncos running through their second team period of the day. On the other side, we will get the words from back guy, our head coach, Mike Sanford. We'll also dive into KJ's NFL notes. Stick around.
Jay's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
A little hybrid version of KJ's NFL Notes. We'll get into the biggest stories around the league, around the gridiron in just a couple of minutes. But we have our quarterback guru, Coach Mike Sanford, joining us live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We are through the second team period of the day. We had a team run period, first 11 and 11. So not much to talk about there. We're handing the balls off. We have to work on that stuff, Coach. The way more interesting thing was what we just saw in the field right next to us.
Well, how fun is it to have the Broncos practicing on the media side of
I know.
Broncos?
You can actually
powered
see
by
things.
Common Spirit.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. You learn a lot when you can watch it from this perspective, and you guys saw it, right?
Yep.
And I've been saying it, and it's fallen on deaf ears. That's okay. I'm used to it. But the ball jumping out of the hand of number 4, it looks different. And in this period, it was a red zone period, 4 pass attempts, 4 touchdown throws, touchdown-worthy throws. One was backline to Lucas Kroll. Really should have been caught. It was a perfect throw. But the two highlights was a beautiful throw back corner of the end zone, Tim Patrick for a 24-yard touchdown, and then an 18-yard touchdown on a wheel route to Javonte Williams that was absolutely chef's kiss.
It was, and Javonte Williams showing hands at the end of that to be able to reel that in, and then it looks. The arm talent is good. I cannot deny it's good. I just want to see him execute in all the other areas on the field is all.
The Lucas Kroll throw was great because Kroll was probably the only guy that could have caught that. May have been a little bit behind him, but it was a back shoulder throw. There wasn't a way that a defensive back could have gotten a hand on it. It was a really good goal-to-go situation from him. He did throw another touchdown. Those 3 out of 4, right? He did throw another touchdown to Brandon Johnson. But
it was a scramble drill.
Yeah.
That was one of the ones that felt a little bit like Zach holding on to the ball.
Yeah.
Probably a sack in that situation if he hangs onto it that long. You're not facing pressure in that drill. That's probably the one that, like,
in QB decision making though, if everybody's covered, you're going through your progression, you're way better off not throwing an interception in this drill. And breaking contain in 7-on-7, even though people think that scramble drill in 7-on-7 is like the cardinal sin of quarterback play in training camp, a lot of times you're actually getting bonus reps on the scramble drill, which routes change because the quarterback's scrambling right or left. So there are rules in place about how those routes do get modified. Mm-hmm. And so you saw Bo Nix do it. He did it in a near touchdown to Brandon Johnson. I don't think he got both feet in. But you do want to get those reps of getting that when the play does break down. Guys, that's the NFL now.
Get on the move.
It's the NFL. If we said that all scramble drill is bad, then we'd say Patrick Mahomes is a bad quarterback.
Right.
Because a majority of what he does is extend plays.
And you have to be able to do that. I mean, these defenses can get after some of these defenses can really get after quarterbacks. And so what happens when the play starts to break down? Can you still be effective in all those in that area? And yeah, I mean, Zach Wilson looks to his right. People are covered, comes back to his left, and then just throws a complete dart to Brandon. He just buries it in his chest, basically, is what he did. It's pretty impressive stuff. It really is. Coach, I can't wait to see these players in the game. I think that's just going to clarify a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see the rotation. Today being a Stiddy day. And Stiddy looks good. I mean, he was 3 of 4 himself. Had a touchdown on the scramble drill. I think that he is doing some good things. Bo Nix did exactly what Bo Nix has done this whole camp, which is not a bad thing. He had 4 reps. 2 of them, there was a sit-down route, not a check-down, it was primary. Tight end sit-down over the ball, splitting zone defenders. He gives them to the tight end that's open, right?
Yeah,
that's
right.
good. That's not a bad thing.
Right.
But you're still yet to see like the entire catalog of throws in competitive situations.
Which do we think is going to happen? I mean, we were talking a little bit about this earlier in the show, which is we are still super early in the process, right? So you're talking about a young player who none of us thought he was going to walk out here and have great practice after great practice after great practice. It just does not exist. I mean, it's his first time in the NFL at all. And so there is a runway that we have to watch him go down. And when that stops, I don't know. But he's got a long way to go to get to the player that we expect him to be.
And the bigger question, Demps, is going to be how long is that process?
Right.
Is that process going into week 5 of the season, regular season?
Right.
Is that process come to fruition between now and game 1 of the regular season?
Don't we think it's going to be – I might be completely – the entirety of the regular season? Because there's nothing he has seen yet. And so he's got to see it.
Yeah, but you got to think about this, and I heard Leggy talk about it, and Leggy did such a good job of verbalizing what I've been thinking.
Mm-hmm.
The downside of starting Bo Nix week 1 at Seattle is if it goes not great, say it goes bad overall for the team, and you're 4, 5, 6 games into the season, and you don't still have that hope, you can't go back once you take him out.
Yeah.
And so you give yourself from a coaching perspective, you give yourself probably more options starting Jarrett Stidham early in the season.
Yeah.
And if it goes bad with Jarrett Stidham, the fan favorite then emerges.
Right.
And that's if you don't think that stuff matters, guys, I've lived this life. It matters.
Mm-hmm.
And you feel the overall, not just from the fans, not just from the media, not just from all the bloggers, you feel it from the team.
It's a built-in safety net.
It is. And you feel that. It was interesting watching Zach Wilson, the amount of vets that came up to him after that period. Like Javonte Williams
Stidham
himself
was all over him.
Yep. Was like, listen, dude, you've been shoved down there with the threes this whole training camp. Today was a day where Zach Wilson was able to actually showcase some of his skill set.
Him showcasing his skill set, which is very clearly a rocket of a right arm. Do you still think there's a way for him to save a roster spot here?
I believe you have to. I think it's not even a choice.
You carry 3 quarterbacks.
And here's why.
Because there's no way that you're going to be able to stash him on practice squad. Someone will take him.
Here's why I believe that is that if you look at quarterbacks 1 and 2 right now, however you look at it, Stidham and Bo Nix, whether it's, Bo's the starter, Stidham's the starter, that's Sean Payton's the only one who knows that.
Yeah.
Those two guys are a bit of they do exactly what Sean Payton wants in the scheme. Bo Nix gives you a little bit plus athleticism. I actually think Jarrett Stidham gives you a little bit more zip on the ball than Bo Nix does.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bunch, just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But if this roster is devoid of playmakers on the perimeter, you're going to need a quarterback that can make elite throws to elevate their game. So then if you keep Zach Wilson as your third, then that might be your get-out-of-jail-free card if options 1 and 2 don't look good halfway or 3/4 of the way through the season.
Bo's his Jameis Winston, where you're going to be cool with this dude could throw 35, but he could also throw 25 interceptions to go with it. Hopefully I can fix that and make him out or make that go away.
And it's interesting. I keep talking about Zach Wilson. Over the course of the first 3 weeks, he had a really bad day on Monday, my last day here, and then I went up and got away for 2 days. So I missed Tuesdays and Wednesdays practices. But even if Zach Wilson does come of age as a quarterback, that is a major feather in Sean Payton's cap still. So even if Bo Nix doesn't work, and say Zach Wilson does work at some point during this year and shows that everything's starting to come together, Sean Payton, he's still a quarterback guru. He's still a genius. So why would you not keep Zach Wilson on this roster?
Yeah, and Sean Payton has gotten things out of quarterbacks in his past, right? He's got Taysom Hill to be however successful. He's gotten Teddy Bridgewater to be however successful. Jameis Winston, he just mentioned to have somebody. Sean Payton's been able to crack the code a little bit on these quarterbacks in the past. So, yeah, I mean, if he sticks around and they pour into him, then, yeah, I would expect that he could. Hi, Scott. I would expect that he could do something. But I think though in this situation that it's going to be on Zach Wilson then to prove in the preseason games that you should pour more into him.
He certainly has to prove it.
He has to.
He's going to get a lot of snaps this weekend. He has to prove it because if the veterans in that room, again, as we just saw, 35 yards away from us right here, the veteran group saw those balls. Saw 3 out of 4 touchdowns, one of which, again, scramble drill, may have been a sack. But certainly 2 throws that were touchdowns or touchdown worthy that Nix and Stidham were not able to throw in that red zone situation. If those veterans rally around him and Sean doesn't give him the time of day in terms of being able to win this job or win a spot, I think that's where you said it, Coach. Like you run the risk of losing a roster and losing a room if you do that.
Don't you think the context of that is what are the other quarterbacks doing too? Like if Zach Wilson comes out and plays really well, if everybody plays really well, then we're right back at the same square one that we were in the first place.
No, I agree. That's why I think these preseason games are going to be so interesting because, let's be honest, I mean, how many quarterback competitions are going on across the league?
Not many.
I mean, really, dang
Almost
near none, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you could say maybe Darnold and McCarthy.
Maybe Aiden O'Connell and your guy, Gardner
Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. But, yeah, it's going to be really interesting. That's why I do think that the preseason – number one is going to be, I think, for Zach Wilson to really enter the discussion of being a starter, not at the beginning of the year. He's not going to start the first game of the year. We know that. Some point in the year, he's got to answer the question in these 3 preseason games that he can operate Sean Payton's offense and be risk-averse to a certain degree.
Yep.
And I do think he's done that. Like, he's not putting the ball in harm's way a ton out here in, what are we, week day 12, 13 of training camp. He's done a fairly good job of keeping the ball, putting in places that just his receivers can get, or just checking the ball down.
Yeah.
Coach, hang out with us for another couple of minutes, then we'll let you go see the rest of team practice here today. KJ, what are your 2 biggest stories from around the NFL? It is your NFL notes, and I don't want to shut you out here.
No,
Thank you.
It's all good. Listen, I wanted to make sure you guys got all of your training camp updates out, and I appreciate you guys doing that on behalf of the NFL notes. So first off, on that behalf, let me start off with this segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. So we'll give a couple of quick updates here. Josina Anderson, within the last 15 minutes here, just let us know that Justin Simmons officially has left New Orleans without a deal. So that is official. So she says, quote, "We'll see how things evolve from there," end quote.
So did you hear Dennis Allen yesterday? So the Saints coach was asked about this, and what he said was, yes, they had him in. There had been they needed to kind of talk through what the role might be for Justin Simmons, and then come to a kind of a consensus on what the compensation might be. But the way he was talking just didn't sound as if it had a great chance. I'm actually not surprised at this right now. I still think Justin Simmons, I still think he wants more money than he's going to get. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to take a real haircut from what he was making for the Broncos last season if he wants to play on a team this season.
I say this. I think that Justin Simmons and his agent are probably, it's twofold. Justin Simmons wants to play for a ring. His agent wants a big payday if he's not playing for a ring. And so when you went to New Orleans, you clearly knew you weren't going to compete this year for a ring. Who's their starting quarterback? Derek Carr?
Derek Carr.
Yeah, and he's been banged up for the last couple years on and off. They're not competing for a championship.
The secondary
so the money
would look really good, though.
Yeah, but the money would have had to been great. And the money wasn't good enough. That's what I'm guessing.
They had $8 million in cap space when they were talking to him, and then they re-signed. I can't remember the linebacker's name this morning. They re-signed a linebacker to a 3-year extension and used up a little bit more of that cap space. It would have been 8, and that's nearly a 50% pay cut from last year. We knew that Peter Schaefer, who was on the last couple of days with Moshe Lombardi and Kane, who's an NFL agent, said, listen, I think he's more around $3 million base and $2 or $3 million in terms of incentives. So you're looking at $6 million total for a guy that was making nearly 3 times that much. There is a disconnect. There's a disconnect happening somewhere with player and agent or agent and team. Something's not meshing right now. And where's he going to get a job?
Yeah.
Unless there's an injury, where's he getting a job?
My guess is he's going to get a job from a legitimate contender somewhere between like weeks 4 and the regular season.
Coming into the regular season, yeah. He's still kind of linked to the Philadelphia Eagles a little, kind of loosely. So we'll see if that is a situation for him as well. But don't you think we said this yesterday, Coach? Don't you think that, he is in a situation now where this is 1 year contract to 1 year contract to 1 year contract until he retires?
Mercenary.
Yeah.
A hired gun, baby.
Yeah.
That's going to be Justin Simmons, and he brings about that kind of experience, frankly, field credibility. Like, nobody wanted to play against Justin Simmons because of his versatility and knowledge of the game. He studies quarterbacks. He knows this league very well.
Yep.
Yeah, he's the next version of Kareem Jackson. You're going to play 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. You'll make your money. You'll play until you're 37 years old in Justin Simmons. And, hopefully he lands somewhere. KJ, one more.
Let's head out to the Bay Area because there are developments that are happening in real time out in San Francisco as Robbie Chosen, formerly Robbie Anderson, has officially signed with the San Francisco 49ers. Now, I want to make sure I give proper context here. Not only are they dealing with the Brandon Ayuk thing, but their first overall pick, Ricky Pearsall, is out right now with an injury. So they're dealing with injury issues at wide receiver. But I think they also see where there's a light at the end of the tunnel in regards to things evolving and growing with the whole Brandon Ayuk thing, that they had to get a receiver in right now or else. So my simple question to you guys is, if you guys had to give a timeline about how soon would you expect Brandon Ayuk to no longer be a San Francisco 49er?
I think by the start of the regular season. I mean, where there's smoke, I mean, there's already been a little chatter back and forth with a couple of teams, and the compensation going back to San Francisco is got to be the biggest, the biggest hurdle to get over, because Brandon Ayuk, probably as a lead receiver in almost any other system, you're talking about, I mean, a 90 to 100 catch dude. In San Francisco, that's not necessarily the case because they got to split the football between basically four guys when you're talking about Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and CMC and George Kittle. And so they have different priorities at different times. It's just going to hold his number down a little, his receiving numbers down a little bit. But, if you're San Francisco, look, if you're the 49ers, you're like, I know what he's going to do when we trade him to you, and we want to be compensated for that kind of guy. And then the other team's going to come back and say, well, if that's what you thought, you would have paid him like a number one receiver, but you didn't want to pay him like that. You wanted to pay him like I don't know how many catches he had last year. You wanted to pay him like he was a little down the list there, so we'll compensate you that way. And now you get to be you're getting into a stalemate on just exactly what is fair compensation for Brandon Ayuk. But I expect that he'll be gone. Just all signs kind of point that way, and which team will blink first.
It's funny. Robbie Chosen gets this job, and I feel like we're so far removed from him being a relevant receiver in this league back when his last name was not Chosen and it was Anderson.
Right.
Like we're moving into the, well, when you were Ron Artest, you were a really good ball player, but then when you changed your name to Meta World Peace, you became like a rotational 7-8 guy, and we don't really know if you're going to make an impact on this year's Lakers team. I feel the same way about Robbie Chosen. Like, Chosen gets that job, but like you wouldn't kick the tires on Michael Thomas.
Right, I would.
It's funny, dude.
Yeah.
It's funny that they didn't do it here.
Yeah.
I would bring in Michael Thomas. I know he's probably done. I know the injuries have probably cost him the rest of his career.
Yep.
But for a guy that knows the system so well, and you can make the argument he's the best wide receiver that Sean Payton has coached. But there's a few guys in there that were certainly studs for Peyton when Breeze was playing there. You can look back at Joe Horn's days. You can look back at the Marcus Colstons. Thomas had prolific seasons under Peyton.
He had ridiculous seasons.
Ridiculous years. Like
did.
Years in which you looked at him and you go, are you an MVP candidate?
Right.
I would have loved to have seen him here.
You
Even
know,
if you're not going to make the team, throw him into this deep group. You don't think he'd stand out a little bit here? I think he would.
I wonder, you know what that says to me, though, Raj? There's more to the story there. If Odell Beckham Jr. keeps finding ways to hang on in this league, could Michael Thomas do the same thing unless there's an injury situation, unless there's an attitude situation, unless there's both combined and nobody wants to take a chance and bring him in? Because at the very least, I mean, he's not a number one anymore, but he can still be a very productive player, and just quite honestly, a decoy, given the fact, given his history of being a top flight number 1 receiver.
That's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ranemy. Those are KJ's NFL notes. We do it every day here at 11:20 on Dempsey and Company. All of our coverage of Broncos camp is brought to you by our friends at Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live and love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. As we say hi to Scotty Hastings. He'll be on in 20 minutes with PhD. We'll check in with him next. Semifinals of the men's basketball tournament continues today at 1 p.m. The U.S. will take on Nikola Jokic and his Serbian national squad. France beats the Germans by 4. Germany was 6.5-point favorites in that game, so France will play on their home soil for a gold medal. We assume against the American team as we welcome you back into Dempsey and Company.
Yes.
Chris Dempsey, Alex Ryan-Emy, and Scott Hastings.
Is Schroeder playing for Germany?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, he's really.
They won the World Cup last year, and he was the MVP.
Yes, he was.
Schroeder went off for 18 points, 4 assists today in a 4-point loss.
Yeah. What about Franz Wagner?
Wagner had 10, 8, and 3 today.
There you go. So one of those three. So you got the Wagner guys. You have Schroeder. Daniel Tice is kind of he's a nice little role player for him, but. Franz Wagner has been going completely ballistic in every single game. And if they're going to beat them, then he had to slow them down. France did that. So very interesting, man. It looks very interesting. But I do expect the U.S. to win by double digits today. I just do.
Scotty, really good day for your boy Zach Wilson today so far. We're going into
Zach
the
Wilson
third
guy,
team
huh?
period right now, working on 10 yards and in the red zone. Stidham just threw a touchdown to Michael Bandy on his first throw of this group, but Wilson was throwing some dots.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody on the sideline. He only got 4 throws. They were doing red zone 7-on-7, and like Leggy hates 7-on-7, right? But 3 for 4 touchdowns. I talked to Leggy about it. He said, well, when they graded, they'll probably say Troutman should have caught the one that they didn't. So that's a catch. That's my,
stop it. Yes.
Now, first of all, that's my guy.
That is your dude.
I was on him the first day camp. Vele is unbelievable.
Back shoulder throw. This is Jarrett Stidham. They had 2 rushers coming off the right-hand side. Alex Singleton from the inside linebacker spot, and Baron Browning off the right edge, both in his face. Again, 10 yards and in. This was a back shoulder right-handed catch, both feet in bounds.
He had to turn fully around. Reaches up, full extension. Grabs that with one hand, and the entirety of the offense went over there.
That's how a wide receiver makes your quarterback good.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
And as much hate and everything with Russell Wilson, how many of those catches we see last year or the year before, right?
Yeah.
Hardly any.
Not many.
So you want to make an average quarterback, which if it's Stidham or Nick's probably going to be, and that's going to be okay. If you get receivers can make plays, there you go.
Stidham just found Marvin Mims in the back of the end zone. Zips one past Devon Key. It's another great throw. It was a play-action fake pitch.
Now, you were watching the play, right?
Yeah.
You realize all the defense is about ready to hit him, just stopped.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that pass ain't getting away.
You don't think so?
Nick Sunday.
All right. Still think Stidham looks good. Birthday boy, by the way, Jarrett Stidham, 28 years old.
Birthday boy.
Today.
Yeah.
He's like the old man in the group, too, right?
He is the old man in the group. Before that throw got made, though, I want to keep talking about Zach Wilson and his. This was almost like a star turn for him today. He's been buried on this depth chart, but he is the guy that anytime the ball comes out of his hand, it is it's a dart, man. The guy throws the ball unlike anyone else. That's another touchdown over the right-hand side from
That's
Stidham.
A good one.
No one in his face there. Second one that Michael Bandy has caught in this little period with the ones.
Now I wonder if you're a rookie, and now you're going to the twos. And by the way, they reverted back, right? So now today is Stidham 1, Nick's 2. Now if you're Nick's, you feeling pressure that Stidham looked okay in that little –
well, we're about to find out.
What are they putting the down on? Third goal first down from the 9?
I see.
First
and
goal from the 9 probably.
Well, this is fantastic. We don't also often get this right in front of us.
Quick throw, probably gets down to the 1 yard line there. Troy Franklin on the reception. Yeah, you do have to feel a lot of pressure, especially like if Stidham looks good and then you think that a guy in Zach Wilson is out of the quarterback race.
Yeah.
But then he throws
really
3
good.
beautiful passes 15 minutes
Zach
ago.
Wilson is out of the quarterback's race. He is it's Bo Nix's job. And Zach Wilson out of the race. The only thing that you're going to think of, and I've talked to a number of people, in fact, people who know, they do like Zach Wilson, and they do think there's something there. The key is, are you going to be able to keep 3 quarterbacks? That's the question. They'd like to, if they could, I think Sean Payton would, and that's a sack.
Yes,
Sean Payton would like to keep Zach Wilson and see if through a year they can develop him and get his head back right and see what they got in him. So, and that's from a good source. But now the key is, can you keep three?
What do you think they should do?
I would cut Stidham and just give it to Bo Nix and say go.
You would cut Stidham.
Because what's the use of having a steady Eddie when you know that's not like winning a couple of games, getting up to 7 wins doesn't do anything.
Plus, cash-wise, you save $4 million. You only owe him $1 million of his $5 million contract.
Right.
So I mean, and not that this group probably needs cash. But.
Well, I guess. Yeah, I know. It's the facts.
So not as good a performance yet with the second unit. That second unit. Here's what I want to say. You know, to me, when you're in the second, third unit, it's like summer league. All you can do is hurt yourself because if you're a good player, it should come out you're a good player. But it don't mean nothing, right? If you're playing summer league and you go off, Strother went off.
Right.
If he didn't, you're sitting there going, Pickett.
Right.
Pickett, you're going, ooh. You're worried about him now. But Strother, you're not worried right now. But now guess what he's got to do?
Now he's got to do it again.
Now he's got to do it again once training camp opens.
Yeah.
And same thing, second, third unit, all you can do is hurt yourself by looking inadequate.
Right.
But if you look good, make the right reads, hit the right thing, guy drops a pass, guy can't fight for a ball, it ain't on you, you know. But if you look bad.
Mediocre showing
we're gonna get
for Knicks with the twos there. We will get our second look close in here. Again, first and goal from the 9-yard line. This is the third unit. Zach Wilson, last time he was here.
71 gets blown up all the time. Watch this.
Fantastic.
Watch this.
So Zach Wilson will be scrambling on this play.
Yeah.
Unless he gets the ball out quick, man. He's been zipping balls lately. Trips to his left-hand side.
Touchdown.
Finds Michael Bandy. Michael Bandy's just catching touchdowns.
Michael Bandy's had about 3 or 4 touchdown passes today.
He plays a lot of special team snaps. So you think they're going to keep, or you would like to keep 3 quarterbacks here, Scotty?
Well,
who gets cut? How do you keep them?
Everybody's calling me negative. I negative, whatever. I just tell you what I see. I'm a Bronco fan.
Mm-hmm.
I want the Broncos to be good.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can. You know, 8, 9 games you win this year.
No.
It's kind of a fun year to watch, if you could, right?
Right.
So I don't care who they keep. I don't care who's a starter. I just want to – I'm tired of 16 points a game.
I don't know if that's going to change this year, though.
Yeah, I don't think that's –
regardless of who's starting the ball.
Well, what was it last year? 20 – what did
they average?
Didn't they get over 20 last year?
It might have been like 20.3. Yeah, I mean, because I looked it up just the other day.
Yeah.
I think it was 20.3 or 21.3.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Denver averaged 21 on the nose last year.
21 on the nose. Don't you think it's going to be about that this year?
Well, can I ask you this honest God truth? Did it feel like they scored 21 points a game last year?
It sure didn't, Scotty.
No, it didn't. I think how you enter a season, like your mindset from a fan or just observing standpoint, entering the season is how you'll think about it. So for me, I have zero expectations. This team is not going to win a bunch of games. They're not going to the playoffs.
But be entertaining.
I already know that.
But be entertaining.
It would be nice, but I just want to see players improve. That is it. Whether you're entertaining or not, like, just show me a better version of you week 18 than I saw in week 1.
Right.
That's it. That's all I want.
Well, you know what I'd say? There's a sack. If you win 4 games and you lose all of them 31-28, I can live with that. I can live with it.
Sooner or later, you'll be like, "Oh my gosh!"
They probably score.
Where's our defense?
They benched Russell last year, and they went 1-1 in the last 2 games. Lost to an interim head coach and a third-string quarterback.
Right.
Got blown out by an interim coach and a third-string quarterback. And he scored 16 points. I don't think you could say they were better in Game 17 than they were in Game 7.
They were not.
Largely the same team. That team period just ended. Again, Stidham was the only quarterback who looked anything like a starter in that latest team period. Nick struggled. Wilson sacked twice.
after they gave up the big
hooting
catch.
and hollering. By the way, yesterday, did you guys have Jonah Ellis on yesterday?
Yeah.
And you guys were talking about it was back-to-back bad days for the offense, and Tyler was sitting in this chair right here saying, listen, it was a trifecta of bad offensive football. And then you guys asked Jonah Ellis, and he goes,
how'd your day go?
It was good.
Right?
He was laughing.
It was very funny.
It was really good.
One of the funniest things I've heard live, man. We're up against it, Scotty. Appreciate you. For Demps, for Josh, for Dixon, and KJ back at the studios, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. That's all for us at Broncos Park here, powered by Common Spirit. Congratulations to our Rapids ticket winner, James Kerr. You're going to see the Rapids take on FC Juarez in the round of 32 in the League's Cup 2024. PhD is next.
Let's go out to training camp for the latest and greatest. Tyler Columbus, D-Mac in studio. Coach Mike Sanford, Scott Hastings under the tent. What are you seeing, boys?
A lot of great energy, huh, Scotty?
Better than yesterday. Oh, you weren't here yesterday.
I was not here.
Tyler, both of you guys were out here. Tyler, you were out here yesterday and talked about just a horrible practice. Better energy today. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it started with the team run period, and I think a guy that had the best day of any player on this entire field, Jaleel McLaughlin.
37?
39.
38.
38. There you go.
38.
You know, just showing the versatility as your change of pace running back. He had a toss play, Tyler. It was like 98 toss crunch or toss crack or whatever you want to call it. He stretched the defense, cut it back, and then had the safety one-on-one and absolutely obliterated the safety.
Blew by.
For a touchdown, like a 30-yard touchdown.
And some of those plays, you guys know, you see it and you go, oh, well, that would have been a tackle. I'm not sure that would have been
not a tackle.
Yeah.
That was
no one touched him.
It was a great run.
There was no touch on it.
And then really followed by a red zone period where I think the star of the red zone period, 7-on-7, Zach Wilson. He threw two balls in the back of the end zone. I mean, one that he threw to Javonte Williams on a wheel route that was perfectly placed. Had another one to Tim Patrick, which was he ended up 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4, and according to Leggy, he said they'll probably go back and film in that fourth one. The tight end should have caught.
Well, if Lucas Kroll could play football, it would be 4 for 4. That's what it would have been.
He's the best player on this roster, D-Mac. What are you talking
about? And how about that catch from Vele? I mean that one-handed grab. I mean that might have been the catch of training camp there.
That is the catch of training. That was just right here in front of us, and you know, of course, we get on the air. I'm on with Dempsey. I go, I've been talking about him. But dude, that was. But let me ask you guys this. And Coach, I'm glad you're here. If all we can expect, and I don't say this in a derogatory term, but average quarterback play, which I think if you got a running game, average quarterback play, you can win some games this year, right? Catches like that make average quarterbacks look better.
You bet.
And I'm not sure we've had any of those type of plays in the last few years.
Yeah, that Devon Vele catch wasn't just, I think, the catch of training camp. It was also the play of this Broncos training camp.
Yeah.
And based off what I've seen league-wide, all the fan videos that are out there, I think this was probably the catch of the NFL preseason training camp film that we've been able to see. It was unbelievable. It was a
and then you know it followed up real. Sorry, Mike. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good, man.
And then followed up real quickly by another nice catch from Marvin Mims. So
yeah.
good to see Marvin Mims get involved as well.
Guys, Jarrett Stidham in that final red zone. It was all red zone third down, so you got to have it, got to throw it.
Mm-hmm.
Tight red zone, all inside the 10-yard line. Jarrett Stidham was 4 for 4 touchdowns.
There you go.
And I'm talking that throw you were talking about to Marvin Mims. The catch was fantastic, but the anticipation of him coming out of darkness, the underneath coverage, he anticipated and threw it perfectly. That was the best I've seen from Jarrett Stidham, and maybe it also goes hand in hand with just his vibes at the presser yesterday. I mean, he's loose. He's out there. He's got a point to prove. He's like, I'm the vet. I can do this stuff. Watch me. And what I noticed wasn't just a play on the field, but veterans on this team were rallying around emotionally and getting fired up for, frankly, what I've seen the first time in camp behind both Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson.
First, Vele had the catch of camp, no question. Mims showed himself today for I think the first time he's really showed himself. I think he had a couple catches in that red zones. But how about Bandy? Bandy, little old guy, receiver, 83. Dude, he was running. I mean, he must
2 touchdowns.
I thought he caught 2 with Stidham and then one with Zach
3.
Wilson. So, I mean, in the red zone, he had 3 touchdowns. And we've been talking about a slot guy. I don't know if he's got a chance to make this team or not, but he made 3 nice catches in red zone third down.
If we had Hard Knocks Denver Broncos this year, Bandy would be the underdog favorite story. He would be featured all over the place. Fans would fall in love with the dude. And the sad reality is, I don't know how the dude makes the team, but what more could he do?
Zero chance he makes the 53.
I agree.
0.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, another also sighting early on, and this was I think on 7-on-7. But Tim Patrick made a nice catch.
Saw that.
Touchdown too.
Yeah,
that was from Zach Wilson.
Corner out. Zach Wilson.
You know what's fun about Zach Wilson today? Because he had a check down on one of those. Why throw a check down if you're Zach Wilson? And he had it, and it was to Bandy actually in the flat, and he said, "Nah," and just throws it in the, Because what are you doing if you're Zach Wilson here, right? Come on now.
Think about this, because you just saw 2 quarterbacks run through it that everything was a dump off. Dump off, flat, dump off, flat, dump off. And then all of a sudden Zach Wilson comes up, 20 yards up the seam, 20 yards in the corner, 20 yards over here in the other corner. And you're like, I mean, he may not be any good, but I tell you what, if you're a fan watching, you go, that was a lot more fun.
What I think Zach Wilson's done in this camp, and I look at it from start to finish, he's proving as best he can that he can make the monotonous routine play. Mm-hmm. And to your point, why throw a check down? Well, if this is 3 quarterbacks on this roster, which I believe is the right decision, you put yourself in a better position to earn the trust of, if this experiment doesn't work and you're in week 10 through 12, hey, I'm right here. You guys remember those throws I made in training camp? And I also showed that I can take what the defense gives me consistently. I think Zach Wilson's doing the right thing. He's trying to play within Sean Payton's scheme, but when there's something open down the field, he's throwing darts.
I got it, brother, but he's not really being given a fair shot here. He's not going to be given a shot on Sunday, and he ain't going to be given a shot, period, man.
Let's check back in week 12, D-Mac. See
week 12,
the state of the team.
What team's he going to be on?
Hold on.
Carolina's practice squad in week 12? He ain't going to be with the Broncos.
Hold on. I tend to agree with D-Mac, but all it takes is one disastrous preseason performance of Bo Nix. It's all it takes. If you've got one really bad performance out there, all of a sudden you rethink everything. I agree as it stands today. I think Zach Wilson is toast. But Bo Nix goes out there. Look, Zach Wilson, I think that of the quarterbacks today, Zach Wilson probably looked the best. Jarrett Stidham looked pretty damn good, and Bo Nix just didn't do anything. So just keep it in the back of your mind. If Zach Wilson goes out there, deals, Bo Nix doesn't, maybe.
Here's what my prediction is for Bo Nix. 15 plays on Sunday. 7 of them are going to be handoffs. 5 of them are going to be, dink, 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 dink. And you might get 3 shots down the field. And that's what preseason is going to look like in my prediction for Bo Nix there, Coach.
Well,
because they're not going to put him in a position where he could fail.
D-Mac, if he gets 3 shots down the field, that will be 3 more than I've seen for the majority of days that we've watched training camp. And I'm not making that up, D-Mac. I mean, that's what you just described about what you predict preseason to look like for Bo Nix is exactly what camp has looked like for Bo Nix.
That's right.
And that's not a bad thing. Once again, it's not a terrible thing.
Well, then my point is the opportunity to have a disastrous preseason game is going to be fairly limited. They're going to do their best to protect him, as they've been doing all camp.
Well, and let's remember, usually first games, there's not a whole lot of blitz packages put in by the defense. They're usually in a zone. They started off practice working on zone coverage defensively here. It's kind of neat to sit there and watch Vance Joseph work and coach. I hadn't done that in a while. But I'm with you. I'm a little different. I think you'll see Bo Nix go 6 of 8 and for like 73 yards, something like that.
Well, great. Fine. But listen, and I hear whistles and stuff. So practice has not ended yet.
No,
2-minute drill.
A 2-minute. Oh, give us a little play-by-play on the 2-minute drill. What we got?
Well, Scotty Hastings is the real play-by-play guy here. So
instead of taking the snap, he's in shotgun, looks left, right, steps up, throws it way behind the receiver. Might have had a step, but led him to the outside.
Dude, situation and score, bro. Come on now.
Let's see here. You got 15 seconds left, and it looks like field goal to win.
So we just got what yard line?
0-0, and we are 3rd and 4 from the 47-yard line. Denver's 47. It is get to the 40-yard line. The plus 40 is the goal for the offense.
And are we at the end of the game or are we at the end of the half?
We do not. It says second quarter.
So we're at the end of the half.
Yep, points is the objective.
So you don't have to go crazy here.
Nope. You just points is the objective. Want to avoid the disaster.
You get 3 points at the end of half. That's rock solid right there.
Right?
I don't know how you guys felt, but for a day in which they don't have the pants on, and look, anybody that's been around the NFL understands that if you've got uppers on, it's more or less a full-speed day. Not a whole lot changes. But I thought today was actually surprisingly physical. And you guys talked about the energy. Maybe we're talking about the same thing right there. But for a day in which you feel like they should be winded down, getting ready for a game, it was physical out there.
What are you seeing there, Coach?
Cecil's crying. Looks like Lucas Kroll, they're working on his calf.
Oh my God. Well, that can't.
It might just be a cramp.
That can't happen.
Season's over.
Are they lining up for a field goal, or what are they doing here?
No, they're 4th and 4 from the minus 47.
Yeah, we got a horrible throw Two horrible throws, actually.
Yeah, Stiddy's not following up his amazing red zone performance with quite as good of a performance on the 2-minute drill.
I don't want to freak anybody out, but that's only a 64-yard field goal. I mean, according to Nathaniel Hackett,
we're in Nathaniel Hackett range.
That's go, baby. Kick that bad boy.
Great play right there. So Stidham threw it just beyond the sticks to little Jordan Humphrey.
Jaquan McMillan.
Damari Mathis. Jaquan McMillan. You know what? One interesting development today, fellas, that I watched closely, because today was early on in practice was heavy team run. You saw there was a 12-play period. All 12 plays were run for each quarterback. Is when the offense is in 21 personnel, which means 2 running backs. So it's Burton is the fullback, and whatever running back was in there, it's Javonte or not Samaje. He didn't even go today. The starting corner was actually Jaquan McMillan.
Yeah.
So he's the cube. He's the corner 2 right now against big personnel.
Okay.
When you get into 11 personnel, which is now 3 receivers, 1 tight end, 1 running back, that's where you see Jaquan McMillan as the starting nickel, and then the starting corner right now was Damari Mathis over Riley Moss.
So first thing, Stidham, no first downs, didn't get any points over. Bo Nix now getting the run.
Okay.
First throw outside, picks up 3.
Yeah, threw a really good out route corner, actually. So Troy Franklin ran a kind of a wide departure release out route, about 10, 12 yards on the sideline. So 1st and 10 now on the 41.
41 minus 41 or plus
Already
41?
done better.
Looks like he's plus 41.
Plus
What are you
41.
seeing the down and
Oh, 49. Sorry.
there
So
you
he got 9 yards on the completion. 2nd and 1 on the 49-yard line.
33 seconds. He got it. He got out of bounds.
Any timeouts?
They got 1 in the pocket.
Oh, they should get in a field goal range. Sure, just
Sack.
think about
The one thing you cannot do. The one thing you cannot do in the 2-minute drill, Tyler. Tyler, how much did that piss you off when a quarterback would be hanging out, just jerking the ball, right? Hanging out back there.
Get some awareness. Let's go. Look, man, I can't block my guy 13 yards deep. Come on.
Sean Payton threw his arms up in the air.
Well, he should. That's a dumb play right there.
Strangely, that was about an 11-yard sack, but they called it a 4-yard loss. So now it's 3rd and 5 from the 46-yard line.
Hey, unfortunately, I have been the victim of a strip sack last play of the game, 2-minute drill, going to win a game. Out there in Washington one year, I think Chris Sims was the quarterback, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we're driving to go win that game. I get beat, strip sack. You want to talk about one go hang yourself? Oh my gosh.
That's why when Sean Payton said, I say most of the sacks are on the quarterback, that's why you're always going, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
That's right.
All right, situation.
Got a deep shot.
Nix, 2.
Incomplete.
Who was he trying to hit?
He was, receivers down.
The ball hung up, and then he was landed. I was defending by Mathis. Mathis landed on the receiver.
And it is
on the sideline.
We got a number?
I hope it's not Vele.
Oh, hopefully it's not.
13, I think.
Dorset.
Yeah.
It was a double move, so it was double 9-yard stop routes. They call them Venus in this system. So it was Venus and go.
Not a great throw, but not a horrible throw.
Yeah.
It's either you're going to make an unbelievable catch or it's incomplete.
Well, gave the DB a chance to make up a little bit.
That's a 63-yard field goal. I mean, we ain't kicking that one, are we?
But again, where's Nathaniel Hackett when you need him?
I'll tell you this. I was actually watching Will Lutz in warm-ups yesterday or the day before, drilling 70-yarders. Now, you don't have any defensive linemen in front of you. You don't have any hands up, so you can kick that ball low. But, I mean, drilling 70-yarders.
Tyler, on a week ago on Saturday, he hit a 66-yarder with a live rush.
Did he? Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, the guy's got a leg. He does.
What we got?
4th and 5. Check down. I think he threw it for a first down. Now they're going to have to spike the ball.
Okay.
So 2nd and 10 from the 45.
2nd and 10 from the 45. How much time?
5 seconds.
Oh, you got to kick a field goal here, man. This is where you got that 62-yarder. Can you make it or not?
I think they're bringing the field goal team.
Okay, here we go.
Let's go.
Let's go Broncos. Let's get that 3 points before the half. Let's go.
Actually,
all right, what are our predictions here? What do you guys got?
Looks like they're conditioning, actually.
Actually, they're just doing conditioning.
Yeah, so
they're not even giving our boy a chance.
Oh, my God. It was perfect. It was perfect.
That wasn't the finish we wanted.
No, we wanted the kick.
And now you see Will Lutz line up to run a half gasser. he takes off. At this current stage, he is middle of the pack, gaining ground on Mike McGlinchey.
Well, and and you know who's leading? Bandy.
Got to make a roster, baby.
Hey,
Got to make it.
Bandy is leading.
Where's Bo Nix?
He's out in front.
He's crying.
Carrying the American flag.
Yes, he is.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
All right.
They can take away my 1 reps, but they'll never take away my freedom.
We'll get back with more exclusive training camp coverage next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC. They've got over 160 2024 Chevys and GMCs that'll be sold at their lowest prices of the year. Yeah, get more on 24s. 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation. 2024 Chevy Silverado. If Chevy or GMC makes it, Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC has it on sale. And they'll deliver anywhere in Colorado. Get this, totally free. Delivery is totally free. Talk about peace of mind. Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC, is offering a 3-day money-back guarantee. Find me another dealer doing that. Not going to happen. It's unique at Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC. You can find him at 3rd and Alpine in Longmont or online at Mike Maroney, ChevroletGMC.com. Together, let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. Again, find out more information right now at Mike Maroney, ChevroletGMC.com. All right. We're expecting Sean Payton to announce who will start on Sunday here in just a few moments. We'll bring that to you live if we can. Looks like our timing is going to be all right with that.
They're still huddled up. Still huddled up right now. Sean
right.
had a long talk with
long talk.
Really?
The entire commercial break.
Give us speculation what that might be about there, Coach. What do
No idea.
Well,
passionate
probably
or
the
no?
most exciting play in practice happened, and that was Raj just got stung by a bee. So
Yes,
that might
yes.
have
Where?
been-
Tell me, like on the right cheek.
He
or
kind of went
something.
with the skies out, thighs out shorts today.
Yeah.
And they nailed him. Kind of, it's called mid hamstring. You know, right? Oh yeah,
yeah, big red dot. Here, let's show everybody let's show everybody.
Yeah, you got nailed, huh? Let's see it, Raj.
See that red
Oh,
dot?
damn. Damn, son.
Nice. Hey, how's the gate? How's the gate? Get out there and open up. Let me see that sprint.
Yeah. Well, the good news is I brought my EpiPen today, so he's prepared.
Oh.
Yeah, he's ready to go. 'Cause found out.
D-Mac, you don't know what an
Syracuse-
EpiPen is?
No, I know what an EpiPen is. I'm wondering why Coach Sanford's walking around with one.
It's full of crap. I've actually never had one in my life.
Yeah, I will say this. You remember how Mosier was talking during the break the other day?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was Raj for
Just a
different
few minutes
reasons
ago.
in this break right here.
All right.
One thing, D-Mac, I've learned from you, man, is
Yeah.
never let the truth get in the way of a good
No,
story.
hell no.
Never.
And then once you start lying about something, you got to roll with it, man.
Yeah, and make it really good.
Might as
Yeah.
well start exaggerating once you
I
lie.
got an EpiPen because I'm allergic to fireflies, and you just never know when it's going to hit me. So, no, I love my EpiPen. I mean, just keep going, Mike. No, just roll with it. Coach, Sean Payton is going to say what about the starter on Sunday today, and we'll have it for you live. But what do you suppose he's going to say?
Well, he's gonna come across with truth that he is gonna indeed follow the depth chart he released, at least with the QB1, and it's gonna be Jarrett Stidham, as it should be, to give Bo Nix an opportunity to face against the 2s and 3s in his first preseason game. It's gonna be Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, I would be a shock if anything else didn't happen that way, to be honest with you.
I don't think it's a coincidence that today is the day that they're supposed to announce it, and today is the day that Jarrett Stidham got the opportunity with the ones.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it was interesting at the beginning of practice because actually Nix was out there with the 3s for a chunk of time. I was like, ooh, are we really going to go depth chart mania? But then they got into practice, and Zach got to his comfy spot back with the 3s where he's been basically.
I'll tell you this. We do not want Bo Nix getting out there behind that number 3 offensive line in a real-life game. We do not want that. Although I'll tell you this. I did go over there and watch the one-on-ones between the big boys today. We had the practice field close to the media, so I went down off the hill and watched the big boys up close and personal. The big boys were dominating in one-on-ones, like dominating. That's 2 days that I've watched them really close, and they were doing really, really good. For whatever reason, it doesn't seem to translate to team pass.
Yeah, it didn't translate on 11 very well.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So, but they're doing great at one-on-ones.
Hey, we may have a little twist here today. It is Joe Lombardi and the coordinator speaking today, which is the first time the coordinators have spoken.
Kickoff talk, baby. Oh, no, Joe Lombardi. I'm sorry.
Offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
Kotwika is our special teams ace. That'll be fun. Are we getting a non-Sean Payton presser day today? So he doesn't have to announce who the quarterback is on Sunday?
There's your guy.
Is that what's going on?
There's your guy.
We're getting a little Slim Shawnee today? Is that what's going on?
But he told us yesterday they were going to talk about it tonight.
He did? I think we're getting a little Slim Shawnee action right here.
Oh, I love it. I love
a savvy veteran move.
Look at that.
I'm here for it, man. I mean, you're gonna call him out, and I'm here for all the gamesmanship you can play. Waste all your energy as a head coach on the media, okay? Waste your energy on deceiving the media. That's what we got to do here, okay?
Look at that. So I don't know if he's going to speak or not, but if they're just putting the coordinators out first instead of Sean, maybe Sean just gets the day off, Slim Shawnee. So we're going to go.
But hold on. Can you not ask the offensive coordinator? Okay, who's your
you can.
coming up Sunday?
You can.
And I've been that person many times, and all I say is, that's a discussion that you need to have with
the head coach,
with my head football coach.
I would ask it, but that is usually the answer. That's up to coach, and he'll make that decision.
You know what, Brian Howell? You got to talk to Carl Durrell about that. I'm not in the position to answer that question.
Oh my God! I don't know why we couldn't stop Air Force. Talk to Calderell. See if you can shove over Brian Madden. Running off the field.
Who is the offensive coordinator?
I don't think it mattered when Air Force is running for 340 yards in the first half. I don't think the OC matters in that game.
I was at that game, and it was cold. It was miserable. We got our butts whipped. I mean, good Lord, Mike. I mean, Mike, that was a bad day.
Why was it the worst day of your life?
Well, because when you're playing the Air Force Academy, their defensive structure, it gives you completions all over the field. And so you go into the game, you have a game plan, you're excited. Weather, of course, showed for clear skies, during the week when you're putting down your game plan.
Right.
That was as wet of a game as I've ever coached.
It was brutal.
And to make a forward pass was dang near a feat of it was a miraculous feat to throw the football for a hitch route, let alone to try to exploit some of the open zones the Air Force's defense gives you.
So it's pretty good just to run the ball through the defense repeatedly, as they did to you guys.
That was Air Force's offense.
That's what
the problem. So that wasn't my hump right there, D-Mac.
Not your hump.
No, not my hump.
Not my circus, not my monkeys.
It was not mine.
Funny.
But when they're running the ball like that, you get like 5 possessions.
I get it. Oh,
you
we
go
know.
3 and out, you're not going to see the ball again for 12 minutes.
We remember I couldn't believe Tyler was torturing his family going to that game.
Oh, it was like sleeting rain. It was just miserable. Like I went to go see like all the cool stuff from Air Force, like the pregame festivities. They didn't even do the pregame festivities. I think they did have the cadets like rush the field or whatever they do there, but they didn't have the Falcon fly, no flyover. Like it was just a total waste of a day.
I'm not joking.
You took the whole family?
I did.
Yeah,
yes,
I
kids
remember
had to sit through that. Yeah,
it was over 300. It was over 300 rushing yards in the first half, wasn't it?
I don't remember.
It was horrible. All I know is
ask Carl Durrell.
Yeah,
I'm not at liberty to talk about that, D-Mac.
Yeah.
Well, Joe Lombardi's talking now, and then it's going to be VJ, I would assume, and Kotwicka, and wow, we're not going to officially know today, I guess.
You know what's one thing I thought about?
Hey, but you'll get some ice cream here in a couple months.
Good.
D-Mac,
awesome.
D-Mac, I've been thinking about this, Tyler. You'd like this as well. When you've been a head coach, like for me, to go back to a place I was the head coach and actually the podium where I did every post-game presser after practice, every training camp, and now you're coming back as the defensive coordinator. Do you not think there's a little PTSD there for VJ?
Yeah, got it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Absolutely.
Like if I went back to Western Kentucky right now, a place that fired me, and I did a post-game presser, I'd be like, I would like, I don't even know if I could speak at the beginning of it. Yeah, I could give you the heebie-jeebies.
Absolutely. And then, Mike, you got to keep in context also. I'm struggling to remember when you came on here full time, but we at the beginning of getting Vance Joseph back, it was deja vu, man, because Vance got run out of town. He was the dog in a bad way, you know, and then he comes back and the defense is just getting destroyed, you know.
You know what? I don't even. Did you run out of town, or was it a slow process running? I mean, they gave him that second year.
They slept on it.
Nobody wanted him back, right? I mean, it was like deer in headlights that entire second year he was the head coach.
I'll tell you this, though. I'm not saying Vance got a raw deal because you get an opportunity to be a head coach. I don't care what you got going against you. Vance is a way better coach than what happened there. He is. Although I'll tell you one funny story, one memory from Vance Joseph that year. So I'm working the sidelines on the broadcast, right? And I can't remember what game it was, but he opens up the game, or maybe it was the second half, whatever. He comes out with the Sean Payton onside kick, right? Mm-hmm. And they actually did recover it, right? So they got the onside kick. And I'm standing on about the 10-yard line as the sideline reporter, and Vance runs all the way down. And I'm like, wait, is he coming towards me? Like, is he what? He's like on a beeline right for me, you know? And I'm like, we're in the middle of a game. Vance comes running down, and he goes, hey, I bet you thought I was an idiot on that one, didn't you?
To you?
Yeah, he did. He did. I was like, hey, man, you recovered. Good job, buddy.
Good job, VJ.
Good job.
Can you tell you, we had a very surreal moment at training camp yesterday. Adam Gase was there.
He's there today.
Okay, so another weird day. So it's Adam Gase and VJ out on the field again. Now, Adam's a spectator and VJ's a coach, but you remember that Broncos-Dolphins game where they're onside kicking and they're doing all sorts of, they're going for it late in games, even though it's a blowout? You remember all that crap that was going on?
I was at that game. Hey, yes, I remember that game very, very well. I was working that game as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a coach's ego's out of control. It was kind of ridiculous on kind of both sides. Anyway, that being said, Fellas, and we'll get you here for another couple minutes. Talk about practice. What else did you see, Scott? What else did you see out there today that's interesting?
We'll start with what Mike started off with. I thought there was more energy. Now, they were in shells today, so you're not having to have all the pads, I guess. But I thought there was more energy. I thought there was more excitement. It was cooler. So I think that probably helps everything around when you got to go out and play for 2 hours. I'm with you. I thought Stidham was probably the best quarterback as far as consistent. I thought that Wilson probably was the most, you're going to watch it and go, ooh, okay, wow, that's pretty good. And Bo Nix had a tough day. Bo had a tough day today. But I'm with you and Tyler. We talked about this the other day, and I know you said you watched the big boys practice. When you get down that second, third offensive line, it's going to be rough.
It ain't good. I'm fascinated to see what's been, and I haven't been tracking it as well as I should. We're tracking the quarterback competition very, very well. I have not been tracking the center rotation the way that I should have been. But they came out early on in training camp, and Luke Wattenberg was getting all of the reps for the first 4 or 5 days. Things weren't going awesome on the offensive line, so they opened that up to a rotation. And they had Forsythe in there. They had Mustipher, Sam Mustipher in there. I was watching Luke Wattenberg very, very closely today. The dude looked rock solid. He looked rock solid. So that's the only position up for grabs on the offensive line.
Well, real fast, we talked about the running and our guy Bandy and McLaughlin.
Jaleel McLaughlin
led all the runs, right? They were the two guys out there on all the little gassers. But if you're saying that, then you got to say, well, who was consistently taking up the back? There was 2 guys consistently on the back of the run. One was Mustipher, and the other was Throckmorton. Them guys were about 5 seconds behind the group, getting running the gassers.
Hey, we can't have that from Throckmorton. No, Throckmorton's got to be a leader out there on that offensive line.
No doubt about it.
One thing that was interesting today that I did see along the offensive line was Wyoming Cowboy legend Frank Crum. Was starting to be used a little bit with the 1s and 2s as a bigger tight end, a jumbo tight end. So I thought that was an interesting development.
That adds up. That does add up because Quinn Bailey was going to be that guy. Quinn Bailey was the 6th offensive lineman, obviously the backup offensive tackle. But Sean Payton said when he went down, they had plans to utilize him, right? So that means as the big tight end. And if you follow the breadcrumbs of the money trail,
breadcrumbs. Get it.
Yeah, there you go. With Frank Crum, he got the most of the undrafted free agents in the guaranteed. It wasn't necessarily the signing bonus, but they more or less guaranteed his whole salary, right? So he's in all likelihood going to make the team.
That would be an undrafted free agent. We get another one of them. Yeah.
Put a 6'7", 315 guy out there on the edge.
Not bad.
If you can do anything, I'm okay with that experiment.
Yeah. And he does have one thing that nobody in the 2 and 3 group does have, and that's Tyler Columbus-like length. I mean, the dude is long. He's definitely a work in progress as a pass protector. I've talked to multiple people. I think, Tyler, you watched him a couple times getting run around in pass pro. He's a long way off from being an NFL-ready swing tackle, but certainly could go forward and maul people at the tight end position as the 6-0 lineman in a game.
Also, we saw what the strategy is going to be on kickoffs. So now we know, because we saw the coaching out there, what they're asking the guys to do. Find the ball. So you got to literally turn your body, right? Look to where they catch the ball, and then what they're coaching them to do is get in front of your guy. So find the ball, find your guy, get in front of them, and essentially what it looks like to me is zone blocking, where you more or less sort of cut everybody off so there can be a cutback lane for the returner-ish.
I tell you what, and again, do you want those light, quick, because I guess you still need for
I'd put a running back there, Scott.
I was going to say, do you want those light, quick, lift guys that can do this, or would it be better to put a guy that's got a little heft to him that's going to catch it, because there's always going to be a run back, and if you can get, as you said, that zone blocking scheme, and a guy can break one tackle at the thing, I think there's going to be run backs this year.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk right now. If you watch the preseason games, and we're going to see 2 today, I believe tonight, is that everybody's running the zone scheme in preseason with the idea that they're holding all of their other schemes, whether it be a trap play, basically a down block, and then there's pullers involved. The teams that had the most success in the XFL was utilizing the pullers, the guys that get around. So it takes on more of the lifeblood of a gap scheme, Tyler. If you pick up what I'm putting down there, rather than a zone scheme. So I don't think anybody's using the preseason to tip their hand, show their hand at all with regards to what they're going to be doing during the
And that's why I'd go ahead and throw a running back there because, who knows how to run the zone scheme better than a running back? And, it'll be different, whereas in years past, you've only had one returner back there. You'll have an off returner in all likelihood at all times.
I agree.
So you'll have two returners back there because the problem is with it, the ball's going to hit the ground so quickly now where the returner just won't have time to react to it. And I did see the ball hit the ground a couple times. We had one returner just couldn't quite get to it. So there could be some crazy stuff that happened.
I think your best candidate is absolutely Jaleel McLaughlin.
I agree.
Without
totally
question.
agree.
He is actually built for this new kickoff and kickoff return.
Yeah.
He's perfect for it.
All right. Well, the coordinators are speaking. We'll get something. There's Kotwicka. We finally have a special teams coach who does not seem like a lunatic. And
get to know him. Get to know him a little bit.
Kotwicka?
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty rock solid. Pretty rock solid.
He's a bit of a psycho.
You think he's a psycho?
Oh, I know some stories from him.
Really?
He's a bit of a psycho behind closed doors.
Does-
Hey, if you're a special teams coach, you got to be jumping out of helicopters. You got to be doing crazy things at all times.
Well, he's
D-Mac, he was a helicopter pilot.
No,
he was captain and did missions to Bosnia and Herzegovina and Korea, and he's a veteran of the Iraq War. You don't think there's a screw loose somewhere?
Come on.
Fair enough.
Come
Good-
on.
Excellent
And you know
points.
what? I think that's a great thing. You want your special teams coordinator to be different, to be a guy because you're
all we've had is different types of dudes being special teams coordinators over the years.
Why are they all
disaster.
helicopter pilots? What was our guy? He was on the Super Bowl team. I'm drawing a blank on our special teams coach. No, not.
You talking about Brock Olivo?
No. We had another special teams coach that was a helicopter pilot. I'll figure it out during the break. But there was another. So that's 2 for 2. We've had 2 special teams coaches that were literally helicopter pilots.
All right, Coach. We'll talk to
So
you.
are they West Point guys?
Maybe.
Coach, we'll talk to you at 8:00 on the old digital on the Twitter and all that. Yeah.
Oh, Winter Park, man, can't beat it. Winter Park in the summer. I'll tell you what, man. First time I've been up there, non-snowboarding day. Great town.
Scotty, you got to get back here because we're minutes away from U.S. Serbia, bro.
I'll be back there. I got me a little Potbelly app. Maybe order me a little sandwich. Chop it on the way into the road.
There you go.
Sit
All
there
right,
and have it.
and we'll give you some highlights from the coordinators. See what they have to say. It's PhD on 92.5. It is Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room for the win with the Unreal Pizza Deal. That is to go for only $29.99. You can get a delicious large 2-topping pizza on a scratch-made flaky crust. Are you kidding me? Plus, it comes with cheesy, dippable mozzarella sticks and a giant gooey chocolate chip cookie pizza. I mentioned $29.99. That's it. It'll feed the whole family plus no dishes. This is fantastic. It's Old Chicago. The Unreal Pizza Deal to go. Feeds up to 4 for $29.99. Old Chicago was founded in Boulder in 1976. Their roots are strong, and so are the variety of beers. Try 110 local and legendary beers. Take the World Beer Tour at Old Chicago and earn rewards along the way like branded merch, even $5 OC bucks to use on your next visit. It doesn't get better than Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com.
Yeah, I mean, it's from where he was drafted. It's been a good. He's had really good performance for that. Smart. He's obviously an older player for a rookie, so you hope with that age comes some of that maturity that we're seeing from him, and he's been everything we've hoped for.
Joe Lombardi on Bo Nix.
Real quick, Mike Prefer, other special teams coach we had that was a helicopter pilot, Navy helicopter pilot. How do you go?
Good memory.
How do you go from Navy helicopter pilot to special teams coach? How does that path converge?
Well, what Navy? You said Navy?
Yeah.
Was he associated with Navy football?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
All those guys at Air Force are learning how to fly something or arrange something to be flown or, I don't know. Who knows?
No. Who am I?
I'm not sure.
Sean Payton. Sean Payton. Do you just like the depth chart? No, D-Mac. There's no path that makes sense for those guys adding up.
No. Look at Sean pulling a Slim Shawnee move today. Knowing everybody would want to know.
So they didn't like put out a statement. They didn't put out anything.
Dan, anything? Dan's kind of monitoring the press. Anything?
I do have an update. They said they're going to talk about it and decide tonight.
What?
Who is
They said
starting.
that. Yes, they said that yesterday. Wait, who said that?
Lombardi.
Lombardi said that.
Well,
that was what Sean said they were going to do last night. What did they do last night? Just watch women's rhythmic gymnastics or synchronized swimming?
I'll tell you what they did last night.
Really good, by the way.
Last night, they pulled out all the CPR machines, the defibrillators, and everything else on all the coaching staff because all their heads were exploding from how crap of a practice they had yesterday.
Yeah.
So I actually understand why they're like, hey, we got bigger problems to figure out, like our own blocking schemes, than announcing the starter last night.
Yeah, well, maybe that's exactly what happened. And they had listen, man. There's no way this wasn't a better day today for the offense.
It was. I thought it picked up right as I had to take off. There was good energy, the good physicality. Matter of fact, more physical. Is that a word? Physicality?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Okay, cool. It was more physical than I expected it to be. They didn't have pants on out there, but man, they were rocking and rolling out there.
Yeah.
So I do think there was probably a talking to last night.
It felt like that was a foot up your ass sort of practice today. Like you got the boot up the butt last night. They probably got chewed, and they definitely came out with a little bit more fire. By the way, you must have loved football days like today. I mean, and getting those in August where it's overcast and cooler, oh my God.
Training camp in Seattle was a freaking dream.
I bet.
75 degrees every single day.
Overcast.
Sunny.
Oh, it was sunny?
Sunny, but a nice crisp 75 degrees.
Yeah.
You're on the water. You got a little breeze coming at you. Oh, now the other extreme, Richmond, Virginia. Armpit of America.
Can't imagine.
We had to go to Richmond, Virginia for 4 years when I was out there in Washington. That was the most brutal experience of my life. I'm talking, probably 98 to 103 degrees every single day.
Brutal.
And 5,000% humidity.
Ridiculous. Today was a perfect day for football. For summertime, you don't really get better than that.
I put on sleeves today.
Got a hoodie on. Yeah, I mean, it was one of them days. That's like a good, long sleeves shorts, hoodie shorts. You know what I'm saying?
That's a great look right there.
It's the best. Who doesn't love days like this? I hate the freaking sun.
Man, summer's over. Kids are back in school.
I know. You could feel it out of camp, couldn't you?
Yeah, you felt it for about the last week.
Yeah.
The crowd started weaning out a little bit.
Yep.
They said that the tickets were still sold out for those practices, but, people get the tickets. Kids are going back to school. All of a sudden, life catches up a little bit.
Well, ain't no doubt about it. Tomorrow, they actually do have a practice that's open to the media, but it's closed to the public, and that's going to be inside of the field house.
And we are not allowed to broadcast from that one.
We are not. But
not just us.
And tomorrow will be more of I think they're trying to replicate game day. Like the practice starts at noon, game starts at noon. Well, noon in Indy, 11 our time. So I think they're just trying to go through hey, here's what the day is going to be. Here's what we're going to do. Blah, 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 blah. So
You
that's tomorrow.
You did mention it the other day. Like, since when are preseason games not in prime time?
Isn't that weird?
It feels like every preseason game is always at night.
And all three of them for the Broncos are on Sunday.
Yeah, that is weird.
Another weird one.
I don't know.
I don't know either. Plus, you know what's different though? They've mandated that Labor Day is off. Like you're off. You're not allowed to have practice or anything. It's like 4 days off before the start of the season. I think that's relatively new.
Well, that's fine. It's no big deal because you've got an extra week to prepare.
Correct.
Whereas in the past, man, it was rushed. Once you made the final cuts,
yeah,
you were rocking and rolling. I mean, you had 5 or 6 days to get ready for your first game.
Well, and don't forget they've changed the cut rules too, so they just cut everybody now. Usually around this time, you're cutting like 10 guys. I don't even know why. That made no sense to me. So the NFL said, well, because they got rid of that fourth game, right?
Yeah.
So they got rid of that dumb fourth game. So there's really no rules that apply to preseason that previously existed. You can't just assume anything. And because they got rid of that fourth game, they have more time off. The joint practices mean more, and that's next week against the Packers. But it's only 1 day. It's only 1 day of joint practices. That'll be on a week from tomorrow, a week from Friday. So
I think
the
1 day is Sean Payton saying, look, I got a rookie quarterback. We got a lot to install. We don't want to disrupt our practices all too much. Let's get a little action against another team. But I don't want to give up control of practice, right? Like, because once you bring in that other team, you can't stop and restart a period, whatever. Squirrel thought here today, but those Guardian caps, right? So the majority of the team, actually, is the whole team required to wear them? Okay. Yeah, so everybody's required to wear them during training camp. This year, for the first year, you are allowed to wear those Guardian caps in a game. Previously, you weren't even allowed to, which was stupid because the science says that, like, the concussions are reduced like 80% or something insane when you're wearing those Guardian caps, and you weren't allowed to wear them. This year you can. It's a choice. Be fascinating to see how many guys wear it. What I'm trying to conceptualize in my head, what do you do with the logo? Like what do you like on game day when you got this weird cushion on top of your helmet?
Yeah.
Are they going to paint logos on that thing? Like how does that look?
That's a great question. Well, first of all, they don't look very cool, so most guys aren't going to wear them if they have a choice.
I think you'll be surprised.
I will be surprised if guys are wearing them. I will.
I'm not saying the majority. I bet you offensive linemen wear it. Skill guys probably do not, although they should. I bet on each side of the ball, you've got a minimum of 4 to 5 guys that are wearing that thing.
It'll take one guy who says, this looks stupid, I'm not wearing it. And it's like the sleeves when it's cold.
I think it's the opposite. I think it's going to take 1 or 2 leaders that do wear it, and then all of a sudden everybody else is going
Who's
to follow
that guy
suit.
on the Broncos?
I think the whole O-line, like there's zero, O-line doesn't care what they look like, right? And our heads, like we're the ones that have got the most damage because you look at all the big collisions and you're like, oh, wide receivers take the big hits. No, it's the repetitive damage that goes to the offensive line.
I agree, but they mandated they wear it because too many guys were just like, this is stupid, I'm not wearing it. And it looked weird because there'd be like 2 or 3 guys wearing it and most of the team wasn't wearing it. And it was just like you're out at junior high school on the playground, like, look at the nerd over there.
So they say they actually are going to paint a logo onto those
things.
All
right. Well, there you go.
But I'm having like how could that look? Like they've got these giant bumps on it. What the hell is a logo going to look like painted onto those things?
That's a good question. Okay, we have U.S.-Serbia coming up. So we'll keep our eyeballs on that one as it goes. That's really interesting. Scott will be back from camp. We'll hear more from VJ and Ben Kotwicka about special teams and a day that we were really anticipating. Sean Payton making the announcement, and it's beyond obvious that Stidham's going to start on Sunday. I mean, seriously, that would be stunning if he wasn't. But Sean Payton said, just look out on the field. There's your depth chart. Okay. Thanks, Coach. We got you. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, you guys deserve to feel your best. So don't settle for just feeling like you're getting older. You're not going to have as much energy as you once did. Your workouts are just slowing down on you. Maybe you gained a little bit of weight. You can do something about that if you go check out my friends over at Revitalize Health. Tyler Columbus here. And guys, they're going to help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. I'm telling you, once you get your numbers to where they're supposed to be, and you probably are deficient somewhere, once you get those numbers where they are supposed to be, you are going to feel so much better. You're going to feel amazing, younger, energy, all of it. So go check them out. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
I don't know, Mike. I mean, we haven't changed a lot from last year. I think how we're coaching certain things obviously makes a difference. Every year it changes, scheme-wise. It's about the players you have and fitting your scheme to the players. So those things have changed, but I won't share a lot of what you ask. But obviously, it's a different group, different team, so things do change.
This time last year, Barron was still recovering from the injury. What have you made of his camp so far?
Barron is a guy who's healthy, who's a really good player for us. Obviously being a 3-4 defense, having outside backers are important. He can rush the passer. He's a physical edge guy in the run game. So having him healthy is key for us.
All right, we got a lot going on here today. USA, Serbia about to start. I got a couple of weird observations on that bad boy. Training camp to get into. We heard from VJ. We'll talk about that. Also, hey, following a thrilling penalty shootout win on Monday night against Club Lyon, the Rapids have advanced to the round of 32 of Leagues Cup 2024. Right on. This Friday, they take on FC Juarez at Dick's Sporting Goods Park at 7:30. Don't miss out on the action. Tickets are on sale now. You can text PITCH, PITCH, 303-504-0925. And you'll be entered to win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's match. We'll pick out the winner coming up at 2:45. So again, that's pitch. Text it 303-504-0925. And best of luck. Sounds like an exciting game. Way to go, Rapids. Quick note. First of all, isn't it interesting? Jokic is actually listed as a power forward, not the center for the Serbian team. Just note on that. What happened to LeBron James's eye? He's got a big bandage over his eye.
Yeah, when did that happen?
I don't know. By the way, a lot of
practice deal or something.
A lot of gray. Look at what we did. Look
I know.
at this,
I
Tyler.
love this. That's solid.
Look what we did for you.
That's
here.
solid.
Come on. Now.
Yeah, I officially got the biggest screen I've ever watched a basketball game
Come on. How great is that?
Love it.
You know why? Fubo.
Fubu. I love Fubu.
There you go. Boom. I'll see if Dan tries to rip off my Fubo because he's got all my information.
I
now.
didn't think about that, but heck yeah.
Cable,
baby.
I went an entire year of watching TV on Dan Store's login on
Our
DirecTV.
sales manager?
That's
Yeah.
right. I did not pay for TV for an entire year stealing his login code.
Yeah, I got a couple of leeches on my Fubo account, by the way.
Yeah?
Right now. Yeah. I got a couple leeches.
How many allowed? How many devices?
Not that many, because you get announcements. We get announcements like too many devices. You still want to watch on this one. I'm like,
yeah.
Grrr. I didn't know that was going to happen when we were giving out the free Fubos.
Yeah.
We'll see what you do, Dan. I can change the password. I can
test it.
Hey, I promise you this. Whatever that password is that he gave you, you can get into his bank account with that thing, Dan.
All right, it's 2-2. They're just starting. Who you rooting for right now? Who you feeling like you're rooting for right now?
No, I mean, I don't even have to. I don't have a question. In
Joel
this.
Embiid just missed a shot. Are you bummed?
I don't understand you guys with your weird confliction on who you're rooting for. I'm rooting for America, man. Let's go.
Serbia just drilled the three. How do you feel, Dan?
I don't even care if Nikola Jokic only gets 8 points. I don't care. I know who he is.
We got Serbia up by 3.
And by the way, Serbia's going to get smoked. They've been smoked in the last 2 matchups. They'll get smoked again.
Yeah, Curry just drained a 3 to tie it at 5.
Who's that big old dude? Oh, Nikola.
I just cannot find myself rooting for LeBron.
Thicker?
Who?
Nikola. Does he look a little thicker?
He always looks kind of,
No, he looks a little thicker.
He does.
Not in a bad way necessarily.
He
That
does.
is definitely.
Joker dunk.
Down the lane, 2-hand slam.
Okay, we are not timed up.
We're
here.
ahead of you.
We are not timed up.
Oh, we're not? Oh, well, watch what he does right here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because I got.
Dude, he is way thicker.
Way thicker?
Yeah, Dan, would you agree with me?
Maybe it's the beard. Maybe the beard is adding to his looking of thickness.
He doesn't look fat. That's not what I'm saying.
He just looks bigger. I agree. He does.
Oh, steamroller. Look at that. Look at that athlete charging down the lane for the 2-hand slam.
I mean, I love the fact that the best basketball player in the world has credit card hops. That's a great thing for all of America.
I'm telling you right now, I'm sitting here. I'm just going with my own feelings, how it naturally feels. I feel like I'm rooting for Serbia right now. Dan, you too?
I'm rooting for Joker mainly, but I want The reason I'm rooting for Serbia is I feel like it would continue to validate Joker being the best player.
Well, look, who needs that validation?
Just
Like,
continuation
why are you guys
of the
on that? Who
validation.
needs that validation?
I
We know
do.
what he is.
All right, but there's Joker against Embiid. You tell me, I hope Embiid gets a stop?
I'm rooting for America, yes.
I can't do it. I cannot look at this and not. There's LeBron James. Can't stand him. There's Embiid. Why don't you go find a place to hide in Ball Arena? They go off to Holiday. Well, we're all right with him. Devin Booker, he's a puss. Over to Steph Curry, sick of the Warriors. That's what I'm seeing out there. I'm not seeing Team USA.
I don't hate Seth Curry. I do hate Embiid. Like, I can't stand him. I can't stand Anthony Davis. I mean, there's a handful of guys I can't stand, but no, not to the degree that I'm rooting against our homeland. Come on, this is our homeland.
Dude, if this was Jason Tatum with Derek White and Bam Adebayo, I'd feel differently. I seriously would. But I cannot sit here and, come on, Yoke on Embiid?
I'll tell you this, though.
Oh, man, we're off to a furious start, by the way. 12-10 Serbia.
I get why people...
13-9. Sorry.
I get why people don't get passionate about USA basketball. I totally get it. I totally understand. Basketball, dude, like, name a superstar in the NBA that is not a villain. It's, like, different than every other sport. Every superstar is a villain.
Yeah, Curry is on fire. Curry is on
Do you dislike Steph
fire.
Curry?
No, but I'm sick. I don't like the Warriors. I cannot.
Well, don't worry about it. It's over.
Well, you're right. I don't dislike Steph Curry, but yeah, where are we on time here? Oh, I'm way behind. This is way ahead of. You're ahead of me over here.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So we got to kind of put our eyes to the big screen and say, no way, Steph Curry.
Oh.
What a heat check. He just pulled up from 40. Damn. Scotty in the building. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, this is exciting, man. How is this not freaking awesome right now?
Bogdanovich has got to make shots so today.
They are. Sorry.
The knock on Bogdanovich is big games, he can tend to disappear.
They are flying around, both teams.
Well, Steph Curry is on a heater right off the bat. It's 16-15 Serbia. See, this has happened, though, the other two times they've played. Serbia's gotten off to leads early in the game, and then they just lose steam, and it kind of falls away.
They got up, 10-2 in that first round thing?
Yeah, I think in the exhibition and in the first round, it was something like that.
Dude, you just going to do play-by-play the whole...
I don't know, man. It's pretty damn exciting. I don't think I'm spoiling it. It's not on a radio station somewhere else, so, I guess we're not allowed to do strictly play-by-play, but I can go, whoa, Serbia, nice jumper. 18-15 Serbia. I can't root against Yoke, man. I cannot do it. I can't see Yoke against Embiid and root for Embiid. I cannot do it. I can't do it. Maybe if he goes off the court, I'll feel differently.
Scotty, you were rolling in. I don't know if you heard me when I was talking about it. Does Joker look thick to you? He looks thick to me. Not fat, but he looks thicker.
I think he looks in fabulous shape. I noticed the last game they played. I said, dude, he looks stronger.
Yes.
He might be stronger.
You know what I think it is? You kind of forget sometimes how skinny a lot of these other guys actually are.
That's true.
Like, I don't think when I see Yoke in person, it always like, oh man, I thought he looked bigger. But then I see like KCP, he's like a pencil.
Or Kevin Durant.
Durant, yeah. A lot of these guys are just like ridiculously rail thin. This game is on fire right now, though, man. This game is like,
well, this
is awesome.
Win the game and you're guaranteed a medal.
Dude, it's 23-18 halfway through the first quarter of a 10-minute quarter. Embiid. See, I can't root for him to, well, there you go. See, this is a little bit ahead. Behind is a little bit ahead.
Have you noticed from the exhibition games to now, and I talked to Dempsey about this, that they're starting to play more of a Denver offense, a lot more dribble handoffs with Joker, and before they really weren't doing any of that.
Well, this is going to be a little distracting during the show. I'm not going to lie.
You want me to go put golf on the other page?
No.
You mean you don't want to watch BC and Wake from 2020?
That was me trying to get it. I was trying to get it on the game, and then I couldn't. But the middle one got on. I was like, that's going to be good enough. But then we got it on the bad boy on the big screen back here in the studio, which is a little bit ahead. Fubo ruling. And there's Yoke getting stopped. I don't think Yoke's actually scored in this game yet, has he?
No, but he's got three.
He got the dunk.
He's got three.
Oh, he's got the dunk.
He got the two-handed jam.
That's right.
Three assists that I've seen. Just got Anthony Davis to foul him.
I do love the beard, man.
You like the beard?
Yeah, let's go. I love ugly
Yeah,
beards.
all right. So am I supposed to sit here and watch Yoke go against Anthony Davis and be like, oh, man, come on, AD? I cannot do it. I can't do it.
They do have
He's
the
got,
women's
like, the
beach
full beard
volleyball on
going,
in
too.
here. We could throw that on the big screen if
I'll
you guys
get
are
you
too
some
distracted.
baby oil and some Kleenex, and you guys will be okay back there.
Zero conflict in my heart. Zero conflict.
So you're hoping that Jokic misses this shot?
I'm hoping USA crushes him.
If Jokic is sitting on the bench, maybe I'd feel different. I can't do it with him out there. I cannot do it. I cannot root against him. I can't do it.
Here we go on the text line. Root for the name on the front, not the back. There you go, D-Mac.
Okay. There's Anthony Edwards. I'm rooting for him.
I
Oh,
like
man.
Anthony Edwards. I love it. I got no beef. I know he's a rival. I get it. I got no beef with him.
I find it interesting. They only let Embiid take a few minutes against Joker, and they brought Anthony Davis in pretty quick, didn't they?
Yep, sure did. How much did they extend Jokic in this game? He plays the whole game probably, right?
He'll play as many minutes today as he's probably played unless it gets out of hand. And I don't think with him in there it ever gets really out of hand.
Well, they'll probably take him out in the last minute of quarters, that sort of deal. I saw them do it the other day. Maybe just stash some minutes away here and there. Yeah, AD's in. Embiid was a failure. I can't help myself. So seriously, am I the only one here doing this? Mm-hmm. Can't root.
Scotty can't admit it because he's got 12. He's got 12 American flags on his truck.
I won't be unhappy if Joker goes for 40 and they lose a close one, because I am from America. But I'm really not a big Anthony Davis fan. I'm not an Embiid fan.
How many medals do you need the USA to win, by the way, to be happy? How many do you need?
Well, China's catching up with the golds.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, we got to win the Olympics.
So talking about a good event. Did you happen to watch last night the Brazil USA women's volleyball indoor?
No, I did not.
Outstanding.
I'm sure it was great.
Dude, they got girls on those teams 6'5", 6'6".
All right,
and they jump out the gym.
It's like the South Carolina women's basketball team.
Last time I checked, the Amazon was in Brazil, right?
Wow.
Well, there's large women down there. In the Amazon.
Well, one of America's best teams is 6'5". Our best players.
Look at this.
Who is that dude? Because he's been firing.
That's not Misic.
Misic is 11.
Yeah, Misic, I guess, comes off the bench, huh?
7 is Bogdanovich.
Yeah, and they have Jokic listed as a power forward, not a center, although he's playing.
I told you yesterday, right?
Yeah, but he's playing center. That's where he's right now. Stuffing Anthony Davis.
You are highly annoying.
I'm rooting for our guy. I don't care. He is our guy, and I'm rooting for our guy. I'm rooting for our guy over our country right now.
I told you yesterday, and just since Embiid really won the MVP 2 years ago,
yeah,
I think the worms turned a little bit, and I think there's all of a sudden from even the peers, they're starting to say, Joker's really, really good. Barkley on a telecast the other day he said, Serbia was playing possum. They weren't doing any of their stuff. They really didn't care. He said it'll be a much different game. And by the way, don't forget, Serbia has the best player in the world on that team. So even guys like Charles is now coming around and saying, that's still the best player in the world.
Well, it's off to one hell of a start. And we'll get back to, stuff. We understand what's going on here, and we'll see how it goes. But off to a great start. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac, and you won't believe what's happening at Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont right now. They're throwing their biggest model year-end event ever, and it's about discounting the 2024s. Mike Maroney Ford has a whopping 286 new 2024 Fords that'll be sold with their lowest price of the year. Get more on 24s, F-150s, Edge, Bronco Sports. If Ford makes it, Mike Maroney Ford has got it on sale this weekend. And they'll deliver your new ride anywhere in Colorado, totally free. Your home, your office, even in Idaho Springs. Especially Idaho Springs. Anywhere, anytime, they'll bring that beauty right to you. And talk about peace of mind. Mike Maroney Ford is offering a 3-day money-back guarantee. So that is an unusual deal, and Mike Maroney Ford makes it standard. You can find them at 3rd and Alpine in Longmont, online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. Easy to get to, easy to save big. So what are you waiting for? Get more on 24s at Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont. All right, we're keeping tabs on USA Serbia. It's a great game so far, and they took Jokic out. Oh, and actually they stuck him back in for maybe a final shot of a quarter. And there you go. So Serbia up by 8 after 1, where I don't know if Jokic has more than a couple of points or so, but they're playing awful well, and Steph Curry had a big first quarter too. Now
Joker's got 5. I think he made 3 free throws and
had the dunk.
But you know what he's doing, of course? He's making sure we're distributing.
He's facilitating.
We're getting everybody involved. We're doing what he does.
Hey, Serbia is shooting now. They are. Steph is shooting too, but I'm amazed at how many shooters they got.
It's an 8-minute quarter. To put up 31 points in the first quarter, you got to be on one, no doubt about it. So, but this has happened to the U.S. and Serbia in their 2 previous matchups. Both of their previous matchups in, exhibition over there in Dubai.
And then the preliminary things.
Yeah.
But Serbia never led at the first quarter. They had big leagues early, but they never led after 1.
Took Yoke out for the last minute and a half-ish. All right, we'll see what happens.
Is that your new name for him, Yoke?
Yoke.
Y-O-K-E?
Yoke, baby.
Hey,
Yoke is no joke. The survey's up right now at Altitude SR on the old Twitter. Who you rooting for? I do feel a little bit differently about it when the Joker's not on the court. But we're pretty strong here with a few votes just chiming in for Serbia right off the bat. It does feel different as soon as he's not on the court. It feels different. It automatically feels different.
I have never cheered against USA in anything in my entire life, whether it's World Championships or Olympics. And I find myself, because there's 2 or 3 guys and a coach I'm not real fans of.
Right.
That I tend to say, but I love Nikola Jokic.
Hey, you guys can go turncoat all you want. Let's go USA.
I do feel different as soon as he steps off the court, though. As soon as he steps off the court.
If Scott roots for Serbia one more time, I'm ripping off all those American flags on that truck.
Of all 3 of us in here, who's cheered when the plays happen?
Well, goodness, D-Mac,
we
can't get this dude to shut up. Like he promised us we weren't going to do this the whole show.
See, that's not as bad. Joker against Adebayo. Like, I can live with that. Nice pass. He's looking for AG. Remember? He's looking for AG.
He's looking for the dunker.
In the dunker spot and said he got Bobrovich, and he's not AG.
Hey, do it to some bitch.
What'd you say?
In the paint.
Some beach? Somewhere? Some beach somewhere?
Oh, my God. Raj, what are you doing, man? We had the game. Are you putting on a different game?
Oh, my gosh.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing, Raj? Everything was fine.
What are you doing?
Wait, did Bad Raj come in here all of a sudden?
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
What works all up?
Changes everything?
You got to get right up on it.
What is this?
Yeah, no kidding.
I'll fix it.
Yeah, you better.
Why are you even in here?
Honestly, I just felt left out. I just want friends.
Okay. Well, good game. All right. Training camp. It's gonna be
Today's
hard.
training camp practice, you have to admit this, though, Tyler. You too, you're there. Today's training camp or this?
Oh no! Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm all for breaking this game down. And this
close.
is a freaking fun game to watch. You want to talk about action? This is nonstop action going on. D-Mac's just killing me with his Serbia love.
It's Jokic. Come on. It's one Bobrovich over to Mramovic over to
victory. Assist Joker again.
Right.
That dude is a shooter.
Which one?
I don't know his name.
Well, that's been some of the issue with Serbia's had in the
guy that's guarding right now
in the Olympics is in games they've kind of struggled. They've shot poorly.
Number 9.
You know what's interesting is they don't defer to Joker, do they?
No.
Like he's just part of the team.
But again, it goes back. We had the conversation. He didn't really want to do interviews and stuff over there. And everybody, is he just big? No. He wants the rest of the guys to know that they're as big a part of as any of them.
Yeah, and never underestimate the importance
two on
of the
Davis.
event, right? Because for that Serbia team, this is the biggest moment of their life, except for Jokic. But for the USA team, it's just another day. I know they care, and actually, I've been surprised. I've been impressed by the desire of the USA basketball team a little bit. But for the rest of those dudes, that's why Jokic does it, man. Because he's like, look, I've got my day in the sun.
Let me go over a couple things, see if you like it. Do you like 5 fouls, 40 minutes? Better than 48-6.
I mean, it's college. There's more strategy.
Quarters, though. Quarters, not halves. Quarters, not halves.
It's going to be more strategy with the fouls, and when you play guys who don't play guys, like there's, 8 minutes to go in this second quarter. Davis picked up his second. They took him out right away.
But it evens out a little bit also because they don't blow the whistle like they do in the NBA.
That's right. It's more physical.
So it's more or less the same.
I kind of like it. The scores are lower.
Well, it's college, right? I mean, now.
I see it, Derek White.
Did the college men, they're still halves, and we talked about during the NCAA, the women's game's 4 quarters, and now the international game's 4 quarters. The NBA game's 4 quarters. When's college men's basketball going to go to 4 quarters?
They should. It would improve the game.
I think so.
They talk about being stuck in the past. Good Lord, catch up to the times.
Well, yeah, because the end of a quarter, you have different strategy than just playing straight through like a half. It does involve more strategy to play quarters. Here you go, big fella. That's the center. That whoever that dude is, he's actually
Joker.
No. That's no, he's their center. So there's a dude who's actually bigger than Jokic. See, he's actually bigger than Jokic.
Jokic
I think he's actually off the bench though.
Jokic has spent a little bit of time out in the sun. He's more tan than he usually is.
Well, I'm sure he's having
Paris,
a good
summertime.
Yeah, I'm
they
sure he's
get
having a good
days
time.
in between game. His family's there.
Hitting that pool time. We know he loves the pool. That's all he can talk about.
Yeah, Strahania likes beach volleyball. He's probably out there with Strahania.
How about this? Right? No American team in the gold medal games, men or women.
For
volleyball, beach volleyball.
Is that unusual?
It's like the first time in like 20 years.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they got a timeout now.
All right, now we can
training camp.
We'll take a break.
Jarrett Stidham was pretty good today. It was amazing. Jarrett Stidham. You don't like Jarrett Stidham today?
I thought he was amazing. See, you throw a word around adjectives a little different than I do. I thought he was good until we got to the. You guys must have left. Until we got to, and Coach Sanford broke it down, until we got to the 2 minute drill, the 2 minute drill, 0-0 going into halftime drill. He struggled there. Bo Nix completed his first pass for 9 yards and then took a sack and then overthrew a guy and then underthrew a guy and that ended. And that's when Peyton called him to the center and he talked to him for 10 minutes or at least.
10 minutes?
Well,
10 minutes? Really?
How long was our breaks? It was an entire break.
5 minutes
and
or so. 6 minutes.
Well, it started right before the break.
Yeah.
The entire break, and it started a little bit after the break. So I mean,
it's still a long time.
That's a pretty long time.
Yeah.
And then they ran gassers, which usually back in my day when coaches called you in a huddle, and then all of a sudden he said, "Get on the line." He wasn't he was upset about something.
Yeah, I don't think that's Sean Payton, though. I agree with you. I think Sean's just old school. Josh McDaniels used to make us run it then to practice all the time. I think that's who Sean is. Mike Shanahan, we never conditioned because practice was our conditioning, right? So we're going to practice fast.
You want everything fast.
Yeah. And so we're never going to condition at the end of the practice.
If you have a lighter day scheduled the next day, would you do some form of harder conditioning the day before?
I think that's just who Sean is. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're getting ready for a game right now, so if anything, you'd be winding it down.
Well, I was told today that tomorrow looks like it's going to be a walkthrough.
Yeah, because it's inside.
It will. No, it will be. It will be a walkthrough.
It's in the field house. It's at noon. Because, again, we're simulating perhaps your sleep schedule for the actual game itself. They're traveling on Saturday.
It'll be a jog through. It won't be quite a walkthrough, but it'll be just a fast-paced one.
How'd you like to Sean Payton not taking any questions, not doing press today? What?
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Like
hey,
that?
man, you're going to go out there and everybody's going to suck like they did the previous 2 days. I won't anoint anybody. Fine. If you guys can't be good on offense, we don't have a starter on this team. Today was better. And I'll relax a little bit. And I love how the fact on Twitter, I was getting crushed for coming out yesterday, and I was passionate about it.
I told you.
I got literally I got one day of the entire training camp that I've crushed these guys. Everyone's like, "Oh, Tyler's such a hater, yada yada."
I told you.
I'm like, "Hey, simmer down, pay a little attention here."
The cliff is in front of you, Lemming. Jump off. I said the same thing the day before when we were at the thing on Tuesday, and they crushed me. And then what Sean Payton do? Came out and said, "Well, kind of a struggle. Wasn't as good. We'll go back and watch the film." And I'm like, "So you're mad at me, or are you now mad at Coach Payton?"
Right. Are we mad at Jonah Ellis, who pops on and is like, "It was a great day of practice for defense out here."
Exactly. So I got Sean Payton to back me, and you got Jonah Ellis to back you. Because I said there was no line play yesterday at all. And listen, I would say this. Stidham was solid. Did not do good in the 2-minute drill. Nix was not good. Did not throw on did he throw a touchdown on the 7-on-7? I didn't see that he did when they were doing the red zone.
Yeah, he had one to Javonte Williams, not in 7-on-7 in a team period, but it was busted coverage.
Yeah, well, he had that one long throw that was kind of nice in busted coverage, but he still had to put it where he needed to put it. Yeah. And he still had to get it there, and he caught it in stride. Good play, but you're right, probably busted coverage. But still was okay. I mean, solid. I thought Nick. Do you agree? I thought Nick struggled today.
I wouldn't necessarily say he struggled, but here's where we're at. We've had a whole lot of consistency, a whole lot of steady Eddie football. And I've been impressed by that. And I'm going to compliment them, and I'm going to give them their roses when they deserve it. That's a good thing that we've had consistency. I'm not going to get excited until I see these quarterbacks go out and win a game, the end-of-game situations, and the 2-minute drills, in the red zone. You know, when you're in the go zone, when you've got the opportunity to win a game, you got to win a game.
Well, Andy, I called Andy on the way drive down. You going? He goes, "No, I'm tired of getting frustrated." He said, "I'm getting killed by all the people saying I'm negative. I got to take a break today."
That is
so
funny.
Andy didn't go because it's whatever you want. Do you know what the old line I told you guys? Do you want a friend or you want a fan? If you want a fan, we can be a fan. If you want to be your friend, friends are going to be honest to you.
Well, that's just a dumb question.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
So cheesy.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now.
Starting to get a little
Smart guy.
desperation.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Little desperation on USA as they're down 15.
Dude, down 15. Jokic just gave out he blocked LeBron, took it in transition for a layup.
Oh, look at that layup by Booker right there. Let's go.
Yeah,
play by Booker.
You better start rooting for your team.
Yeah, baby, let's go.
They need to make something happen here.
Look at that. Drives in the lane, little hand on the chest.
It was a backdoor.
Get excited.
Dumb foul.
All right, what's the no dumb question?
If Serbia holds on and is able to win this game, does this add to the legacy of Nikola Jokic?
100%.
Big time.
Are you kidding me? What's already legendary grows, and there's not a lot he can do to grow his game. But Serbia beating the U.S. after U.S. beat them twice by 26 points leading up to the games. Come on now.
Serbia is playing like a George Karl team, man. I mean, they are just out.
They care.
They are running. They're out there. They're quick transition. Score as quick as you possibly can. They're firing from all across the court.
Hey, let's not forget, man. There was a U.S. game against South Sudan that went down to the wire.
LeBron hit a game-winning layup.
That's right, man. Not all the games by the U.S. have been these crazy blowouts. Now, they did blow out. All right, no dumb question. Is this sustainable or not? For Serbia?
I don't feel it is, but who knows? If they make their shots, listen. When they got beaten those other two games, they shot like 20% from the three.
Hey, let's not forget this: Serbia was down 24 to Australia in the game before this. So some wild things do happen in these, Olympic games. Look at Jokic. I think he wants it, man.
Here's a dumb question. If you've watched any of the international basketball, would you like the NBA to go closer to the NBA, the international
refereeing of the games? Where instead of having there was a game last year where it was 38-28 in free throws. You got like nearly 60 free throws in an NBA game.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
I mean, it just grinds it to a halt, man.
I don't like that. No.
But here, I mean,
but you're also asking inherently for lower scoring games if you have more physical play, and you don't have the refs calling the fouls. You will have lower scoring games.
Serbia has 42 points right now. 42 points right now with 5 minutes to go in this quarter in a 10-minute quarter.
I got it, but this is unusual. And you know it is. And the U.S. has 29 during that same period. They're down by 13. That's more typical. I'm such a big NBA fan, so I'll say no to answer your question because I do like the scoring in NBA games. I find that exciting.
I think they would adjust. I think guys get used to it. I really do. I think guys get used to it. And instead of getting all this floppy, and I told you this before, everybody always wants to, flopping so bad in the NBA because the Europeans, and they brought the soccer mentality, blah, blah, blah. Guess what they don't call? Have you seen a guy really flop and get a call in any of these international games?
Not really, no.
Right?
No.
We just saw Derek White do it.
You get rid of flopping in the NBA?
Stop calling it.
Stop calling and giving it to them all the time.
Right. I mean, that's way better. I mean, allegedly they were going to start fining these guys for the flops, and they did a little bit at the very beginning. That did nothing. That went away. Just stop giving the damn call.
And B just drilled a big corner three. Yoked with the response.
Airball. Airball. Here we go, Yoke. Here we go.
Well, see, Embiid just tried to flop on a transition, no call.
Look at this. Here we go. Oh, come on, Am. We got to hit that.
All right, the U.S. is down 10. If they are to win this game, no dumb question, who will be their star?
Steph.
Steph or Durant.
Okay. Will they be a star?
Will they be a star?
Will there be a star? I mean, you got to overcome.
It's 12.
It is just 12. It's not the worst thing in the world. So you don't see Anthony Edwards. You don't see... Gosh, who else would it be?
Oh,
he didn't get the foul.
He wanted to call. Guess what?
Lots of foul in the NBA.
Here we go, Steph. Here we go, Steph. Come on, buddy. Let's go.
That'd have been a foul in the NBA.
Yep. I'm telling you, the international referee.
Well, what about you? You answer your own question.
I'd rather see how they ref in international games, and I'm not seeing dudes traipsing to the line. You know, there was games where Embiid shot like 21 free throws. Do you want to see that?
All right, here's a no dumb question on the text line. I'll slightly change it. No dumb question. Would Joker rather win this gold medal? Excuse me, easy for me to say, or win an NBA championship this year?
NBA championship.
I don't know, man. I think this means a lot for him, for his country. I mean, obviously he wants to win them both, but man,
you don't have a giant country. He comes from
all right,
a small
hold on.
town.
That actually is a tricky question. You don't mean an NBA championship ever. You mean this year.
This year.
Ah, that's a good one.
It's on an article I sent you.
Dude, he's carrying a lot on his back now for that country
because he already has an NBA championship.
Yep.
And he doesn't have a gold medal from the Olympics. So he gets a gold medal.
Oh, that's a good question.
And think about it.
That's not a dumb question.
Like you just said, hey, we don't need to be validated on who Nikola Jokic is. But to the world, to America, if he pulls this off.
How can his legend grow higher? This would be it, I guess.
He just beats freaking Team USA.
This would be it. Okay, no dumb question, though. Do you want to see him achieve even that next ladder step?
You know, even as I'm sitting here talking about how much I'm rooting for Team USA, that would be pretty damn cool. That would be
no dumb question. If Serbia does beat USA and they win the gold medal, does that get honored at Ball Arena by the Nuggets?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Let me ask you this. If Serbia, here, another dumb question. Do they have to go on and beat France for the gold medal to up the thing, or is it the Serbia just knocks off USA?
No. They got to win it.
They got to win it. Yeah. It gets spoiled. It gets spoiled if they lose to France.
I think in the international community, Serbia just able to hold on and knocks off USA. That's going to be massive.
Who did the 1980 hockey team, U.S. hockey team, beat for the gold medal?
Finland.
Right. So as exciting as it was,
The bigger game was
the
Russia.
That upset over Russia would not have meant the same if they didn't beat Finland for the gold medal.
I understand that, but you know what? 99% of the people that are just casual fans all think that Russia game was the gold medal game.
Of course,
yeah.
So no, you've got to win one more.
But the story wouldn't have held up had they lost it. Like yeah, the Russian game feels like the most important game, but it wouldn't have held up if you lost the next one.
I agree. You're a silver medalist. It wouldn't have been the same.
There's no legend in getting the silver.
Oh, man,
he dunks it. See him fall down because he wants a foul.
No,
all right, that was pretty awesome.
See, that's just Embiid being tough,
dude.
Man.
That was actually a hell of a play right there.
Good drive, dunks the ball, gets bumped a little bit, and falls down.
See,
you're 280. You're 280 and 290 pounds. In a little brush, you fall down.
And why don't you just sing the Serbian national anthem while you're at it?
He's a
Team
finisher.
USA, man.
All right.
You know,
go get those flags off the truck.
You know what I look in this game?
Yeah.
I can't lose.
It's PhD on 92.5. I love old Chicago so much. You know, it's founded in Boulder in 1976. And it's just such a cool place to go to. It's affordable to go to. It's a fun place to go to. And the unbelievable lunch combo, you still have 1 hour and 17 minutes because at 3 o'clock, that's it. But until 3, come on now, it's the unbelievable lunch combo. Everything is spendy these days. But for $9.99, that's an unbelievable lunch combo. Cheesy 2-topping individual pizza on a flaky handmade crust, a crisp garden salad, an icy fountain drink. It's all under $10, and it's all at Old Chicago. Weekdays until 3, dine in or call in at Old Chicago, where they have 110 local and legendary beers. The World Beer Tour. This is what they were thinking of in 1976. How can we make this place freaking awesome by 2024? Well, let's put 110 local and legendary beers together and give you rewards along the way. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. That's oldchicago.com. All right, closing seconds of the first half of USA Serbia. Serbia is up by 12, and LeBron just got an and one, fouled by Bogdanovic. Well, that's kind of a light call there internationally. That's a LeBron call. By the way, hey, Dan, do we know what happened to LeBron's eye? Why has he got a Band-Aid over his eye?
Someone said it happened in the Brazil game.
Oh, okay.
Guy came down on him late. Got him.
Yeah, LeBron's going to have to be the leader here, man.
Oh, Steph.
By the way, Steph is on fire.
Steph's got to just keep firing,
Steph's on fire, no doubt. But LeBron's, by the way, Tatum not getting his sweats off. And he didn't play against Serbia in the first round. So Kerr and his coaching staff must think there's some sort of bad matchup with Tatum on the court for whatever
the guy
reason.
that averaged 25 points in the NBA Finals can't get on.
Don't ask me to explain. I'm just telling you what's happening. It's kind of crazy.
Well, Halliburton isn't playing.
Hey, man, Derek White out there, that is pretty awesome, man.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Parker, Colorado in the
But
house.
he's your Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
Knock threes down. Great defensive player.
That's okay. So the first half ends. U.S. goes on a nice little roll. They were down as much as 17 points. They're down by 9.
11.
11. Sorry, my bad. They're down by 11 after being down by as many as 17. I don't have a box score in that. Oh, let me get a box score here and see what Steph is doing. And Serbia is shooting lights out. Serbia's 52.6% from 3. U.S. is 47.4. Hello. Come on now.
They're shooting it.
Steph Curry is a lights out 6 of 9 from 3 for 20 points in the first half, 7 of 10 shooting. So, okay, Steph Curry. Jokic, not a lot of, 9, 7, and 3 rebounds.
7 assists?
7 assists. So he's
facilitating.
He is facilitating. He's making that a priority. And, oh my gosh, Avramic, 15 points. Bogdanovic, 15. Anybody else from the U.S. that's interesting?
LeBron's got 9.
Yeah, look at Tatum, not even off the bench. Wow, that is crazy. Holiday was 0, 3 points from Booker, 9 from LeBron, 7 from Embiid. Not bad, though. I mean, they're shooting 48% from the field. That's okay. 47% from 3, which is great.
Yeah, I don't think that Serbia can sustain it.
This is an unbelievable shooting first half from Serbia.
Yeah,
they damn sure haven't slowed down yet.
And they hadn't been able to shoot really the whole tournament.
So that, knowing basketball, that does tend to even out. When you see teams that are that hot, that's that unusual. It's usually not.
Yeah, you can find out in the first 5 minutes of this third quarter if they're coming out and they're still blazing. Maybe.
Basketball does amaze me how quickly a 14-point lead can just evaporate. I mean, in a blink of an eye, it just goes away.
Well, what's amazing to me is how often a game will conform to the norm eventually, whether you're doing really bad or you're doing really well. You know, if a team really shoots 36% from 3.
Law of averages.
Yeah, it really does sort of work its way out in basketball over a long enough period of time. But they only have 20 minutes left in this game. You don't have, the extra 4 minutes there. You don't have 24, you have 20. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it can be.
And what happens, you can sustain it for a game and say they end up shooting as well they did the first half, second half. But then, I mean, how many times see with the Nuggets? Dude, they were like 47% from 3 and made 17 threes and and the next game they're like 4 for 26.
It happens all the time. Ugh. Happens all the time.
For Serbia, you're hoping you're able to sustain it for an entire game.
All right, you guys should have seen Greg Dulcich today. Dude, it was freaking, man, I'm proud of him. You're stepping up there, getting physical.
Let me ask a bigger sports overall question. Does good play, as the Broncos had, today contagious amongst players and teammates? Meaning if somebody's playing pretty well, if somebody's feeling a little bit, can it catch on?
I will say this, and Sanford brought it up also, and I've been talking about him since week 1. The catch Vele made in the corner of the end zone, back shoulder, turned his body sideways, reaching out with the right hand and literally snagging it one-handed. And I think the coaches knew what he'd been doing and pretty excited. Remember, he had Leggy on yesterday. He said he's one of the top 3 guys that's played all camp long, been pretty good. You make a catch like that. How do you, as if you're a coach or a quarterback, ignore that play he made?
It's amazing the similarities just in the body type, but not only just the body type, but the storyline between Vele and Tim Patrick. It's nuts, man. I mean, they look like absolute clones. They just cloned Tim Patrick, put him out there in a younger body. He's literally wearing Tim's number, which is just eerie.
Yeah, that's weird.
And if you go back in the storylines, man, when Tim Patrick got here, that dude was supposed to be a camp body. He was. I mean, there was zero expectation of him contributing, yet alone even making the team.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just caught every ball that came his way. And that's what Vele's doing. Tim Patrick didn't even stand out as much as Vele's been doing in his first camp here with the Broncos.
No, it was Tim Patrick's second year, I think, that all of a sudden people go, dude, 81 never drops a pass.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what Vele is this year right now. He's been spectacular. I asked a former NFL wide receiver what he thought, and he loves Vele.
Well, at some point, if we're mentioning your name day after day after day, if we're seeing it and it's so obvious to us what's really going on, it must be impressive as hell behind the scenes as well.
You know what's amazing about that, though, D-Mac? You would be surprised at how often coaches will ignore good play because you go into training camp with an expectation, with a predetermined evaluation of a guy, and they play good football, and you're like, well, that's you assume that it's going to go back to whatever the law of averages is in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be amazed at how long it takes for coaches to actually give guys like Vele a chance.
You know where Vele went to college, right?
Utah.
Yeah, the Utes.
Same as Tim Patrick.
And,
I know. His entire life is just Tim Patrick.
Luther Ellis.
Jonah
Ellis.
Who's Luther Ellis?
His dad.
Oh, that's right.
But his 3 brothers went to Idaho to play football, where he's from.
Mm-hmm.
Luther settled in Moscow, Idaho for whatever reason. All right, I think it was a positive day overall for the Broncos. I find it funny that Sean gave the old slippity slim Sean.
So no one asked the offensive coordinator?
No, they did. Dan, do we have that? Do we have Joe Lombardi talking? He was asked.
Did you do the Sanford?
Of course.
You have to ask the head coach.
Do you got it there, Dan?
Hey, do you know what the requirements are in terms of talking to the media in training camp?
I'm not sure. I'm sure the Broncos are upholding the rules, and if there's a way, maybe coordinators talk, the head coach doesn't have to. It's something like that. Go ahead, Dan. Play what Lombardi said.
No, we didn't talk last night. I think we're going to talk this afternoon and solidify that.
That's 3 straight days they're going to talk about it this afternoon.
Scott, after watching that practice yesterday, you're a coach. You going to walk in there and be like, hey, I want to anoint a starter?
You want to make a decision? No. Or the last 2, to be honest, we're not counting today.
Yeah, but why then did Sean Payton on Monday say, Tuesday or Wednesday? Then why yesterday on Wednesday said, we're going to meet tonight and tell you, we'll let you know tomorrow.
That's a Lombardi day. Well, we didn't meet last night.
And you didn't meet last night?
Oh, you know why? It's today Thursday. So, Elway's happy hour on Wednesdays. Wednesday happy hour at Elway's.
Dude, they had 3 lattes?
Yeah, we crushed the patio. Happy birthday to Jarrett Stidham today.
That's right.
28 years old.
By the way, he is a good-looking man.
He is.
It's ridiculous.
He's got the hair. He's got the flow. Yeah.
Sexy.
I will say this, and I still love this part of camp. I can do away with all the stupid haircuts and all that stuff. But it's kind of cool that all of a sudden you get done practice, and there's Bo Nix carrying Stidham's helmet and pads to the locker room.
There's got to be a little bit of hazing going on,
hold
inappropriate. Where's the guys dancing before the practice, getting out there in the stretch lines? Give me something.
Hold on to that thought, because that became a little bit of something yesterday. That whole thing became a little bit of something, and we'll hear what Jarrett Stidham had to say about it next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new car, I know it's exciting, the idea of a new vehicle, but I think everybody dreads the experience of going to the car dealership itself. It just is a long, cumbersome process. You always worry, are you getting the best deal? Should I be shopping around? Don't worry about that anymore. Go to Phil Long Ford. It's a great experience. First off, the inventory is incredible. Whatever car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle you are looking for, they've got it at Phil Long Ford because the inventory is as strong as it has ever been. One-stop shopping. Don't drive all over the state of Colorado driving yourself insane. You will find the new vehicle you want at Phil Long Ford. But it's also a great experience. Guys, they're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price. You don't have to worry about haggling and all that. You're just going to get the best price. They've got great interest rates, great incentive deals going on right now. They've got an award-winning service department. So after you buy your new vehicle, they're going to keep it in tip-top shape. Guys, I'm just telling you, this is first-class service over at Phil Long Ford. And if you haven't tried one of those electric vehicles, you are missing out. I'm telling you, no matter what your opinion is of electric vehicles, if you have not driven one, you're missing out. They are flat out amazing, fast vehicles. So go check them out at Phil Long Ford today. Give yourself a test drive. Shop from the comfort of your own home. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over. Find them online at phillongford.com.
Yeah, I think it's just comfort level with just the operation. He's really instinctive, and so just playing football has been good from jump. So it's just getting the huddle calls, some of the checks at the line of scrimmage. Just the more you see that, the better you get, and he's just getting more comfortable. We had a pretty good install the last 3 days, and so he's had to restart some of that, but he's everything that you hope for, just with his intelligence and the way he studies and prepares.
Joe Lombardi on Bo Nix. No Slim Shawnee today because I don't know.
Didn't want to have to commit.
Didn't want to have to commit. And Lombardi goes.
It was beautiful temperature out there today.
Oh, we were saying that earlier.
Yeah. It reminded me of my training camps out in Seattle. Seattle was amazing.
And how about the fact that the one field a little bit worn out? They do everything near the Muggles right in front of us. Come on now.
So let me tell you about the overthinking Muggle thing. I get out of my car, it's sprinkling.
Yeah.
I go straight to the top. Right?
And you usually don't do that.
I hardly ever go. I've only been there one other time. So I said, I'm going to go up top because if it rains, A, there's a tent there.
Yeah.
And B, it's closer to my car. I don't have to get soaked.
Yeah.
And I look up and everything's over on the other field. I'm like, come on. You can still see. Tyler was up there for a little bit with me too. You can still see pretty good and kind of see formations and spreads and everything else you want to see. But then I said, okay. Well, then Tyler said, hey, you want to stay today? Okay.
But you got the best viewpoint of everything going on.
Hey,
at the end of the day.
I'll stay every day, pal. I'm happy to.
No, but the vantage point, hey, listen, up on the hill is great. But right there is pretty cool.
Today it was actually better to be down on the sideline. It was. Yeah. It was just far enough away. You couldn't quite catch all the numbers and everything. But I love being up on the hill. I've been cheating the system. I don't even, hey, if they're listening, I don't care. I don't even go in the tent. Sometimes I just go sit on the hill and just find a spot.
Oh, well, they don't. That's fine. They've lightened up on that stuff quite a bit. Second half action underway. We'll get to it.
Meanwhile, Serbia's playing a little tight, 0 for 3, and
here we go.
Oh, down to 8,
and yeah.
I bet you anything this comes. Well, it won't be a Serbian easy win. It'll be down in the wire. The U.S. will just sort of figure it out.
I think the U.S. will just over talent them.
Yeah, probably.
Who's the Serbian coach? You know anything about him, Scott?
No.
Oh, Frank Masemovic?
He's a bitch.
I don't know. He's probably been there for 100 years as the
With all due respect, he's a bitch.
No, ain't no doubt about it. We did get something kind of interesting yesterday about the whole hazing sort of thing, and I had to laugh because things are so much more mild. But there was an interesting kind of splashback from some people when Stidham said, we'll start right there, cut 9 there, Dan, about rookie duties of Bo Nix. Go ahead, Dan.
We see Bo carrying your guys' shoulder pads.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Summarizes rookie chores.
Well, so he's got to carry our pads. That's a mandatory. Pretty much anything that goes wrong, I just blame him.
Yep.
I had a rookie haircut from Tom my rookie year. I think that's against the rules nowadays. We're not much of a snacking group, so we don't make him get snacks or anything. Sometimes I forget if I forget something in my locker, I'll make him go get it. Yeah, he's pretty much. Yeah, he's got to do certain stuff for sure. And at whatever point we decide to do his rookie dinner, I will be getting a nice bottle of wine or something that he's going to be paying for. So I'll make sure that's a really, really nice dinner, and I'll be very, very happy and not hungry. So it'll be great.
So after that, Stidham, real quick, was asked, is Bo Nix been receptive to his duties?
Whether or not if he is or if he isn't, he doesn't really have a choice. And sometimes he'll kind of bicker a little bit back at me, and I'm like, Bo, we have literally all done this before. So I make sure he gets his rookie duty, especially being a first-round pick. I actually make fun of him and Zach all the time because in their rookie contracts, they've made more money than I have my entire career at this point. So I'm like, you two are not off the hook. So I let them have it for sure.
First of all, let me tell you, that's a likable dude right there talking.
Yeah.
That's somebody, but it's also somebody
You know, Andy's a likable dude too. I don't necessarily want him.
I gotcha. I was just going to go there. But is that the right type of personality for a starting quarterback or the backup quarterback?
I think it's a perfect personality for a bridge quarterback.
I think it's a great personality, and it's just that. I've been around starting quarterbacks that are stoic. I've been around dudes that are good times. Jarrett Stidham, the personality could go either way. Enjoy it while you can, pal, because you got about 2 weeks left of being allowed to haze Bo Nix.
Well, I had a fellow Muggle reach out to me and basically say, hey, that's something for the guy holding the clipboard for his entire career to talk about hazing a first-round pick.
No, that's it's a rite of passage, man. You got to have a healthy amount of hazing in a locker room, and it's got to be respectful. I see back in my day, I didn't have it like bad like it used to be. But there was like legit, like we used to have to go up on the whiteboard and we'd do little quizzes, right? So I got my back to the group. Everybody's watching me doing drawing up plays. And I'm like very sheepishly like drawing it, waiting to see if I do something wrong. Dudes would have they would have a sock with a tennis ball. They put baby powder in it and they just chuck that at you the second you made a mistake, you know? So I'm not saying it has to be stuff like that, but even now it was all good and fun. Nobody's getting hurt or anything. The only rookie tradition that I think needs to go out the window is the stupid rookie dinner. That thing's got to go, man. Okay. And or just do it in a fair way. I mean,
don't be stupid. I think that's worse.
Go out for a nice dinner.
I think the rookie hazing is worse than the hazing. I think the rookie dinner because I remember Ryan Harris tell us, dude, they're getting $30,000 and $40,000 bills.
Dude, I had to pay more on my rookie dinner than I had in my bank account. That's
what?
That's a true story. Yeah,
no, I think that's worse.
I literally didn't have enough money in my bank account to pay for what I had to do. So fortunately, Ryan Clady covered most of it. But that's like when guys go out and they're all ordering shots at King Louis, and you end up with a $15,000 bill. Okay, maybe $2,000, maybe $3,000. Have a nice little night. That's got to go. Matter of fact, I got fined 4 years in a row as a veteran out in Washington because I got caught paying the rookie under the table for my meal. So I'd come with a couple $100, and I'd literally just give him cash under the table for whatever I bought, and then I got fined $500 for paying the rookie for my meal. That one's got to go.
So everybody was really talking about the pads and the other stuff. People weren't really critical of the dinner. You guys are saying it's the dinner thing that's the worst part.
From everything I've heard, yeah, I think the rookie dinner. I'd rather someone cut my hair, make me look stupid one time, than sit there and say, "Oh, by the way, Scott, I ordered, a couple Opus Ones and Bibby Bean, blah blah blah." Our dinner for 4 people is $15,700.
It's insane, man. I mean, the haircuts is all good and fun. I couldn't care less. Now, for some guys, it's a big deal. If you got a long flow, if you got dreadlocks, whatever, like that's a big deal. I'd probably pass on cutting his hair, making me get hazed a different way. But yeah, man, when you're getting irresponsible with dude's money, that's got to go.
Okay, Bo Nix has a 4-year, $18.61 million contract, a signing bonus, Bo Nix, of $10.36 million. Does that make a difference?
I'm not saying he can't afford it, but it's stupid, man. It's just absolutely stupid. There's no way around it. Guys will order, like Stidham just said right there, after the dinner is all said and done, and as a rookie, you're like counting it up. You think you're done with the meal. At the last second, every dude orders like 5 bottles of the nicest wine you could possibly get. It just never, ever stops. Yeah. But you know what? All the hey, get the fridge stacked every single day. Okay, go get drinks, get snacks.
That's not a big deal.
All that stuff is great. Okay, you got to go get Waffle House on Fridays. Okay, cool.
Even for Bo Nix.
Even hell yes for Bo Nix. You got to pick up donuts, all that stuff, right? That stuff is cool. Just the rookie dinner to me, that's the one.
Okay, all right. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. You got to bring donuts because we always did that to rookies. One day at the training camp, rookies had to go get it. We had one rookie refuse to,
and
by the time he got to his hotel room that night, every piece and stick of furniture was put up against the wall.
Yeah,
all the lights were unscrewed, so he was pure darkness. Turns out he slept out in the lobby.
No
slept
way.
in the lobby because he didn't know what to do.
He didn't know what to do.
But he refused to go get donuts and bring donuts to practice.
Did he bring donuts the next day?
No, but he was cut pretty soon after that.
Whoa.
You know what? Honestly,
are you being serious about that?
Guys like that don't last. I mean, every now and then you'll have a dude that's just out talented, but dudes that can't handle healthy hazing, they're not going to last in the locker room because they're going to be too damn sensitive. What was it like for you though, Scott? I mean, you were way back in the day. There had to be some legit hazing.
No, nothing bad other than
they wrapped me up in a bag. They put me in a trunk. They threw me in the desert. Good luck getting back.
Yeah. Mine happened when you made the team. And Chuck Robinson, he always called me Rook. I was his Rook. And I remember this when you're flying commercial. We go to the airport and he goes, "Hey, Scotty, take my bag back to the gate for me, would you?" I said, "Sure." So I just grabbed it, got his bag. It was like one of the first rolling bags I've ever seen, right? Anyway, I'm carrying his bag. Turn around, he's walking behind me. I go, "Chuck." I said, "What are you doing, man?" He goes, "Rook. You're my Rook. Take care of my bag." So, okay. So that was like the worst thing happened to me. You always
not bad.
You pulling bags off the carousel for the equipment manager. We fly, like I said, we're flying commercial. And so you're there with the equipment guy having to pull bags off the carousel and all the stuff like that. But
we've always got this monkey court in an offensive line room, right? And at the end of the year, you might have $15,000, $20,000 in there. I mean, it adds up quick, and we could give it away to charity and do something good, but we go to Vegas and use that money. So at the end of the year, all the money that you get fined for does go for a fun weekend for everybody. But one year we auctioned off rookies. So to the monkey court, we paid money to own a rookie. Right, so like, hey, you're my dude, man. I'll give $1,000 to the pot. I get Joe. He's my rookie this year, right? So you got to go get me Waffle House. You got to go do this. You got to do that.
No, that's pretty nuts. I think it's okay. The Rockies, they sometimes on the road they have to be in full uniform and go get coffee or whatever.
Right.
They wear Dora the Explorer backpacks and stuff like that.
Yeah, the Nuggets get like kid backpacks that they have to carry.
Okay, I saw Christian Brown. I remember him. Yeah, listen, man, ain't nothing wrong with that. I actually think the hazing is much more of a serious deal, say in high school and college, where things aren't really looked at all the time. And I think it can get out of control sometimes. I really haven't seen anything out of control in the pros. The haircut thing to me, well, I'll take your word for it with the dinner thing because, the regular fan can't see that. When Tim Tebow was rocking the fryer tuck thing, you remember that back in the day? Yeah. I thought that was a little silly. Peyton Manning came in and just said, "Why are we doing this? I'm not going to do it because I need these guys." What's the point?
Nothing against haircuts. I mean, there's no harm, no foul there.
Well, if somebody was coming for your beard.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying, right? So there are unique circumstances when guys are committed to like the long hair flow, right? When they've got the dreadlocks or whatever. Mm-hmm. Okay, negotiate with them. Find something else to do to them.
The U.S. is making a run back. 65, what do we got? 65-59?
And the U.S. is starting to get some calls now.
Yeah, and Jokic is doing great, but Steph Curry is out of this world right now. 9 of 14 from the field, 8 of 12 from 3 for 27 points. Jokic has 11, 9 assists, only 4 rebounds. That still leads the team. Actually, there's a couple guys with 4 rebounds so far.
He is getting hammered. First was Embiid Davis. They are leaning hard on him.
Jokic 0 for 5 from 3, so they're trying to beat him up.
And already 3 times since the third quarter started. I was going to sit there and say Serbia is a little bit like Denver. Hey, there's only 2 on the shot clock. Throw it to Joker.
Yeah. So we'll see where this goes, but there's only 2 minutes left in the third quarter. It's a close game. I'm going to assume the U.S., because just their depth is so ridiculous, and I'm not sure Serbia can stay as hot as they've been. It's been impressive so far, but they've slowed down a little bit from beyond the arc. They're shooting at 48%. They were a little higher beforehand. So we'll see where this goes, and we'll have it for you, as well as Let's Football Go with Dan Buds Quince Tanner coming up next. Oh, dude, that's a keeper right there. No.
Already made it a draw.
Come on, no. After a thrilling penalty shootout on Monday night, the Rapids advanced to the round of 32 in the Leagues Cup 2024. Text pitch to 303-504-0925. You're entered to win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's match against FC Juarez at Dick's Sporting Goods Park at 7:30. We're going to pick a winner coming up in 20 minutes. Dan, just to let you know, we are into the fourth quarter with Serbia up 11 over Team USA. We'll keep you updated as the show rolls on, but let's football go, Dan Bud Squints Tanner.
All right, just a quick update on our poll at Altitude SR. Who are you rooting for in today's semifinal, the USA or Serbia? 255 votes. 78.4% of voters selected they are rooting for Serbia.
Wow.
In today's matchup.
Denver.
Well, we love Jokic. And we can't stand LeBron, AD, the rest of them, Booker. I mean, that's who's on the floor right now. So, I get it.
Hey, and you could tell that LeBron's in France and doesn't have his hair, people. You see all the gray in his beard right now?
Lots of gray in his beard. And by the way, the emotion that Jokic is showing when he's taken a couple of timeouts on the bench, the emotion he's showing is next level.
Serbia might hold on to this thing, man. I mean, USA keeps getting it close, but Serbia, they haven't dropped below like 8 points.
Well, they've had some clutch play by other players today, which is, you cannot be a one-man team, and they haven't been today.
And that dunker spot again, Joker made another great pass to the guy, and he dropped it.
AG would be amazing.
All right, let's hear from Broncos special teams coordinator Ben Kotwicka. He was asked today down at Dove Valley, does the personnel change at all for special teams with the new kickoff rules?
Yeah, well, I think the personnel changes just simply for the benefit that there's going to be more plays. Our hope, again, when the rule was constructed, we wanted more returns and we wanted to reduce the long-run, high-speed collisions. So simply with there's more plays, especially on the coverage element, you need people that can beat blocks and make tackles. And then on the other side, it's who can block. So that personnel adjustment, especially when you get into the season, on those Sundays when that roster size, you don't have 100 guys on the sideline that you can choose from. So that'll continue to be a work in progress. And, I like where we're at. So we just got to keep moving forward and getting better.
Okay, so from what you guys have seen at camp, seen and heard, how do you feel like the Broncos' approach has been to the new kickoff?
Well, I don't know that we'll know anybody's strategy until the season actually begins. Watching it out there, they're experimenting with everything. Anything from a pop-up kick to the low liners. If you watch closely on these kickers, they set up the football weird. They almost set it up like it's an onside kick where the ball's kind of going sideways. And that's what it's going to be. You're going to see line drive kicks probably 9 out of 10 times. And we'll see, man. I think, everybody talks about the action that's going to happen, and it will. If teams actually don't kick it through the end zone. But the other thing that you're going to see turnovers, okay? Because these balls are not easy for the returners to catch.
Well, and I love what Coach Sanford talked about. It's going to be almost like a gap run, right? In some of these, the way they're set up, get in front of your guys. So, and we talked about in that first segment, I think you're going to see bigger guys got a little beef on them. And a little speed, right?
Yeah, so historically, you go really heavy on wide receivers, defensive backs, on kickoff return. I think you're going to see much heavier on inside linebackers, outside linebackers, a little bit thicker guys.
Okay, next up, Dan.
All right, let's go to the defensive side of the football and hear from Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph. So Mike Klis asked him if he has morphed his defense into more of an attacking style defense even from last year.
I don't know, Mike. We haven't changed a lot from last year. I think how we're coaching certain things obviously makes a difference. Every year it changes, scheme-wise. It's about the players you have and fitting your scheme to the players. So those things have changed, but I won't share a lot of what you ask. But obviously, it's a different group, different team, so things do change.
Okay, so VJ there says it's really about the players is how he builds his scheme. So I guess I'll just ask you guys, do you believe the Broncos have the personnel on defense to be more of an attack-style defense this year?
Well, with all due respect to our guy Mike, it's a bit of a silly question because Vance Joseph is easily one of the most aggressive play callers in the league on defense. You know, we used to call Rex Ryan a Rolodex blitzer, right? So, like, you got an old school Rolodex. You got to spin the wheel, right? So just spin that wheel as fast as you can, pick the next blitz. You're going to keep it coming. That's the world that Vance Joseph lives in. And when you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So it creates a lot of pressure. It can create a lot of turnovers. But when you don't get to the QB as a Rolodex blitzer, well, now you get that one-on-one coverage, and it could lead to huge plays for the offense.
I think the Broncos are going to surprise a lot of people, man. A lot of people. Because it's just a bunch of who knows who these guys are. But I think there's good possibilities, especially from the inside, that they're a much better team. But they haven't changed their stripes. I think that's good. But this is what you get with a little consistency.
When you say better, what does that mean? Because to me, I think there's a very good chance they look like last year.
Well, what time last year? What time at last year?
I don't know. I mean, just at the end of the year, you win 7 or 8 football games.
Well, I think the defense played pretty well at the end of last year. I mean, if that's what we're talking about, the defense.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised. See, I think the reason why you say the word better is just because expectations were so low going into the season. Everybody's talking about like 3 or 4 wins. I think it'll look very similar
Vegas
to
at
last
5.5, right? Wasn't Vegas 5.5?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have 5 wins, it's a worse season.
Okay. I mean, it's just different though, man. Like don't forget, it was Russell Wilson time here, man. We weren't talking about just making the playoffs. We're talking about winning Super Bowls and stuff.
3 or 4 of them.
Remember that?
Hey, I'm going to play about 12 more years. I'm going to win 3 or 4 Super Bowls.
Right.
I'll be 75 years old when I retire.
Yeah. Next up, Dan.
All right, let's go to some Hard Knocks sound. It is the Chicago Bears. It debuted on Tuesday. Bears head coach Matt Eberflus actually brought in former Alabama head coach Nick Saban. And this is a scene from the show that I thought was really interesting that we could also relate to Bo Nix. So basically, here is Nick Saban talking to Matt Eberflus about high expectations on rookie quarterback Caleb Williams and why he thinks so many prolific college quarterbacks fail in the NFL.
Here's my theory on why NFL quarterbacks fail at such a dramatic rate. To me, expectations are a killer. This kid's got so much media, so much hype, so much expectation on doing well. And he has to develop so quickly to meet the expectations that everybody has for him, it's almost impossible. The expectations are a killer. But yet, to use your word, development is the key for him. You know, like Peyton Manning threw 28 interceptions when he was a rookie. It's the most in the history of all.
Manning looks to throw, tipped and intercepted.
It's unbelievable.
Put the nail on it.
But it didn't affect him. It's like the scoreboard. The scoreboard don't mean anything until the game's over.
All right, so what do you guys make of Nick Saban's theory there? The expectations on these guys are what the biggest hurdle they have to overcome is.
I think you should look at his record as the Miami Dolphins head coach and shut the hell up when it comes to pro football. What does he know?
He's 500, right?
I don't know. He was
beat Belichick twice a year.
I don't know. Did he?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he was nothing in college in pro football. It was too much for him. I don't know what he knows about pro football.
Well, I think there is some truth to that. I think, with social media and everything else, no quarterback's going to come in and fly under the radar unless you're Mr. Irrelevant pick, and then I guess you can. But everybody is already been judged. There's been 15 different scouting reviews from 15 different websites, and everybody knows everybody about the guy. And especially when you're a first or second pick in the draft, if you don't just do exactly what you were doing in college, I do think there is pressure. And listen, they're still human beings, and I think it gets in their heads a little bit.
Look, this isn't really answering the question, but the biggest concern with Bo Nix right now is that it's just been like there's nothing exciting going on, right? Like if you want to thrive in the NFL, you could have a career as a boring quarterback, but if you want to thrive, you got to be unafraid to make mistakes. You got to be unafraid. You got to take chances. You got to throw it into tight windows. Man, if you go back and I don't know if you guys remember what Patrick Mahomes looked like in his rookie training camp. It was like 5 interceptions a day, and but at the end of the day, the good ones, they're going to be unafraid of making that mistake, and they'll bounce back. Like Rex Grossman, not a great quarterback, but I tell you what, man, that's a dude I'd go play with any freaking day because he'd go out there, he'd throw 2 or 3 interceptions, he'd walk right back into that huddle, and he'd just sling, man, and you knew that he was unafraid.
So when you see Bo Nix being kind of arrogant, cocky, confident yesterday, just talking to the media and everything, and the way he comports himself, positive?
Oh, I'll tell you one thing that bothered me yesterday from Bo Nix.
Okay.
And it was funny because you said yesterday that in 6 games, Bo Nix is going to be insufferable.
Yes.
Josh Grizz, after the show was like, man, Bo Nix is kind of jerk up there at the podium today.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the whole presser, so I don't know all about that. But he did say one thing that bothered me or concerned me. Bo Nix said that the game is already slowing down for him. He's like, yeah, it's good. I've been through training camp for a couple weeks now, and I can just really feel the game slowing down. Like, hey, buddy, I hope you don't think the game's slowing down because you ain't seen nothing yet, right? Like don't get too comfortable because you don't even know what this thing's going to look like.
Next up, Dan.
All right, and lastly, fellas, let's hear from Steve Corder. Steve Corder is the gentleman who wrote the piece in Athlon about the Buffs, and he was actually on the Dan Le Batard show and was asked about Dion refuting what he wrote in that article.
I'm not surprised. To be honest, I did a piece about a Lil Wayne concert a couple months ago, and I could tell from that I hit a nerve. Because the way that they reacted, they were talking about it on campus, they were making content about it. And to me, that let me know that I was on the right track. That was just, like I said, kind of one of the first things that I had worked on. Same with this. They made a specific content to talk about the story. And it's like, if it's not true, then just say it's not true. But nobody has said that. CU gave a no comment. The players weren't specifically asked about it, but nobody has come out and said, no, none of that ever happened. So
this dude drunk?
Like I said, I'm confident in my reporting.
I mean, seriously,
this
dude is sleazy.
He's
he's flat out a liar. I mean, saying that these guys haven't responded to it. Jordan Seaton was asked about it. Jordan Seaton responded to it. Jordan Seaton denied it. And then, like, the biggest red flag on the article being a bunch of BS is the Cormani McClain story. Because, Cormani, if anybody doesn't know, he's a 5-star recruit that got ran out of town, has absolutely zero allegiance, bad blood with Dion, bad blood with the program. And Cormani McClain comes out and puts on Twitter, it's a bunch of lies. Like, this guy is flat out lying about guys not refuting the story.
I actually agree with you. That's a bad interview. I saw it earlier. It's lousy reporting. It's unprofessional, and it's hard to take anything he says seriously. So I'm gonna roll with you on that one.
How old is the guy? Sounds like a young dude.
Yeah, it looks like he's like 27, 28, something like that.
Can he curl 40?
I doubt it.
Hey, man, the dude's figured it out, man. Hey, if I want to get clicks, let's write bad stuff about CU.
And of course, it got aggregated. So I saw, other outlets just said, report says blah, 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 without them doing any kind of reporting. Dan, thank you for pausing here. We have a tie basketball game. The U.S., man, I got to give them props. They are tough-minded, man. They are not weak-willed.
Well, and the names are coming out. I mean,
man. It's impressive.
The other big guys had 2 or 3 opportunities to make plays for Serbia and then just losing the ball.
And it looked like they look like chickens with their heads cut off in the past couple of minutes. They look panicked.
Yeah, they look scared.
And the easiest thing to do is to try to figure out how to get the ball to Joker and figure that out. Well, the U.S. is just double, triple teaming them.
They're putting 2 dudes on him.
Yeah, the Serbia's getting plenty of opportunities to shoot. So we'll have the end of the game after we come back. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction is just such a bummer, man. And you probably have been dealing with this for a while. And most guys do. So you shouldn't feel bad about that. But it's not necessary. There's something you can do about it to just put a little zing back in your life and make you lead a better life, a life with intimacy, a life that, is more satisfying. And it's with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where they have treatments that work where the pills or herbals fail. So, treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. So go check them out. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Schedule a consult. The initial visits, it's only $99. No big deal. Get a T and a PSA test if medically advised a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So just call today, 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, we have a hell of a game. And the U.S. made a crazy comeback. They were down 17 to Serbia.
It's over.
Serbia just hit a insane and one. And I'm not sure who this is. But, that's Bogdanovic. Okay. Well, this is a gargantuan free throw. There's less than a minute to go. He nails it.
So it's a 2-point game.
It's a 2-point game.
It's a 5-point game,
55
boys.
seconds.
We got a 5-point game.
No, you're behind.
Oh, what are you talking?
I'm ahead of you.
Oh, no. You're not. You're not.
I'm behind you?
You're behind. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
dang.
Yeah.
I've been ahead the whole time.
I know.
How did that happen?
It's switched. So it's 40 seconds to go. It's a 2-point game. Durant's been great. That's a tough shot. Drills it.
He didn't do anything the first half, and he's been brilliant in the second half.
That was a hell of a shot. 30 seconds to go. They got to get the ball to Joker. They do in the low post. Baby hook, got it. So back to a 2-point game. And there's 26 seconds to go.
Oh, you got to steal that.
Embiid's got the ball.
Get it out of his hands.
And his.
They got 15 seconds. They got 3-second differential on the shot clock to the game clock. So the U.S. is smart right here. There's no need for them to do anything except waste clock.
Oh, and then Bogdanovic fouls.
There's not an and one, though. So
yeah, but it doesn't matter. I mean, why foul? You're down to like 5 seconds on the shot clock, and
and it's Steph.
You're gonna get beat.
So you got to have. Well, are there free throws here? I don't know what the international and the penalty sort of rules are.
Why do you guys sound so sad right now?
Well, it's a great game.
It's a great game. It's just a flat out great game. Embiid's coming out for Adebayo. Tatum hasn't left the bench.
Neither has the dude from Indiana.
I'll tell you this.
Okay.
I know I'm the one rooting for USA here, but I'm flat out impressed by it actually amazes me how much these dudes care. I would not think that they would care that much.
By the way,
they only cared when they were getting embarrassed.
Well, okay, fine.
Here's why I'm okay with the USA winning actually right now.
Because it's USA.
Well, yeah, of course. And that Serbia was playing like they were playing dumb.
Yeah, and scared.
They were playing dumb and scared. They were doing dumb things. Jokic just had a great game. And hey, man, yeah, USA is awesome, obviously.
But again, when Joker missed a bunch of threes, just like with the Nuggets, they don't win.
And
he's 0 for 5 or 0 for 6 from 3, isn't he?
Jokic is 0 for 6. And Curry hit both free throws. There's 8 seconds left. You got to score quickly and defend. But it's Steph Curry. Steph Curry was, without a doubt, the best player on the court today. 36 points. U.S. all has to play some casual defense here, not foul. You got to go, man. You got to go. Desperation 3. Misses it. Rebound U.S. and they'll win. Look at that. 95-91. Great game. Serbian players are splayed out on the court. They're exhausted. Jokic is shaking hands with everybody. He has all their respect. Tears coming from some of the Serbian players. They had it, man. They had a lead after the first, second, and third, bro.
Well,
and into the fourth.
And
you
they got
had
scared.
And they got scared. What was that all about, Scott?
I think you got, you talked about a while ago when the people called in. It's about the name on the front, not the back. Well, I think a bunch of Serbia guys start seeing the names on the back of the other team and go, what are we doing? That's Jabal or that's LeBron and Adebayo and let's be honest, Embiid had a great second half. Durant had a really good second half, and that changed the whole game. Bogdanovic, had a chance. He had 3 wide open shots that he just blew. Now, you want to see who cares. This is an Olympic game, and the guy's a pro, and you're crying, after you lose.
I mean, but hey, look at the care look at Steph, look at LeBron. I mean, they're headbutting each other right now.
Oh, they know.
These dudes are
They know.
freaking fired up to win that game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but you know why? Because what happens if they lose it?
Okay, fine. I don't care. I don't care.
Team.
They care. That's fine.
Yeah, they care about their reputation.
Oh,
That's
they
what
care.
they care about.
Fine.
They care. How many NBA guys are on Serbia? 3?
3.
Who's the third?
Jovic.
Jokic and Jovic.
He doesn't even play.
Jovic didn't play. Bogdanovic, Micic, and Joker.
Yeah.
So 4. 4 dudes who are in the NBA against the most amazing all-NBA team that you could put together.
You're not even playing an NBA champion that averaged 25 a game in the finals.
4 dudes with the best player in the world, though.
Yeah,
it helps.
If you watch the fourth quarter, Joker never had less than 2 bodies all around him all the time.
No, and Serbia is going to look back at this game and realize they were too respectful of the U.S. players.
Mm-hmm.
They were too respectful.
30 had 2 or 3, 30 or 33 had 2 or 3 drops in the paint for easy layups. 13 had 1 really wide open shot late. 2 in the fourth quarter. Bogdanovich hit that 3-point play late, but he had a couple wide open threes. They did not shoot the 3. In fact, if you can go back half to what they finished with, did not shoot the 3 as well in the second half.
What's more painful for Jokic, this loss or against Minnesota in Game 7?
Minnesota.
I don't know, man.
Minnesota.
Oh, man.
Let me tell you why.
Yeah?
Because no one expected Serbia to win this game. Everybody expected Denver to beat Minnesota.
Well, I mean, I guess part of the way they lost it also, that probably hurts a lot. But I'm telling you, man, if somebody asked a great question during the No Dumb Question, if Nikola could choose one, win a gold medal right now or win an NBA championship just this year.
Another one.
Just this year.
Yeah.
The answer is the NBA championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course.
That's all you got a chance
Of course.
for now.
Yeah. He couldn't care less, right?
I got to find my gold medal, and then when we do media day,
That'd be great.
I'll
Just
wear
wear it.
Yeah, I'll wear it at the gym.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
That's a riot.
Yeah.
Well, Serbia plays for the bronze on Saturday morning, early, 5 a.m. or so our time, something like that. And then the championship.
On Saturday?
Saturday. Yeah, I just saw it. And then U.S. against France, 1:30 our time on Saturday. Tyler, I will be full throat rooting for the United States of America.
Nah, you don't get to now.
Against the Frogs.
You picked a side.
Yeah.
You don't get to come back to
No.
America now. You already left the country.
America wins the gold and Joker wins the bronze. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. And Jamal is at the drive-through, like in and out right now, I guess, getting some animal fries with his double-double.
Do they got a giant decision on Jamal?
Yes.
So I think a lot of people forget Jamal Murray is not a free agent. Okay, so we're talking about an extension, not a new contract. You can make him play it out. You can say, "Hey, okay, fine, dude. You're not happy with the terms."
He'll have the ability to say, "No, I'm not signing. No, I'm not signing," and then you lose him at the end of the year when he goes somewhere else for no compensation.
All right. Well, you know what you know right now. What would you rather do?
You take a hometown discount.
There's no way he's doing that.
Listen, Bill Simmons, if you haven't seen a podcast that he does a podcast, and whatever you think of Bill, Bill's kind of an NBA historian. He's a giant Celtics fan.
He knows his basketball.
He knows his basketball. He's a historic. He's a giant Celtics fan from way back. One of the great Bill Simmons interviews when he went to Bill Russell's house and sat with Bill for like an hour. It was fantastic. He had some choice observations about Jamal Murray. And he said, and I'm just real short, what if this is it? What if what we've seen the best of Jamal Murray is now done because of injury and whatever?
Well, let me ask you this. Do you get a better Jamal Murray, make it improve it, or do you get a better Jamal Murray after he's been paid?
I think, and here's where I'm going to be positive and hope. I hope this experience in the Olympics woke Jamal up to taking better care of himself, getting right, maybe changing what his routine is workout-wise to more of a flexibility and quickness type of thing. I thought and I told you this when we saw that first exhibition, he looked slow to me.
Yeah.
And I don't think that changed. I think I was pretty much right on him with that. So I hope it motivates him. Listen, he's a prideful guy. You know that. I can't believe he's coming out these Olympics thinking he played well.
Jokic made Micic look pretty good too, didn't he?
If I'm being honest, though, Jamal, he more rubs me as a I was wronged kind of guy. You know, like I was wronged. Not it wasn't me.
Wronged,
I was
ED,
wronged.
WRONGED, wronged.
Yes.
Maybe.
The biggest question the Nuggets have to ask themselves is, how badly do we need Jamal commensurate with the deal they're about to offer him? Or can we get the same out of another dude because we have Jokic, and Jokic will get the best out of whoever we put there? It's a huge question.
Listen, we're a lot of people down on Jamal. I'll just say this. Historically, there's not been a guy Denver's ever had that's ever rose to bigger situations, and he's been
and
able to do.
I'll tell this about Jamal too, a positive on the way out the door. That dude ain't afraid. I don't care what night he's having.
Yeah.
He ain't afraid.
Go look at
He's
Lakers
firing.
game too. Right?
And that is hard to find guys who are continually unafraid. We just saw Serbia crap their pants.
Yeah.
In the closing minutes.
They really did.
That's not Jamal. If Jamal's on the court, he comes through 9 out of 10 times.
And I know they got Wemby and Fournier and all that. Those guys, their guards for France, are playing really good.
I bet the U.S. wins by 30.
But this was a huge, I would think, a wake up for U.S. And listen, this ain't going to be just walk through.
I bet the U.S. destroys France on Saturday. That was an upset they had on Germany. Germany was favored in that game.
Germany won the World Cup last year.
I get it. And Serbia's going to have their hands full with Germany too. But fun day to watch that. We appreciate it. Nate and Andy coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
And sometimes he'll kind of bicker a little bit back at me, and I'm like, "Bo, we have literally all done this before."
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Durant, Petrusev steps up. He wants the ISO. He's got the ISO. 5 to shoot. The cross. The sauce.
And he's not nice.
The splash.
USA. Am I right? Nobody in Denver was secretly rooting for Serbia. No way.
No. Come on. No.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
See, it's funny because I was watching that game and I was just like, shut up, Noah Eagle, Homer announcer.
Shut your mouth.
Oh, yeah, he's broadcasting to an American audience. I should probably,
cool, Carl.
Should probably remember that part of it. I need my Soundboard Shuffle baby guy. Wasn't able to find that stream.
Soundboard Shuffle baby!
I couldn't find that stream on Peacock today. Oh, Joker was marvelous. 7 of 17 from the field. That was 7 of 11 from 2-point range. Andy, 17 points, 11 assists. He had a steal. He had a block on LeBron James in that game today. Bogdan Bogdanovic goes for 20. Alexa Vramovic was lights out. That dude hit 4 triples in that game today for Serbia. But our guys couldn't overcome Steph Curry and Team USA. Steph hit 9 friggin' threes in that game, 36 points. Steph Curry saves U.S. basketball today, saves Steve Kerr and Grant Hill's jobs by going for 36. And the Americans advance to the gold medal game where they will take on Team France to win it all. Serbia will have to face the Germans for the bronze
the French.
medal.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. I forgot you had said Serbia. So I was the only guy on this show that boldly proclaimed my patriotism.
You were, yes.
And that patriotism got flushed looking at all those dudes on the TV. I won't lie to you. No, I won't lie to you. I was like, God, I hate all these guys. Never mind. Serbia. I was about to call you comrade. I thought we might all come stiff leg marching in here.
Hell yes.
To that whatever that damn anthem is.
Give
it
it
sounds
to
like
me,
it's a
Spring.
funeral procession. Yeah.
I need the Serbian anthem in my life. We still got a bronze medal to play for. Yeah. Couldn't hang on. It was
I don't even like Steve Kerr. Like, I started scanning. I'm like, all right, Derek White. Who else you got? I don't think I like anybody on this team or your coaching staff.
I like Drew Holiday because
I don't mind Drew Holiday.
Drew Holiday is an eminently likable person and basketball player. Also, dude, just quick Drew Holiday appreciation. I know I gush over this guy every time I watch him play basketball. He's so friggin' good. His closeouts, he hit 1 shot in that game today, and it was massive. It was just an open corner 3. But he had 7 assists, which was second on Team USA to LeBron's 10. No matter what that guy does, he's always marvelous out on the floor. Unfortunately, Serbia just ran out of gas. It came down to the thing that we talk about all the time, Andy, is like, Nikola Jokic is the best player in this game. And then the next 12 are all on Team USA. Actually, are we putting Bogdanovic over Jason Tatum right now? Tatum can't get on the floor.
Fair enough. Yeah, there's a debate to be had.
Another goose egg in minutes today for Jason Tatum.
0. By the way, real quick, okay, I knew this would get this reaction. I know Serbia is not communist, but it feels communist to root against your country, Murph. Sorry. And that sounds like a communist anthem to me.
It's got iron block kind of.
It does feel a little old school,
sort of.
A little anger,
It does.
Frosty U.S.-European relations.
It does.
Yeah, Eastern Bloc, right? Isn't that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Feels a little East and West Germany-ish.
No. Come on. No.
Go ahead and update. What? You can't update an anthem?
Embiid dunked and then did like a weird somersault, and I was like, is he going to separate his shoulder and be out for the season now for the Sixers? Joel played well in that game. Credit where it's due. He did play well in that game. He did affect Jokic a couple of times in that game. Nikola was marvelous. Bogey was good, not great. Yeah. Team Serbia falls today to the U.S. 95-91. Joker can still play for the bronze, can still take a bronze medal back to Sombor. But it feels like this is one defeat for that basketball mad nation that loves Nikola Jokic as much as we do. This one's going to smart for a while.
Well, now Serbian and Nuggets fans can all sit and, brood over the lead you gave up in your. Well, I guess that technically wasn't their final game.
So Nug life goes Serb life now.
Well, come on now.
What's going on
Here's the thing. It felt a little 2-game 7 repeatish, didn't it? Because I was like, well, everyone's failing Jokic again. Everyone's just trying to give him the ball again. And I knew that there was going to be. You knew the U.S. would make some kind of run.
The 0 for 6 from 3, that's such a misleading stat line because so many of those were just possessions where nobody could do anything, and so it's just like, here, best player in the world, you shoot it.
He had to be having PTSD flashbacks because he had they were throwing Davis at him and Embiid, and it's just one big guy after another smothering him, and it's just him by himself.
They were doubling him every time that he was touching the ball. Jokic and the Serbs not going home yet. They still got a bronze medal game to play, and it's a huge game. Medaling in the Olympic Games is going to be a massive accomplishment if Nikola can get it done. And his teammates, look, these guys, the Serbian team, even the dudes that aren't in the NBA, they're all pros. They all play in Europe. So, you put in the effort, you have the national pride, all those things. You want to go and get it done. They're playing a really good German team in the bronze medal game. I was surprised that Germany lost today.
Well, and I'm going to be – so Germany made their run on France. I actually stayed home from practice and watched that.
Mm-hmm.
Although, of course, today was the day I think I wanted to see. But whatever.
That's good practice
Well,
today.
And I heard you guys had really good field seats. I got to take my cap off to the Dempsey and Company folks and PhD. Was listening to them, and because practice was in front of them, I kind of felt like I was there because they got to see the 2-minute drill and the 11-on-11s, and, they did some good commentary. But I was also intrigued by that Germany-France game. And again, I kept waiting for Germany to make the run, much like U.S. did, and they did there for a bit, and then Dennis Schroeder had a shot to pull it within a 1-point game, a free throw, and he misses the first, makes the second, and then you're just kind of hopeless. Because France decided to foul and not let Germany have a 3-point opportunity. What a concept.
France at home against the Americans.
It's going to be interesting.
Got a massive test in the semifinal round against Serbia.
When was the last time? Do you know? I'm catching you on the spot. When
Sure.
was the last time the host country played in basically a gold medal game like this?
Well, wouldn't have been.
That's like Tampa hosting the Super Bowl.
U.S. in '96.
Okay, I'll trust you.
Probably.
You can sell me anything right now.
In the Atlanta games, I'm kind of thinking that would have been it.
That has to be it, right?
Yeah. Because in Argentina's their dominant years, the games weren't there. Spain, Barcelona 92, was that the last time? I think that was the last time we had a Summer Olympics in Spain. So, yeah, my guess is U.S. in 96. Somebody can correct us on the text line. But, yeah, France gets to go into this thing with a home court advantage. We've seen the effects. We saw it in swimming and other events that home field advantage has been good for the French here in these Olympics. It's a strong athletic country anyway. But they've performed well in these Olympic Games. So Wemby and company will have some home court advantage going up against Team USA. USA's going to win this game on the road.
The folks were into it.
Yeah.
They're pretty intense. That French crowd was into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think today it was like, okay, like you could tell the crowd was kind of getting won over by Serbia a little bit. An underdog story.
Who doesn't love an underdog?
15.5-point dogs. That worked out quite well. I went 2-1 on the app today. So that was good. I did have the over on Jokic points. Which
that not hit?
He
How many
came
ended up with?
He came up shy at 17, but blasted past over 7.5 assists. He had 11, and Serbia easily covered the 15.5. That one was free money today. So Serbia falls. They'll play for the bronze. Crushing defeat. You the most patriotic flag waving Denver Nuggets fan
Flip to Serbia.
Were you really getting excited about Joel Embiid
I was
today?
not. No. Again, all I had to do was see the faces.
The team is loaded with guys you hate.
Yeah. Yeah. Flags went out the window.
Right.
I'm not rooting for Joel or Anthony Davis or LeBron or Steph Curry or Kevin Durant.
Were you pumped when Anthony Edwards swatted Micic from behind? No.
I was really disappointed with Sumbitch when he missed that shot.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that would get him. I knew that would get him. I try to come up with things on the fly. That one hit me about midway through, and I was angered that nobody could hit a shot for
That one
Jokic.
was good.
All you itches out there, more itches than a case of poison ivy, and
Make
nobody can hit a shot.
A damn shot.
Good God, don't make him do it all.
They were 15 of 39 from behind the arc, but I believe they started 13 of 26. So quick
Well, they were
math.
feeling it. That's
2 of their last 13.
You know, for anybody that this is one of the things I love about any sport. You can feel the pressure get to guys. For those that don't believe much in the mental aspect of the game.
Yeah.
Man, and it was happening with France and Germany too. Again, France had that foul situation and Schroeder didn't hit the shot, or that could have got real interesting. You can feel the old backside tighten enough to produce diamonds out of coal as the pressure mounts and the screws come down at the end.
It's such a different sport, but Andy, have you ever actually watched in real time or it's on YouTube, USA and the Soviets in 1980 in Lake Placid?
No.
I mean, go watch
I've heard it's a brutal game.
The third period of that game.
Okay.
And I mean, Jim Craig, to say standing on his head does not do it credit for the way that he played.
He was an octopus that
in the
night.
third period of that. The Americans couldn't get the damn puck out to save their life, and Jim Craig hung on and got that victory for them. Again, very different sport because just one individual can have that kind of impact like Jim Craig did in that game. That was a little bit of Serbia got all that tightness and America just they had too much.
By the way, at the halftime of the France and Germany game, they went to the women's water polo. I'm starting to wonder if there isn't a more violent sport. Football thinks you've got a contact problem. We had a goal today where one girl, just fires it. It goes off the crossbar. It lands in I can only call it the crease area for us hockey people,
Sure.
right? It lands in the crease area, and those two girls are trying to remove limbs from each other.
Hell yeah.
And our gal just like Walter Payton, right to the sternum, grabs the loose ball and just chucks it in. The goalies aren't wearing any. Could you imagine? It has got to be dodgeball to the face times 10 level if that ball goes off your face.
Thankless
in water
job.
polo.
Thankless
They got
job.
no helmet. They
Nothing.
got just the stupid, a dumb swim cap that they're wearing.
Yeah, violent game.
I was like, wow.
It's a lot of
MMA
fun.
fighting thinks you need to calm down.
Hey, we're going to talk to Jeff Duncan, the New Orleans Times Picayune, NOLA.com. Jeff Duncan, who covered Sean Payton forever, his time as the head coach of the Saints.
The only guy he liked in New Orleans.
Seriously. Well, Jeff Duncan, I saw him today out there at Dove Valley, and so booked him on the show. My old pal Jeff Duncan's going to stop by, and we'll talk to him about what he saw out there today. Sean Payton, Camp 2.0 as the head coach of the Denver Broncos. We'll get an outside perspective, but it's not really outside because nobody in the game knows Sean Payton better than our next guest, Jeff Duncan. He'll be with us after this. Day 14 of Broncos camp. Yes, they will play a game. That is on Sunday at 11 a.m. Joining us right now, stopping through on his way to the West Coast for a little chance to observe Camp Payton number 2, a guy who has covered Sean Payton basically longer and better than anybody. It is our friend Jeff Duncan of NOLA.com. Jeff, welcome back to the show. How you doing, man?
Doing good, Nate. Good to see you today, and I appreciate this nice weather. Welcome me back to Colorado.
Yeah, lovely day here today. I don't think that's what summers on the Bayou necessarily feel like for you guys. So, Jeff, you've seen a lot of Sean Payton training camps, but this one is different. This one features a rookie that he selected in the first round, and 2 veteran backups, we'll call them backups for right now, that he essentially handpicked and that he acquired and that he brought to this team. What did you make of watching it today, seeing the rotation, and sort of trying to parse through what exactly Sean Payton's plan is at quarterback this year?
Well, I think it's pretty clear. It's going to eventually be Bo Nix's job. I think everybody knows that. They didn't take him that high in the first round without having a plan for him to eventually take over. When that happens, I think remains to be seen. I know he likes Jared Stidham a lot. Stidham's familiar with this scheme and understands how Sean Payton wants the position to play, especially with this team that probably doesn't have a large margin for error. I think we all agree. They can't afford a lot of mistakes at the quarterback position. And so I think eventually Bo Nix is going to take over that job, whether it happens in week 1 or in preseason or week 8. I think we're going to find out here over the next few weeks. I think this preseason in these games in particular are going to be very important for Bo Nix. But I know this. I mean, Nate, he's very high. I'm sure you all have gotten that feel for him this camp. He's very high on his potential.
How do you think he's handling the rookie thing for the first time? Because he admitted to us early on that he's never, obviously, the story. He had Breeze, and then he had said he had Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston as the other battle, but he's never really tried to go with the rookie to start with. How do you think he's had to adjust things, shall we say?
I think he's probably simplified some of it a little bit. I mean, this has always been one of the more complex, complicated offensive schemes in the league, but it was always that way because he had Drew Brees running it, who had a PhD in Saints offense. So I'm sure he's tailored it to bring along a young quarterback. He has brought along, obviously, rookies in the past. He's had rookie quarterbacks. Chase Daniel was there, very young. So was, Garrett Grayson. So I don't think it's that big a challenge. I think the key is going to be for Bo Nix how he handles Sean Payton. I mean, we saw, Broncos fans saw a year ago with Russell Wilson. I mean, he can be very demanding on the quarterback position. And I think of anybody in this rookie class that can handle it, it's a guy like Bo Nix. It's a coach's son that had all that experience at Auburn and Oregon coming into this. I mean, he's not your typical rookie in really any way.
Jeff Duncan at NOLA.com, our guest. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit RamosLaw.com. Jeff, you mentioned it a little bit before, and it's a thing that I feel like we talk about every single day here on this show and in every show, is what is Sean Payton looking for at quarterback? The non-negotiables for Sean and which of the available players that he has here in Denver fit that mold to the very best. To your point, we know it will eventually be Bo Nix, but when you talk about that, like what Sean is looking for, you've watched him forever, and no, Drew Brees isn't here. What exactly are those traits?
Well, it's not that complicated. I mean, he wants a guy to run the team. I think the intangibles are as important as the tangibles. A guy that can lead a team that the team is going to believe in, that has the kind of alpha confidence that position demands, that's going to rally players and get them to believe that they can overcome maybe a deficit in a game. All those things are really important to Peyton. I mean, today in the situational practice session, I know they were doing a quick before half, kind of a 2-minute drill, and Jared Stidham threw short, got about a 4-yard gain, and the clock was running. They only had one timeout, and I heard Peyton after that tell the team, hey, I don't want a 2-yard gain inbounds. Either throw it away, throw an incompletion, throw it out of bounds. That kind of thing drives him crazy. Is just, what are you doing here? Jared Stidham, I'm sure, would like to have that pass back. Those kind of things he wants his quarterback to be the smartest player on the team. He wants him to be totally in charge of everything going on with game management. And that's why I think he was attracted to Bo Nix, because of his experience, being the son of a former player, a guy that just kind of gets it. I think those things are more important than someone that throw it through a picket fence or throw a 60-yard bomb.
Jeff, I'm going to throw you a little bit of a curveball, because you seem to be one of the guys that has walked through the prickly patch there and gotten close to Sean Payton, and he's had the wall up. I got a couple buddies that work in New Orleans, and they warned me this is how it would be. We've all dealt with veteran coaches, so I'm not surprised. How did you maneuver to actually get tight with this man?
Good question. I don't think I did anything intentional. I just did my job. And, look, there was a time where we had run-ins. He would tell you. I mean, we had a lot of run-ins. Everyone in New Orleans at some point endured the wrath of Sean Payton. It's kind of inevitable. You're eventually going to get there, whether you're a reporter covering the team, whether you're the PR staff working under him, whether you're the travel manager that's in charge of the hotel on the road this weekend in Indy. And if the banquet rooms are not just right, you're going to hear about it. That's just who he is. And you have to learn it's not personal. He moves on pretty quickly. He moves on quicker than the people that endure his wrath. I can tell you that. But the thing that I've learned about him is that he's kind of equal opportunity in who he goes after. And it's always because he's trying to win at the highest level. He's trying, he said something to me yesterday when I was interviewing him. He said it before. Everything matters in his mind. And what he means by that is the attention to detail across the board, whether that's how they run the media operation or whether it's, the makeup of the nutrition. I know he had the sleep doctor in today that he used in New Orleans, monitoring the sleep. I mean, this guy's attention to detail is really his great superpower. And I think that's what you need in this league where it's so competitive and the talent level is so even. The little things matter. And I think they're missing that, frankly, right now in New Orleans from Sean Payton.
And we're so happy right now to be talking to Jeff Duncan at Nolan.com, who does cover the Saints, but, was there on the ground every single day covering Sean Payton from 2006 to 2021. And I know that there's no way that you can be a pro football coach and not evolve on a basically yearly basis. But so I'm sure he was a different coach in 2021 than he was in 2006 in some ways. Okay, yeah, but Jeff, when you talk to him now, when you see what it looks like here in Denver, what are ways that maybe Sean Payton has evolved just here to 2024 versus, the last time you covered him in 2021, and maybe how year 2 Denver Sean Payton is different than he was just a few years ago?
Well, there's some non-negotiables. I mean, effort, intensity, all those things, passion about your job, those are prerequisites. You have to have that. Everyone in the building's got to be all in. But I do think he has learned, and he even said this, that he's learned, what matters most, what to spend his time on. We talked about the run-ins I had with him early on. He didn't do that the last 5-6 years in New Orleans with anybody. He moved on from that. He realized that was wasted energy, going after reporters over a headline, things like that. He learned what was important and what isn't. Now, he's still going to run things a tight ship, but I think wasting energy on external matters, he's learned what matters and what doesn't matter. And then he said today, he's learned to delegate more. I mean, that was something he never did really much early on in New Orleans. He tried to do everything, and he's learning, what he can kind of lean on his coordinators and some of his experienced assistants to where he doesn't have to be everywhere all the time. And I think that's a step in the right direction for him.
All right, this may be a tough question for you to answer, but it feels like you know him as well as anybody. Here would be my question about this next 4 years of the contract or whatever. I have no doubt he's got a plan to get this team back on its feet and get back to the top. But something that's going on here that he never dealt with in New Orleans, and frankly, as Bronco fans, we're getting used to this too. We had Elway. We had Manning. We had the quarterback. We were the bullies, if you will, in this division. It's not that way anymore. The ultimate bully, maybe one of the greatest bullies of all time, now lives in this division, and his job is from the ground up, because that's how you've seen it. I'm sure, Jeff, this roster needs a talent infusion, and it's not just about the quarterback. It is a long hill to climb. Do you believe that the fire will burn long enough for him to see the top, or do you think that ultimately dealing with what has been a 10-year frustration for Bronco fans, Reed and Mahomes and all that, do you think that'll get to him at some point?
No, I think he's energized by the challenge. I think he really wants to deliver for not only for Broncos fans. He understands the tradition here, but I think more than anything, the ownership that hired him, Greg Penner and Kerry, Walton. I think for them to bring him in here, and George Paton, who he really, really likes, I think he wants to show that they made the right decision in bringing him in. So I don't think that fire is ever going to die out. Now, it's going to take a little while. I don't think this roster is anywhere close to where it needs to be, and I think he knows that. I think they kind of had to take a step back maybe this year to go 2 steps forward to get the locker room the way they want it, to get everybody bought in. But he'll get there. There's no doubt in my mind. He's the best coach I've ever covered. It's not just Drew Brees. I mean, people have to realize when Drew Brees late in his career there, they were winning games with Teddy Bridgewater and Taysom Hill and Trevor Siemian, for Christ's sake. I mean, this guy can coach beyond having a Hall of Fame quarterback, and I think they got to get the roster improved. But once they do, and I know he's really high on this rookie class, that's a step in the right direction. They're going to start taking out some teams. And look what they did last year, beating Kansas City and Buffalo and teams that were clearly more talented than this team. I think they'll start doing more of that in the future.
Again, because of your pipeline to him, I've got to ask you, what can you share with us? What drove him nuts the most about Russell Wilson? You said they had to take the 2 steps back, and we know that because they ate the cap hit. Russell Wilson is now costing the Broncos money. He never got paid $1 under that new contract to play it down for them. The last 2 years were under his old contract. That tells you how much those two guys didn't get along. What do you know? What can you tell us drove him the most nuts about Russell Wilson that he was willing to move on like this?
He didn't really talk much about Russ when I interviewed him. I mean, it was mainly about this current team, but, he talked a lot about what he has to do to get the roster in order, and the quarterback position was the number one priority. So clearly Russ Wilson wasn't his type of quarterback. I think he tried to make it work last year. Probably as much Sean's fault as it is Russell Wilson's fault. I don't think there's anybody to blame there. It's just it wasn't a good fit for what Sean Payton wants at the quarterback position and the way Russell Wilson plays the position. And I think it's going to be interesting to see in that regard how Russell Wilson's career goes from here, because we've now seen Pete Carroll move on from him. We've seen Sean Payton move on from him, and now he's under Mike Tomlin. Those are 3 of the best, most successful coaches the league's seen in the last few decades. So I think it's more Russell Wilson's career on the line here than Sean Payton's.
Jeff Duncan covering the Saints. They will open up the preseason at Arizona on Saturday at 6 o'clock. Jeff, before we let you go, our old buddy Justin Simmons was down visiting the Saints this week. What do you know about where the Saints' pursuit or Simmons' pursuit of the Saints, where does that all stand right now?
Well, last I heard, they were having dinner with him last night. They don't bring a guy in at this stage of camp, especially a veteran, pedigreed player like Justin Simmons, without having a plan to sign him. And I can't believe Simmons and his representation would go there without planning to sign. So I would expect they're going to get a deal done. I mean, when they're whining and dining somebody, as you guys know, that's a little different than just a normal free agent visit. And I think he'd fit in great in the secondary right next to Tyrann Mathieu. I think there's the guy that listened to Dennis Allen talk. They've been in communication with him for a while. I think it came down to when was his asking price going to fit into the Saints' salary cap situation. And I think both sides are finding a marriage there right now. I expect he'll sign. I'm surprised that he hasn't already, to be honest with you.
By the way, Jeff, give us a quick handicap on that NFC South and sort of where things stand in that division. Many of the betting markets have Atlanta at the top of that thing with Kirk Cousins coming in and all the skill position talent they have on the offensive side of the ball. But I view that as one of the more up for grabs divisions in the NFL. How do you view it?
Yeah, I think it's wide open. I mean, I think the Saints, I've used the meteorological term, they have a wide cone of uncertainty. You know, they could win that division and win a playoff game, or they could bottom out this year. I mean, there's a few teams like that in the division. I think Tampa Bay's like that as well. But I think Atlanta has to be considered the favorite. Getting Kirk Cousins, they just had to get an NFL quality starter. Their roster and their lineup is by far the best in the division, and I think there's a lot of pressure on them to win, especially the old Saints executive Terry Fontenot as the general manager. So I expect them to be the kingpins in that division, but I don't think they're a shoe-in by any measure.
Real quick, Jeff, again, we appreciate the time. A few hosts on this station keep wondering, why not go get Michael Thomas? Why not go find an old wide receiver for this offense? What would Michael Thomas bring to this team? Do you think Sean would have any interest there? Was he part of that weird situation with Thomas and the injury and not coming back quite when they thought? I mean, what do you think the status is there with those two?
You know, I don't know how Sean feels about Mike Thomas. I mean, obviously he drafted him. Mike Thomas has got ability. He's not the same player he was before all the injuries. I think that was clear last year. But he just hasn't been able to stay healthy. He's a complicated guy, but a very competitive player. And when he's healthy, he's a very positive force in the locker room. I think the problems he's had is he's had so many injuries. He's frustrated, and it's led to some other off-the-field issues. But he's going to play for somebody this year. I think he's one of these veterans like Justin Simmons. They can be selective at this point of their career. They're not going to go just anywhere. They're going to try and go somewhere where they can be successful. I would be surprised if they brought him in here, though, just because I think Peyton really likes the makeup of this team, likes the makeup of his young receivers. And they've got a lot of guys built like Mike Thomas. So I don't think they feel a need to bring him in right now.
All right, guys, get him on Twitter. He's at Jeff Duncan _ NOLA.com is where you follow him, the man that wrote the book on Sean Payton and Drew Brees, Jeff Duncan. Great stuff, man. We really appreciate you joining us on the show. Thank you so much.
Anytime, guys, and good luck. I think it's going to be a fun ride with this young team you got. I think it's going to be fun to see how it evolves. Appreciate you having me on.
All right, Jeff Duncan with us right there. Yes, the author, Peyton and Brees, the men who built the greatest offense in NFL history. A book that I read before the start of last season. I learned a lot about Sean Payton from that, NOLA.com. And again, he's on Twitter, at Jeff Duncan _ Yeah, Sean makes time for Jeff Duncan when he comes to town.
Well, and so that's the perfect guy to talk to.
Exactly.
Nobody knows as much as him about Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Now, again, they have a good working relationship, but he told you he's the Leggy of New Orleans. And Leggy's had many uncomfortable conversations with coaches. He's probably had one or two with Sean Payton already. But guys like that are good at their job, I think ultimately earn the respect of coaches like Mike Shanahan, Sean Payton, John Fox, and the like. And so Jeff Duncan, that was insightful.
That was a good conversation right there. We appreciate it, as we always do. We have a giveaway today. We have a pair of tickets to see the Rapids play FC Juarez in the League's Cup. Following a thrilling penalty shootout win on Monday night against Club Leon, the Rapids have advanced to the round of 32 in the League's Cup 2024. This Friday, they will take on FC Juarez at Dick's Sporting Goods Park, 7:30 p.m. Don't miss out on the action. Tickets are on sale now. Coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, we will tell you how you can win those tickets right here on the Crackman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone. It's something that you're hearing a lot about. The old low T has hit a lot of the airwaves, and Frank Thomas likes to talk about it. It can cause a host of problems that include low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. For me, it was mainly about the energy. Told you before, used to get up full of plans for the day, thinking we're going to take on this day and get some things done, and then I want to go take a nap about 2.5 hours later. Not the way you want to live sometimes. And if you're dealing with this or you think you may have low T, look, it can start as young as your 20s or 30s. Why don't you head on over to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take their low T quiz. It's right on the website there. Simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. Takes about 2 minutes. If you feel like this is something you want to have a further discussion about, pop on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When talking low T, they'll draw your blood and they'll have your results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results with you. Cost of the visit is $99. It includes the T and PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone the day of your appointment, well, the appointment then is free. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. There's no need to wait. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Heartbreak itch for our Serbians today against Team USA as Nikola Jokic and company fall to the Americans in a game in which they won the first quarter, they won the second quarter, they won the third quarter, Andy. Unfortunately, a 13-point lead to begin the fourth quarter was erased by a 32-15 fourth. Team USA comes back and gets the victory 95-91 behind the strength of Steph Curry. 36 points today, 9 of 14 from behind the arc, 12 of 19 from the floor. He added 8 rebounds today for Team USA. If Steph Curry doesn't go nuclear, Serbia advances. He saved the Americans' bacon out there today, Andy. And look, Serbia didn't have an answer for him. And this has been Steph Curry's entire career, basically. Is like, oh, if it's just one of those nights where Steph does the thing, his team's going to win. Because you can't overcome that kind of math problem right there. I mean, he was good for 27 points alone from behind the arc today for Team USA. This is Steph's first Olympics, and we've talked a lot about sort of what international play does for a legacy of a basketball player. Steph Curry added to the legacy today, and look, if you're Serbia, God, they had a good game plan today. Defensively, they were tough. There's like the thing you can't account for, and that's Steph scoring like 14 points in the first 3 minutes of a game and finishing with 36. That's where you run into the problem. What's wild about it is, like, we talked about this game and we were like, Serbia can win this game with a crazy shooting kind of performance. In the end, Team USA won this game, and they were great defensively in the fourth quarter, but it's because they made 50% of their threes. It's because Steph was unbelievable. That's why Team USA won this game today.
You had said beginning of the tournament you did not know how any other team in the tournament would stack up with the U.S. with three-point shooters.
Yep.
And as you said, that's ultimately what paid off today.
Both teams made, well, actually, USA made 16, Serbia made 15. Like, the math is there, but Serbia was 38%, which is good for them. Team USA 50% from behind the arc.
Yeah, and it is what it is, man. They're the best team. I don't know why. I told you yesterday I was rooting for the U.S. I couldn't root against my country until I saw those dudes on the floor, and then I was rooting against my country because I like Jokic better. Let me ask
Serbia,
you this.
by the way, won the turnover battle in this game. They only had 7. They forced 10 from Team USA. Again, it was all there. Steph Curry.
Yeah, again, the problem was...
That's why he's the greatest shooter that ever lived.
But guys, it was so much like Game 7. It was ridiculous. Guys just couldn't make shots, and they needed to kill momentum.
I mean, that's the other thing. You get to the fourth quarter, and it's Kevin Durant and LeBron James and Drew Holiday out there. It's like, you got a little bit of a size problem that you're dealing. When the Americans want to lock down defensively, they're by far the best team. That's the funny thing about Team USA. Like, they don't have to play their best to win a gold medal.
And they didn't.
They didn't.
First
today.
half, they just weren't in it, right?
Right.
And then they decided, all right.
Fourth quarter, they cranked it.
Well, you knew they would show up at some point.
Serbia tightened it up. They made the run, and unfortunately, a 13-point lead going to the fourth quarter was not enough for Serbia. And Jokic was brilliant in this game today, as he has been the entire tournament. Let me ask you that, okay? Nikola Jokic has an Olympic silver medal from his first games. He did not participate last time around. But Nikola Jokic has an Olympic silver medal. He can win an Olympic bronze medal. He's had many memorable performances in Eurobasket. Like, he's a 3-time MVP. He's a finals MVP. He's an NBA champion. He's certified a top 20 player that has ever lived right now as it stands. But if he gets this win over Germany and gets another medal for his country, to me, Andy, that adds to the legacy. Like, I think what you do in international basketball in this day and age where pros play in the Olympics and play in the international tournaments, to me, it matters. And for him to lift his country to these kind of places, it only adds to the greatness.
Yeah, I mean, we'd asked Adam Mares about this the other day, and he had said that, the legacy is known, it's respected. I still think there's some of it to right, and I think stuff like this happens. We played the Kendrick Perkins audio yesterday. The biggest detractor of Jokic for MVP could not help but, frankly, just kind of drew all over himself about how good he thinks Jokic is, because there's not a bunch of dudes helping that guy out.
Right.
It is, they're not one of the if they don't have Jokic on the team, I'm not sure they make it out of pool play the way they were doing it.
I agree.
So that's how good he is. Do you help me out with the rules, okay?
Yeah.
Because I know sometimes, do you have to have like true blood in you to go play for a team? Could Aaron Gordon have signed on? Because Scott, you laugh, but I kept hearing
Aaron Gordonich.
Scott kept saying that apparently the dunker spot that Jokic is used to, dropping the ball.
I
off
literally
to,
the
guy kept fumbling the ball.
The other day I saw him. It was Micic that was out there, who plays for Charlotte now, and I saw him drop one off to Micic, and I was just like, that's a little bit of a setback from Aaron Gordon, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not quite the same
So is it
thing
not?
right there.
It's not just up for we'll pay you and you can come
No,
play
no,
anymore?
you do. There has to be.
You have to have some sort of blood in you.
Yeah, there's got to be some connection. Like I know the pole vaulter Mondo Duplantis, his mom is Swedish by birth. Which then kind of gives him the option. That happens a lot of times in international basketball. And in international competition is like, yeah, you kind of get your choice in that way. And like dual citizenship. I know like Mondo has Swedish and American citizenship, so that played into it because like Joel Embiid is not an American-born player, but he has American citizenship. So Joel Embiid is able to play for Team USA. Remember, Tim Duncan was born in the Virgin Islands.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And so he had dual citizenship. He played for Team USA in the Olympic Games. So yeah. I don't know if Aaron Gordon has any Serbian blood. But he's
too bad.
He's Serbian.
He's Jokic's brother.
Honorarily,
Ask
right?
him,
Yes.
brother. I think he's been adopted by that family. He's gone over there so much.
Wait, doesn't he call? He calls DJ Black Serbian.
Yeah,
I
think so,
believe.
yeah.
Yes. So
you know,
DeAndre Jordan could have helped Team Serbia today.
Any of them could have.
Yes.
Any of them. You know what is going to be interesting though? There's all that big feistiness for Joel Embiid because he did not play for France, and now it's U.S. France.
Yeah.
And if he's the difference, because they've already been heckling him. They've been heckling him since he got off the plane.
Every time he touched the ball today, he was booed.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be spicy.
Yeah.
What is it, Sunday morning? Is that when they play?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Either Saturday or Sunday. I'm not sure. Yeah. Now that Serbia's out of it, I've lost all interest.
Yeah,
I know. We got a bronze medal game. We got a bronze medal game coming up here. By the way, are we still doing the thing where we don't talk about what's happening in the Olympics so the people in the prime time? I don't know. Wild day in the Olympics. That's all I'm saying. The track and field.
Yeah.
If you're waiting for prime time and don't want it to be spoiled, I have no idea. But tune in I think the TV is going to be good tonight. Yeah, I went to camp this morning and I was running around and I came back home and I watched some of the game and then I had to drive down here. So I only kind of caught bits and pieces, but yeah, these Olympics have not disappointed. Tonight's going to be tonight in prime time. I think is going to be good television for everybody. It is Craig and Lindahl.
You're not going to look up a preseason game? I think we got another preseason football game, Nate.
Do we?
I saw something that said we kick off a full slate tonight.
I'll
check in on it.
Oh, here we go. Carolina, New England.
Mummy? Where's our mummy
5
guy?
o'clock?
Yeah.
And then the punching Lions and the slugging Giants tonight.
Oh, they're actually going to play a game.
They got to play.
Well, that'll be good.
The actual
Whenever
game.
everyone's over their hurt feelings.
The thing is I feel like the games they usually play after those are always like huge letdowns and nobody cares. Like, do you remember last year after the Rams came in and kicked the snot out of the Broncos and then the Broncos blew them out in the game because the Rams were like, we did what we came to do.
We're good.
Yeah, we proved our point. It's Crackman and Lindahl. I was at practice today, and I observed a couple of things out there with the Denver Broncos, including getting to really get to watch the kickoff drills. Am I starting to look forward to this? I think I'm starting to look forward to the weird kickoff. I'll tell you about it next. is hour number 2 of the show. Craigman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. He's Andy. I am Nate. Coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, we have got tickets to give away for the Rapids and FC Juarez in the League's Cup coming up on Friday night out there at Dick's. So we will tell you how you can win those tickets coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Spoiler alert, it is via the trivia question. So everybody get your thinking caps on. It's almost back to school time. Get your thinking caps on, everybody.
Some went back today.
Already?
Dude, my Facebook feed was full of back to school pics. I think it's too early. If I were...
Feels like a nice reprieve on Facebook for a day, to be honest with you.
No, you're right. But I'm just saying, I make them go back the third week of August or something. It's normally like too hot. Today, notwithstanding.
August 8th, it was lovely today.
Sure.
Delightful weather. This I can do this weather all the time.
Okay.
This was
You'd like
glorious.
Hawaii or San Diego.
I would. Yes, I would like those places. They seem lovely.
You would not like the cost, but you would like the weather.
Colorado's doing just fine. Don't you worry about that. All right. Let's dive into it, Andy. So I went and saw practice today. I thought it was a pretty good practice.
Yeah, it sounds like the offense
like as
finally got sick of hearing some stuff.
As a spectator event, today was pretty good. There was some execution. There was some plays made. There were some nice throws. There was some nice catches. There was a lengthy kickoff period that was spent today, which is fascinating with what's going on right now in the NFL. And happy birthday, Jarrett Stidham.
Sure.
Stiddy's 28 today.
Happy birthday, Stiddy.
Do you think you could have correctly, before I told you that, and because I literally had this conversation with my coworkers earlier today as we watched Cam, do you think you could have guessed the age of Jarrett Stidham?
No.
I think I would have guessed 26.
Same.
28.
Yeah. He's a young-looking guy.
Yeah. These guys go to college forever. These days. I don't know if you've heard, Bo Nix played 61 games when he was in college. Stay with the ones, Nix with the twos. Your dude Z-Dub down there with the
Z-Dub
threes
did all right
today.
though, you'll have to admit.
Or
are
he
you just
had
going to be stubborn?
Oh no, Andy, I was at practice today. You don't know what you're talking about. So Z-Dub, he throws the dimes in the 7-on-7. He throws some good ones, and he had one very good throw in the short red zone period. I will definitely say that. Threw an 8-yard touchdown to Michael Bandy. That was good. It's the same old story with him. It's drop back and pause, which is also starting to get Bo Nix a little bit.
Well, but you know what? Throwing a 4-yard thing on the 2-minute drill is not going to help you either, and even Sean Payton had said as much. So,
dude. Stiddy was
good. I understand.
Stiddy was Jarrett Stidham.
Here's what I wish I could have seen. I wish I could have seen this one because it sounded like they actually did decide to go to the mid-range throws and the deeper throws, and that would have been fun.
Lot of goal, like short goal line kind of work that they were getting in today,
which is good, right? Why haven't we seen more of it? Do you think till this point?
It was a good drill to see today, and they were getting a lot of situations. This is a Sean Payton thing. They do the situational work
either, right?
No, they're directly in front of us today. I think the field was a little bit wet.
Kliss described it as worn down too.
Yeah,
the main field they've been working
doing
in front of the
most
fans.
of the work over there. So with the field being a little bit wet, they switched over to the other side today. So the fans actually had the bad vantage point today, and the media knobs. We were all able to see pretty good.
I'm telling you again, tip of the cap to our shows.
Yeah,
the descriptions were awesome.
Short goal line, Stiddy was out there with the ones, threw a TD to Troutman. There was a nice throw, and then hit Blake Watson, the undrafted rookie running back out of Memphis, on a wheel route. Nix was out there with the twos. Tim Patrick had a great catch, by the way, on a throw behind him from Bo Nix. It was not an accurate throw. Tim Patrick made a hell of an adjustment and made a play on it. It was something good to see. Tim Patrick, I think, is still really battling his way back from injury. What have you thought of it? Like when you look at him right now, like his ball skills are very much still there. He's just kind of not the same dude.
Again, and I want to make it clear because I'm not trying to come off as disrespectful to you. Everybody gets a chance to take a vacation. You had yours. You did not choose to skip practices a week ago. It's just, here's another question where I bring it up only because, Nate, until what you guys described today, unfortunately, because I think a lot of us are rooting for Tim Patrick to be on this team.
How could you not?
He's always been great with the media. That helps a little bit. But the bottom line is the guy was their best receiver when Russell Wilson first got here.
Yep.
Remember, all of us said the camp that he first got hurt, Russ's first year, the nightmare with Haxie, he was the best receiver on the team at the time.
When it was time to pay him, it was absolutely the right thing to do.
Right. And I think we all felt great for him.
He could help this team so much because this team isn't going to make a lot of chunk plays.
But I hate to tell you, to your original question, he's not been worth mentioning until today, unfortunately. And I hate saying that.
And I say that, I mean, like, he had one noticeable catch today. That's what I'm talking about.
But unfortunately, that's more than what we've had the last 5-6 practices.
That's his skill. Like, making tough catches is his thing, but he's got to be able to. You still have to be able to have the athleticism to get in position to make those plays. I just don't think he does.
What have you been thinking of Devon Vele? A lot of people talking about Devon Vele, obviously kind of the Tim Patrick younger version, wearing the number and everything.
So right now, I got him on the team right now.
I think we all do.
And it's not even close. Now, there's 3 preseason games, and he's going to play in all 3. And, like, if he doesn't make plays and he struggles there, well, then maybe it's a little bit of a different kind of conversation. But he's popped. He's popped at a position where not many other dudes really have. I think he's had a really. Then. I would say right now it's been Sutton, Josh Reynolds, and then Devon Vele, top 3 wideouts in camp.
Although, again, from the descriptions I heard via the radio, Mims got a little in the mix today too.
Yes,
Mims I think had been known more for his frustration and things. Today he made some plays. Now, was that a Knicks throw or a Stiddy throw to Mims? Do you remember? Because he caught a touchdown. I think it was one of Stidham's consecutive touchdowns.
Yes. It was a Stiddy throw. Stiddy also threw a touchdown to Michael Bandy. That's a smaller target, so that's harder to do. Michael Bandy.
Okay, let's stay on receiver for a second.
But Devon Vele, real quick though, he had the catch of camp.
Right.
So it was a free rusher off the edge. Baron Browning, Stiddy made the adjustment, made the hot read, got the ball out. In real life, would Baron Browning have killed Jarrett Stidham? I know he would have hit him really, really hard, and maybe that changes the trajectory of the throw. The comfort of knowing you're not going to take a shoulder pad to the chin allows you to stay in and make a little bit of a tougher throw. That notwithstanding, the catch was freaking phenomenal. And it was one hand, high pointed, came down, snagged it out of the air, went straight to his back, held on to the ball. And it was one of those moments where, Andy, we've sort of all been waiting for juice
for it
in camp.
Yeah.
And the offense got to go nuts.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because Mike Sanford had said that between that catch you just described and there was a swing pass to Jaleel. I don't remember who threw that, but someone threw a pass, or maybe it was just a run by Jaleel, where all the guys thought nobody would have touched him.
It was a cutback run.
And those things got the offense to maybe get a little attitude today, which we've not seen offensive attitude all camp.
You know, I was talking to one of our buddies about this today, of training camp is so dumb.
Yeah.
And one of the things that's so, and I mean it in a good way, there's one of the things that's silly about it is both the offense and the defense love to declare victory on a play when there is no victory to actually decipher because nobody's allowed to tackle each other, except at Steelers camp. So what happened today was McLaughlin it was a toss right. I don't know, Andy, it sure looked like there were a lot of bodies over there, But he cut back. He's fast as hell.
Oh yeah, we noticed it last year.
He's
the different gear guy on this team.
And he needs to be the number one kick returner on this team.
I'm with you.
Needs to be the number one kick returner on this team with the new kickoff. Like, obviously, Mimsy will do the punts. McLaughlin needs to be back there on every single kickoff return for this team. But he made a cutback, and whew, he was moving. Okay? Again, the defense is all yelling, "We had him," and the offense is all yelling, "No, you didn't."
See, Scotty and Sanford on their shows thought that nobody would have touched him on the cutback. You're giving me the first look that maybe you're saying he might have been down before he could have cut back.
On the cutback, he was gone.
Right, but they might have got him before the cutback.
The defense was all
okay.
And again, it's the silly thing about like how do you decide the win? I know the coaches, like, once they look at the all-22, they get their sense. They get a vastly better sense of it than we do standing on the ground or any fan does sitting on the hill, but yeah, it becomes that silly argument of like, yes, it was, no, it wasn't. All right, I know. I know this. Jaleel McLaughlin is fast as hell,
and I'll add to your point though,
and he's got to be on the team.
One of the things I am curious to see, I keep hearing about Bo Nix's escapability, so I am very excited for them to go live to see what he can do with that.
Yeah,
because unfortunately, when you get to the second and third offensive lines, there's some clean rushers coming. The depth is not, and I mean, I don't know what team has a good third offensive line if we're being honest about it, but good. Hey, good. All right,
it was a good day.
The offense has had no days.
It was a good day.
Doesn't feel like to kind of they let them saunter off the field a little bit. Let them be a little salty today. That's good.
Bo Nix threw a touchdown to Troy Franklin today where he got the ball out fast. It was another day without a ton of Bo Nix highlights. Today was definitely a better Stiddy and Zach Wilson day than it was a Bo Nix day. I really do think on Sunday they're going to go in that order. I think 1, 2, and 3.
It'll go, but you're saying Stidham Nix, right?
I don't know.
We'll see.
Yes. But that's like, seriously, right now, if you were just like straight up going off of who's been having the better week, I think Nix is 3 out of 3. I think there was a reason he was as grumpy as he was yesterday.
Okay, just real quick. I was talking with a friend about this.
Mm-hmm.
I know we'd all like Nix ready to go by the first game,
of course,
so we can start figuring some things out.
Yeah.
But seriously, is it really the end of the world if the kid is not ready? And I say kid because I call them all kids. They're all in their early 20s. They're kids to me. But is it really the end of the world if the guy is not ready to start by Seattle? Is it really the end of the world if a rookie needs more than training camp to get ready to do the job?
Oh, of course not.
So there's a part of me going, why freak out about it? Why freak out? Why force it?
There's that, but there's also the part of it where then you go, but what's to be gained?
Well, but what's to be gained if he's not ready to really do the job? Because here's the problem.
And then Sean gets to run out Stiddy and think that he has a better chance to win.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Nate. I just think the thing for me is if the team thinks that Stidham won, did you see a little attitude for Stidham? They also talked about that there's kind of a little of, I think everybody knows what's going on here, and we've said it. It's a decision, not necessarily a competition, but I do think guys like Jared Stidham in that locker room.
And he is very much and Jeff Duncan talked about, run the team, have the belief, be the alpha. It's clear of the three of them, Stidham has that he's that in the pecking order.
He's the only one that's had the camp to really feel that.
And he's right there with the other quarterbacks. He talks to those guys. He congratulates those guys, smacks them on the helmet when they make a good play. All those things, like right now, in as much as you can, he has the locker room lead at the moment.
But that does matter a little bit, doesn't
There's
it?
There's something to that.
When Joel Dreesen jumped in last week, I asked him, how long as a vet do you need to go before you let the kid play or the rookie play? Because you all know what's going on, if he didn't win the battle. And Joel said, you got to give me at least 2 games with the vet. And then if it's bad, whatever after that.
Yeah.
But give us at least 2 games with the guy that we feel won the competition on the field. That was Joel's take.
There is something to that. It's what I said a couple of days ago. It's why Sean put the rookies at 3. Okay, and it wasn't just some afterthought thing. No, he did it with careful consideration. Peyton knew exactly what he was doing when he did that, and right now it is why Bo just hasn't been completely shoved to the front of the whole thing. You know, it's funny too because like you compare it to Chicago and Hard Knocks right now. Yeah,
that was a weird episode, by the way, dude. I finally watched the whole thing.
I finished it last night as well. There were things I liked about it.
Sure. Our guy Rippon's kind of a fun Hard Knocks guy, isn't he?
Yes. Brett Rippon is very, but that's just it. It's Tyson Bagent.
Yeah.
Brett Rippon and who's the other guy? What was that dude's
The
name?
receiver, Anderson or something?
No, the blonde-haired dude.
Oh, yeah, that got hurt.
His parents were watching the game. No, it was
rookie,
the guard that got hurt.
Oh, yeah, where they were praying the rain wouldn't come in.
Exactly. And his poor family is just living and dying with the whole thing. But that's also like, well, obviously Caleb Williams. This, like, Bo is not appreciably better than either of the other two. He just isn't.
No, but you got time. But again, if he's not ready to do it for Seattle, then maybe we all just, okay, he wouldn't be the first rookie.
By the way, I really like the final scene of Jonathan Owens alone in the living room with the dogs watching Simone in the Olympics.
Her dogs, no less.
Exactly. And he's just he's all pins and needles and then him filming the TV during the medal ceremony, during the silver medal ceremony. I thought that was very nice. I thought that was very charming. Simone Biles is awesome. So that part of it was very, very cool. The first episode of Hard Knocks. I don't know. They got receivers, I'll tell you that, man. The Bears have got some friggin' receivers on that team. They
got some talent.
They do. They do.
You realize they are, yeah.
Yeah.
Because everybody, I keep hearing, I know we got to hit break. I keep hearing people go, oh, it's such a good cast around. I'm like, it's the Bears. And then you watch, like, oh, wait, they're right.
Yeah, it's
they got
like
Keenan Allen,
like,
they got
Keenan
DJ
Allen's
Moore,
right
you
there.
got Roma Dunze.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah.
They could
Cole
be
Kmet's
low-key fun, man.
Yeah, Cole Kmet's
It
good.
could be low-key fun.
Yeah, that's an interesting team. I think Green Bay wins that division, but I think the Bears
They're going to get challenged.
they're
Detroit better
contending
watch out. It isn't theirs.
for a playoff spot. We will tell you how you can win Rapids tickets coming up here. Plus, we got to dive in to kickoff talk because I think this could be fun. We'll do that next. We've been telling you all day long that we have got a pair of tickets to see the Rapids play FC Juarez in the League's Cup. Following a thrilling penalty shootout Monday against Club Leon, the Rapids have advanced to the round of 32 of the League's Cup 2024. This Friday, they take on FC Juarez out there at Dick's. 7:30 is the kickoff. Go see the Rapids and FC Juarez. Tickets are on sale now. Don't miss out on the action. But you, everybody, you can win a pair of tickets to that fixture right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Oh, but you have got to get the following trivia question correct. Here is the text line number. That's the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. You must answer the following trivia question correctly. One lucky listener that gets the question correct will win a pair of tickets to this match coming up on Friday night. Here's the question.
What's the question?
Andy, FC Juarez.
What's the question?
Commonly referred to as Bravos de Juarez, Mexican football club, based obviously in Ciudad Juarez. As long as we're talking about Mexico, by wins above replacement, by WAR, what is it good for? Tell us, 303-504-0925, the two greatest Mexican-born players in Colorado Rockies history.
I did not know them. Spring gave them to you. He did.
By wins above replacement, two greatest Mexican-born players in Rockies history. 303-504-0925. There's also like another way to ask this question, which is just, who are the two most notable Mexican-born players in Rockies history? Because, yes, those are the two guys that you're thinking of. But by wins above replacement, who are the two greatest Mexican-born players in Rockies history? 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. One lucky listener that gets both of those players correctly on our text line will win a pair of tickets for Friday night, Rapids, FC Juarez, Leagues Cup 2024, Dick's Sporting Goods Park. It's a fun one. By the way, we'll say
someone is going to get angry at you for mixing baseball with soccer. You know this.
That's okay. Cool, Carl.
We always get you can't ask a trivia question about a different sport for a separate set of tickets.
If there was a concern the listeners would be upset with me over something, I don't think I could show up for work every day.
Well.
The kickoff.
The kickoff.
Not the Rapids and FC Juarez. The kickoff in the NFL. The rules are adjusted. Matt Eberflus's daughters don't like it.
They're shiny and new. Yeah, they don't.
There's a little too much of the Eberflus family in F1. I'm done with them. I'm good.
Who did they think was it? Who had the new hairdo or something?
Eberflus did. Well, yeah, they wanted to.
No, the player they were talking about. We're like, oh, that fits him.
Oh,
remember that?
I thought they were just talking about Matt.
No,
because he got the haircut.
No, they mentioned some player.
He looked fancy.
I can't remember. Maybe it was Bagent with his long hair.
Tyson Bagent did have the long hair going on. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he had that going on. Eberflus, I will say this: he looks less like a soggy Rice Krispie with the beard. That did make an upgrade in his appearance.
It did. Okay.
Yeah.
I still, again, the meetings were just a little weird. I guess because here's what's going to be tough about this. I thought Saleh was a pretty good coach, and Jets had a good defense and all this, and then
I watched the show.
Yeah, but you know, I was like, all right, I'll try to buy it. We'll see how they play. But then they stunk. The Bears have not been good, and yet you're going to give me the rah-rah speeches from the guy that's leading this team suck? No, come on.
Yeah,
it's tough to take you seriously.
I always judge my Hard Knocks coaches by the first team meeting that they show and what are the inspirational quotes that he gives. Eberflus was a mess. He was terrible.
Yeah.
He just shrunk them all down into one paragraph and then spewed them all over his players. It wasn't good. I'm not a Matt Eberflus guy at all so far watching this show. Very much in AJ Brown and watching what's going on with that receiving room. Those dudes are impressive. I will say, excuse me, DJ Moore. Those dudes are impressive. There's no doubt about that. Messed up my DJ and my AJ there.
Yeah, but DJ gets $100 million contract, and he's just kind of like, cool, yeah, all right, let's step up. I'm going.
And now we'll go
back
back to practice.
What would you have done? Seriously, what would you have done?
$100
million bucks.
Stripped down to my underwear and ran around the field for
something. Aren't you buying something right away? Aren't you hopping on the internet, maybe just picking up a jet ski or something? It's a lot of cash that just went into your pocket.
I'm getting another shed. That's what I'm doing.
Back to the shed number 3.
So the kickoffs. This is what I think is a serious factor in these new kickoffs. Is the kick itself.
Oh, yeah.
It is going to be a big part of this. Watching it today, and they had a couple of the backs that were back there, including Jaleel McLaughlin, who had the best returns of the day consistently. But also, if you can kick a solid, deep, low liner and make it tough to handle, make it tough to field, I mean, not only can you screw your opponent on field position, there's real turnover possibilities that can happen right there. One of the things, and this is where, like, don't bury the Broncos in September yet, just like don't bury anyone yet. I think some stupid things are going to happen on special teams that are going to swing games, that are going to make a big-time difference here, because no one's going to know what the hell they're doing.
Problem is, it could go both ways. The Broncos could get buried by it, but I understand.
Very true.
Jaleel McLaughlin could be the X factor no one sees coming on this thing.
And you could simply, I thought Will Lutz was pretty impressive kicking those things, and like he was sort of teeing the ball up weird and giving you like that good soccer line drive kind of kick and really placing them in some tough spots. You can tell like he's put the work in on those kickoffs this offseason, which, like, I'm sure those guys had a very busy offseason. But if you can short hop the ball at a guy, it's a tough play for that dude, because, like, do they take the risk and let it go by them and hope that the ball rolls into the end zone? It might not. And so you kind of have to make a decision on that play. I'm not talking straight squib. I'm talking about, like, just if you can hit a low liner and really drop it right in front of the returner, that guy he's going to have to make a decision. And there was a play today. Now, the Broncos didn't turn it over, but the ball got popped up in the air, and McLaughlin had to kind of wait for it to come back down into his arms, and then he started his return. By then, you're buried. You're in trouble, and you might not have a good handle on the ball. You could cough it up.
It was funny. I told you, of all the days, I go out to the last day of OTAs not expecting much, and Lutz was practicing that thing, and he was doing some of what you described, and I was thinking you would have loved that day because, A, you love the special teams, but it is going to be fascinating to see what you have the guts to try, because if you can screw up what is it with the ball? Like, if you screw up the kick somehow, they can go to the 40.
Yeah.
Right? So you got to be, if you're going to try to get cute with the kick, you got to make sure you have it right. But to your point, what I'm fascinated to watch is, even though these guys aren't screaming down the field at you 100 miles an hour anymore, they will be on top of you quickly. So you describing that little hop in the air, that hesitation may freak some returners out.
A lot of the conversation that I've heard about it is like, well, now it's like a running play, and are you zone blocking, gap blocking it, whatever it may be. Without a doubt, that's a factor. To me, though, what I think is going to happen, and again, we got 3 preseason games to put a whole bunch of stuff on film, and then we get into the regular season. To me, the biggest factor is going to be the clean fielding of the football. If these kickers can make it tough on these dudes, and I think a lot of them can, if they can do that, that's the turnover play. That's where exactly what you're talking about. If the ball is popped up in the air and that, and the kickoff team is down on you that quickly, that's where you can make a big-time mistake. And that's where you swing a football game right there. That's where lesser team beats better team, okay? If you can win the turnover margin, in offensively, defensively, then you add in special teams and the likelihood of something maybe turning a game right there, you can steal wins that way. To your point, Andy, you can also puke up wins.
Yeah, you can. Here's my worry. I think this is going to be fun for about a month. And then I hope it stays fun.
Everyone's going to start to get good at it.
Or they're not going to have enough time to practice this stuff. Because
Yeah.
I asked Sanford about that one night, and Sanford was like, yeah, you're going to have to dedicate time, and I don't know what I'm taking my time from to practice this. So if they get lazy, they may just to say, fine, take it at the 30. We're kicking it out of the end zone or whatever that is that gets you to the 30.
It's going to come down to it. It is going to be like a coaching priority thing right now. I honestly right now I think a lot of the coaches are scared to death of this.
They should be.
Yeah, they're really worried that this is going to kill them. It's exactly what you're talking about right there. Is like, what are you still going to be working on? And like, what I'm eager to see is those coaches that are creative enough right now to put enough down on the notebook to say, okay, here's something maybe we can try busting out week 7, week 12, whatever it is. Here's a new surprise that we can go throw at somebody. Those are the coaches that I think are going to be the best at it. But it's also going to have to be a coach that respects special teams.
Well, but you're also
and they don't
gonna
claim to.
You're also going to have to be fairly deep. You're going to need to put some good tacklers out here. You can't be having bad tacklers.
Dude, linebackers and running backs are going to have to play.
Right.
It's not just going to be corners and
And
wideouts.
then the question becomes, what happens if one of those important guys get hurt?
Yep.
And then what are they going to see? I worry that it could be so much fun for us that we end up with just give them the 30 because we don't want to give up returns.
Right now, I love it. I really love it. I love that you can't just blast it through the end of the end zone and have it be a nothing play. I like that there's a landing zone and everything else like that. I think it's going to be cool, man. It was fun to watch it today. Today was a good practice. I'm
We'll all
sorry.
get used to
I'm
it, right?
sorry you missed practice today. You would have. Today was, again, going back to OTAs and everything I've attended, by far the most entertaining day today. We get to have a little bit of fun out
Right. But I told you.
Your
I just
sanity
needed
can
a
only
palate
take so
cleanser.
much.
I needed to, I was in a bad place. I want to look at it with fresh eyes. I'm excited for the game.
We'll take a break. When we come back here on the Crackman and Lindahl Show, first off, we got to tell you who won a pair of tickets for the Rapids game on Friday night, and then who is supposed to be recognizable as a legendary professional athlete. We ask that question based on something we heard last night. We'll tell you what that is next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. I was hanging with them earlier this week at the golf tournament. Number one question, do you have bed covers? Yes, they've got bed covers. They've got step power rails, or power step rails, I should say, regular step rails. They've got remote starts. They've got floor mats. They the wench bars that you use to get yourself out if you're stuck out 4x4, and they can do the suspension for you. They can do bed linings, whatever you can think of, they've got it for you. They've got a great showroom where they have a lot of their products, and if it's not in the showroom, they can order it for you. Colorado Off-Road, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. You can find them right behind Arapahoe Community College. Jerry Jones owns the business. Head on in there, have a conversation with him. One of the things that I always like to tell people, because this is what I've done, and I think it'll help you out maybe, if you're looking at a new car. And let's be honest, sometimes the prices are good, but the interest rates can be a little rough or whatever maybe you're dealing with. In order to get the payment down, buy the car that you like with the monthly payment, go get the accessories at Colorado Off-Road. That's what I've done. My car would be $10,000 or $15,000 more with all the stuff that's put on it, and I got it basically at base price, my F-150. Go see them. COoffroad.com, 303-761-1264, the number.
Oh, we said we were going to give away Rapids tickets for Friday night. Well, indeed, we will. Right now on the Craigman and Lindahl Show. We asked the trivia question earlier. As the Rapids will take on FC Juarez. Coming up on Friday night out at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. By wins above replacement, who are the two greatest Mexican-born players in Rockies history? Andy, do you know the answer?
I don't, and I already forgot what Spring told you.
They are, not surprisingly, there was no trick here in the statistic or anything like that. The two greatest Mexican players in Rockies history, obviously, the great Vinny Castilla, who was worth 17.5 wins above replacement in his career as a member of the Colorado Rockies. 239 home runs that he hit in the purple pinstripes. The other, the Rockies' all-time wins leader on the hill, George of the Rose, Jorge De La Rosa, edging out Armando Reynosa, who, by the way, Armando Reynosa had 8.5 wins above replacement as a member of the Rockies. Jorge De La Rosa was at 15.5. So the answer, Vinny Castilla and Jorge De La Rosa. Spring, who was our big winner?
Hayden Tehan.
Hayden Tehan.
Way to go, Hayden.
Way to go, Hayden.
Not my Hayden.
Tehan. Yes,
I knew a
Hayden's
Meehan.
going to the game coming up here on Friday night. So way to go, Hayden. Congratulations. Again, Rapids tickets for Friday night. The Rapids coming off a thrilling penalty shootout win against Club Leon. They have advanced to the round of 32 of the Leagues Cup 2024. This Friday, they will take on FC Juarez. 7:30. Tickets are on sale now. So they'll go to the Sweet 16 with a win, Andy.
Nice.
That'll be huge. Go Rapids.
That'll be great.
Hell yeah. Keep it going. So a couple of years ago, Andy, we had this story. Do you remember this where Patrick Ewing, coaching Georgetown at the time.
And this was at the NCAA tournament, correct?
It was at the Big East tournament.
Big East tournament.
So
even worse.
So it's at the Garden.
Yeah, even worse.
At the Big East tournament, Patrick Ewing was stopped by Madison Square Garden security on his way into the media room because he did not have his credential. Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
And look, he's at a basketball tournament, and he's a 7-foot tall black dude in a suit. Kind of looks like he belongs,
There's
right?
a few posters of him around the Garden, I
Very
assume.
relatively recognizable guy in that context, right? You kind of can't miss Patrick Ewing. Yeah.
7 feet is also key.
Really big.
Not a lot of 7-footers just roaming around.
There's not many of them.
Not on the earth.
I believe the statistic is 1 in 7 7-footers in the United States are in the NBA.
Okay.
That's how many
Pretty
of
good
them
ratio.
there are. Yeah, you got a good shot of going pro right there, okay? So that's kind of one thing. Last night on Bally Sports South, Braves are playing the Brewers, okay? John Smoltz, who, of course, is Fox's lead analyst for Major League Baseball. He also does Braves games locally there. And John Smoltz is a Hall of Famer for the Atlanta Braves. And apparently there was a slight incident in the parking lot as John Smoltz pulled into Truist Park in Atlanta earlier in the day. John Smoltz shared this tale. We'll talk about where we come down on this after it.
So I came in, I parked, they told us where to park. We park where the cone is. Well, there was an open spot. I parked where it was open, and I was on the phone talking. Imagine that. And I was waiting for Frenzy, I was waiting for him to come so we could walk in together. And one of the valet guys came to the window. I rolled it down. I said, can I park here, or do you want me to move the cone? And he goes, well, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm calling the game. He goes, are you an umpire? I'm like, I thought, all right, right away I looked for cameras because I know,
You're getting pawned.
I guarantee it, this is what's happening. And then I realized he straight-faced me and has no idea who I am. And I said, no, I'm...
How old was he?
Well, this is what I said next. I said, I'm broadcasting the game. And he looked at me like, well, I said, you must be very young.
My picture's on the side of the stadium. My number's retired in the rafters.
My favorite part of you telling that story is when you're like, I'm sure he's a nice kid.
I'm sure he's
a nice kid.
All right, that part of it's a little sweet. But, Andy, I ask you this. Should this kid have recognized John Smoltz?
Yeah. No. How old is he? Seriously. How old was he?
I'm assuming, like, I'm guessing the dude's, I don't know, what, probably 20, 21 years old or
He's
whatever.
working the valet, right? That's
Yes.
what he said, working the valet parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. No. And I'll say it first off, baseball players as they age, we're not talking, as you just laid out there, we're not talking about a 7-footer.
No, John Smoltz,
someone that stands out.
looks like, as Spring said last night on our Twitter, on our thread, on the show thread, Smoltz looks like a math teacher.
Yeah. Yes.
He's just a bald guy. So
and even if you have pictures of him on the stadium,
he's in a hat.
They don't look the same as right now.
Right. He's old. Back then he was wearing a hat. Now he's in a suit. Also, I'm calling the game. Are you an umpire?
Right.
I don't think that's a bad question.
It's not a bad question because this is, again, if he's a 20-year-old, 20 through 25, it is the YouTube generation. They watch things on YouTube. Half the time, they don't even have the sound up.
It's really possible. The dude working in the parking lot doesn't even like baseball.
Yeah.
He just needs a gig.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
He's got to make his,
he's a security guy.
Whatever
Yes.
level of wage that he is making.
I'd like to make my money and then go about the day. What can I help you with?
Also, he's out in the parking lot. He's not in the stadium.
Right. That's a good point.
It's not like he gets to just sit there and watch the game every single day. Yeah, it's really, really. Again, I get what they're going for there, but you're John Smoltz. You look like an old white guy.
I asked you earlier, if Michael Jordan was walking around, how many people would not recognize him?
Did you see MJ watching the Olympics? He doesn't look the same. Man.
Exactly. And he's not the only one.
No, it happens to all of us.
And again, John Smoltz John Smoltz was a big deal when I was in high school and college in the 90s. And I think he might have made it to 2000 or whatever.
09.
Man. 09, okay.
09 was his last
Good
year.
for him as a reliever. But I mean, we're still talking about 15 years since the man was on television.
Right.
And like you said, he's now bald. Most of the pictures you're going to see are with him with a cap on, maybe the goatee going. I don't know, man. I don't think. I asked you guys, who's the bigger deal from the Braves? Is it Smoltz or Maddox, do you think, of that era?
It's Maddox. What do you win? 4 Cy Youngs?
Yeah, he's the dude. He was untouchable. He was unreal.
I'll put Glavine ahead of Smoltz.
Okay, I don't think I disagree.
I'll put Chipper Jones ahead of Smoltz.
I also thought about that. Added him to the thread.
Yeah. The crime dog, Fred McGriff. Yeah.
So, good for you. And again, I guess my only the only thing that kind of turned me off about his telling of the story, annoyed, I can't find the word. He was like acting like, kid, I can't believe you don't know who I am. They were laughing about Nick Saban needing to produce credentials at the SEC media days because he works for ESPN now.
Right.
And even the security guards, they were like, we know it's you, coach, but we still got to see credentials because that's just part of the job. That's just part of the job.
I did, by the way, last year in Fort Collins, I did trying to find finding the damn parking lots around Canvas Stadium is always fun. I did actually bust out the I'm calling the game, not in a don't you know who I am kind of way, but just to show the guy, Andy, I was like, my spotting chart's big. It's too big to fit in my bag. So it's just like on the seat next to me. I did show it to the guy. I'm like, I would have done an awful lot of research for just being a guy in a suit trying to find a free parking spot. And the guy was like, no problem. Go ahead. On through.
Right. Yeah.
I just want you to know I'm not making this up. I actually am the broadcaster right now. It's Crankman and Lindahl. We're here with you on a lovely Thursday afternoon. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including the travails of a now former Bronco. We'll tell you about that next. Oh, it is the third hour of the show, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz right here on the Crankman and Lindahl show. Tough day for Team Serbia and Nikola Jokic. 13-point lead going to the fourth quarter.
They had it.
And they coughed it up. Serbia falls 95-91 to Team USA today. Steph Curry, 36 points to lead the way for the U.S. Serbia was led by 20 points from Bogdan Bogdanovic. Unfortunately, only 3 of 10 from behind the three. It was Alexa Abramovic that was really the shooting star of that game for Serbia. Nikola Jokic was 7 of 17 from the floor. That included 0 of 6 from behind the arc. He did score 17 points, 11 assists, 5 rebounds in that game today. Serbia actually rebounded the ball quite well today, despite giving up some size to the U.S. 34-33, Serbia took the rebounding advantage. They were the better coached team today. They were, at least for 3 quarters, they were the better executing team out there today. Team USA's defense and Steph Curry, that was the story. Fourth quarter defense and Steph. That's kind of it. Outside of that, we know for a fact, and we saw it on display, Nikola Jokic was the best player on the floor today. We'll have much more on that coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. Plus, you'll want to hear what our friend Jeff Duncan of NOLA.com said earlier in the show today about what exactly Sean Payton is looking for and who's going to win this quarterback competition. But right now, it's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL football news to start off the 5 o'clock hour. Spring, go!
All right, so earlier this week, the Broncos released safety Caden Stearns, and he was promptly picked up, claimed on waivers the very next day with the team with the first waiver spot. That was the worst team in the NFL last season, the Carolina Panthers. But today, the Panthers have waived Caden Stearns after he failed a physical with the Panthers.
Andy, what does this mean for Caden Stearns, both his future in the NFL and, again, reaffirming what you said about what the Broncos were doing?
Yeah, the Broncos got him on tape, and he practiced, and so there's no injury settlement required with the Players Union. He was then released, and then he goes, and look, it can be very subjective for these NFL teams to pass you or not. I've heard of guys basically saying in a negotiation, they were told by a team, you can take certain things in your contract or we just won't pass you on the physical. But if you want to take this kind of contract, we'll go ahead and pass you on the physical. So it's not like there's one standard NFL physical or standards to be met. Whatever it was, the Panthers didn't like what they saw. I don't know where what injury, unfortunately, because he's had a couple of them that maybe had their,
it's gotta be the knee,
antenna.
Right?
Could be, yeah, but the reality is he'll go back on the waiver wire. We'll see if maybe Fangio doesn't take a look. Here's would be my guess. I bet you nobody, and I wouldn't even be surprised if this is what the Panthers do. Maybe they just let him get through waivers because he'll probably clear waivers now at that failed physical, and they just negotiate a no-risk contract to themselves. Because if you pick him up on waivers, you're taking his contract. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, here's the minimum to prove you're healthy. Come play for us this way.
Here's my Caden Stearns anecdote from the day. So Zach Wilson had a ball batted down, and it was by number 23. So I pulled out my roster. I was like, well, I don't think that was Caden Stearns.
Yeah. I didn't even know what number he was anymore.
He was 23. It turns out it was linebacker Andre Smith that made the play on that game. I just so happened to be standing next to a Broncos staffer who was nice enough to say, would you like me to give you an updated roster? Yes, please. Thank you very much for that. Would have really been confusing if I wrote down in my notes, hell of a pass breakup by Caden Stearns. No, he didn't actually do that today. He failed his physical in Carolina. Spring.
High five. Let's talk about another former Broncos safety, much bigger name in Justin Simmons, who yesterday we learned visited with the New Orleans Saints. He has left New Orleans. He is no longer in New Orleans, but today Saints head coach Dennis Allen was asked, how did that visit go with Justin Simmons?
Yeah, look, I thought it was a good visit. And so I can't tell you exactly where that stands right now. I think this is one of those deals where we have a chance to sit down and visit with him in a number of different fronts, myself, Mickey, coaching staff, even some of the players get a chance to sit down with him, him get a feel for us get a feel for him, and then we evaluate how that went. You know, we evaluate it from our standpoint. I think he's going through an evaluation process on from his standpoint, or where he feels like that is. I'm sure there'll be some communication, you know, from our people to his people, and you know, we'll see.
It was all very non-committal.
Yeah, what it means is he wants more money
Yes.
than they're probably willing to give. And it was interesting because Jeff Duncan, basically, when we talked to him in the 3 o'clock hour, 3:20 hit the podcast, he was very insightful on a number of things. And as Nate said, we'll bring a little of that back for you next segment. But he did tell us with Justin Simmons what he thought was going on was probably that Justin had accepted that he needed to take a lower number because it's later in the game. What this feels like to me is maybe he wasn't thinking of going as low as they were. So it sounds like negotiating is still to be done, you know, and you said it yesterday. There's probably a part of Justin going, look, I like your chances here, but if you're not going to give me my number in the years that I like, then I'll just wait for another probably better chance playoff team to give me a call.
It's also possible because they would have talked number before he even steps on the plane. It's also possible that maybe Justin and his people were of the hope of like, oh, if news is out there that we're taking a visit, maybe that will spur action elsewhere.
Or he doesn't like the role that he heard. I don't know.
Could be that too.
Maybe he just got there and was just like, this isn't for me.
I mean, Jeff Duncan said like, hey, if it's happening at this stage of it, to him that meant the Saints are serious about wanting Justin Simmons. But to your point, it's probably at a number that maybe Simmons isn't going to like. Did you hear something at the beginning of that answer from Dennis Allen?
Yeah, for a minute I was a little confused what story we were doing.
So I know DA worked for Sean Payton for a really, really long time, like damn near most of his football career. You know, outside of his 1 year as the Broncos defensive coordinator and a couple of years with the Raiders. But this is a little bit eerie. Listen to the beginning of this answer from Dennis Allen. For a moment there, I was sure we were listening to Sean Payton.
Yeah, look, I thought it was a good visit.
Oh.
Yeah, look, he's physical.
Eerie.
We get a yeah, and a look.
And a pause. The
Yeah,
same pauses.
Look, I thought it was a good visit.
That could have been like the skit where you mimic your coach on Hard Knocks or something.
That's like if somebody was doing Sean Payton on SNL.
Right.
That was weird.
Yeah, look, he's physical.
That was really
Yeah,
weird.
look, I thought it was a good visit.
I guess there's a lot of ways to emulate your former boss. Josh McDaniels chose to dress exactly like his former boss. Dennis Allen talks exactly like his former boss.
And knowing his former boss, it doesn't sound to me like he's thrilled with the position that things are going in. So, doesn't sound like Josina Anderson had sent out a tweet saying that it was planned for Justin to leave all along. Maybe he's going to go and sleep on it. Maybe the deal gets done. But that does give you that tone of voice.
Signature Sean grumpiness right there. It's just New Orleans swamp ass. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
So Jameis Winston is now the backup quarterback to Deshaun Watson in Cleveland. Jameis has been a very supportive backup quarterback in recent years. He was supportive of Derek Carr with the aforementioned New Orleans Saints. Now he's very supportive of Deshaun Watson with the Browns. Here he was today talking about Deshaun. Deshaun has not looked great in training camp, as he hasn't looked great at all since he's been a Cleveland Brown. But here's Jameis Winston assuring us that Deshaun will shine when it counts.
I think that's one of the things that a lot of people forget. When you can go out, you can see. I think that's one of the things that a lot of people
for some reason my audio is not
Well,
playing.
because that's how much it was worth it. That's how many. You know what? You got the lie detector on, and the whole thing's a lie. So you can't even give it to the American people.
I can give you some highlights of the quote. Deshaun was built for adversity. He was built for resilience. So honestly, I know he respects everyone's opinion, but the most important opinion to him is himself. And I know he's working through a lot of different things, but he's happy. He's poised. He isn't fazed by anything anyone has to say because he's on a mission to be the best quarterback he can possibly be.
Here we go. I think I got it working.
All
I
right.
think that's one of the things that a lot of
Nope.
people
Okay, that's
forget when
weird.
you can go
All right.
We're good.
Yeah,
We're
things
good.
are going well.
He said, you can knick-knack this, that, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. Deshaun Watson is going to play great. Seriously, that's what he said. He said, you can knick-knack this, that, paddywhack that, give a dog a bone. Damn.
Yeah, all right. I am now. We all are all disappointed you could not get that cut to fire.
What was that question that guy asked to LeBron a couple of years ago? Hip hop skiddly doo.
I think that's one
Suppose
of
you
the
can't
things
play
that
that either.
a lot of people forget.
Hey, we're doing our best today, all right?
Yeah, you know,
That
it
was
sounds.
odd. I apologize, everybody.
No, it's not. Hey,
hey,
the antenna's going down. Your computer won't fire. It's all fine. It's
Rescind the
all
apology.
Fine.
There are
It's
things
fine.
above our pay grade in this place.
All of it right now. I am a little worried. We may not be on now, Spring. Who knows? We don't know.
There's still the whole perseverance, resilience narrative.
You know what I
that
do
they
believe?
want to give to Deshaun Watson after the world found out he's a totally gross creep.
I do believe he's happy. He's owed $330 million no matter what.
Yeah. It's
no matter how crappy this camp is, he's not losing a paycheck.
no matter how many
'Cause
settlements
it's all guaranteed.
he's got to pay out.
Yeah.
He's still going to be coming
Yeah.
in profit, baby. It's all working out for Deshaun Watson. It is just funny, too, that of all people that think he's great, Jameis Winston. Of course he does. Next up, Spring.
High five.
All right, Nick
Well,
Foles
that worked.
today announced his retirement from the NFL. He will be honored during the Eagles' home opener September 16th against the Falcons.
Speaking of antennas, Nick Foles is going to retire during the Eagles' home opener. Okay. Andy, I know, okay? Philly special.
Yeah, all that.
All that. We're all going to remember the other thing about Nick Foles, right? He was the
hell no.
the original pole vaulter.
Whoa. Whoa. I got to be honest with you. I didn't realize Nick Foles wasn't playing with anybody or had left our life. So apparently I'm not going to remember him at all.
Who was the last? What was the last? I remember he signed with the Bears.
Yep.
Well, let's do this. Let's look at the Nick Foles career.
That's right. He signed a huge contract to be the mentor to Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah.
Then he left. Didn't he go back to Philly for a minute? I thought somehow he found his way back to Philly.
He did. So he went. Okay, actually no. Originally in Philly.
Yep.
He was a St. Louis Ram. Remember them?
Sure.
He was a Chief for a year.
Don't remember that.
Went back to Philly. Carson Wentz gets hurt. Nick Foles comes in, leads him to the Super Bowl, 2017, magical year. One more year in Philadelphia in 2018.
Then a Bear.
Then a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Oh, that's right.
They
'cause he was
paid
with,
him, remember?
Yeah, he was with he and who was our guy that was here? Blake Bortles. Weren't
Yeah.
they doing battle down there?
Then 2 years with the Bears. He was last in Indianapolis Colt in 2022. There's the career trajectory of Nick. Hey, if you're Nick Foles,
good for you.
You can't complain.
Nah, you made a ton of money. Matter of fact,
It's a Super Bowl MVP.
was he in the Luck draft class? He might have stuck around as long as anyone. Matter of fact, he outdid Luck.
Well, was 2012 the?
I think
Yeah, because
so. It
2011 was Cam Newton, number one pick.
Well, 2011's also when the Broncos, Tebow found a way to win in Miami and made Elway take an angry walk to the field.
That's right.
Because it cost him the first pick.
Speaking of John Elway, Spring, next story.
Yeah, and finally, Elway's is closing in Cherry Creek after 20 years. The staffers got word yesterday. Here is a note on the restaurant's website. It reads, "The ongoing Cherry Creek Mall construction project requires our closure. Our plan is to continue to work with our development partners to determine a post-construction location. We have been honored to have been your dining choice throughout the years for special events and family celebrations, and we hope to see you this month to thank you personally."
Do not worry, Cherry Creek and Highlands Ranch wine moms. You will still find somewhere to get tanked at happy hour on a Friday
There
afternoon.
are a lot of great stories from Elway's. And I got to give a nod to our guy, Mike Kliss. Will anything top Vic Fangio having a burger there?
Oh, that's right.
Was that with Peyton? Did they all go to wine and dine and Fangio's like, give me a damn burger and get me out of here?
I believe there was also a famous or infamous liquid lunch with John Fox.
Oh, really?
That led to his eventual hiring as the head coach of the Denver Broncos. Yes.
How long was that lunch? Were we into dinner service by the time that lunch ended?
Elway's at the Ritz-Carlton. Still there, just got a major upgrade. Andy, I know you frequent the place.
No, I'm a regular.
DIA's
I'm like Norm.
Elway's opened in 2013, and a second has since joined the lineup.
I bet you he opens another shop. But,
Sure.
You know, it won't. Will it be the same as Cherry Creek? Oh, does this mean does he head to Highlands Ranch?
It's got to, right?
There's a clientele profile.
His people are there.
Yeah, you need to go to Highlands Ranch.
Yes.
I think they left Cherry Creek, which is why now you need to go to Highlands Ranch.
That's what I'm saying.
Elway's Highlands Ranch.
It all makes perfect
comes together.
sense.
Okay, what's your favorite? Was it Vic's burger during the George Payton interview, John Fox and a couple martinis, or Peyton Manning evading all of the Denver media to sneak on over to the Cherry Creek Country Club and then go sleep over on Brandon Stokely's couch?
Didn't they called in John Lynch for the wine and dine at the Cherry Creek Country Club?
Yeah.
But apparently Elway and Peyton were so engaged in the conversation that Lynch was just sitting there watching baseball highlights on a TV, bored out of his mind. Like, do I need to be here?
Yeah.
If anyone ever wonders why John Lynch is in the Ring of Fame, it's stuff like that right there.
I remember because I had hung out. I was talking with our guy Dave Willie, and maybe even Brian Madden too. We were just BSing after the whole day of staking out Dove Valley, and that's what it was at the time. So we could get the three of them, Fox, Elway, and Manning, walking to the weight room and then walking back to the building, and that's all we saw. I'm talking with these guys as they're packing up. The media chased the alleged car they all thought they were in, and I'm getting ready to get in my crummy little Neon or whatever I had at the time, and out comes the truck, and I was like, oh my gosh, that was it. There's Manning. There they go now.
I think that B-roll played 8,000 times on the local news of just the back and forth.
Because that's all we got.
All
We
you
stood
had.
there all day and had nothing.
You got to have the visual. You put it right there on TV.
Were you there? They drove in.
No,
the day
I
they
didn't
got
do
it
the
from
stakeout.
Dude, he was at the when they came in from the airport, it was like they went into the White House. They just went full speed, and this magic back garage appears, and they just go into the garage door, and it's shut. They gave the photographers nothing. We all stood there 8 hours that day, didn't see the station.
You need the footage, man.
Calling every show. Well, they're still in there. What else can you tell
What
us?
do you see?
I can't tell you anything.
A door.
It's a warm March day and nobody's been anywhere. What else do you want? The team store's open. That's it.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. It's a Thursday afternoon. We'll take a break. When we come back, what more could Nikola Jokic have done today against Team USA? Plus, what does Sean Payton's track record say about the way that this quarterback competition will play out over the next couple of weeks? We'll tell you that next. You can be listening to the Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Will Hite Law Firm any time of day. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Team USA wins today, 95-91 over our dude Nikola Jokic and Serbia. Serbia will now move on to face Germany for the bronze medal. So still a chance for Nikola Jokic and Bogdan Bogdanovic and company to take hardware back to Serbia. It's going to be a massive game. When we saw the initial bracket, Andy, a lot of Serbian fans looked at it and said, oh, okay, bronze is now the ceiling, okay? Because Team USA was just such a beast.
Yeah.
They were 15.5-point favorite today in that game. Look, we know what Team USA is. You're talking about a team with frickin' LeBron and Steph and Kevin Durant, okay? Like, they're really, really, really good. And yet there Serbia was up 13 going to the fourth quarter. All right, so Andy, if you're a fan of Serbia, and let's be honest, by today, I've always been a fan of Serbia. You became a fan of Serbia. When we got the bracket, it was like, oh, bronze will be awesome. As you sit here today as a Serbian fan, if you're from the nation of Serbia, does the bronze now feel like a bowl of cream of wheat?
Yeah, because you were up. You were up by a lot. And at one point, I think in the third quarter, before I left to drive to the studio, they were only up 5, then they had extended back to 11.
Right.
So
There were
you
several
kept
runs.
holding off some runs.
Yeah. Abramovich would, he would hit a big three,
And look, they still got to go beat Germany. Now Germany may be deflated from
No
them
slouch
kind of blowing it
themselves.
today.
Yeah.
So maybe that works in your favor. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough because what I love today is Nikola Jokic showing you yet again, and we've heard it remember when we talked to Robert Horry a couple years ago? I think it was a year ago maybe, when they opened against the Lakers, and we got Robert Horry on, and I asked him, what do you like about Jokic as an old school player? And Robert said, one of my favorite things is he's not out there to make friends. He's out there to win. He doesn't care. He doesn't care how you feel about him at the end of the day. He's there for the ultimate trophy. And he showed it again. They're out there. I mean, that thing got physical today. He and Embiid were doing battle. They did not have one of their long hugs like we see after an NBA game. It was a quick handshake because I was looking. We were watching it out here in our lobby. I wanted to see how many guys went up and made sure they said something to Jokic. A lot of guys did. He and LeBron, I think, got a little bit of a thing going on too. I don't think that's faked anymore. Jokic wanted this thing bad today.
There was a play, Joker on the block. It was third quarter.
I think I know what you're talking about.
He had Embiid on his back, and Jokic got called for an offensive foul on the hook. I hated that call.
Embiid was wrestling him.
It was physical.
Yeah.
But in that moment, that's where I'm like, no call that sucker. Just no call. You don't have to blow a whistle just because there's physicality. Both players, that's a couple of grizzly bears wrestling with each other down on the block. Like, yes, did Nikola hook him a little bit? Of course he does. He kind of always does in the post. Like, that's kind of his thing, all right? And Embiid knows it. And so, Joel was playing him back just as physically. And Joel Embiid's one of the few dudes in the world that has the strength to be able to hang with Nikola Jokic. Hated that call. Hated that call right there. Hated that went against Serbia on that play right there. But yeah, Joker, he didn't shoot too much. You could tell it wasn't in the game plan for him to shoot too much. Serbia took 39 threes in this game. Maybe it's a little bit misleading because a lot of those were, 6 of them, in fact, were Jokic end of shot clock. I got to jack this up. They weren't good open looks. They weren't in rhythm. Nikola finished 0 for 6 from 3. That looks way worse than it did.
It was another case where you literally watch, if you were able to watch it, you could literally watch the bigness of the moment get to the other players on the floor.
Yeah.
So
it didn't get to Joker, who played great today.
I told you this earlier. What bums me out is Joker's now had his Olympic run and his season, and in the same way with guys around him afraid to take big shots. So hopefully, hopefully with Westbrook and some others, I don't even know how much Westbrook's going to be in key minutes. but hopefully they find some guys willing to start helping him.
So now Serbia will play Germany, who fell 73-69 today to the French. Dennis Schroeder, Franz Wagner, Daniel Tice. They're good.
They were really good.
A lot of NBA players on that team.
Schroeder had a chance with 2 free throws to get it to a 1-point game late, choked the first one, just really bad off the back of the rim. And then they were just kind of left to, he finally, I guess, decided, well, I'll make the second one. And then they had to foul, and that was that.
I don't see France giving Team USA much of a problem in the gold medal game.
What about the boost from the crowd? You think there'll be a legit boost from the crowd?
I think they will get some of that. I also do think, I think this game today put the fear of God into Team USA.
You can't go screwing around now.
I mean, after the game, the celebration from Steph and LeBron, yes, they were jacked up. Also, that's relief, man. If they lose that game,
this had been such a cruise.
It is such a massive story. It's a big story that Jokic mostly outplayed that group today anyway. That's a very big story. But also, you lose that game, you're a team that people have said this is the best American collection of talent since the Dream Team, and they damn near got knocked out of that game today. Now, generally in these tournaments, Team USA has always gotten one big scare. They got that today out of Serbia. I think this is going to wake them up a little bit going into the gold medal game, but that close. It was that close for Nikola Jokic to be able to hold that over every single one of those dudes.
Yeah. And it would have been interesting, the reaction, would it not have?
Yep.
Because to your point, the way the U.S. was cruising through this tournament, that would have been like the Super Bowl loss to the Giants for the undefeated Patriots.
So earlier today, we were talking to our friend Jeff Duncan of NOLA.com. So Jeff Duncan literally wrote the book on Sean Payton and has covered him forever. Jeff Duncan is on his way to cover the Saints in a preseason game against the Arizona Cardinals, made a stop through Denver, had a lengthy sit-down interview with Sean Payton yesterday, and I'm sure we'll get to read the results of that coming up here in the next few days. And I'm eager to hear what Jeff got out of Sean Payton outside of the standard looks and uhs and whatnots that we get at the podium.
Relative to.
No-nos, all that good stuff. But we asked Jeff Duncan today, just in general, about what is Payton looking for in this quarterback competition between these three, quite frankly, underwhelming participants. What exactly is Sean Payton looking for? What does he need to have in his starting quarterback? Some interesting stuff in this answer today from Jeff Duncan.
Well, it's not that complicated. I mean, he wants a guy to run the team. I think the intangibles are as important as the tangibles. A guy that can lead a team that the team is going to believe in, that has the kind of alpha confidence that position demands. That's going to rally players and get them to believe that they can overcome maybe a deficit in a game. All those things are really important to Payton. I mean, today in the situational practice session, I know they were doing a quick before half, kind of a 2-minute drill, and Jared Stidham threw short, got about a 4-yard gain, and the clock was running. They only had one timeout, and I heard Payton after that tell the team, hey, I don't want a 2-yard gain inbounds. Either throw it away, throw an incompletion, throw it out of bounds. That kind of thing drives him crazy. Is just, what are you doing here? Jared Stidham, I'm sure, would like to have that pass back. Those kind of things he wants his quarterback to be the smartest player on the team. He wants him to be totally in charge of everything going on with game management. And that's why I think he was attracted to Bo Nix, because of his experience, being the son of a former player, a guy that just kind of gets it. I think those things are more important than someone that throw it through a picket fence or throw a 60-yard bomb.
Yeah, because Bo doesn't really have that. But he does have those other things, or at least Sean has been led to believe that he has those other things. Something that didn't occur to me the first time that we talked to Jeff today, and rehearing that answer back is interesting. The alpha dog run the team belief stuff.
Yep.
Okay. What's funny is Russell Wilson did have that. Like that actually for all of his many extremely annoying flaws, that is a thing that Russell Wilson has. He is the belief guy. He is the guy that, remember, after the Bears game last year, dudes talked about it of like Russ was just steady and it just sort of kept us going. But what's funny about it is like then there's the other part of the answer. Talking about Stiddy making a brain-dead throw in a situational drill. And then it's like, oh yeah, but Russ would do all that stuff. And that stuff would make Sean Payton insane. Right now, of this group, I think they hope that Nix is the guy that eventually has it. But like of these three, Andy, do any of them check all those boxes that Jeff was just talking about?
Well, see, you and I are on the same wavelength. That part of the quote caught my ear again. I don't know why on the re-listen it did, but the only guy that's close to that right now as far as running the whole team is Stidham. He's the only one.
Yeah.
He's the one that put the little passing camp together thing when they got together in the offseason. He's the one that just is, I think he's been talking the most trash, as we've heard. So Mike Sanford, I think I told you, noticed Stiddy was talking trash to the other two, a little more saucier than he had been when they were doing their QB drills a couple days ago. Yeah, if you're going for that exact personality for the first start of the season, again, the only guy really is Stidham.
But then he's inexperienced and makes a
that's what's funny.
Makes a dumb decision.
The biggest starter, the guy with the most experience starting is Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
But Zach, as I told you yesterday, Zach has been with the threes. He's not been with the ones. So I'm not sure Zach feels like I'm in leadership position. I think Zach's just kind of blending in and doing his thing right now.
And he probably has the least situational awareness of any of the three.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, again, we'll
so,
see what Nix gives us when he plays, but Nix took a sack today. I know that Sean was not psyched about in the 2-minute deal.
So right now, like, again, looking at those as the items to check, you just got to kind of hope that Nix becomes that dude.
Okay. Do they wait for Nix to show that before they give him the first start? But again, the question is, how does he show it if he's not playing?
Yeah.
As far as I'm talking about the alpha willing to lead the team.
Right. That's the thing, because it's funny and last night on the podcast with DMAC and Sanford on the stream, and we were talking about, remember the famous blow up between Peyton and Russ on the sideline. It didn't come on because everybody was mad about what happened on second and third down and Peyton not challenging and did they get into the end zone or not. It was the play on first down when Russ threw the fade to Cortland Sutton that he called on his own that made Sean Payton insane. That's like, okay, right now, the Broncos, I don't think any of the three of those guys would defy a single Sean Payton play call. There's no world in which that happened. Like, no matter what, Sean Payton cleaned that part of his house, okay? So he's not going to have that. But also, like, in a 2-minute situation, he can't go out and hold everybody's hand. And in a goal line situation, he can't hold everybody's hand that they're going to make the right decision, that they're not going to get fooled by a linebacker jumping in front of a ball or anything else like that. Like, that's where the quarterback just flat out has to be able to execute, and nobody has done it consistently in this camp.
Nobody
And today
has.
was actually a good day.
No, it was a really good day. But again, he mentioned it there. You had the short throw from Stidham that Sean said he doesn't want. You had Bo Nix taking the sack in the 2-minute drill, which I know he went over. Like, Sean threw his arms up and got frustrated about that. And Zach, we still don't even know what Zach would look like with the ones in the other situations. And I do wonder, back to your point, has Zach maybe thrown some deep balls, whereas Sean's wanted the underneath? Because Zach is the only one really – Zach, every rep he gets, and I do think it's on purpose, he always takes one bigger shot than the other two. I think trying to remind Sean, I offer at least this part of the game. You are not going to have an answer to this right away. Again, I ask you, do you think Nix has shown are we getting our first signs? I thought all the way up to this point, Nix is going to start. Couple things happening this week. There's at least some doubt where I wonder, does Stidham ultimately end up being the Seattle starter?
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff just added another log to that fire. Because Nix is not, And I get it. He's a rookie. I think it's unfair to expect Nix to just walk in and be like, it's my team, let's go. He just got here. He's not played a game with these guys yet. Now, maybe he shows it in the game, which helps him then do it in practice, right?
Yeah.
So here's the other thing. Sean kind of promised everybody he'd announce a starter today, then he didn't meet with the media. Do you think he's rethinking his QB plan?
So the one thing to me that I'm waiting to see is I think if you were laying down like betting odds of who is going to start against Indy on Sunday in the first preseason game, I think that Stiddy would be like minus 180. I would say that Bo Nix would be probably like a plus 150, and I'd have Zach Wilson at like a plus 500. That's if I was laying down the board right now. However, Nix has not had a great week. And this is the time of camp when more stuff keeps getting sort of piled on these dudes, and it's starting to become sink or swim time with all of these things that are getting thrown at these dudes. It's a hard freaking job, and it's your first NFL training camp and all of that. And again, like when Bo Nix talked to the media yesterday, he was short in a lot of his answers, and you know, I took it as frustration from Nix. It's probably a weird feeling for a guy. If you're Bo, you're 24, you were in college for a decade. Every team that you were on, you were the unquestioned alpha guy, like Jeff Tunkin talked about right there. So it was your team, so you stood at the podium, so you talked about everybody else. Like, he's in an unfamiliar position right now because it isn't actually his yet. That probably is a weird place to be as a rookie quarterback. Even though he knows he's anointed as the future starter of this team, it's Stiddy that is filling in that role right now. It is. I do think, and I base this largely off of what I heard at the podium yesterday, that some of this is just starting to create an odd dynamic at the moment because Jarrett Stidham is earning the job. But it just goes back to the conversation we've been having, and this was long before training camp even started, Andy. For what? For what?
No, you're right, but the factor that you can never account for is how sensitive is the coach to the locker room.
Yeah.
Because, again, Mike Sanford and Scotty said they observed some guys looking like they want to fight for Stidham for whatever that's worth. Because you and I know this. Older guys, and we don't have a lot of them on this team, but I'm sure Cortland Sutton wants whoever's going to give him a chance to put up a dub. There's plenty of guys who have had too many L's experienced over their Bronco career, right?
Yeah.
And
it's a very veteran offensive line. That's not nothing.
That's a great point. Yeah.
That's an extremely veteran offensive line.
He's not, it's not a landslide, but Bo Nix is not on the field winning this job from Stidham. And that's been really the case since we started this thing.
Yeah.
And so how does that factor in? I don't know. Again, I think a lot of us feel like close or a tie goes to the runner who's the rookie.
Speaking of tie to the runner, our favorite baseball team made the most cowardly move of the year. We'll tell you what that is next. Hey, dudes, I want to tell you about the newest sports betting app here in Colorado that is designed just for you. That is Sporttrade. All right. I know you listen to sports radio, you turn on TV, you get inundated with the amount of apps. What sets any of these apart? I can tell you what makes Sporttrade different and better. Normal sports books, we always talk about look for the best price. Normal sports books give you that minus $1.10. Sport Trade offers minus 104 lines. You're automatically getting better prices when you go to Sport Trade. You want to bet in play. You may have been doing so today during Serbia and U.S. Well, normally there's a massive delay. You hit the bet, the wheel spins, suddenly the price changes. Doesn't happen to Sport Trade. They accept your in-play bets instantly. A lot of sports books, you may have questions about what's going on with your app. Can't get a hold of anybody. You got to send a form email. Not at Sport Trade. You can text their CEO, Alex, any time of day, and he will get back to you. Download Sport Trade today. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every single bet. Go to getsporttrade.com or download the app on your iPhone. Sport Trade, guys, it's where the big bets happen. Check out Sport Trade, get the edge, and get the best prices that the market has to offer. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. got a preseason game coming up on Sunday at 11 a.m. Broncos and Colts. We have 2 preseason games tonight. Aren't they already in action, I think?
I haven't looked. I'll get home and I'll check. You did say the Lions and Giants get going, so that's got to be starting soon, right?
Oh, they're both in the first quarter right now.
I was going to say.
There you go. Drake May has apparently thrown for 13 yards so far for the Patriots.
There's some interesting reports coming out of Patriots camp about that situation.
Drew Lock has 2 carries for 12 yards so far for the Giants.
So Daniel Jones is not even playing, huh? Okay.
Nate Sudfeld is quarterbacking the Detroit Lions tonight. He has thrown for 3 yards.
So it's off to a good start. Not exactly Brett Rippon carving him up with that receiver of his.
For those of you that are knee-deep in preseason player props tonight, there's your updates. That's what I've got for everybody right now. Tomorrow, we'll have 3 games tomorrow. Atlanta, Miami, Houston, Pittsburgh. That'll be a Justin Fields affair, by the way. Russ isn't playing in that game. And Philly and Baltimore, a little bird matchup right there. Many games on. Oh, Andy, big Saturday for you. Starts at 10 a.m. on NFL Plus with Manders Jets. Get your preseason going right there. Bears, Bills at 11.
Now, here's what's crazy. I guess both Josh Allen and Caleb Williams are playing in that
Supposed to play in that game.
Josh Allen.
You can take it all the way through Saints, Cardinals to close it down 6 o'clock on Saturday. Andy, if you wanted to, you could, and I know you do, marathon your way through a Saturday of preseason football.
Yeah, here's, normally I would.
I
and
know.
I'd look forward to it, but the Premier Lacrosse League's coming to town.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I think I'm going to the Outlaws game Saturday
Little
night.
PLL action.
Little PLL.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Andy Lindahl, he's got pull with the PLL.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Not a ton.
Mm-hmm.
I find out I'm not near as important anywhere as I'd like to be.
You're important here, okay?
A little bit. Here and there, Nate.
Did you see what the White Sox did?
Yeah, help me out. I thought of you immediately. What led to this?
Bunch of
Why
cowards.
do you wait for them to end the streak?
Bunch of cowards.
And then you finally do this?
The White Sox have fired manager Pedro Grifol today. Having lost 22 of their last 23 games, they did snap the 21-game losing streak the other night, but then they went ahead and lost yesterday to Oakland. The no game today for the White Sox, off day, so they fly home. Pedro gets canned. They'll play the Cubs out at Guaranteed Rate Field tomorrow. But yes, Pedro Grifol has been fired by the White Sox. His record at the helm this season was 28-89 as the manager of the Pale Hose.
28-89, did you say?
And 89 is their record.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, so why did you wait for the streak to end to do this? I was about to ask you what's the point at this point in the season, but I guess 28-89 speaks for itself.
Pretty bad.
Why didn't you just do it during this epically bad streak to try to end the streak sooner? Because you're the White Sox?
I guess they were at least nice enough to let him fly home.
Yeah, that's good.
Got him on the team charter, I suppose.
Ruined his off day? By the way.
Totality, since he replaced Tony La Russa, Pedro Grifol, 89-190. 89-190.
Woo! Wow.
You know what? It is a shame they lost the day game yesterday because he could have gotten to 99 games under, but instead, he's a full 101. That's a shame right there. He couldn't get it to double digits below 500 as the skipper of the mighty Chicago White Sox.
Where do you go there? What do you do with that? Is that the worst job in the majors?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That one, indisputably, is the worst job in Major League Baseball.
Indubitably.